despite perishing alongside the arrow god. Qin Chuan suddenly found himself waking up in his shabby, rented apartment from 10 years ago. Having just fought tooth and nail in the apocalypse game, he let out a furious roar as he sprang awake, veins bulging on his forehead, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage. He looked like a caged beast that had just been unleashed. Scanning the surroundings, long-buried memories began to resurface. This wasn't a battlefield, it was the small room in Jianghai City's urban village where he had lived after graduating. What baffled him, however, was that this city, which had been reduced to ruins after the fusion of the Apocalypse game and Blue Planet, now stood intact before his eyes. Pulling out his phone, the date displayed was October 11th, 2033, the very day the Apocalypse game launched. In an instant, Qin Chuan realized the truth. He had been reborn, transported back 10 years. A storm of emotions surged through him, but he quickly suppressed them. After countless life-and-death struggles in the past, he had long cultivated an unshakable composure. In his previous life, this online game, known for its 100 realistic simulation, became an instant global phenomenon upon launch. Players could not only wield extraordinary powers within the game, but also bring those abilities into the real world. However, the euphoria didn't last. Soon, monsters from the game began invading Blue Planet, followed by even stronger bosses, and finally, the gods themselves descended. In his past life, Qin Chuan's exceptional gaming talent earned him a spot among the world's top 10 players. Yet even with all his skills, when faced with the gods of another world, the best he could manage was a one-for-one trade-off. The memory of the gods' overwhelming power brought a bitter smile to his face, but he quickly steeled himself. Since he had been given a second chance, he was determined to rewrite his fate. In the room, a sleek, futuristic game pod stood silently. He had spent all his savings on this equipment, hoping to earn more in-game gold. But this time, his goal wasn't merely to make a living, it was to grow stronger as quickly as possible to prepare for the impending catastrophe. Just as Qin Chuan was about to head out to stock up on supplies, his phone began vibrating incessantly. His work group chat was blowing up, with his supervisor relentlessly tagging him to return to the office and revise some requirements. A colleague, Liu Daong, sent a private message offering to cover for him. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan lashed out at his supervisor in the group chat, and then left the group with a flourish. By the time he returned from his shopping trip, it was past 7 p.m., leaving less than 5 hours until the game launched. After freshening up, Qin Chuan climbed into the game pod, ready to complete the talent draw and class selection before the servers went live. In his previous life, his Conqueror talent, paired with the heavy armor warrior class, had made him a formidable tank with both durability and strength. However, as the game pod scanned his physical data, an unexpected event occurred. The system detected a fragment of divine will and began purging it. Faintly, a venomous and enraged voice echoed in Qin Chuan's mind. "Mortal, you deserve to die." It was the arrow god's voice. To his shock, the arrow god, with whom he had perished in his previous life, had left behind a fragment of his will. What surprised Qin Chuan even more was that the Apocalypse game pod was capable of purging fragments of divine will. This revelation made him realize that the so-called gods might not be as united as they seemed. Regardless, this incident only strengthened his resolve to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Soon, the game pod emitted its emotionless, synthesized voice. "Purge complete. Beginning talent draw. Ding. You have obtained an SS-level talent, Sniper God." SS-level talent? Qin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the notification in front of him. As a player who had experienced the descent of the gods in his previous life, he knew exactly what this meant. Globally, the highest talent ever revealed was S-level, and the possessor of that talent had dominated the world, taking on 9 top-tier players at once and emerging victorious. Qin Chuan's breathing grew rapid. In his past life, he had only been an A-level talent, a conqueror, and had relied on personal skill and relentless effort to rank among the world's top 10 players. But now, he had obtained something that surpassed even S-level talent. Not a conqueror. Qin Chuan quickly organized his thoughts. His rebirth seemed to have changed some things, but so far, this was undoubtedly a blessing. If an S-level talent was enough to create the strongest player in the world, what heights could an SS-level talent elevate him to? He immediately examined the attributes of this SS-level talent. Sniper God. Sniper God LV1 SS level. Effect 1. All ranged attacks are guaranteed to hit, and damage type is converted to true damage. Effect 2. For every additional meter of distance to the target, damage increases by 10. Even as a veteran player who had survived 10 years of the apocalypse, Qin Chuan was left speechless by the terrifying power of this talent. Mid-level players could attack from several kilometers away, and once divinity was unlocked, they could potentially strike across thousands of kilometers. At a distance of just 1 kilometer, damage would already be amplified 100-fold. The most terrifying part was the combination of guaranteed hits and true damage. This meant that unless someone activated invincibility, No amount of armor would matter, it would be completely bypassed, leaving only raw health to absorb the damage. But the real question was, who could possibly withstand such overwhelming damage? This must be related to the arrow god, Qin Chuan thought, recalling the figure who once claimed to be unmatched in archery across heaven and earth. A chill ran down his spine. No wonder they fought so hard to close the distance back then. However, a new dilemma arose. Logically, obtaining that sniper god talent should mean choosing the archer class. But his past experience battling the arrow god had taught him that while archers dealt explosive damage, their survivability was a glaring weakness. Qin Chuan had always believed in the principle, survive first to deal damage, which was why he had chosen the warrior class in his previous life. Now, with a changed talent, the warrior class was clearly unsuitable, but the limitations of the archer class made him hesitate. At that moment, the notification sound from the game pod chimed in at just the right time. Dear player, it has been detected that you possess an SS level talent. The most compatible class for you is recommended. Archer? Ding. Based on your talent level, all hidden archer subclasses have been unlocked. Faced with the career recommendation prompt from Tian Qi, Qin Chuan's lips curled into a confident smile. As a reborn individual, he knew all too well that after a talent awakens, Tian Qi would recommend professions based on the player's abilities. Higher tier talents would even unlock hidden profession options. He recalled his previous life, where he had obtained the defensive hidden class of heavy armor warrior thanks to his grade talent. Now, with an awakened SS grade talent, Tian Qi would undoubtedly grant him access to all relevant hidden professions. However, Qin Chuan's attention didn't linger on the recommended list. The fundamental flaw of the archer class, no matter the hidden variant, cannot be overcome. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up as a bold idea crossed his mind. Assassin? At first glance, this choice seemed unconventional. The sniper talent focused on long-range combat, while the assassin was a close combat class. Yet, what Qin Chuan valued most about the assassin was its exceptional survival skills: stealth, shadow step, phantom cloak, evasion, sprint. These abilities provided the assassin with ample ways to stay alive. What mattered even more was the assassin's passive ability, unseen strike. Qin Chuan vividly remembered that in his past life, the top-ranked assassin, with the right equipment and skill enhancements, had achieved damage multipliers exceeding 10-fold using unseen strike. If paired with the sniper talent, the damage could easily reach 100-fold, even from 100 meters away. And this was true damage, entirely ignoring defenses. Once I get my hands on the talent stone, the damage will increase even further, Qin Chuan calculated silently. In Tian Qi, class boundaries weren't as rigid as in traditional online games. An assassin could still use a bow, and though they had fewer skills to learn, it was more than sufficient for Qin Chuan. His tactical plan was straightforward. Remain hidden in the shadows, launch an unseen strike from hundreds of meters away, and, with the damage multiplier in the tens or even hundreds, take out the boss in a single shot. Then, immediately vanish into stealth and retreat. A simple, efficient strategy. Having made up his mind, Qin Chuan responded to Tian Qi without hesitation. Great suggestions, but I'll go with assassin. The game system seemed momentarily taken aback by this unexpected choice. After a brief pause, the synthesized voice continued. Based on your talent level, all hidden professions in the assassin class have been unlocked. Once a class is selected, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. The emphatic choose carefully amused Qin Chuan, but he was already eager to explore the hidden assassin professions, skipping straight to the top 5 options. Before finalizing his profession, Qin Chuan carefully reviewed the details of each hidden class. With some time left before the game officially launched, he had ample opportunity to weigh the pros and cons of the 5 unique options. The Berserker Rogue excelled in hidden combat. The Assassin Specialist mastered poisons for lethal strikes. The Phantom Walker, with exceptional evasion, could even serve as an off-tank. The Spellbreaker, known as a mage killer, could drain mana, and the Shadow Assassin boasted a variety of powerful stealth abilities. Qin Chuan quickly analyzed each choice. To fully capitalize on his sniper talent, the Berserker Rogue and Spellbreaker were clearly unsuitable as they focused heavily on melee combat with almost no range skills. The Assassin Specialist had some ranged capabilities but lacked survival tools. The Phantom Walker, while adept at evading attacks, struggled against ranged opponents, especially area effect spells, and had limited long-range abilities, which made it hard to synergize with the sniper talent. After a moment of thought, Qin Chuan's gaze settled on the Shadow Assassin's description. This class not only offered a significant stealth attack damage bonus, but, more importantly, possessed exceptional stealth capabilities. In the upcoming God's Descent event, survival was paramount. He carefully examined the 3 defining traits of the Shadow Assassin: permanent stealth, a 50 damage bonus on stealth-breaking attacks, and the most unique feature: only one Shadow Assassin can exist at any given time. This exclusivity immediately caught Qin Chuan's attention. Unlike the other hidden classes, which could have multiple players, the Shadow Assassin's singularity clearly indicated its superior rank. In his envision strategy, The combination of the sniper talent and the devastating stealth-breaking attack could deal terrifying damage while allowing him to immediately vanish and avoid counterattacks. It was a perfect match for his tactical needs. I choose Shadow Assassin, Qin Chuan decided firmly. The system responded immediately. You have selected a class. This choice is irreversible. Please enter your character name, Night Wanderer. The name is available and has been locked. Server launch countdown. 1 hour and 42 minutes. As he stared at the countdown timer, Qin Chuan began planning his early game actions. His first priority was clear needed to secure a bow. Qin Chuan carefully considered the initial setup for his game character. Given the conditions in the beginner's village, relying solely on the damage of a small dagger wouldn't be enough. However, the lowest tier bow available at the blacksmith shop seemed like a decent choice it could be purchased by selling off the starting gear. He began calculating damage stats. At the maximum range of 30 meters, the damage bonus could reach 300. Adding the extra damage from Stealthbreaker, and assuming an initial attack power of 10, the base damage would amount to 45 points. But then, he realized he had overlooked a crucial factor. Wait, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Level 1 Stealthbreaker has a fixed damage of 20 points. So, calculating this, he quickly ran the numbers in his head. 10, 2300, 150, 135 points. And this didn't even account for critical hits or weak point damage bonuses. If talent upgrades increased the damage multiplier further, the potential damage would be unimaginable. The discovery left Qin Chuan marveling at the unique design of Apocalypse, an assassin class capable of dealing more ranged damage than even an archer. More importantly, unlike a regular archer, he could guarantee a hit and retreat immediately afterward, practically perfect. However, there was still crucial preparation to be done before the game launched. Qin Chuan recalled the many secrets of the beginner's village from his past life, especially the hidden quest from the hunter. The unique item rewarded by that quest was something he absolutely couldn't miss. Back then, this quest wasn't discovered until a month after the game's release, but this time he was determined to seize the opportunity early. In his previous life, the follow-up to the quest had failed because the player lacked the strength to complete it, leaving the exact rewards a mystery. But since the first stage granted a unique item, the subsequent rewards were bound to be even greater. With a hidden class and the SS grade talent, Sniper God, at his disposal, Qin Chuan was confident he could even take on a boss solo to complete the quest. As he sorted through his memories, a system notification chimed. Ding! Apocalypse is about to launch. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. When the countdown ended, a new prompt appeared. Do you wish to log into the game? Log in. Logging in. If you experience dizziness, nausea, shock, or seizures, these are normal reactions. Please do not panic. Brave adventurer, may you forge your future in Apocalypse. A flash of white light swept past, and Qin Chuan found himself in an entirely new environment. The system's notification sounded in his ear at just the right moment. Welcome to Apocalypse. You have been assigned to Novice Village number 9527. Enjoy your game. The scene of the Novice Village before him felt both familiar and foreign, making Qin Chuan take a deep breath, determination igniting within him. He quickly pulled up his character panel to check his starting attributes. Nickname: Night Wanderer. Class: Shadow Assassin. Unique. Level: 101,000. Basic attributes: Strength: 5. Constitution: 5. Agility: 8. Spirit: 4. Combat attributes: Attack: 10. Defense: 7. Health: 100. Mana: 50. In his equipment tab, there were 3 pieces of beginner gear. Beginner's Dagger 5 Attack. Beginner's Leather Armor 1 Defense. Beginner's Leg Guards 1 Defense. His skill panel displayed 3 starting abilities. Shadow Stealth LV1. Enter Stealth Mode. The first attack out of stealth deals 100 attack 20 bonus damage. Costs 5 mana. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Shadow Throwing Knife LV1. Condense shadow energy into a throwing knife, dealing 110 attack damage. Costs 5 mana. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Shadow Strike LV1. A powerful melee attack, dealing 110 attack damage. Costs 5 mana. Cooldown: 5 seconds. This is a pleasant surprise. Qin Chuan thought to himself, delighted. Initially, he had planned to sell his beginner gear to buy a longbow for ranged combat, but the Shadow Assassin's shadow throwing knife skill perfectly addressed that issue. What thrilled him even more was the high damage of the first strike out of stealth, which not only had a fixed bonus of 20 points, but also scaled with his attack power. Paired with shadow throwing knife, it was enough to one-shot monsters of the same level. Just as he was about to look for the hunter NPC to accept a quest, he found himself surrounded by a dense crowd of players, unable to move. The game had just launched, and countless players, drawn in by the 100 simulation hype, had flocked to the Novice Village. All around him, exclamations of amazement erupted. Whoa, this is way too realistic. You can actually feel the wind on your face. Even the smell of dirt is so real. Wait, is that dog poop? Anyone looking for a partner? Hurry up and grab a quest before they're all gone. Members of the Ironblood Guild, gather up. We're going for the first boss kill. Soon enough, complaints began to rise as well. These monsters move so unpredictably. My fireballs keep missing. I can't even beat a rabbit. What kind of trash game is this? Why don't NPCs have quest markers above their heads? The village chief kicked me out without giving me a quest. None of this surprised Qin Chuan. Apocalypse boasted an astonishing level of freedom, with no beginner guides or quest markers. Players had to figure everything out on their own. What was even more unexpected, however, was the intelligence of the monsters here. They not only dodged attacks and launched sneak attacks, but would also flee and call for reinforcements when critically injured. Watching the newbie players challenge the rabbits again after reviving, Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. He sighed inwardly. These people are still enjoying the fun of the game, unaware that once Apocalypse completes its first stage of fusion, death in the game will fully synchronize with reality. At that point, Apocalypse will reveal its truly terrifying nature. Suppressing his thoughts, Qin Chuan pushed through the crowded masses and headed toward the hunter's house in the village. Sure enough, the entrance was already surrounded by a sea of players. Judging by their frustrated expressions, it was obvious that no one had successfully received a quest. Don't bother, man. That cripple doesn't give out any quests, a well-meaning player shouted loudly. Before his words faded, an arrow whistled out from the house, striking the speaker squarely in the forehead. The player collapsed instantly, dissolving into a flash of white light. What the hell? NPCs can attack players on their own? Is this a starter village or a bandit den? The surrounding players exclaimed in shock. Qin Chuan, however, had expected this. In the world of Apocalypse, the so-called NPCs were actually sentient beings with self-awareness. After the fusion of Apocalypse, they would eventually descend upon Blue Star. Bound by the game's rules for now, they couldn't reveal their true identities. However, if players spoke disrespectfully, these NPCs had the authority to retaliate. The player who had been shot soon respawned and stormed back, intent on revenge. Yet he seemed to forget he was just a level 1 newbie. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he was felled by another arrow. The village guards passing by turned a blind eye to the situation. Witnessing this, many players fell silent, some choosing to leave in frustration. But Qin Chuan went against the flow and walked straight into the hunter's house. Inside, the hunter calmly hung his bow back on the wall, ignoring Qin Chuan's arrival as he scooped up water and drank deeply. I want to purchase the exotic beast skull, Qin Chuan said bluntly. The hunter's body stiffened, and his sharp gaze immediately locked onto Qin Chuan. Not for sale. Where did you hear about that? He asked, moving slowly toward the wall. We can revive. Even if you kill me now, it won't matter, Qin Chuan replied calmly. So what? I don't want to sell it. What can you do about it? The hunter sneered. Don't you want revenge for your injured leg? I'll help you kill the Wolf King, and in return, the exotic beast skull will be mine. These words clearly struck a nerve with the hunter. He hesitated for a moment, sizing up Qin Chuan. With your strength, you think you can take on the Wolf King? I have my ways. Within 3 days, I'll bring you the Wolf King's head, but you must give me the exotic beast skull first, Qin Chuan said resolutely. Qin Chuan's words caused the hunter to fall into deep thought. His gaze gradually dimmed, and his fingers unconsciously traced the scars on his amputated leg. That exotic beast skull was a hard-earned trophy, won through countless brushes with death. He had hoped it would elevate his status, but on his way back, he was ambushed by the Wolf King. Though he barely escaped with his life, the loss of his leg meant he could no longer live as a hunter. As he reflected on this, a flicker of ferocity appeared in the hunter's eyes. He could no longer seek revenge himself, but he could entrust it to someone else. Even if Qin Chuan wanted to claim the reward in advance, he no longer cared. With his broken body, the exotic beast skull was of no use to him. Trading it for a chance at revenge felt like the only option. I can give you the exotic beast skull, the hunter said in a low, firm voice. But don't forget your promise, bring me the Wolf King's head within 3 days. Deal. Qin Chuan responded immediately, a look of joy spreading across his face. A system notification followed. Time-limited quest accepted, hunt the Wolf King. Quest description. Avenge the hunter by killing the Wolf King, who ambushed and maimed him. Complete the task within 3 days. Reward, 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, 30 points of hunter's favor. Special note, quest rewards have been advanced. Failure to complete the quest on time will result in the rewards being revoked and a 5-point deduction from all attributes. The hunter struggled to prop himself up and moved to the edge of the bed. With effort, he shifted the bed aside and retrieved a wooden box from beneath it. He handed it to Qin Chuan with solemnity. Acquired special item, exotic beast skull. Effect 1. Beast's blessing grants 5 additional free attribute points upon leveling up. Effect 2. Hunting moment, earn 1 evolution point for every 100 monsters or 1 boss killed. Evolution points can only be used to upgrade equipment or skills. Current evolution points. 1. Note: the item cannot be traded, destroyed, or discarded before the quest is completed. It will not drop upon death. Impressive. Qin Chuan couldn't help but whistle in admiration. The attributes of this unique item exceeded his expectations. In Apocalypse, a normal level up typically granted 1 point to secondary attributes, 2 points to primary attributes, and a few free attribute points. The additional 5 free attribute points from the Beast's Blessing essentially gave him the equivalent of 1.5 levels worth of stats every time he leveled up. More importantly, the second effect of the exotic beast skull was the real highlight. The evolution points earned from killing monsters could only be used for upgrading equipment and skills, but that was exactly what Qin Chuan needed. Both Shadow Stealth and Shadow Throwing Knife were exceptional abilities. Qin Chuan stood in front of the hunter's cabin, staring at the exotic beast skull in his hand, which had earned him a small amount of evolution points. A sense of delight welled up within him. This unexpected reward made him decide to find a safe place to put it to good use and enhance his abilities. However, the task of hunting the Wolf King was no simple feat with his current attributes. He was far from capable of handling it. His immediate priority was to level up and accumulate more beast skulls to gain evolution points. With this thought in mind, he turned decisively and left. His actions, however, caught the attention of the surrounding players, especially the moment he received the wooden box from the hunter. Many widened their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? How did he get the quest? He must be cheating. There's no other explanation. Not necessarily. I noticed he was quite assertive when he spoke. Maybe this cripple only responds to tough attitudes, not soft ones. Before the words had fully settled, one of the more impudent players had already been knocked to the ground. Let me give it a shot. Someone else stepped forward and shouted at the hunter. Old ding, hand over the quest. The next second, this player also hit the ground. More players swarmed forward. Some tried to obtain items from the hunter, while others directly blocked Qin Chuan's path. Faced with such a situation, Qin Chuan didn't hesitate for a moment and activated Shadow Stealth. Where is he? He just disappeared. Is that a stealth skill? Wait, I'm an assassin too. Why don't I have that skill? He must bought a VIP package. Quick, tell me where to recharge. This is rigged. Totally rigged. While in stealth mode, Qin Chuan moved forward while checking his skill panel. To his surprise, Shadow Stealth's cooldown timer began while it was still in use. This was entirely different from standard assassin skills, which typically only started their cooldown after breaking stealth. This meant that he could wait for the cooldown while remaining in stealth, launch an ambush, and immediately re-enter stealth, unlike other assassins, who were forced to either stay visible or engage in prolonged combat. The only limitation was the 20-second cooldown, which prompted him to prioritize upgrading Shadow Stealth or collecting cooldown reduction gear. What thrilled him even more was the Shadow Assassin's unique permanent stealth ability. Regular assassins had time-limited stealth, with even max-level skills having downtime. But he could remain invisible indefinitely as long as he wanted. Combined with his advantage in ranged throwing knives, he could deliver lethal strikes from distances his enemies would never anticipate. Before long, Qin Chuan reached the village entrance. Compared to the bustling activity within the village, the area outside was a sea of players. Everywhere he looked, players were striving to level up. After the initial chaos, most had learned to form parties to grind more efficiently. Yet, even with teamwork, the cunning monsters in the apocalypse world made progress slow. After observing from the shadows for a while, Qin Chuan decided to move on. The area was too crowded for him to perform effectively. He needed to head to a higher-level region to continue his training. On the wild boar plains, Qin Chuan stood quietly on a vantage point, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings. At this time of day, there were hardly any other players in sight, making it the perfect opportunity to level up. He quickly locked onto a Targeta robust wild boar. A brief glance at the boar's stats showed. Level 5, 500 HP, 50 attack, 30 defense, with the skill Charge. With my current stats, using Shadow Throwing Knife from 30 meters away, I can deal 185 true damage per hit. It'll take 3 hits to take down one wild boar, Qin Chuan calculated silently. If other players overheard his thoughts, they'd likely be stomping their feet in frustration. Ordinary players could only deal 5 or 6 damage to rabbits with a small knife, let alone handle a wild boar with 30 defense. At this stage, most players couldn't even break through the boar's defense. But for Qin Chuan, with his SS level talent and hidden class, this level of damage was clearly insufficient. His gaze fell on the exotic beast skull in his hand. This item came with 1 evolution point, and he didn't intend to waste it. Qin Chuan knew his high damage output mainly stemmed from 2 sources, the bonus from his sharpshooter talent and the hidden strike ability. Unfortunately, the talent was beyond the scope of the beast skull's effect. Otherwise, he would have chosen to evolve sharpshooter without hesitation. After a moment of thought, Qin Chuan decided to use this evolution opportunity on Shadow Stealth. The system promptly displayed a notification. First evolution requires 1 evolution point. Do you wish to evolve Shadow Stealth? Yes. With a crisp system notification sound, Shadow Stealth's quality upgraded from normal to iron. In the world of Apocalypse, both equipment and skills followed the same tier hierarchy: normal, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, and legendary. Qin Chuan was aware that there were tiers beyond legendary, but those were currently out of reach for players. Checking the new skill attributes, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Shadow Stealth LV1 Iron Tier. Enter Stealth Mode. Hidden Strike deals an additional attack power 120-50 damage. Consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 18 seconds. This quality upgrade brought a significant boost. A 20 increase in attack multiplier, doubled fixed damage, and a 2-second reduction in cooldown. Although a 20 boost might seem negligible in the early stages, once a player's attack power reached the thousands, the improvement would be substantial. Gazing at the dimly glowing exotic beast skull in his hand, Qin Chuan smiled in satisfaction. He finally understood why, in his previous life, a certain player managed to rank among the top 10 experts despite starting the game a month late. This beast skull is truly extraordinary. Qin Chuan gazed at the skull in his hand, which emitted a faint, eerie glow. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He recalled his previous life as an average player with mediocre talent. Now, not only did he possess an SS-level talent, but he had also awakened a unique hidden class. With the added power of the beast skull, surpassing his former self was no longer a question. In the distance, a wild boar grazed leisurely, completely unaware of the impending danger. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan summoned a pitch-black energy in his hand, which transformed into a shadowy throwing knife that shot out like a streak of lightning. The moment he acted, Qin Chuan distinctly felt an invisible force correcting his movements. This was the hidden effect of his sniper god talent, making him realize that 30 meters might not be his true limit. He had conservatively estimated this range based on his past life's experience, considering the limited attributes of a level 1 player. However, it was now clear that the talent's effects far exceeded its surface description. The shadow knife tore through the air and struck the wild boar's abdomen with precision. A 200 damage value floated above its head, instantly depleting most of its health. Too bad it wasn't a critical hit, or it would have been a one-shot kill, Qin Chuan calculated silently. Next time, I'll aim for a vital spot like the eyes. With the help of the sniper god talent, the hit rate should be high. The injured boar roared furiously, locking onto Qin Chuan's position and preparing to charge. But in the very next moment, its target vanished completely. Confused, the boar spun in circles before resuming its grazing, trying to recover its lost health. 10 seconds later, Qin Chuan's skill cooldown ended. This time, he aimed directly for the boar's eye. The shadow knife streaked through the air once more, and before the boar could even let out a final cry, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A system notification promptly appeared. Ding! You have killed a level 5 wild boar. Gained 50 EXP. Defeated an enemy 4 levels higher. Gained an additional 20 EXP. Emerging from the shadows, Qin Chuan thought back to his previous life. Even with an A-level talent and the heavily armored defensive warrior class, he could only manage to take down enemies 1 or 2 levels higher at best. Ordinary players had to form parties and share what little experience they could earn. But now, through this battle, he discovered that the sniper god talent not only granted pinpoint accuracy but also revealed that 30 meters was far from his limit. 50 meters, 100 meters, it's all within reach, Qin Chuan said to himself, his eyes brimming with confidence. At that range, with a 10-fold damage boost and a stealth attack, not even a god could defend against me. The combination of the assassin class with the sniper god talent filled Qin Chuan with anticipation. The potential of this pairing made his heart race as he looked forward to creating miracles in the future. Once the shadow stealth cooldown was complete, Qin Chuan immediately entered stealth mode, his sharp eyes scanning for the next target. He locked onto another level 5 wild boar, deliberately choosing the optimal sniping range of 40 meters. While he was confident he could take it down from 100 meters away, this distance was ideal for retrieving any potential loot. Qin Chuan steadied himself, his shadow-throwing knife aimed precisely at the boar grazing on the grass. With a flash of the blade, silent and swift, the boar's health bar was instantly emptied, awarding him 70 experience points. As expected, this boar didn't drop a single item either. However, Qin Chuan was long accustomed to the low drop rate in Apocalypse. With 10 years of gaming experience, he understood that truly valuable gear only dropped from bosses. He calculated his efficiency: 70 experience points per boar, and leveling up would only require hunting a dozen or so. At his current pace of 18 seconds per kill, the leveling speed was astonishing. The thought of being the first to reach level 10 and earning the extra rewards motivated him even more. Thus, he became a hunter lurking in the tall grass, his every strike a guaranteed kill. Before long, The anticipated system notifications began to appear one after another. You have reached level 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast's blessing activated. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Seeing this string of notifications, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. As a unique hidden class, the Shadow Assassin gained an extra 5 attribute points with every level up, 2 points more than the heavy armored warrior he had played in his previous life. Adding the bonus from the Beast's skull, he now received 20 attribute points per level, double the amount of an average player. Cheating. This must be cheating. Qin Chuan joked to himself. Oh wait, I'm the one cheating. Never mind then. With 15 free attribute points at his disposal, Qin Chuan adopted a 2:1 distribution strategy, prioritizing agility. This decision was based on the fact that agility not only increased attack speed, movement speed, and critical hit rate but also ensured his ability to hunt higher level boars. He allocated the rest to strength to maintain sufficient damage output. Soon, his attribute panel looked brand new. Nickname: Night Wanderer. Class: Shadow Assassin. Level: 2250-2000. Attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 6, Agility 20, Spirit 5. Attack: 16. Defense: 8. Health points: 160. Mana points: 60. Despite his relatively low health, Qin Chuan remained completely unfazed. As an assassin, natural limitations dictated that maxing out physical stats held little significance. Qin Chuan fully understood that as the only ranged assassin in the entire server, his Hitandran combat style made it unnecessary to engage enemies hidden. After allocating his stat points, Qin Chuan turned his attention to a herd of wild boars in the distance. These level 7 wild boars had intimidating stats: 1050 HP, 105 attack, 70 defense, and they even possessed a charge skill. Compared to level 5 wild boars, their attributes had undergone a qualitative leap. This was part of a hidden mechanic in Apocalypse. Every 5 levels marked a significant jump in stats, with higher levels bringing increasingly greater boosts. However, players were not entirely powerless. Equipment, skills, and class advancements were key to strengthening oneself. Qin Chuan conjured a shadow-throwing knife, aimed at one of the wild boars, and hurled it. While the damage was noticeably higher, it still wasn't enough to kill the boar in a single strike. The boar let out an enraged roar, lowered its head, and charged forward. Qin Chuan frowned and immediately activated Shadow Stealth, vanishing from his original position. By the time the boar reached where he had been standing, he had already reappeared at a safe distance over 10 meters away. Once his skill cooldown ended, his second shadow-throwing knife hit its mark, finishing off the wounded wild boar. The system notification promptly appeared. You have slain a level 7 wild boar. Gain 70 base experience points. Bonus for defeating an enemy 5 levels higher, 35 points. Total: 105 experience points. Watching his experience bar inch forward, Qin Chuan remained unsatisfied. Compared to needing 2 strikes to kill a level 7 wild boar, he preferred one-shotting level 5 wild boars. While the latter awarded less experience individually, the bonus for defeating higher-level enemies made the overall efficiency much better. He had once considered purchasing a bow. With his sniper talent, even with reduced damage, he could still deal significant output. However, at his current level, his agility stat wasn't high enough to ensure he could escape unscathed if surrounded by wild boars. If hit by their charge skill, his fragile build would likely lead to instant death. To test the maximum range of his attacks, Qin Chuan aimed at a wild boar nearly 80 meters away, now just a tiny black in the distance. Despite the range, he could clearly lock onto his target. Unfortunately, the throwing knife dissipated into shadow energy after traveling 50 meters. After careful calculations, Qin Chuan pinpointed the issue. At a 50-meter range, even with weak point targeting, the shadow-throwing knife's 976 true damage was insufficient to kill a level 7 wild boar in one hit. A critical hit would be necessary, but his current stats couldn't guarantee that. Just then, a level 6 wild boar with only 900 HP wandered into his view. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Perfect, you'll do. The level 6 wild boar, leisurely grazing on grass, collapsed on the spot. The system notification sounded immediately, indicating that killing the level 6 wild boar not only granted 60 base experience points, but also provided an additional 24 experience points for defeating a target 4 levels higher. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The instant kill effect and the experience reward were quite impressive. At this rate, hunting just a dozen or so wild boars would be enough for him to level up. While waiting for the cooldown of the Shadow Stealth skill, he carefully considered how to allocate his attributes. Initially, he thought about putting more points into strength, as his current damage output was hindered by his attack power. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. In fact, he decided to revise his original plan and allocate all his free attribute points to agility. This decision was based on his analysis of his damage composition. His current output primarily relied on the hidden strike damage from Shadow Stealth, where fixed damage played the largest role. Given this, rather than adding a few points to strength for a marginal damage increase, it made more sense to focus on improving agility. More importantly, even at the Black Iron level, Shadow Stealth already had impressive base stats. If it could evolve to the Bronze level, its power would undoubtedly double. Of course, this plan came with its challenges. The second evolution required at least 2 evolution points, and factoring in the evolution cost of Shadow Throwing Knife, he would need to put in significant effort. However, given his current leveling speed of roughly 1 level every 10 minutes, this goal wasn't out of reach. While Qin Chuan was focused on hunting wild boars, another team was making their way toward the wild boar plains. The team members chatted as they walked, discussing whether they could handle the wild boars in the area. The team leader, Long Tung, was a heavy armor warrior with a hidden class, boasting more than 3 times the defense of an average player. Coupled with the Holy Fire Priest Xiaoxue, who could add holy damage to their attacks, they were confident in overcoming the wild boar's defenses. Considering the competition for monsters in the low-level zones, this area seemed like a better choice. As the team advanced, an archer suddenly spotted the corpse of a wild boar. The group was surprised to see that someone had already been here, and began speculating about the identity of the other player. Just as Long Tung was about to remind everyone to look for lower-level wild boars, he witnessed a level 6 wild boar in the distance collapse instantly. Along with its fall, a glowing orb of loot appeared. The archer in the team suddenly got excited and shouted, "That wild boar just killed itself." He was about to rush forward to pick up the loot when the team leader, Tian Qi, grabbed his arm. "Someone's here," the leader said in a low, serious tone. The archer looked up and saw a blurry figure slowly coming into view in the distance. The figure glanced in their direction briefly before vanishing into thin air in a strange manner. The scene unfolded so quickly that the archer questioned whether he had imagined it. He turned to his teammates, noticing the same puzzled expressions on their faces. "Could that be a stealth skill?" the heavily armored warrior asked, turning to the assassin in their group. The assassin nodded at first, then shook his head. "It does resemble stealth, but there's an issue after breaking stealth. The skill has a cooldown and can't be used again immediately." "Could it be advanced stealth?" the warrior pressed. "Impossible," the assassin replied firmly. "Advanced stealth is a high-level skill in any game. There's no way to learn it at this level." As an experienced player, Tian Qi felt a sense of unease. He had already pieced together the clues. That level 6 wild boar hadn't killed itself, it was taken out in a single strike, and the attacker immediately entered stealth mode. Considering these details, the opponent was likely someone with a hidden assassin class profession. "I am Tian Qi. I'd like to make your acquaintance," he called out loudly in the direction where the figure had disappeared. Hearing the name, Qin Chuan, who was still in stealth, froze for a moment. In his past life, both he and Tian Qi were heavily armored warriors. The two had frequently competed for the top spot on the warrior leaderboard. Ultimately, Qin Chuan had claimed the position thanks to his more suitable talents. Seeing Tian Qi once again in his heavy armor made Qin Chuan reflect on how much things had changed. As for Tian Qi's invitation, Qin Chuan had no intention of accepting, was not someone who would work under another. However, he did consider Tian Qi a person worth befriending. With that in mind, he deactivated his stealth skill and revealed himself openly. "So it's you, Tian Qi. I've heard much about you." Tian Qi immediately sent a friend request. A system notification popped up. "Player Tian Qi requests to add you as a friend. Accept?" "Yes, no." Qin Chuan selected yes. Seeing the new name added to his friend list, Tian Qi clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, "So it's Night Wanderer. I've heard great things about you." "Night Wanderer?" the archer muttered under his breath. "Never heard of a top player by that name." "Shut up." Tian Qi snapped, turning to glare at him. "Got it, boss," the archer replied, falling silent immediately. Tian Qi was quite perceptive. His eyes were fixed on the mysterious player before him, who had just one-shot a level 6 wild boar, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Though he had never heard of an expert by the name Night Wanderer, the sheer power displayed was truly astounding. A level 6 wild boar with 900 health points didn't even have a chance to resist before being instantly killed by Night Wanderer. Tian Qi glanced at his own team. Even if all 5 of them attacked together, it would be impossible to take down such a formidable wild creature in a single round. Most of the players in this squad have hidden classes, and their talents are all grade or above, Tian Qi thought to himself. But even with that, we couldn't deal this level of damage. He continued analyzing. Even I have a grade talent. Although it's defense-oriented, converting it to attack power still wouldn't come close to a one-shot kill. Could it be? A shocking thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Night Wanderer hasn't grade talent? This speculation left Tian Qi both astonished and envious, with a tinge of jealousy that he quickly suppressed. "Brother Night Wanderer, Why not join our team and level up together? He extended an invitation. Based on his analysis, such high damage output must come with a cooldown period. During that downtime, his team could provide protection. While he didn't expect to recruit Night Wanderer immediately, at the very least, he could establish a rapport and lay the groundwork for future collaboration. His teammates immediately understood his intentions and chimed in with their own invitations. Master Night Wanderer, let's team up. Efficiency guaranteed. With our leader's heavy armored warrior tanking in the front, you can focus on dealing damage. Let's level up quickly before other players start showing up. Despite their enthusiasm, Qin Chuan politely declined. Thank you all for the kind offer, but am used to going solo. This response left Tian Qi a bit disappointed. The archer in the team couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Acting so high and mighty, watch out, or a wild boar might take you out. Qin Chuan heard the comment, but merely smiled faintly, as if entirely unbothered. Apologize to Brother Night Wanderer. Tian Qi immediately reprimanded the archer. There's no need for that, Leader Longting. He'll head off to level up now, Qin Chuan said with a wave of his hand. With that, he activated stealth and picked up the equipment from the ground, storing it in his inventory. He glanced at the item stats. Boar leather armor common grade, Constitution 2, Defense 20, level requirement 6. Though the stats were decent, he couldn't equip it just yet. Meanwhile, in the team chat, the archer continued grumbling. That Night Wanderer is so full of himself. He probably used a talent or some item to one-shot the boar. It's either a talent or an item, and it probably has a super long cooldown or limited uses. The leader kindly offered him a chance to gain free experience, and he just brushed it off. The other teammates didn't say anything, but it was clear they shared the same sentiment. Even Tian Qi couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed deep down. Being refused after extending an invitation left Tian Qi feeling rather awkward. However, he kept a stoic expression, staring into the distance as he waited for Qin Chuan's next move. Based on his experience, the Night Wanderer would need at least half an hour to cool down before executing another high-burst attack. Yet, this assumption was quickly proven wrong. A muffled sound echoed from afar, and a level 6 wild boar collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the Night Wanderer's figure flickered into view in the distance. Tian Qi's brow twitched. Barely half a minute had passed, and the Night Wanderer had already unleashed another burst to instantly kill a monster. This only seemed to confirm his suspicion that Qin Chuan possessed an SSS-tier talent. But soon, something unusual caught his attention. The distance between the Night Wanderer and the wild boar was far too great. Normally, an assassin would strike from close range, preferably from the target's blind spot. The team's Divine Flame Priest also noticed this and couldn't help but remark, how is the Night Wanderer killing monsters from so far away? Could he actually be an archer? Impossible, the nearby archer retorted firmly. No archer could instantly kill a monster above their level. Besides, there aren't any arrow wounds on the boar's body. I'm certain he's not an archer. This mystery left the Longting team completely baffled. How could an assassin instantly kill a target from 50 meters away? It was almost as if he were a sniper. Just as they were grappling with this puzzle, Qin Chuan once again entered stealth mode. Moments later, another wild boar, leisurely grazing on grass, collapsed to the ground. Damn it. If this isn't cheating, then what is? The archer couldn't help but curse. Apocalypse claims to be cheat proof. What a load of nonsense. Although Tian Qi knew that Apocalypse was a globally developed high-tech product and theoretically impervious to cheats, the reality of seeing 20-second intervals between instant kills was hard to explain. As doubt gnawed at him, a third wild boar fell. This sight was too much for the team's assassin to bear. Compared to Qin Chuan, he felt utterly insignificant. The archer patted the assassin's shoulder with a bitter smile and said, I get how you feel, but if an assassin can instantly kill targets from 50 meters away, imagine how embarrassing it is for me as an archer. How are we even supposed to play this game anymore? As the two lamented, Tian Qi suddenly tightened his grip on his shield and shouted, Watch out! A wild boar had locked onto them and was charging at full speed. With a heavy thud, Tian Qi was knocked back 3 steps, his health bar plummeting into the danger zone. Fortunately, the Divine Flame Priest reacted quickly. A precast healing spell landed just in time, not only restoring Tian Qi's health to full but also applying a Divine Flame mark to all teammates. The assassin and archer immediately snapped out of their idle chatter and joined the fight, but against the wild boar's high health and defense, their damage output barely made a dent. After an arduous battle, the Longting team finally managed to take down the level 5 wild boar together. However, just as Tian Qi was about to rally his team with some words of encouragement, he noticed that everyone had fallen silent. The priestess pointed into the distance with a helpless expression and said, Boss, I think someone's cheating over there. Tian Qi turned to look and saw that while they had been struggling to kill a single level 5 wild boar, the Night Wanderer had already taken down 3 level 6 wild boars on his own. Tian Qi couldn't hold back his frustration. In reporting this, There's definitely a cheater here. Longting Tianxia watched as Yaoshin effortlessly took down a wild boar in an instant. Unable to resist making a joke, he said, "Brother Yaoshin, care to share where you got your cheat codes? That speed is just insane." While speaking, he motioned for his team to take a break. "Everyone, take a moment to recover. Xiaoxue, make sure to replenish your mana." Outwardly calm, Longting Tianxia was inwardly adjusting his mindset. After all, seeing his team struggle for half a day to defeat monsters only to be overshadowed by someone else's casual strike was undeniably disheartening. Noticing the team's morale was dipping, Longting Tianxia quickly rallied them. "Don't lose heart. We're not lacking in strength. How many players out there can take on level 5 wild boars right now? That's no small feat." His words immediately resonated with the team. The assassin, in particular, grew excited and began analyzing. "I bet Yaoshin's talent focuses on ranged attacks. His close combat skills probably aren't as strong. I've got a 20 bonus to melee damage, so my potential in the later stages won't lose to his." If you think about it, it's almost a tie between Ush's strong at range, and strong up close. Hearing this, the archer nearby couldn't help but feel a bit down. At least you can compete with him in melee. I'm just another ranged fighter. However, he quickly found his confidence. But most of Yaoshin's ranged attacks are likely tied to his class skills. He probably doesn't know the fundamentals of archery. When it comes to marksmanship, I'm a professional shooting athlete in real life. Seeing the two regain their confidence, Longting Tianxia found their reasoning somewhat amusing, but on second thought, he realized his own defense stats were indeed higher than Yaoshin's. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the internal debates of Longting Tianxia's team, Qin Chuan was fully focused on leveling up. Through repeated combat, he had mastered the art of precise attacks from 50 meters away. With his steadily improving stats, he was confident that long-range attacks at even greater distances would soon be within his reach. If the legendary arrow god reappears in this lifetime, we'll make sure he knows what a true sniper looks like, Qin Chuan thought to himself. With a flick of his wrist, his throwing knife hit the vital point of a distant wild boar with precision. The system notification promptly popped up. "You have leveled up to level 3. You've gained 5 free attribute points. Shadow power has been activated, granting an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast's blessing triggered, granting an additional 5 free attribute points." This time, Qin Chuan decided against allocating points to strength. Instead, he invested all 15 points into agility, bringing his agility stat to an impressive 37 points, a figure that even an agility-focused assassin would typically only reach by level 6 or 7. By then, his stat advantage would only grow further. Acquiring the beast skull was undoubtedly the right decision, Qin Chuan thought with satisfaction as he began planning his next steps. "I just need to hunt down 60 more wild boars to earn 1 evolution point. It might not be enough to evolve Shadow Stealth unless..." A sudden thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Of course, how could I forget about the boss? In Tian Qi, there's a unique feature where killing a large number of the same type of monster within a short period triggers the appearance of a corresponding boss. This is often the easiest way for new players to encounter a boss. Qin Chuan turned to look toward the direction of the novice village. Based on his experience, he could tell that with the player's relentless slaughter, the wild rabbit boss should be about to spawn. Sure enough, he saw the Longting Tianxia team hurriedly abandon a wild boar with only a third of its health remaining and rush toward the novice village in a frenzy. With the speed advantage granted by his 37 agility points, Qin Chuan easily caught up with and overtook the Longting team. Outside the novice village, a chaotic battle had already erupted. "Get out of the way. This boss is mine. You think it's yours just because you say so? Did you write your name on it? This area is under the control of our Luocha temple. If you don't want to die, scram? What a ridiculous guild. Claiming the area? Eat my blade." Amid the chaos, a massive wild rabbit was hopping around wildly, taking out players with a single bite. Yet, this didn't dampen the players' enthusiasm in the slightest. After all, this was the first boss near the novice village, and the loot it dropped would surely fetch a high price in the bustling world of Tian Qi. Before long, players noticed something unusual. The wild rabbit boss had a defense stat of 250, rendering normal attacks completely ineffective. "Dev team, get out here. How is this supposed to be a boss for beginners? Geneva, refund me. Damn it, who just touched me? Wanna die? Excuse me, rectangular lady, could you not block the way? You brute warriors only know how to hack and slash. For a boss like this, it's time for us mages to shine. Ladies, let's show them the power of our 5 fireball sect." 5 fireballs shot out, hitting the wild rabbit boss with precision, only to result in a series of miss and resist notifications. The total damage was still 0. The wild rabbit boss shook itself lightly and continued its rampage, biting down on players with ease. Fortunately, a few hidden classes with special abilities managed to inflict some damage. With everyone working together, they finally managed to chip away the boss's first layer of health. This small progress only fueled the players' excitement further, with even those unable to penetrate the defenses relentlessly hacking away at the boss. According to Tian Qi's rules, if no player or team dealt more than 50 of the total damage, the boss's loot would be randomly distributed among all participants. This system, combined with the convenience of respawning quickly right next to the novice village, drove everyone into a frenzy as they charged into the fight. As the boss's health dropped to 5, the guild leaders began to grow increasingly anxious. Each of them was determined to claim the server's first kill, but without accumulating enough damage, all their efforts might be in vain. Just as they were worrying about this, an unusually striking damage number suddenly appeared above the wild rabbit boss's head. The sharpshooter truly lives up to the reputation of an SSS-tier talent, Qin Chuan thought to himself, marveling at the precise throw that had just struck the giant rabbit boss directly in the eye. This massive rabbit moved at incredible speed, its head jerking so quickly it left afterimages. To predict its movement and land a critical hit was a testament to the sheer power of the sharpshooter talent. Qin Chuan immediately activated Shadow Stealth and quickly scanned the boss's attribute panel. Giant Rabbit. Level: Black Iron. HP: 46, 52250,000. Attack: 350. Defense: 250. Skill: Hop and Bounce. Description: Born from the vengeance of the Rabbit clan, it possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary rabbits. After a few minutes of relentless attacks, the combined efforts of hundreds of players had only managed to chip away about 2,500 HP from the boss. Yet Qin Chuan's single dagger throw dealt nearly 1,000 damage, and he could execute such an attack every 20 seconds. In 1 minute, his damage output alone surpassed the total damage done by all the other players combined. However, the situation was far from favorable. More and more players were arriving, including the formidable Longting squad. According to the rules of Apocalypse, unless a player dealt over 50 of the decisive damage, they could not secure the rights to the loot. Qin Chuan quickly calculated. 3 stealth-breaking strikes per minute would deal 3,000 damage. To achieve the decisive damage threshold, he would need a full 8 minutes. But with the growing number of players, the variables were becoming too unpredictable. Recklessly abandoning his stealth state to supplement his attacks with normal strikes was also a risky gamble. This was the first boss in the beginner village, and such an astonishing damage output would inevitably draw attention. With his current health, he couldn't withstand multiple attacks. Even with the red name penalty, it wouldn't deter the madness of the other players. As Qin Chuan pondered his next move, the other players were already in an uproar. What the hell? We've been hitting it for ages and barely dented its HP, but now someone suddenly shows up dealing this insane damage? Whoa, 976 damage. And it's a weak point hit? This guy's definitely cheating. I'm still at 0 damage. Is this game even playable anymore? The Luo Sha Guild strongly protests. Yo bro, where'd you get that hack? Is it reliable? Before long, the players reached a consensus. Forget whether he's cheating or not, find him first. We can't let him keep dealing damage, or we won't get any of the boss loot. Yeah. Eyes open, everyone. If you spot anyone suspicious, take them down immediately. We have to drive him out. The players were in heated discussion. Even after being repeatedly one-shot by the wild rabbit boss, it didn't dampen their determination to find the mysterious figure. Many players frantically unleashed their skills in the direction where Qin Chuan had last appeared, hoping to obliterate the target in stealth. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Chuan felt a wave of relief. Thanks to his seamless stealth ability, he had managed to avoid certain death at the hands of these frenzied players. This only reinforced his confidence in choosing the assassin class. If he had followed Tian Qi's suggestion and picked the archer class instead, while he could deal higher range damage, he wouldn't have been able to claim the loot rights. Getting close to the boss would only result in being targeted by countless players. Unless he could instantly take down more than half of the boss's HP, it would all be futile. As for killing all the other players with the current stat gap, that was entirely unrealistic. This boss spawned too early. It would have been better to save up more evolution points first, Qin Chuan mused silently. Forget it. They'll just wait for Shadow Stealth to cool down. Meanwhile, the Longting squad came rushing back, panting heavily. After hearing about what had just happened, the team members exchanged bewildered looks. It's Night Wanderer, the team's assassin said firmly. Exactly, agreed Shunhua priest Xiaoxue. At this stage, no one but Night Wanderer could deal nearly 1,000 damage. No wonder he didn't want to team up with us, Longting Tianxia sighed. We would have just held him back. As the group lamented, the team's archer raised a critical question. Boss, since Night Wanderer has already made his move, should we still go after this boss? The other teammates immediately understood his point. At this stage, a party could only have up to 6 members. Even with Xiox's support, they couldn't deliver the decisive damage required to claim the boss. If the beginner village assignments hadn't been random and all the members of the Longting Dynasty Guild were together, they might have had a chance to monopolize this boss. While Longting Tianxia was weighing the pros and cons, 20 to 30 players with IDs prefixed by Longting came swarming in, shouting, "President, we're here." Although they didn't have a guild token yet, their unified ID format clearly demonstrated their allegiance. At that moment, Qin Chuan struck again. A staggering damage number floated up, and the wild rabbit boss health bar visibly dropped. The surrounding players widened their eyes, scanning the area, but once again, Qin Chuan had vanished into stealth, waiting for his next opportunity. This scene solidified Longting Tianxia's decision. He gathered his subordinates and whispered a few words to them before leading his group away from the boss. The other guild members were left scratching their heads. This was unlike Longting Tianxia's usual behavior. Just as a few guild leaders were about to approach and probe for answers, Longting Tianxia suddenly announced loudly, "Night Wanderer, the Longting dynasty relinquishes this boss to you." Night Wanderer? The ID caught the guild leaders off guard. As seasoned players, they were familiar with all the top players in the game. Yet this name was completely unfamiliar. Moreover, judging by the ID's format, it didn't seem to belong to any guild. Dragontongue's words immediately stirred up a storm among the players. So the name's Night Wanderer, huh? Just you wait. I saw someone attack from a distance and then vanish. Could that have been Night Wanderer? I'm also an assassin class. Why don't I have a stealth skill? Did you notice? That guy can seamlessly stay in stealth. Even I, as a hidden class assassin, can't pull that off. Wait, is that even possible? Must be hacking. Is Dragontongue chickening out? Giving up the boss just to appease Night Wanderer? Night Wanderer? I could crush him with one hand. Stop bluffing. Can you even survive a 900 damage hit? Amid the chaotic chatter, Qin Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Dragontongue's stance reassured him his old friend was still the same as he remembered. As for his ID being revealed, he didn't mind at all. After all, once the boss was taken down, players would find out sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Dragontongue's actions clearly declared his position. He and the entire Dragontongue guild had no intention of becoming enemies with Night Wanderer. As Qin Chuan pondered, his wrist flicked, and another shadow dagger flew out, striking the wild rabbit boss with precision. Players who had been waiting near his last known location looked at each other in confusion. Night Wanderer had already appeared much farther away. Why are we even waiting here? That guy's an assassin who can stealth at will. Some players began to grumble, losing their resolve. They realized they couldn't even break through his defenses. Staying here was a waste of time. They might as well go level up elsewhere. However, not everyone was ready to give up. A burly man with the ID Rasha 1/ sneered and shouted, "What? Just because he can stealth, he thinks he's invincible? Come on, guys. Drag him out of hiding." Before his words had fully landed, an arrow shot through the air and exploded into a dazzling light Bala Hunter's counterskill. Flare. Qin Chuan chuckled inwardly. It seemed there were skilled players among his opponents, but they clearly didn't understand the priority system of skills. 4 skills of the same tier, the higher level one takes precedence. His Shadow Stealth had already evolved to Iron tier, and the basic flare wouldn't affect him unless it was upgraded to level 4 or higher. The smug grin on Rasha 1/'s face gradually froze. The flare, aside from briefly blinding the surrounding players, had no effect whatsoever. The Night Wanderer glanced at the player beside him, who was shouting in disbelief, "My flare is already at LV3. How could it not reveal an assassin? He must be cheating." Qin Chuan couldn't help but take a second look at the hunter player. This guy was indeed impressive, leveling up a skill to LV3 within just half an hour of the server launch. Most players would need several days to upgrade their main damage-dealing skills. This either meant he had acquired some special item or had a talent bonus. However, Qin Chuan didn't give it too much thought. The world of Apocalypse was vast and boundless. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it was impossible for him to monopolize all opportunities. His goal was clear, securing only the most critical opportunities, such as the beast skull. After all, no matter how high a skills level was, it would always be lacking without an upgrade in quality. This situation, however, served as a reminder to Qin Chuan. Even with a head start, he couldn't afford to stagnate. Only by pushing forward could he truly change his fate. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan glanced at Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan and ultimately decided not to strike. There was no need to waste valuable damage opportunities on someone like him. It would be better to continue hunting the wild rabbit boss. After all, he still hadn't accumulated the decisive 50 damage bonus. The nearby onlookers, seeing that the Night Wanderer remained elusive, began mocking. "What, Luo Sha guild? Big talk, little skill. Everyone, take note, don't join such an incompetent guild. If you're weak, just train harder." Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan's face turned bright red with anger as he glared fiercely at the hunter beside him. "Did you hear that? Go back and train harder." The hunter looked frustrated, thinking to himself, "What does this have to do with me? Obviously, the opponent has a stronger trump card. This guild is really not worth it." Not far away, long-tongued Tian Qi had a glint of calculation in his eyes, already considering how to poach talent. However, what intrigued him even more was the fact that the Night Wanderer could evade an LV3 flare. This was critical information. Did the Night Wanderer's stealth skill also reach LV3 or even LV4? Or was it not about the level, but rather the skill's quality? In just a brief moment, long-tongued Tian Qi analyzed a wealth of key information and became increasingly convinced that the Night Wanderer was unfathomable. Such a master, even if he couldn't be recruited into his guild, should absolutely not be antagonized. The team members behind him were now thoroughly convinced. They had initially felt aggrieved about giving up on being the first to defeat the newbie village's boss, but seeing Luo Sha Yi Daozhan's predicament, they now felt their guild leader had been truly farsighted. With the Night Wanderer present, they really had no chance. After all, their hunter didn't even have an LV3 flare. And even if he did, it seemed it wouldn't make a difference. Long-tongued Tian Qi called out to Luo Sha Yi Daozhan, "Yi Dao, be careful when walking at night. Don't let the Night Wanderer take you out." Though Luo Sha Yi Daozhan's face showed anger, he couldn't help feeling a bit apprehensive. The Night Wanderer could deal nearly 1,000 damage to a boss if that power were directed at him. He'd likely be killed in a single strike. With that thought, he lowered his voice and instructed, "Stay alert. Don't let anyone get close. You, fire another flare." Whoosh pop. The flare lit up the area again. Yet after waiting for some time, not only did Luo Sha Yi Daozhan fail to receive a fatal strike, but he also noticed that the Wild Rabbit boss's health bar had dropped by another segment in the distance. This left Luo Sha Yi Daozhan feeling exceptionally conflicted. It was good that the Night Wanderer hadn't attacked him, but the other's actions clearly showed that he wasn't even worth noticing. This kind of disregard was far more humiliating than being taken out in a single blow. Qin Chuan focused intently on maximizing his damage output, completely ignoring the idea of Luo Cha's one-blade slash in the reactions of other players. At this moment, he had only one goal: to secure ownership of the loot through relentless, high-intensity attacks. Judging by the current state of the battle, that goal was almost within reach. The failed attempt of Luo Cha's one-blade slash served as a wake-up call for the guild leaders present. They realized not only did they lack any effective means to counter this elusive Night Wanderer, but they were also far from being able to compete with him for the boss. Continuing to provoke him would not only fail to prevent him from claiming the loot, but would also invite endless trouble from such a top-tier assassin, capable of appearing at will and killing with a single blow. Before long, a brief discussion among a few guild leaders led to a consensus. Guilds such as Shuiyun Pavilion, Traveler's Haven, and the Palace of the Underworld announced their withdrawal from the boss fight. This unexpected turn of events left independent players both surprised and exhilarated. For the first time, these domineering guilds, accustomed to monopolizing wild bosses, had lowered their proud heads in front of a solo player. However, not all guilds chose to back down. One guild leader shouted, "Brothers, don't be intimidated. While Night Wanderer can stealth seamlessly, his skills must have cooldowns. If we work together, the loot might not necessarily end up in his hands." "Exactly," someone chimed in. "If he's focused on claiming the loot, he won't have time to deal with us. Let's concentrate on the boss. What can he really do to us?" These words quickly resonated with the crowd, and chaos erupted once more as the fight resumed. Not far away, the members of the Longting squad were observing and discussing the situation. Shenhua priest Xiaoshua asked, "Guild leader, should we lend Night Wanderer a hand and do him a favor? After all, our Longting dynasty holds considerable prestige among solo players." The archer agreed. "Yeah, if the boss steps in to mediate, a lot of people would probably listen." The assassin, however, hesitated. "Wouldn't that make us look bad? A major guild going out of its way to curry favor with a solo player." Longting Tianxia listened to his team's debate, but ultimately decided to remain neutral. The reasoning was simple. Judging from the strength Night Wanderer had displayed, he could easily secure the boss on his own without any external help. The damage output from the other players simply couldn't compare to his. As other guilds began to withdraw, the rate at which the boss's health bar decreased noticeably slowed. The departure of these elite players created a massive damage output vacuum, and even though the remaining solo players worked together, their combined output barely reached a third of what it had been before. Although Night Wanderer didn't attack often, each of his strikes dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage, drawing significant attention from Longting Tianxia. What was even more shocking was that every single one of Night Wanderer's attacks precisely hit the boss's weak points. This guy must be a top-tier throwing knife expert in real life. The team's archer couldn't help but exclaim, "Even with my custom bow, I can't match his accuracy. Every time he throws a knife, it hits the weak spot even when the target is moving at high speed." That kind of precision comes entirely from instinct and skill. Forget moving targets. Even with stationary ones, people capable of this level of accuracy are extremely rare. This professional archer had to admit that even his expertise paled in comparison to such precision. Meanwhile, the rabbit boss continued to wreak havoc, mercilessly taking down players. Its attack power far exceeded what current players could handle, and its equally overwhelming defense meant that it should have required the united effort of every player in the starter village to defeat. However, Qin Chuan's arrival completely disrupted this balance. In just 4 minutes, he had dealt over 10,000 points of damage with 12 shadow-throwing knives, leaving many players questioning their own capabilities. The guild still vying for the first kill now faced an awkward predicament. Their collective damage output was no match for Night Wanderer alone. Although the boss still had more than half its health remaining, the ownership of the loot was already a foregone conclusion. The bold declarations they had made earlier now seemed laughable. Soon, 2 more guilds decided to withdraw, shifting their hopes to the potential loot drops. Buying in-game currency. High prices. The area outside the starter village suddenly became lively, with guild leaders instructing their members to start gathering gold coins, hoping to secure a share of the loot in the upcoming trades. As time passed, Qin Chuan maintained a steady rhythm of attacks. After each strike, he would immediately reposition, always staying in stealth mode. 5 minutes later, his total damage output reached an astonishing 26,352 points, securing the loot rights. Seeing this, the remaining players also began to retreat. With no other targets to attack, the rabbit boss locked its aggro onto Qin Chuan. However, unable to detect him in stealth, it could only attempt counterattacks when he revealed himself to strike. The boss was incredibly fast, capable of leaping over 10 meters in an instant, and its landing generated shockwaves powerful enough to instantly kill players. Luo Chayadeason secretly hoped the boss would punish Night Wanderer, but reality left him disappointed. Qin Chuan not only continued his consistent damage output, but also managed to evade all of the boss's attacks. This extraordinary performance left the onlooking players in awe. Just how fast is this Night Wanderer? What kind of agility stats does he have? The average players failed to deal enough damage to attract the wild rabbit boss's aggression, so their retreat went unhindered. As the players gradually withdrew, the once lively grasslands outside the village suddenly became desolate. This scene left the remaining players even more astonished. The wild rabbit boss moved at an incredible speed, leaving a clear afterimage with each leap and crossing distances of 10 to 20 meters in an instant. Observant players calculated that even if an attack was initiated from 40 meters away, it would be impossible to retreat to safety before the boss closed the gap, and even stealth mode wouldn't evade the impact of its landing shockwave. Yet, Yi Yushin accomplished the impossible. The boss's counterattacks couldn't harm him at all. The players began a heated discussion. Yi Yushin's agility must be over 20, or he couldn't dodge the shockwave. No, I've done the math. Even with 20 agility points, he'd still lose a bit of health. Could his agility be over 30? What level would that even require? Did you see his damage? One strike dealt nearly 1,000. Taking down higher-level monsters seems easy for him. The game just launched. No matter how fast he levels, he couldn't be level 7 or 8 already, could he? Someone reminded them, don't forget, Yi Yushin has a hidden class, which comes with bonus attributes. He's probably focused all his points on agility. This sparked dissatisfaction among many players. Why does he get all the luck? They grumbled. Amid the growing frustration, Longting Tianxia spoke up. Why? Because of Yi Yushin's talent. Everyone drew talents when entering the game, and players with hidden classes must have at least upgrade talent, right? These words made everyone pause and thought, but soon someone countered. I have an upgrade talent and a hidden class too, but I only get 3 extra free attribute points per level. I've seen Yi Yushin's probably only level 3. Even with all points in agility, he couldn't have more than 30. The discussion shifted to other possibilities. Maybe his hidden class is exceptionally strong and grants more attributes? Or he has some top-tier equipment. Remember that stealth player who got something from the hunter earlier? Yeah, it's probably Yi Yushin. Didn't Tian Qi say there was no beta testing? How did he know the hunter had something valuable? I suspect he's a shill for the game company. Qin Chuan, who was lurking in the shadows waiting for his skill cooldowns, was stunned as he overheard the conversation. The players' creativity amazed him, though some of their guesses were surprisingly close to the truth. It's clear there are plenty of sharp minds among the players. I can't let my guard down, he thought to himself. Seizing the moment, he struck the wild rabbit boss eye with precision. Its health bar dropped further just a few more minutes, and the battle would be over. The boss immediately reacted, leaping fiercely toward Qin Chuan's previous position, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The shockwave was enough to send any fragile assassin back to their respawn point, but Qin Chuan was prepared. With an impressive 37 points in agility, he managed to move out of the danger zone the moment the shockwave spread, escaping unscathed. My stats are still lacking, Qin Chuan thought to himself as he dodged the wild rabbit boss's attacks. Once I finish this boss, I'll level up past 5. I'll save the evolution points for now, and use them later to enhance shadow stealth. His current performance had undoubtedly caught the attention of many guilds. They would surely focus on training marksmen to counter him. Relying solely on the Blackren-level stealth skill wasn't a secure strategy. However, the Wild Rabbit boss posed no threat to him at the moment, giving him a chance to carefully plan his next steps. Under the relentless assault of countless throwing knives, the Wild Rabbit boss finally collapsed unwillingly, dropping several glowing orbs. The surrounding players were visibly envious. Even though they knew the loot belonged to Night Wanderer and was out of their reach, they still crowded forward. Secretly, they communicated with each other, preparing to ambush the fragile assassin as he picked up the items. Qin Chuan noticed their subtle movements, but didn't care. The system notifications rang out one after another. Defeated Blackren-level boss. Gained 3,000 experience points. First kill of this boss on the server. Rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 1 skill point, and 10 reputation points. You have reached level 4. Gained 5 free attribute points. Shadow Power Gathers, granting an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast's Blessing activated, granting an additional 5 free attribute points. Hunting Moment activated, gained 1 evolution point, 35 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan allocated all of them to agility. Looking at his stat strength, 13, constitution, 8, agility, 74, spirit, 7, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. With 74 agility, such a stat was rare even among level 10 players, let alone someone at level 4. Initially, he had intended to use the evolution point to enhance shadow throwing knives, but after witnessing the power of a level 3 flare, Qin Chuan decided to further strengthen shadow stealth instead. Doing so would not only boost his damage output, but also improve his survivability. It was a win-win. The system then issued a server-wide announcement. Player Night Wanderer has achieved the first kill of the Blackren-level boss, Giant Wild Rabbit. Congratulations to all players, and keep up the great work. Looking at the 5 glowing orbs beside the rabbit's corpse, 4 pieces of equipment, and a skill book, Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned. Skill books were extremely rare in Apocalypse. In his previous life, even after grinding endlessly, he had rarely come across one. Yet, in this reborn life, the very first boss dropped one. Just as he was marveling at his improved luck, a private message from Longting Tian Qi came through. Night Wanderer, would you be willing to sell any gear you can't use? Don't worry, I'll make sure the price is more than fair. Longting Tian Qi's request didn't surprise Qin Chuan. As the heir to a multinational conglomerate, this top-tier second-generation tycoon had always been dedicated to establishing Apocalypse's #1 guild, pouring immense effort into the endeavor. In the timeline before Qin Chuan's rebirth, although the Longting Dynasty Guild didn't claim the top spot, it was consistently among the leading contenders. Seeing Qin Chuan secure the first boss kill and obtain rare equipment, his interest was only natural. What stood out even more was Longting Tianxia's upright character, never resorted to underhanded methods. Qin Chuan vividly remembered that when Apocalypse began merging with Blue Star, plunging the real world into chaos, it was Longting Tianxia who stepped forward, allocating vast resources to assist others. Even if there might have been a hint of self-interest in winning people's loyalty, his contributions were invaluable compared to those who merely stood by. After a moment of deliberation, Qin Chuan decided to accept the request. Selling any equipment he couldn't use to Longting Tianxia seemed like a reasonable choice. No problem, Qin Chuan responded succinctly. Upon receiving the message, Longting Tianxia visibly relaxed and immediately announced in the team chat. Night Wanderer agreed. This good news thrilled his teammates. Everyone understood that equipment dropped by an Iron-tier boss was practically legendary in the beginner village. Securing even 1 or 2 pieces would significantly boost their strength. Night Wanderer's choice of class is really interesting, the team's assassin remarked. He's clearly got a talent for ranged combat, yet he chose to be an assassin. That unconventional combination actually works remarkably well, Longting Tianxia analyzed. If he had chosen an archer class, even a hidden one, he wouldn't have stood a chance at claiming the boss kill. Exactly, the archer chimed in. Had he been an archer, others would have mobbed him and taken the kill. No matter how high his damage output, he wouldn't have gotten close to the boss. Sacred Flame Priest Xiaoxue added. This boss fight has sent a clear message to other guilds. No matter how much they dislike Night Wanderer, they'd better think twice about guarding against a sneak attack from dozens of meters away. The group exchanged glances, finally realizing how shallow their earlier doubts about Night Wanderer's class choice had been. A ranged attacking assassin combined with such staggering damage output was practically unstoppable. The guild leaders present seemed to grasp this as well, all expressing their willingness to pay a premium for any equipment Night Wanderer didn't need. Just then, someone noticed the orbs of light around the Wild Rabbit boss gradually fading, signaling that Night Wanderer was nearby. A player, unwilling to give up, shouted, "Use area effect skills to cover the area. His agility is only in the 30s. Just bombard the area, and he'll be forced to reveal himself. Even if we can't take everything, getting 1 or 2 drops would still be a fortune." Before the words had fully settled, multiple skills rained down, and some players even swung their worn-out long swords wildly at the air. While stealth granted invisibility, it didn't make one intangible. Yet for Qin Chuan, these attacks were no longer a threat. With 74 agility points boosting him, he had already darted over 10 meters away the moment he picked up the loot. As the players descended into chaotic attacks, Qin Chuan had already darted a good 40 to 50 meters away with agility. He mused to himself that perhaps he had been too accommodating earlier. With a quick flick of his wrist, a shadowy throwing knife sliced through the air, striking down the ringleader who had been shouting moments ago with precise lethality. With a thud, the player collapsed to the ground, causing an immediate wave of panic among the onlookers. It's Night Wanderer. He's made his move. Wasn't he still picking up loot? How did he get so far away? Who said his agility is only in the 30s? There's no way he can move this fast without at least 50 points in agility. He must gotten bonus stat points from the first boss kill. We miscalculated. The slain player was quickly identified as an elite member of the Rakshasa Hall Guild. Amid the murmurs, Rakshasa Blade/'s face turned pale as he hurried to dissociate himself. I don't know this guy. He's not even part of our guild. After a brief moment of silence, another throwing knife silently tore through the air, killing Rakshasa Blade/ on the spot. Then, Qin Chuan's cold voice echoed through the void. From now on, if I see anyone from Rakshasa Hall near a wild boss, they'll kill them on sight. For Qin Chuan, it didn't matter who had instigated the situation. What mattered was establishing his dominance. Besides, Rakshasa Blade/ had a poor reputation to begin with, so killing him came with no moral burden. Even if the future saw the merging of Tian Qi and Blue Star, where death in game echoed into reality, he wouldn't regret this decision. The death of Rakshasa Blade/ made the other players realize a chilling truth. If Night Wanderer wanted to kill, no one could stop him. This also solidified Dragon Soar's the world's judgment. Night Wanderer was someone to befriend, never to antagonize. Remaining hidden in the shadows, Qin Chuan continued to bide his time while his skills were cooling down. In the meantime, he systematically took out a few more Rakshasa Hall members, proving with his actions that he meant every word he said. Seeing this, the rest of the players abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Finally, Qin Chuan had the chance to check his spoils. Among them, the item that caught his eye the most was the skill book. Rend. Grade, Black Iron. Type, Passive Skill. Effect, inflicts a tearing wound when dealing damage, causing attack power 20 damage per second for 3 seconds. Restriction, physical class professions only. As a drop from a Black Iron tier boss, the grade was as expected, saving him some evolution points. For physical-based professions, this passive skill was almost essential, significantly boosting sustained damage output. Although the rend effect couldn't stack, Qin Chuan was more intrigued by whether the skill's damage overtime effect could benefit from the Sniper God bonus. Based on his current attack power, including the fixed damage, the skill would deal 24 damage per second, totaling 72 damage over 3 seconds. If it could benefit from the Sniper God's 5-fold multiplier at a 50-meter range, that would translate to an astonishing 360 damage. Even though Qin Chuan could already deal nearly 1,000 damage with a single throwing knife, this additional number was still highly significant. With other loot still to sort through, Qin Chuan had already made up his mind. Ren should be able to benefit from the Sniper God's bonus. With a casual wave, the skill book transformed into a streak of light and merged into Qin Chuan's body. The system notification immediately chimed. Ding! You have learned the skill Rend LV1, Black Iron Grade. Eagerly, Qin Chuan opened his inventory. The first item that caught his eye was a dagger shaped like a rabbit's tooth. He carefully examined its stats. Rabbit Tooth Dagger. Quality, Black Iron. Attack power, 50. Agility, 5. Equipment requirement, level 5. An excellent weapon. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. 50 points of attack power were remarkable for the beginner's village, and with his Sniper God talent doubling the effect, his future damage would be extraordinary. Although his current level was too low to equip it, the added damage from his Rend skill meant he could challenge higher-level wild boars, accelerating his leveling progress. Next, he inspected the second item, Wild Rabbit Leather Armor. Quality, Black Iron. Defense, 20. Health, 200. Equipment requirement, level 5. This armor was a godsend for Qin Chuan's pure agility build. At level 5, his base health would only be 190, but this armor doubled it. While his infinite stealth ability provided safety, having extra protection was always a welcome bonus. The third item was a rabbit tendon longbow, with stats similar to the dagger, attack power 50, agility 5. In the current game version, players could only equip one weapon at a time. Qin Chuan thought it would be better to sell it to one of Longting Tianxia's archers, rather than keep it. Though players would eventually master multiple weapon types, that would only happen after the game transitioned into reality. The final item was a rabbit bone shield. Rabbit bone shield. Quality, Black Iron. Defense, 50. Health, 100. Strength, 5. Equipment requirement, level 5. As soon as Qin Chuan shared the shield stats with Longtung Tianxia, he received a flurry of messages. Big bro, name your price. Whatever you say, I'll pay. Big bro, say something. Dude, you're my bro. Please save this gear for me. Seeing this familiar reaction, Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Longting Tianxia was still the same principled, but only to a certain extent. Qin Chuan replied simply, I need gold coins. How much do you have? Although Apocalypse supported direct cash transactions via linked bank accounts with untraceable transfers, Qin Chuan currently needed in-game gold more than real-world currency. Due to a special quest requiring a large amount of gold to unlock, Longting Tianxia immediately asked in the team channel about the collection progress. How much gold have we gathered so far? Xinhua priest Xiao Xue quickly responded, Boss, the situation is a bit complicated right now. Other guilds are also buying Night Wanderer's gear, and currently, monsters only drop 1 or 2 copper coins at most. Just give me the results, Longting Tianxia interrupted decisively. Yes, boss. Xiao Xue got straight to the point. We've set the rate at 1 copper coin for 5 yen coins. So far, we've collected 15 gold coins, with total expenses exceeding 750,000 yen coins. In the game, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, which is equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. Longting Tianxia nodded in acknowledgement and was about to issue an order to continue the collection when a new message suddenly popped up in the chat box. Night Wanderer had sent a screenshot of the attributes of a rabbit tendon longbow. He immediately forwarded the screenshot to the team's archer. Upon seeing the stats, the archer's eyes lit up with excitement, looking at Longting Tianxia with anticipation. Don't worry, they'll secure it for us, Longting Tianxia said with a smile. Since Night Wanderer took the initiative to send the attribute screenshot, it means he's leaning towards selling to us first. Xiao Xue, go all out with the purchases. Funds are not an issue, I still have some reserves. Xiao Xue chuckled inwardly at the boss' modesty and immediately led the team to the newbie village to continue collecting game currency. Meanwhile, Longting Tianxia seized the opportunity to build rapport with Night Wanderer, fully aware that this was a connection he needed to secure. Big shot. What's the price you have in mind? Longting Tianxia got straight to the point. I've gathered 15 gold coins so far, but other guilds are also buying. At best, I estimate we can collect up to 40 gold coins. Qin Chuan quickly did the math. At the current market rate, 1 gold coin had risen to 50,000 yen coins. 40 gold coins would amount to nearly 2 million, and with multiple guilds competing to buy, the price was bound to climb even higher. After a moment of thought, Qin Chuan gave his offer. 2 items, 30 gold coins, fixed price. Longting Tianxia agreed without hesitation. In his view, spending over 1 million to boost the team's strength and secure Night Wanderer's friendship was a bargain. He firmly believed that Apocalypse would become the global leader in the gaming industry, and this early investment would yield returns many times over in the future. More importantly, Night Wanderer was bound to take the solo boss farming route, ensuring a steady supply of high-level gear that would prioritize their guild, the Dragon Dynasty. Other guild leaders were growing restless. They had tried adding Night Wanderer as a friend but were rejected, leaving them unable to access specific equipment details. However, judging by Longting Tianxia's attitude, it was clear that something valuable was at stake. Some attempted to probe for information indirectly, but the shrewd Longting Tianxia simply feigned frustration. I can't get in touch with Night Wanderer either. Then he raised the purchase price further, demonstrating his determination to win. Hiding in the shadows, Qin Chuan nearly burst out laughing at the scene. This guy was quite the performer. Qin Chuan was not one to dawdle or hesitate. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Auctioning off these 2 pieces of equipment could indeed fetch a higher price, with a conservative estimate starting at 40 gold coins, and potentially exceeding 100 if major guilds got into a bidding war. However, the 30 gold coins he currently held were already enough to unlock the quest. Rather than waiting for guilds to pool their funds, he preferred to make the most of his time leveling up. After all, he still had 2 level 5 equipment pieces in his possession, and equipping them would significantly boost his leveling speed. Reaching level 10 and unlocking the main city teleportation array as soon as possible would open up endless possibilities. To him, the slight difference of 10 or 20 gold coins paled in comparison to the prospect of becoming one of the strongest in the post-apocalypse fusion reality. While waiting for the transaction, Qin Chuan didn't waste any time. He decisively allocated the skill point he earned from the first boss kill to Shadow Stealth. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding! Shadow Stealth level increased, LV1 LV2. Once Shadow Stealth advanced to the Black Iron tier, its hidden strike could deal 120 attack power plus an additional 100 points of damage, consuming 5 mana with an 18-second cooldown. While skill tier upgrades primarily increased damage multipliers, the fixed damage boost was also significant thanks to the Sniper God effect. At a range of 50 meters, his weak point attack could now inflict an astonishing 1,590 points of damage. Soon enough, a message from Longting Tianxia arrived. Boss, we've gathered the gold coins. The transaction was swift and straightforward. After securing the desired equipment, Longting Tianxia eagerly expressed, Boss, if you have any good items in the future, hit me up. They'll make sure the price is satisfactory. All right, Qin Chuan replied briefly before promptly leaving the beginner village. This time, he avoided the wild boar plains for a very simple reason: his damage output was now excessive. If the snipe god bonus applied to Rind, the total damage would approach 2,000. However, level 10 wild boars only had 1,500 health, meaning they couldn't even withstand the direct damage from shadow throwing knives, let alone survive long enough for Rind to trigger. Although he could reduce his damage by shortening the attack range, it wasn't worth the effort. He knew of a better spot teeming with level 10 elite monsters that offered far more lucrative experience rewards. Meanwhile, the Longting squad, armed with their newly acquired equipment, eagerly returned to the wild boar plains, hoping for another encounter with the enigmatic Night Wanderer to chat and catch up. However, upon arrival, they found not a single wild boar carcass in sight, clear evidence that the Night Wanderer was no longer there. Night Wanderer isn't leveling here? Longting Tian Qi asked, puzzled. Divine Flame Priest Xiao Xue was equally confused. This place has a good balance of monster levels and low player activity. It's a great spot for leveling up. The group debated for a while but couldn't reach any conclusion. Eventually, they decided to set the question aside for the time being. At this moment, the team's assassin spoke urgently. Boss, the brothers from Luosha Hall have sent word that Luosha Yudaizhen is looking for Night Wanderer. Should we warn him? Longteng Tianxia waved his hand dismissively. With Night Wanderer's strength, even 10 Luosha Yudaizhen couldn't make a ripple. What's most important for us right now is leveling up quickly. If Night Wanderer gets some great gear, and we can't even use it, that'll be the real embarrassment. And if he ends up looking down on us because of that, we'd really lose out. The team members nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was heading toward the granite hills north of the beginner village. This area was notorious for its bottomless chasm and numerous elite monsters, causing most players to avoid it. However, for Qin Chuan, it was the perfect place to level up. Before reaching his destination, a series of heavy footsteps carried by the wind reached his ears, accompanied by faint tremors in the ground. Cresting one of the hills, a familiar sight greeted him: several towering rock giants over 4 meters tall wandering the area, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground. The system displayed the attributes of the granite giants. Elite level, 10. HP, 3,500. Attack, 150. Defense, 400. Skills, rock throw, earthquake smash. The stats were intimidating. Compared to level 10 wild boars with 1,500 HP, the granite giants had more than double the health. Even more troublesome was their 400 defense, surpassing that of black iron tier giant rabbits. For most players at this stage, who were only around level 1 or 2, these monsters were nearly impossible to tackle. Even level 10 experts would struggle. For this reason, the area's boss wasn't discovered until 2 months after the server launch. Moreover, the Silverdeer boss had extremely harsh spawn conditions. It required defeating 100 elite granite giants solo. While this seemed insurmountable for ordinary players, for Qin Chuan, it was a trivial task. Let's test the bleed damage first, Qin Chuan thought to himself. He locked onto the head of a distant granite giant, its core weak point hand through a dagger, immediately slipping into stealth mode. The struck giant roared in fury, unable to locate its attacker. It pounded the ground with its massive fists and blindly hurled rocks around. Its nearby companions looked on in confusion at its erratic behavior. From the shadows, Qin Chuan observed carefully. When the bleed damage began to take effect, he confirmed a crucial piece of information: the bleed damage indeed benefited from the sniper's precision bonus. Over 3 seconds, the granite giant lost 360 HP. Combined with the initial damage from the shadow dagger, its health had already dropped below half. Once his skills cooled down, Qin Chuan threw another shadow dagger. With a thunderous crash, the granite giant collapsed, shattering into countless fragments that dissolved into the earth. The system prompt immediately followed. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant and gained 150 experience points. Bonus, 90 experience for defeating a target 6 levels higher. The generous experience reward brought a satisfied smile to Qin Chuan's face. As expected of an elite monster, the experience points are indeed plentiful, Qin Chuan said with a satisfied smile, his gaze lingering on the granite giant's corpse he had just defeated. Although it took 2 throwing knives to take down a single granite giant, which was less efficient compared to hunting level 10 wild boars, he was still pleased. After all, this was a Silverdeer boss, and being able to kill it at this speed was already impressive. Once he reached level 10, he could equip his silver gear and head to the main city. More importantly, he still had a hidden quest to complete: defeating the Wolf King before leaving the novice village. The Wolf King was a bronze tier boss, a level lower than the granite giant, but still a formidable opponent. First kills for both the bronze and silver bosses, I'm taking them all. Qin Chuan clenched his fists and continued grinding monsters to level up. As the system notification sounded, a series of messages appeared. Ding! You have killed a level 10 granite giant and gained 150 experience points. Level 6 kill bonus. You have gained an additional 90 experience points. You have leveled up to level 5. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows has gathered. You have gained an extra 5 free attribute points. Beast's blessing triggered. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan allocated all 15 free attribute points to agility and equipped 2 new items from his inventory. His attribute panel now looked refreshed and impressive. Detailed attribute panel remains consistent with the original content. 96 points in agility. Qin Chuan calculated silently. If I hadn't added 5 points to strength at the start, I'd have broken 100 by now. Nevertheless, this didn't affect his combat prowess. After some quick calculations, his maximum damage output was astonishing. With shadow throwing knives combined with stealth strike and weak point attack, he could deal 2,781 points of direct damage. Including the 3-second bleed effect for an additional 492 points, his total damage reached a staggering 3,273 points. Too bad it's still just shy of one-shotting a granite giant with a single knife. Qin Chuan muttered regretfully, shaking his head. If other players heard him, they would probably be fuming, doing over 3,000 damage at level 5 and still complaining. Most players at this level were still struggling with wild boars. Even though it still took 2 throwing knives to take down a granite giant, Qin Chuan wasn't in a rush. After all, he still had an ace up his sleeve, the beast's skull. Qin Chuan was diligently accumulating evolution points from slaying giant rabbits. His goal was crystal clear unlock the second evolution of Shadow Stealth after defeating enough monsters. Once Shadow Stealth advanced to the bronze tier, both its damage multiplier and fixed damage would see a significant boost. At that point, he wouldn't even need to wait for the bleed effect to activate. He could effortlessly one-shot the granite giants. With each precise throw of his dagger, the system notification chimed repeatedly. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant. Gained 150 experience points. Over-level kill bonus. 75 experience points. As yet another granite giant collapsed to the ground, Qin Chuan couldn't help but marvel at how quickly he was leveling up. At this pace, by the time the granite giant lord was activated, he might already be close to level 10, and the entire process would likely take less than half a day. This starkly contrasted with his past life back then. It had taken him until the 3rd day after the server launched to barely reach level 10, and even that had been considered fast. In the world of Apocalypse, leveling up was notoriously grueling. The sheer number of players made competing for monsters a nightmare. On top of that, the base experience gain for fighting monsters above your level was low, and fighting lower-level monsters incurred experience penalties. However, none of these challenges seemed to affect Qin Chuan in his current state. Ding! Another system notification interrupted his thoughts. You have slain a level 10 granite giant. Gained 150 experience points. Over-level kill bonus, 75 experience points. You have reached level 6. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Shadow power grants an additional 5 points. Beast's blessing provides an extra 5 points. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan allocated all the attribute points to agility. His leveling strategy was as straightforward as it was efficient. Stealth, throw dagger, stealth, throw dagger, repeating the cycle endlessly. While monotonous, it was the fastest way to achieve his goal. More importantly, he was about to become one of the rare players to possess a bronze tier skill while still in the beginner Villahea feat unheard of. As more and more granite giants fell and disintegrated into fragments that merged with the ground, the patterns on the earth became increasingly distinct. This signaled the imminent awakening of the granite giant lord. For regular players, this was merely a scripted part of the game's storyline. But Qin Chuan knew a deeper truth: the boss likely originated from another world merged into Apocalypse. This realization sent a chill down his spine. If Blue Star ultimately failed, would it too become part of Apocalypse, descending into other worlds? This time, I will change my destiny. Qin Chuan clenched his fists, gathering shadow energy as he hurled another dagger. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant. Gained 150 experience points. Over-level kill bonus, 60 experience points. You have reached level 7. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Shadow power grants an additional 5 points. Beast's blessing provides an extra 5 points. Hunting instinct activated, gaining 1 evolution point. Qin Chuan finally got what he wanted. After organizing the evolution points he had accumulated, he confirmed that they were enough to complete the second evolution of Shadow Stealth. A system notification promptly appeared before his eyes. This evolution will consume 2 evolution points. Proceed with evolving Shadow Stealth? Yes. With a soft chime, Shadow Stealth evolved from iron to bronze quality. The system panel now displayed Shadow Stealth LV2 bronze grade. Enter stealth mode, with a breaking strike, dealing an additional attack power 140-400 damage. Costs 5 mana, cooldown time 16 seconds. Looking at these exciting stats, Qin Chuan nodded to himself in satisfaction. The Apocalypse system was indeed user-friendly in this regard. Upgrading skill quality did not reset its current level. Skill quality and level were two interdependent yet independent systems. For instance, the base fixed damage of bronze-grade Shadow Stealth was originally 200, but the two levels he had previously gained had doubled that value to 400. In the distance, a granite giant wandered aimlessly. Suddenly sensing something unusual, it shuddered instinctively but then gazed blankly at the sky. Left undisturbed, perhaps in another few millennia, this stone giant might evolve its first spark of intelligence. Unfortunately for it, the giant was destined to become a stepping stone for Qin Chuan's growth. Previously, Qin Chuan's throwing knife could deal nearly 2,800 direct damage, plus around 500 bleeding damage, for a total of 300, a very respectable amount. But now, with Shadow Stealth upgraded to bronze, its direct damage alone had surpassed 6,300. He wouldn't even need the bleeding effect to instantly kill the granite giant. Emerging from the shadows, Qin Chuan felt slightly regretful. The bleed skill book could have been sold to Tian Qi for 5 million yen country coins. But after a moment's thought, he let it go. Fixed damage was powerful now, but as the game progressed and character attack stats exceeded 10,000, this fixed bonus would become negligible. In contrast, the sustained damage from bleed would play a much more significant role in late-game battles. Just one more level, and he could activate the boss. The thought filled Qin Chuan with anticipation. In his previous life, he had managed to solo a silver-grade boss, but never during the newbie village stage. Even the players who had first discovered the Granite Overlord had to form a team and rely on constant revivals to defeat it. But now, he was confident he could accomplish this feat alone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tian Qi sat on a rock, lost in deep thought. If the game had cigarettes, he would undoubtedly have lit one to ease his confusion. Boss, are you okay? Shenhua priest Xiaoxue asked with concern. Tian Qi looked up at the sky, his tone filled with puzzlement. Tell me, where does Night Wanderer level up? How is he already level 7 in the blink of an eye? His teammates exchanged bewildered glances, collectively forming a question mark in their minds. The scene fell into silence. This elite team of hidden class players had spent half the day tirelessly hunting wild boars, and had only just reached level 2, with level 3 still a distant goal. I thought I was leveling up pretty fast, the captain had just said when Tian Qi heard the team's assassin exclaim. Did the captain say Night Wanderer is already level 7? A hint of worry flashed in the assassin's eyes. I've got a feeling that before we even get to equip those two items, Night Wanderer might already solo a boss and snag even better gear. The archer's eyes lit up suddenly. I hope it drops another longbow. Then, returning to the previous topic, he added, I told you, Night Wanderer definitely doesn't know archery. Otherwise, why would he sell the rabbit tendon longbow? That means it's still a 50-50 match between him and me. Hearing this, Tian Qi could only shake his head helplessly. Xiaoxue, however, seemed to be deep in thought. Have you ever considered that maybe Night Wanderer got a dagger drop earlier, and because of the game's rules, he couldn't carry a longbow, so he sold it? We can't jump to conclusions about whether he knows archery yet. The archer's face immediately fell. Though he didn't want to admit it, this explanation did make sense. Still, he stubbornly said, archery isn't that easy to train. There's no way he knows how to shoot. Yeah, that's got to be it. Tian Qi, adjusting his mood, brushed the dirt off his pants, grabbed his shield, and called out, let's keep going. Meanwhile, over at the Granite Hills, Qin Chuan's shadow-throwing knives landed precisely with every strike, taking down one granite giant after another. These level 10 elite monsters were no match for him. So much so that Qin Chuan felt a strange sense of disbelief. Was he really playing Apocalypse? Everything felt almost too easy. The only downside was that shadow-throwing knives could only deal single-target damage. No matter how fast he could kill, it couldn't compare to AoE skills. Qin Chuan made a mental note to look for some universal range skill books. Ideally, he'd find one as a drop. If not, he'd ask Tian Qi to keep an eye out. He hadn't evolved shadow-throwing knives yet, not just because shadow stealth was more critical, but also because single-target skills weren't suited for large-scale battles later in the game. While Qin Chuan and the newly motivated Tian Qi were busy grinding levels, Luocha Yadeyasin finally tracked down Night Wanderer's location. You're saying Night Wanderer is at the Granite Hills, the northernmost part of the beginner village? Luocha Yadeyasin was initially skeptical. After all, that area was filled with level 10 elite monsters with insanely high defense, practically a death trap for ordinary players. But on second thought, since even a black iron giant wild rabbit wasn't a match for Night Wanderer, the information seemed plausible. Night Wanderer. They'll make you pay 100-fold for the humiliation you dealt me earlier. Luocha Yadeyasin's eyes burned with fury. As the leader of the Luocha Guild, commanding thousands of members, being instantly killed in front of everyone was a disgrace he couldn't swallow. He sneered as he gripped the scroll in his hand tightly. You think a black iron stealth skill makes you untouchable? This rare, high-grade item was specifically designed to counter assassins. He was determined to make Night Wanderer suffer. Qin Chuan was naturally unaware that Luocha Yudaesan was out looking for trouble with him. At this moment, he was fully focused on taking down one granite giant after another. As the battle continued, the markings of the magic formation on the ground became increasingly clear, and the occasional tremors from beneath the earth hinted that the Granite Lord was about to awaken. The system notification chimed. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant and earned 150 experience points. Over-level kill bonus, additional 30 experience points. You have reached level 8. Immediately afterward, a series of reward notifications followed. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast's blessing activated. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan allocated all the points to agility. Opening the attribute panel, the numbers were clearly displayed. Strength, 17. Constitution, 12. Agility, 1,405. Spirit, 11. Looking at the astonishing agility value, a confident smile appeared on Qin Chuan's face. Even the Wolf King, known for its speed, would have no escape against such agility. This was precisely why he had delayed challenging the Wolf King. Unlike other bosses, the Wolf King had no fixed territorial instincts and would flee frantically when its health was low. But now, that was no longer a concern. As Qin Chuan planned to deal with the Granite Lord first before taking on the Wolf King, a message suddenly came through from Tian Qi. Night Wanderer, are you in Granite Hills? Luocha Yudaesan is heading there with his crew. This news didn't surprise Qin Chuan. Knowing Luocha Yudaesan's personality, getting killed by Qin Chuan would undoubtedly provoke him to seek revenge. As for how he tracked Qin Chuan's location, it wasn't hard to figure out. With Luocha Hall being a large guild, they could easily mobilize 100 or so members to scout across various newbie villages. The simplest method? Following the trail of monster corpses after all, Qin Chuan was likely the only one grinding in such a high-level area. What truly piqued Qin Chuan's interest, however, was Luocha Yudaesan's trump card. Though petty, the man was no fool. For him to arrive with such fanfare, he must have something up his sleeve. As Qin Chuan pondered, another message from Tian Qi came through. One of my guys reported that Luocha Yudaesan has found some kind of scroll. Not sure what it's for. A scroll? Qin Chuan instantly understood what the other party was relying on. He quickly replied, let me guess, did Luocha Yudaesan also make some bold declarations in the newbie village, calling for witnesses to watch him take me down? This question left Tian Qi momentarily puzzled. The Night Wanderer even knew about this, which made Qin Chuan's heart stir. If they had faced each other before, Luo Yi Daozhan wouldn't have been so reckless as to choose a heathen clash. Though impulsive by nature, Luo Yi Daozhan was by no means a fool. At that moment, Tian Qi sent a message. Do you need me to bring reinforcements? Just say the word, and the entire Long Tongue dynasty will follow your command. No need for such trouble. Let your people keep leveling up, Qin Chuan replied. After a brief pause, he added, prepare some funds though. I might have some gear to sell later, and this time, I want yin country currency. He understood well that once the Granite Lord was activated, even if it wasn't a major loot drop, there would at least be a few decent rewards. Considering the current in-game economy, exchanging silver-tier gear for gold coins was nearly impossible. It wouldn't be enough even if he scoured the entire novice village. Instead, converting it into yin country currency to improve his real-life situation, like upgrading to a better place to live, made more sense. Are you about to fight a boss? Tian Qi immediately caught the key detail. Almost. If you're free, come to the Granite Hills to take a look, but don't get too close, Qin Chuan replied. Excited, Tian Qi called out to his teammates, stop hunting wild boars. Let's go watch the action. The team, all familiar faces, quickly understood what he meant. The assassin immediately asked, is Night Wanderer going head-to-head with Luo Sha Hall? Wait, the archer analyzed carefully. The boss told Night Wanderer about Luo Sha's movements, but told us to watch the show? Looks like Night Wanderer is confident his strength must have improved again. Of course. In just this short time, Tian Qi suddenly exclaimed mid-sentence, what, he's already level 8? The team members exchanged astonished glances. They remembered not long ago discussing how fast Night Wanderer had leveled up to 7, and now he was already at 8. This didn't align with the legendary Apocalypse experience curve at all. Before setting off, Tian Qi asked Shenhua priest Xiao Shui about the guild's financial situation. Less than 2 billion. Why? Xiao Shui replied. Tian Qi explained that Night Wanderer might sell gear and had specifically requested cash transactions. Xiao Shui pondered for a moment. The Granite Hills are full of elite monsters. If there's a boss, it's at least bronze tier. With players short on in-game currency right now, it does make sense to trade bronze tier gear for cash instead. Night Wanderer's thinking is quite strategic. No, Tian Qi shook his head. The boss there might not just be bronze tier. Bronze tier equipment, though expensive, can always be sold eventually, even if it takes a few days. But silver tier gear. Hiss. The assassin and archer drew sharp breaths. A single iron tier wild rabbit was already enough to send players fleeing in terror. How terrifying would a silver tier boss be? It could probably flatten a crowd with one swipe. The assassin suddenly had a thought. Could it be that Night Wanderer plans to use the boss to deal with Luo Sha-yi Daozhan and his group? Very likely. Long Tang Tianxia nodded. While Night Wanderer's damage output is high, his attack interval is long. Taking out Luo Sha Hall's members one by one would be too time-consuming. Speaking of which, Xiao Shui interjected, "Boss, we could ask our brothers in other novice villages to keep an eye out for general long-range AoE skill books. Night Wanderer could definitely use one." Long Tang Tianxia's eyes lit up. "That's why you're my chief strategist. Such a thoughtful suggestion. Xiao Shui, I'll leave this to you. If you find a suitable skill book, no matter the cost, make sure to get it." The players in Novice Village 9527 gathered together, their faces brimming with excitement. News that Luo Sha Yudaesan was about to clash with Night Wanderer spread quickly among the crowd, providing an outlet for the earlier disappointment over the giant rabbit. Dressed in red armor, Luo Sha Yudaesan stood at the forefront of the gathering, loudly declaring his intent to seek justice for all players. His impassioned speech soon attracted hundreds of players, many of whom were lone adventurers who had given up hunting rabbits. The overwhelming support brought a slight smirk to Luo Sha Yudaesan's face, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Several guild leaders familiar with Luo Sha Yudaesan privately messaged him to inquire about his strategy. Faced with the daunting Night Wanderer, who could infinitely stealth and was immune to LV3 flares, they were visibly concerned. However, Luo Sha Yudaesan merely gave a cryptic smile, hinting that he had a trump card, but he refused to reveal any details. While intrigued, these guild leaders remained cautious. They refrained from officially joining his team, instead keeping a safe distance to observe the situation, ensuring they had an escape route if necessary. As the group advanced into higher-level areas, numerous wild monsters were triggered. In the level 5 zone, ordinary players began to fall under the relentless attacks from the creatures. At this critical moment, Luo Sha Yudaesan led his guild members to the forefront, clearing a path for the rest and earning considerable admiration. From a distance, Longting Tianxia and his companions watched the scene unfold. Longting Tianxia praised Luo Sha Yudaesan for seizing the opportunity to expand his influence, but the assassin and the archer scoffed at his actions. When the archer remarked that Night Wanderer was his nemesis, Longting Tianxia looked at him in surprise, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Noticing Longting Tianxia's meaningful gaze, the archer immediately flew into a rage. "What's with that look? Are you implying I'm not worthy of being Night Wanderer's nemesis?" Faced with the archer's outburst, Longting Tianxia chose to remain silent, unwilling to hurt his old friend's pride. Unlike the other team members, the assassin showed no psychological burden and instead burst out laughing. "Old Zhang, take a look in the mirror and wake up. You think you can compare to Night Wanderer? You can't even handle a wild rabbit boss." This remark nearly made the archer faint from anger, silently cursing these two traitorous friends for siding with outsiders. Longting Tianxia quickly interrupted their banter. "We're approaching the granite hills." Suddenly, he noticed a faint tremor beneath their feet. The archer calmed himself, focused and confirmed. The tremors are indeed intensifying. He lightly stomped on the ground. The boss Night Wanderer mentioned is likely underground. At that moment, a loud, frustrated curse came from ahead. "Damn it. What kind of stats do these monsters have? Even with all 10 of us combined, we can't survive a single punch." Another voice followed, shouting, "Night Wanderer dares to grind in a place like this? Looks like Rakshasa / hit a brick wall this time. TCH, what's so great about Night Wanderer? All he can do is stealth and high damage," someone grumbled indignantly. But they were quickly interrupted. "Stop talking. The granite giant is coming back. Brothers, I'll die first to honor the occasion." The Longting team found a safe spot to observe. The scene before them was both absurd and amusing. Rakshasa / who had been so arrogant earlier, was now being chased around by a granite giant. However, Longting Tianxia's smile froze when he got a clear look at the giant's stat panel. A monster of this caliber was far beyond their team's capability unless they reached level 5 and upgraded their gear. What was even more shocking was the ground littered with the corpses of dozens of giants, some already merging back into the earth and disappearing. After a quick calculation, Longting Tianxia exclaimed in surprise, based on Night Wanderer's leveling speed, he must be taking down each giant in 2 hits with at least 2,000 damage per strike. But when he fought the wild rabbits, his damage was only 1,000. How did it suddenly double? The archer remained unfazed, saying, "As expected of my nemesis." Xiao Shui added, "He got a new dagger. Its attack power must have skyrocketed." Although the explanation made sense, Longting Tianxia couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. In the distance, Rakshasa backed by a dozen healers tirelessly casting spells, finally managed to take down the giant. Fortunately, only one new giant respawned, narrowly avoiding a team wipe. Regaining his composure, Rakshasa shouted into the air, "Night Wanderer, come out if you dare." This time, Rakshasa had come prepared. He had recruited a hidden class specialized in damage transfer, gathered a group of dozens, and devised a perpetual motion tactic. Even if Night Wanderer could one-shot them, it would take time, and his team members could keep reviving and returning. As long as they confirmed Night Wanderer's presence, they could execute their plan. However, the expected flying dagger attack never came. Instead, a granite giant in the distance suddenly collapsed, and a shadow darted past at lightning speed. "It's Night Wanderer." Rakshasa reached for a scroll, but before he could activate it, the ground began to shake violently. Cracks spread rapidly across the hard rocky surface. A deafening roar erupted from below. "Insolent ants! How dare you disturb the slumber of Lord Amos? I will crush you all." With a thunderous roar, a towering, terrifying figure burst forth from beneath the cliff. The sheer size of this giant was suffocating, and its massive shadow darkened the surrounding light. Players scrambled to their feet, clumsily picking themselves up from the ground. When they looked up toward the edge of the cliff, they instinctively gasped in shock. Holy crap, it's huge. Standing before them was a colossal boss made of black, obsidian-like rock. Just the portion of its upper body emerging above the cliff was over 20 meters tall. Even more unnervingly, this was only its upper half, with the rest of its body still hidden beneath the cliff. If it were to stand fully on level ground, its full height would be unimaginable. In comparison, the players seemed no more significant than ants. After a brief moment of stunned silence, excitement quickly ignited in their eyes. "A silver-tier boss. Killing it is bound to drop some amazing loot," someone exclaimed with enthusiasm. They couldn't help but think of how the giant rabbit earlier had netted dragon swords, the world gear worth 30 gold coins. The drops from this silver-tier boss could easily be worth millions. Seeing the opportunity for riches, the players didn't even bother to check the boss's stats and charged forward with their weapons raised. Meanwhile, Dragon Swords the World, who had been observing from a safe distance, carefully inspected the boss's stats. After reading through them, he sharply inhaled in disbelief. Amos, Obsidian Lord. Tier, Silver. Level, 10. HP, 400, 000400000. Attack, 2000. Defense, 3000. Skills, Shattering Smash, Boulder Throw, Hardened Skin, Crushing Blow. Description: a sealed giant lord whose powers have diminished after ages of imprisonment. However, even in its weakened state, its release brings forth unrelenting fury and destruction. "These stats are insane," Dragon Swords the World muttered, frowning. "Even with my full level 10 gear, I probably couldn't withstand it." The rest of the team voiced their own concerns. The archer glanced at his longbow strung with rabbit tendons and lamented that it wouldn't even pierce the boss's defense. The healer, Xiaoxue, astutely pointed out that this boss might drop defensive gear. "Let's hope Night Wanderer can solo this thing," Dragon Swords the World said. "That way, we can all benefit from the loot." The assassin raised a concern. "This boss isn't like the giant rabbit, it probably has ranged attacks. Can Night Wanderer dodge its area effect skills?" "Let's wait and see," Dragon Swords the World said with a dismissive wave. While they could see the boss's basic stats, its specific skills and attack patterns remained unknown. But that didn't matter for now. Members of the Rakshasa Hall were about to arrive and trigger the boss. In fact, activating the boss ahead of Rakshasa Hall's arrival had been Qin Chuan's plan all along. His strengths and weaknesses were clear. Unlimited stealth and overwhelming damage were his greatest advantages, allowing him to instantly eliminate regular players. However, his fatal flaw was his low attack frequency. The cooldown for his Shadow Dagger skill, though relatively short, was still limiting. He had to wait for Shadow Stealth to cool down before striking again. Otherwise, if his stealth broke, he'd be left dangerously exposed. The arrival of dozens of subordinates, led by Luocha Yadeasin, made Qin Chuan calculate briefly. Even if he could take them out one by one with each strike, clearing these minions would still take at least half an hour. Not to mention, if the Luocha Hall resorted to a corpse-running tactic, things could get even trickier. It would be better to let Amos, the boss, handle them instead. Using the cover of shadows, Qin Chuan precisely threw a shadow dagger. Unlike the granite giant, Amos' weak spot was located on its abdomen, covered by thick layers of rock that only exposed briefly when it moved. Although Qin Chuan's damage output was sufficient to solo Amos without targeting its weak point, he decided to aim for it every time to finish the battle faster. The dagger struck Amos' weak spot, instantly dealing 6,356 damage. Following that, the bleeding effect kicked in, dealing nearly 7,000 cumulative damage over 3 seconds. Even against Amos' 400,000 health pool, such damage was impressive. At a pace of 3 attacks per minute, the fight could be over in 20 minutes. Not far away, the Longting team watched in stunned silence. Although they couldn't see the exact numbers from a distance, the rapid changes in the health bar were enough to indicate the massive damage. Longting Tianxia couldn't help but curse, while Xiao Xue pretended to adjust non-existent glasses and accurately reported the damage figures. The archer tried to maintain composure, boasting that Amos was his nemesis, only to receive a pitying glance from the assassin nearby. In contrast, Luo Chayadeazin, who witnessed everything up close, had a far more complex reaction. Seeing those terrifying damage numbers clearly, he realized the gap between himself and the Night Wanderer was growing wider. As he pondered this, a massive boulder, several meters in diameter, suddenly came crashing down from above. With a thunderous boom, Luo Chayadeazin narrowly survived thanks to damage transfer, but his subordinates were completely wiped out. Without teammates to share the damage, his situation became increasingly perilous. Resolving to go all out, Luo Chayadeazin pulled out a scroll he had prepared long ago. It was originally meant to deal with the Night Wanderer, but using it now wouldn't hurt. As long as he could break the Night Wanderer's stealth and send him back to the respawn point, the dozen AoE specialists lying in wait there would ensure he couldn't move an inch. With a cold smile, Luo Chayadeazin tore open the scroll. A divine light instantly enveloped the entire granite hills, and all players received a notification. The gaze of the God of Light falls upon this place. No shadow can remain hidden. As Luo Chayadeazin activated the scroll, Amos's second attack struck with precision, sending him straight back to the respawn point. However, he seemed unfazed, even looking forward to the spectacle of Night Wanderer being repeatedly ambushed. He was certain that under the effect of the scroll, there was no way Night Wanderer's stealth could escape detection. Qin Chuan glanced at the system notification and smirked slightly. When Longting Tianxia informed him that Luo Chayadeazin had obtained a scroll, he had already guessed what kind of item it was. A bright God's gaze, a black iron grade revealing scroll. The name sounded impressive, primarily because it was associated with the bright god. But Qin Chuan wanted to tell Luo Chayadeazin, this was a counterfeit. In the world of Apocalypse, any item related to deities was at least of dark gold grade. For something as lowly as black iron to claim ties to the bright god was pure fantasy. Of course, the scroll wasn't entirely useless. It could reveal stealth effects below bronze grade, but that's all it could do. Luo Chayadeazin had previously deduced from his battle with the giant wild rabbit that Night Wanderer possessed black iron level stealth, so choosing this item was reasonable. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Qin Chuan had already upgraded Shadow Stealth to bronze grade using a beast skull. Trying to counter bronze grade stealth with a black iron grade scroll was as futile as striking a stone with an egg. If this was the trump card Luo Chayadeazin had, Qin Chuan found it utterly dull. He had been hoping for his opponent to bring out something more impressive. Meanwhile, Longting Tianxia appeared uneasy. He had received news that Luo Cha Hall's members had surrounded the respawn point, preparing for an indiscriminate assault. If Night Wanderer were revealed and killed, he would be trapped and unable to move upon respawning. Although Longting Tianxia could always summon his Dragon Dynasty brothers to assist, he hoped to avoid such a scenario. Night Wanderer, maybe it's better to retreat for now, Longting Tianxia messaged while scanning the surroundings for any sign of Night Wanderer. The boss isn't going anywhere. You can always return after the scroll's effect wears off. However, neither he nor his teammates could locate Night Wanderer despite their careful search. This gave Longting Tianxia some relief, as he assumed Night Wanderer had wisely decided to leave. At that moment, Xiao Xue proposed a bold theory. Boss, could it be that Night Wanderer's stealth has already reached bronze grade? Longting Tianxia was about to dismiss the idea but swallowed his words. The facts were undeniable. The revealing scroll could counter black iron grade stealth, yet Night Wanderer remained unseen. This either meant Night Wanderer truly possessed bronze grade stealth, or had quietly left. Longting Tianxia was hoping it was the latter. The boss's health bar suddenly dropped by over 6,000 points. The striking damage numbers instantly made Longting Tianxia realize the truth. Night Wanderer had never left. His stealth skill had already reached the bronze level, completely bypassing the effects of the iron level revealing scroll. This realization left Longting Tianxia with mixed emotions. Both of them were hidden class players, and as the president of the Longting Dynasty Guild, he didn't even have an iron level skill, while Night Wanderer had already upgraded his to bronze. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The 2 million spent on Rakshasa One Blade was truly wasted. Compared to the shock of his teammates, the archer's reaction was surprisingly calm. It was as if he had already anticipated the actions of his rival. Meanwhile, the obsidian giant Lord Amos was in a state of rage. A persistent ant launching sneak attacks from the shadows was driving it into a frenzy, especially the reappearance of the shadow power that was supposed to have been purified by the God of Light. This infuriated it even more. Massive boulders were tossed from its hands as if they were toys, and even the unlucky granite giants were grabbed and hurled tens of meters away. When these stones landed, They not only left the granite giants dazed, but also sent nearby players straight back to the respawn point. In just half a minute, over 100 players had been instantly killed. The players' attacks were no more than tickles to the boss, with damage numbers consistently showing 0. Even when someone occasionally managed to deal single-digit damage, they were immediately swatted into pulp by the giant's massive hand. The 100-strong team brought by Rakshasa One Blade seemed utterly powerless in the face of Amos. But none of this fazed Qin Chuan. He maintained a steady rhythm, continuously dealing high damage with his shadow-throwing knives. Though he appeared composed, every step was filled with tension. As a silver-level boss, Amos had exceptionally sharp senses and would counterattack the moment Qin Chuan made a move. The massive boulders, capable of creating sonic booms, came hurtling toward him. If not for his agility reaching 145 points, dodging them would have been impossible. After relentless attacks, Amos was stunned to find that the insect was still alive, which only made it more furious. It turned its wrath on the other players, and with a series of thunderous crashes, all the spectators were wiped out. Watching from a distance, Longting Tianxia broke out in a cold sweat, grateful that he had heeded Night Wanderer's warning. Even players who had fled nearly 200 meters away couldn't escape Amos' missile-like precision strikes. Just as Amos was about to level the entire granite hills, Longting Tianxia received a message from Night Wanderer. "How much money did you prepare?" This left Longting Tianxia both amused and exasperated. "Big brother, this is a silver-level boss. Can you be a bit more serious? Your ease is really demoralizing, you know?" After receiving the message from Night Wanderer, Longting Tianxia felt a mix of emotions. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, judging from Night Wanderer's tone. The equipment that was of no use to him would undoubtedly be passed on. This was a significant boost for his ambitions to lead the Longting dynasty to claim the title of the top guild in Apocalypse. What truly astonished him, however, was Night Wanderer's composure in the face of danger. In Apocalypse, a first-person virtual reality game, the sight of a 20-meter-tall giant was enough to make most players weak in the knees. Longting Tianxia tried to imagine himself in that situation, looking up at the towering giant, watching helplessly as a massive boulder hurtled toward him with nowhere to escape. Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. Quickly adjusting his mindset, he replied swiftly, "I can transfer the funds anytime within a small target amount." But Qin Chuan's response was unexpected. "No need for that much. After all, this boss only drops level 10 equipment, which you can't use for now anyway." This made Longting Tianxia anxious, and he hurriedly reassured him, "Don't worry, boss. They'll train diligently and won't let you down. If you have any more gear in the future, just pass it all to me. They'll take it without hesitation." On the battlefield, Qin Chuan flicked a throwing knife, hitting a critical spot with precision and dealing over 6,000 damage. He darted forward nimbly, narrowly avoiding the shockwave from the boulder's impact by slipping into a safe zone. Calmly, he raised his hand and replied with a single word, "All right." Hidden in the shadows, Qin Chuan observed the enraged Amos with a sense of satisfaction. As a one-of-a-kind ranged assassin, his unique attack style clearly caught the boss off guard. If it had been a typical marksman, they would likely have been in a dire state by now. This further solidified his confidence in choosing the Shadow Assassin class. He even started to anticipate the moment he would encounter the Arrow God in the future and envisioned their expression when struck by his throwing knife. However, Qin Chuan quickly refocused his thoughts. After all, he hadn't even left the beginner's village yet, and his priority was completing the task at hand. Once Amos was defeated, he needed to return and find the Wolf King to trigger the hidden storyline. The design of this quest chain was incredibly intricate. Without his knowledge from a previous life, he would never have guessed the connection between the Wolf King and Amos involved a pivotal character. By taking down Amos and activating the hidden dungeon beneath the cliff, he could lure the Wolf King to a specific location. As his skills cooled down, Qin Chuan reviewed the entire quest process. The Wolf King quest obtained from the hunter had two versions: the hidden version he was currently undertaking, which rewarded the unique beast skull, and the public version available to all players who reached level 3. The public version required players to hunt boars, bulls, and wolves in sequence before challenging the Wolf King. While the public version did not grant the exclusive beast skull, both versions ultimately led to unlocking hidden follow-up quests. Qin Chuan didn't rush to kill the Wolf King, but instead patiently forced it toward the edge of the cliff. As expected, the Wolf King retreated step by step until it finally leapt into the dungeon entrance. This seemingly peculiar plot twist was actually designed to reveal the hidden boss of the beginner's village, the resurrected vampire baron. Gazing in the direction of the beginner's village, a shadow crossed Qin Chuan's eyes. The village chief had been infected by the vampire curse, becoming a lackey of the vampire baron. This wasn't just a clever piece of game designate foreshadowed the return of the vampires to Blue Star, turning it into their hunting ground. Memories of the tragedy that befell his people flooded back, and it was as if Qin Chuan could still smell the lingering scent of blood and hear the agonized cries in his ears. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan forced himself to focus. Even though he knew what the future held, there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. For now, the most important thing was to grow stronger, and Amos would be the first stepping stone on his path. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan threw a knife that hit Amos with pinpoint accuracy. The enraged boss slammed the ground in frustration, unable to even graze Qin Chuan from afar. Other players, however, weren't so fortunate. News of a silver-tier boss appearance had caused an uproar in the beginner's village. Despite warnings, some players insisted on coming to the scene, only to meet grim fates. Some were gored to death by wild boars along the way, others fell to granite giants, and those who made it through were swiftly flattened into mincemeat by Amos. Yet, when most players heard that the infamous Night Wanderer was present, they wisely chose to retreat and continue hunting rabbits instead. Qin Chuan paid no attention to the commotion around him, focusing entirely on taking down the boss. 10 minutes later, Amos' health had dropped below half, with 99 of the damage dealt by Qin Chuan alone. In the distance, Tian Qi observed the scene and felt a surge of relief. This boss was sure to drop some armor, and while his level wasn't high enough to use it yet, it would come in handy eventually. Smirking, he boasted, if it weren't for my insistence on leveling up at the Wild Boar Plains, we wouldn't have run into Night Wanderer or had the chance at such great gear. The assassin and the archer, used to his self-congratulatory attitude, didn't bother responding. Instead, Xiaoxue enthusiastically chimed in, "Boss, you're brilliant." Tian Qi burst into laughter. "Well said, Xiaoxue. Go to the finance department later and claim 2 months' salary as a bonus." The assassin and archer exchanged glances before reluctantly chiming in unison, "Boss, you're brilliant." Amos collapsed just like that. No dazzling special effects, no second phase transformation. This silver-tier boss, once the tyrant of the beginner's village, fell with a thunderous crash after enduring countless flying daggers. Its massive black rock body quickly lost its luster, became riddled with cracks, and finally crumbled into a pile of rubble. As the dust settled, several silver-white glows flickered among the debris. But what made Qin Chuan's heart race was the faint glimmer of gold hidden amidst them. Gold in her equipment. Qin Chuan could scarcely contain his excitement. In Apocalypse, a boss loot usually corresponded to its tier. While higher tier drops were possible, the chances were astronomically low. Even in his past life, after playing for 10 years, Qin Chuan had only encountered a handful of such drops. Globally, this kind of luck was nothing short of extraordinary. The system notification chimed in, "Killed a silver-tier boss. Gained 20,000 experience points. First kill on the entire server. Additional rewards, 50 free attribute points, 5 skill points, 50 reputation points." The experience points propelled Qin Chuan up 2 levels, leaping from level 8 to level 10. Each level up brought additional rewards. 5 basic free attribute points. 5 free attribute points from the Blessing of Shadow Power. 5 free attribute points from the Exotic Beast Blessing. 1 evolution point triggered by Hunting Hour. The system continued. You are the first player to reach level 10. The leaderboard has now been unlocked. Experience points will now be stored in the experience pool until the first class advancement is completed. The rewards from this first kill were nothing short of incredible. Not only did he acquire loot that might include golden tier equipment, but he also gained a substantial number of attribute and skill points. After allocating all 80 free attribute points to agility, Qin Chuan began contemplating how to use his 5 skill points should he upgrade all his skills to level 2 or focus on improving Shadow Stealth. As for the precious evolution point, though it was still shy of the 4 points needed for Shadow Stealth's next evolution, there was plenty of time to strategize. After completing his attribute allocation, Qin Chuan prepared to check his current stats panel. Qin Chuan checked his stats and found his attributes rather unique. Strength 19, Constitution 14, Agility an astonishing 2245, and Spirit 13. The agility value left him secretly stunned if translated to the real world. It would make him a top-tier sprinter capable of breaking the limits of human speed, earning him the title A Man Like the Wind. However, this distribution of stats seemed a bit one-sided. Hopefully, I can find some gear to boost strength and constitution, Qin Chuan thought to himself as he opened his inventory to examine his loot. The first item that caught his eye was a golden grade item, the Substitute Strawman. He froze for a moment as he read its properties. It could absorb 1 fatal hit on behalf of the user and teleport them to a designated safe zone. It could be activated manually and had 1 use left 11. In the game phase, this item was considered rather mediocre among golden equipment since players could simply respawn after dying. However, Qin Chuan knew that once the apocalypse descended upon the real world, the value of such a life-saving item would skyrocket. Even as a highly stealthy and safe assassin, he couldn't help but admire this piece of gear. Just this one item alone made him feel that Amos was worth remembering. Next was a silver-grade obsidian plate armor, defense 300, HP 1000, strength 10, requiring level 10 and 50 strength to equip. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan had invested all his points into agility, making it impossible for him to wear it. He casually sent the stats to Tian Qi, who responded with enthusiastic excitement. The third item was a silver-grade obsidian necklace. HP 100, mana 300, spirit 20, requiring level 10 and 50 spirit. This left Qin Chuan a bit disgruntled. What kind of logic was it for a warrior to drop mage gear? Fortunately, the fourth item was finally useful to Hema silver-grade Heart of the Mountain Ring. HP and mana 200 each, with the ability to generate a 3,000-point shield lasting 30 seconds, on a 10-minute cooldown. While its base stats were average, the shield skill was particularly handy for dealing with players like those ambushing respawn points, such as the infamous Rakshasa 1/. When Qin Chuan glanced at the fifth piece of loot, his expression suddenly turned to one of shock. What the hell? Why is it this thing? In Qin Chuan's line of sight appeared an item. It was a guild token shimmering with a silver glow. Its silver-grade quality made it stand out among ordinary items. Qin Chuan carefully examined the stats panel. This guild token could be used at the main city administrator to establish a guild with a member capacity of up to 1,000. In Apocalypse, guild tokens were essential for founding guilds. The grade of the token determined the maximum capacity of the guild. Lower-level guilds could also expand their capacity by using higher-grade tokens without needing to disband and rebuild. Establishing a guild not only gave players a sense of belonging, but also enabled the formation of raid groups. At this stage of the game, aside from the Yetobune-locked raid dungeons, regular field battles and small dungeons only allowed teams of up to 6 players. However, in field boss battles, as long as a player or team contributed over 50 of the cumulative damage to the boss, they would earn ownership of the loot. Qin Chuan chuckled and shook his head, recalling the giant rabbit boss in the novice village. If the major guilds could already form raid groups, that boss would have been taken down and divided up long ago. Revealing a guild token at this point would undoubtedly trigger a bidding frenzy among the leaders of the major guilds. In his previous life, the first guild token had been auctioned off for an astronomical price of 3 to 400 million. Back then, Qin Chuan, who had been focused on farming gold, had fantasized about obtaining one and retiring comfortably. Unfortunately, even until the end, when he perished alongside the arrow god, that dream never came true. After a moment of thought, Qin Chuan decided not to establish a guild for now. With his current leveling speed, it would be difficult to find teammates who could keep up with him. If the need arose, forming a temporary party would suffice. Besides, he had no interest in dealing with guild-related trivialities. Instead of being bogged down by such concerns, he preferred to exchange the guild token for tangible benefits. However, now wasn't the best time to act. Qin Chuan planned to wait for the right moment to catch Luocha Yadeazan off guard with an unexpected move. After storing the guild token, Qin Chuan turned his attention to the final dropped item, the Stone of Strength. This silver-grade item could permanently increase his strength by 20 points. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Having dealt with all the loot, Qin Chuan finally had a moment to check his private messages. Seeing the string of messages from Tian Qi, ranging from initial excitement to eventual despair, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He casually sent a reply. "I was busy with something else just now." In the distance, Tian Qi struck the pose of the thinker once again. Suddenly, as if hit by a revelation, he leapt up and howled towards the sky. "Yes, I've got it." The assassin dashed forward in one swift motion and delivered a powerful kick. "Are you possessed, or something?" Tian Qi stood his ground, unfazed, with a wide grin on his face. "Night Wanderer replied to me. He says he's got 2 pieces of equipment up for grabs." As he spoke, he quickly shared the stats of the obsidian plate armor and the obsidian necklace in the team chat. The assassin and the archer both sighed after checking the attributes. Neither of the items suited their needs. However, they both knew full well that apart from long-range weapons like bows and crossbows, Night Wanderer rarely considered selling equipment to them. Night Wanderer hasn't quoted a price yet. Tian Qi turned to Xiao Shui. "What do you think would be a fair offer?" After a brief calculation, Xiao Shui replied, 5 million. "What?" Tian Qi was taken aback. The price was far lower than he had expected. After all, he had spent over 1 million on 2 black iron items before. How could these silver-tier items be so cheap? Before he could voice his doubts, Xiao Shui continued, "From everything we've observed so far, it seems Night Wanderer has some goodwill towards you, boss. You're suggesting I take advantage of that goodwill to negotiate the price down?" Tian Qi frowned. "That's not how I do things. Boss, please let me finish," Xiao Shui explained. "In addition to 5 million, I suggest offering Night Wanderer a 20 stake in Longting Dynasty." Her words left both the assassin and the archer stunned. As founding members, their combined shares only amounted to 15. This proposal left them feeling uneasy, though they couldn't deny that someone with the ability to solo bosses might indeed deserve such a deal. Tian Qi nodded thoughtfully. "That's a good idea, but it depends on whether Night Wanderer is willing to get involved with real-world matters. We need a backup plan." "The second option keeps the 5 million, Xiao Shui added. but includes 2 general long-range skill books of at least Black Iron tier. With the boss's approval, Longting Tianxia immediately opened his friend list and sent over the first proposal. As he waited for a reply, he muttered nervously to himself, "What if he thinks I'm trying to probe his identity with the shares and gets mad enough to block me? Xiao Shui, think of something." Just as his anxiety peaked, Night Wanderer finally responded, "Your chief strategist gave you 2 options, right? I'll go with the second one." Longting Tianxia frowned deeply, a look of shock crossing his face. The extent of Night Wanderer's understanding of him was unsettling. Not only did he know about the existence of the chief strategist, but he also accurately predicted that Longting would choose the second plan. This was no coincidence. He even began to suspect that Night Wanderer might be the alternate account of someone he knew personally. The archer standing nearby noticed his longtime friend's unusual demeanor and shot him a questioning look. "Is something wrong?" Longting Tianxia pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "Night Wanderer knows me too well, but I just can't figure out who he might be." Hearing this, the archer fell into contemplation as well. With Longting Tianxia's sharp instincts, if he said this, there was at least a 90% chance he was right. But who could know Longting so well and yet never reveal their identity? This puzzle left the archer completely baffled. "Never mind," Longting Tianxia said, waving his hand dismissively. "Maybe he just read some media reports. After all, Longting Dynasty, as the top guild in the country, has been featured in plenty of interviews. He could have learned about me from those." Xiao Shui quickly chimed in. "For now, it seems Night Wanderer has no malicious intentions. Being overly cautious might hinder our collaboration instead." The group exchanged glances, finding the explanation reasonable. Having sorted out their thoughts, Longting Tianxia promptly sent a message. "We're offering 5 million yen currency, plus 2 ranged skill books of no less than Black Iron grade." This was exactly the proposal Qin Chuan had been anticipating. Although he had crossed paths with Longting Tianxia frequently in his past life and regarded him as someone worth befriending, he still maintained a cautious stance when it came to revealing his true identity. He vividly remembered that in his previous life, many top-tier experts didn't fall to foreign enemies, but to the betrayal of those they trusted. This was one of the reasons why no SSS-tier talent holders had ever appeared among Earth's top 10 experts. While a 20% stake in the Longting Dynasty Guild was incredibly valuable enough to ensure a lifetime of wealth and comfort, Qin Chuan knew that in the face of impending despair, mere wealth would be meaningless. Especially once the apocalypse began to merge with reality, the global economic system would inevitably collapse. Clearing his mind, Qin Chuan sent a series of characters in reply to Longting Tianxia. The latter responded promptly, instructing Xiao Shui to complete the transfer. Soon, the system notification sounded. "Dear player, your virtual account has received 5 million yen currency. You may withdraw this amount to your personal bank card at any time." Qin Chuan was confident in accepting cash transactions because the apocalypse system automatically created virtual accounts linked to players' bank cards. He could withdraw the funds in batches, making it impossible for Longting Tianxia to trace him through the flow of money. After the transaction was complete, Qin Chuan initiated the equipment trade, transferring 2 items to Longting Tianxia. Longting Tianxia was filled with emotion. Unable to pinpoint Qin Chuan's exact location, he could only look around the empty surroundings and say, "Night Wanderer, don't worry. I'll mobilize the entire guild to gather those 2 skill books as quickly as possible and deliver them to you." Qin Chuan did not show himself but instead sent a brief message through the friend system. "No rush. I trust President Longtong's credibility. There's no need for extra words." Despite its brevity, this message sent a chill down Longting Tianxia's spine. Being a smart man, he understood very well that if he dared to default on delivering the skill books, Qin Chuan would make him pay a steep price. However, his attention was now entirely drawn to the equipment in his inventory. Excited, he said, "Let's go. Let's level up. Oh, by the way, Xiao Shui, keep an eye on the skill book matter for me." "Got it, boss," Xiao Shui replied promptly. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the respawn point in the beginner village. The ambushes by the Luo Sha Hall members had enraged a large number of players, especially innocent bystanders. Not only did they have to fend off attacks from wild monsters, but they also faced assaults from other players upon returning to the respawn point. "Where's the honor in this? Luo Sha Blade Slash, may you never have sons? What a garbage guild, can't handle the Night Wanderer. So you take it out on regular players. Brothers, let's fight these idiots." Luo Sha Blade Slash's expression grew darker and darker. Earlier, he had been sent back to the respawn point by a single strike from Amos and didn't witness the moment when Night Wanderer supposedly had his stealth broken. But in his mind, there was no way a low-level assassin could have survived the power of the Black Iron tier light god's gaze. However, reality proved him wrong. He had waited at the respawn point for a long time, unleashing countless skills with his team, yet there was no sign of Night Wanderer. What shocked him even more was that the Silver Tier boss was still losing health steadily, with each hit dealing an exact 6,000 damage, clearly the work of Night Wanderer. This outcome left Luo Sha baffled. How on earth was Night Wanderer able to evade the effects of Light God's gaze? But he had no time to dwell on this mystery. Luo Sha Hall's reckless attacks on players at the respawn point had sparked a larger-scale conflict. The victimized players quickly formed an anti-Luo Sha alliance, and other guilds harboring grudges against Luo Sha Hall seized the opportunity to join the fray. Luo Sha soon faced the consequences of his actions. Each time he was killed and respawned, he was greeted by a barrage of concentrated skills. After dying repeatedly on the spot, the once arrogant guild leader finally conceded, shouting in frustration, "Damn that Night Wanderer! I'll deal with you after I get some sleep." With that, he hastily logged off. After learning about the respawn point from Tian Qi, Qin Chuan merely responded with a calm smile. He had always looked down on players like Luo Cha Yudaizhen. After dealing with Amos, Qin Chuan didn't immediately leave the battle area. He stood at the edge of the cliff, watching Amos' corpse crack and gradually merge into the ground. Soon, a distinct fissure appeared on the ground, extending downward. Using his adept jumping skills, Qin Chuan effortlessly reached the platform below the cliff. A cave came into view, its entrance shrouded in a translucent barrier, surrounded by overgrown weeds. The interior was pitch black, making it impossible to see what lay within. But Qin Chuan knew this was exactly the place he had been looking for. The moment his fingers touched the barrier, a system notification popped up. Ding! You are the first to discover the hidden dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your nickname? Qin Chuan chose no. Soon after, a server-wide announcement echoed. Player Night Wanderer has discovered the hidden dungeon Crimson Crypt beneath the cliff. All players are encouraged to explore. Please note, this dungeon is highly challenging. Choose an appropriate difficulty before proceeding. The announcement caused quite a stir across the game. Most players initially reacted with the usual sentiment of, "It's Night Wanderer again," before realizing the significance this time. A hidden dungeon had been found. Instantly, the word dungeon ignited everyone's enthusiasm, filling their minds with thoughts of raiding dungeons, looting rare gear, and striking it rich. Tian Qi, who had originally planned to level up at the Wild Boar Plains, paused when he saw the announcement. He sent a message to Qin Chuan. "Night Wanderer, is that dungeon located in the Granite Hills?" Qin Chuan quickly replied, "The dungeon is at the spot where Amos appeared. Just follow the slope downward, and you'll find it. But I suggest you wait until you're at least level 10 before heading there." "Of course, I'm too low level right now. Going into the dungeon wouldn't make much sense," Tian Qi responded. With level 10 silver gear and the hidden dungeon as his goals, he immediately led his team toward the Wild Boar Plains. On the way, they noticed large groups of players heading toward the dungeon. One of the assassins in the team couldn't help but ask, "Boss, shouldn't we go for the dungeon too? Wouldn't it be a shame if someone else gets the first clear?" The archer chimed in, "Yeah, we can't compete with Night Wanderer in the open world, but things are different in a dungeon. Each team operates independently, so we don't need to worry about interference." Tian Qi shook his head and said, "Night Wanderer knows full well about Longting Dynasty's raiding capabilities, yet he still advised me to wait until level 10. That means this dungeon must be extremely difficult. Besides, with Night Wanderer involved, the first clear record is unlikely to go to anyone else. Even if Ah Hua and his team ended up in the same starter village as us, they're no match for Night Wanderer," Tian Qi analyzed. "Instead of rushing, we should focus on leveling up. He can already solo a level 10 silver tier boss. If we don't catch up, we'll just be drooling over gear we can't have." The assassin and archer listened and, while they agreed with the decision, couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Back in the day, they had been regular contenders for first kills on major MMO bosses. Now, being utterly outclassed by someone like Night Wanderer was a tough pill to swallow. Ordinary players, however, had no such reservations. To them, dungeons were meant to be conquered, even if it meant dying and running back repeatedly. "Let's go, brothers!" someone shouted as players formed small teams, charging forward despite the granite giant's relentless attacks. One by one, they fell, but eventually, they reached the platform beneath the cliff and laid eyes on the long-coveted dungeon entrance. A system notification popped up. Select dungeon difficulty: normal, heroic, champion, nightmare. After some debate, the players decided it was safest to start with normal mode and farm some gear first. But to their shock, the very first wave of mobs wiped their entire party. They stood dumbfounded at the respawn point. As more and more players gathered, complaints filled the air. "What kind of broken dungeon is this? Normal mode is already this hard. Those developers are out of their minds." Meanwhile, Tian Qi, busy leveling up, soon received word from his guild members. Elite teams from major guilds hadn't even caught a glimpse of the boss, all wiped out by the first wave of mobs. Sure, their gear and stats were lacking, but failing normal mode? That was just absurd. Hearing this, Longting Tianxia chuckled. You're all just too impatient. Good things come to those who wait. He thought to himself, grateful for Night Wanderer's earlier advice to wait until level 10 before attempting the dungeon. Otherwise, he'd be among those cursing the developers right now. Reflecting on this favor, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. What he didn't know, however, was that Qin Chuan, upon discovering the hidden dungeon, didn't enter it immediately. Instead, he headed toward Wild Wolf Slope. If not for his knowledge of the hidden quest chain, Qin Chuan might have gone straight to the dungeon like everyone else. But he was well aware that, given the current levels and gear of players, clearing normal mode was already a stretch, let alone the increasingly challenging higher difficulties. Of course, even those difficulties paled in comparison to the special mode triggered by the Wolf King's entry into the dungeon. While the overall difficulty of the special mode matched Nightmare, the final hidden boss, a resurrected vampire baron, was a nightmare of its own. It was the kind of fight that could leave players utterly drained, both mentally and emotionally. On his way to Wild Wolf Slope, Qin Chuan had already rehearsed the upcoming scenario countless times in his mind: how he would confront the novice village chief with righteous indignation after obtaining the vampire baron's heart and expose his vile schemes. However, he quickly calmed himself, as he vividly recalled that once the truth was revealed, the village chief would not repent. Instead, he would go to great lengths to lure players into joining the vampire faction. If players succumbed to the tempting attribute bonuses and accepted this choice, they would inevitably become traitorous pawns when the vampires descended, betraying humanity. It would be akin to the fall of the Rakshasa blade, dragging the entire Rakshasa hall into ruin. Qin Chuan silently vowed in his heart, when the apocalypse begins to merge and death mirrors reality, he would personally put an end to this traitor. With agility far surpassing that of ordinary people, Qin Chuan quickly arrived at Wild Wolf Slope. The howls of wolves rising and falling amidst the wild grass and the pungent stench of blood filled the air, enough to terrify any ordinary player. But for Qin Chuan, a master of stealth, the ambushes of these wild wolves were trivial. As he searched for the Wolf King's trail, he effortlessly dispatched the wolves with throwing knives. Although his current level was locked, the accumulated experience points would be credited all at once after his class advancement. Furthermore, the evolution points gained from slaying wild creatures were essential for his growth. At this moment, Qin Chuan decided to allocate the 5 skill points he had previously earned. Without hesitation, he chose to invest all of them into upgrading Shadow Stealth. Ding! Consumed 2 skill points, Shadow Stealth level increased, LV2 LV3. Shadow Stealth LV3, Bronze tier. Enter Stealth mode. Breaking Stealth delivers an attack with an additional 140 attack power, 600 bonus damage. Costs 5 mana, cooldown 16 seconds. Ding! Consumed 3 skill points, Shadow Stealth level increased, LV3 LV4. Shadow Stealth LV4, Bronze tier. Enter Stealth mode. Breaking Stealth delivers an attack with an additional 140 attack power, 800 bonus damage. Costs 5 mana, cooldown 16 seconds. This upgrade only increased the fixed damage rather than the percentage multiplier, but Qin Chuan didn't mind. Given his current attack power, the fixed damage boost was actually more valuable. The 400-point base damage increase, when combined with the multiple bonuses from Breaking Stealth, Weak Point Attack, and Sniper God, was enough to push Shadow Throwing Knife's damage past the 10,000 mark, achieving a significant leap in power. The only regret was that his Sniper God talent remained at LV1, and he had yet to discover a way to advance it. For most players, their talents lack the potential for growth and are fixed the moment they are obtained. Qin Chuan delved deeply into the characteristics of the Sniper God talent. As an SS level talent, it not only had the ability to evolve further but might even surpass its current rank by a wide margin. Being SS level at merely LV1 meant its potential was far from fully unleashed. Considering the connection between the Sniper God and the Archer God, Qin Chuan gradually formed a bold hypothesis. The Sniper God talent could very well be a form of divine essence, a key for mortals to ascend to the realm of gods. For now, all he needed to do was eliminate the village chief and complete the special mode, and he could head to the main city. The thought of the vast world of apocalypse awaiting him filled Qin Chuan with anticipation. At that moment, a piercing wolf howl echoed across Wild Wolf Slope. The once majestic Wolf King was now fleeing like a beaten dog, tail tucked between its legs. With a swift motion, an elite wild wolf fell to the ground, but the Wolf King didn't dare look back. The enemy hiding in the shadows was too terrifying. Just a few sneak attacks had brought it to the brink of death. Another couple of strikes, and it would likely lose its dominion over Wild Wolf Slope. The Wolf King let out a few aggrieved howls, only to be silenced by a flying dagger that struck it mid-call, drastically reducing its health bar. It immediately fell silent, not daring to make another sound, and focused solely on escaping. At this moment, only one thought occupied its mind. It had to reach that place. Even if it perished there, it would ensure this damned enemy paid the price. Watching the Wolf King flee northward, Qin Chuan smiled in satisfaction. This creature was indeed clever, knowing to lure its opponent toward its mortal enemy. As natural adversaries, werewolves and vampires bore an instinctual hatred etched into their very genes. After Qin Chuan had activated the hidden quest, the Wolf King instinctively sensed the northern foe it could not defeat on its own. But now, it had chosen a different path. Meanwhile, players preparing to raid the Crimson Crypt witnessed an unbelievable sight. The bronze-tier boss, the one-eyed Wolf King, appeared in the granite hills. Though it was already severely wounded, when some players eagerly attempted to land the final blow, the Wolf King effortlessly killed them. A look of disdain flashed in its eyes. I may not be able to beat that shadowy enemy, but you weak humans are no match for me. Fueled by frustration, the Wolf King began ferociously attacking nearby players. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Chuan grew impatient. Stop wasting time here. Get into the dungeon already. He deliberately adjusted his aim, launching a flying dagger from 30 meters away. Though it avoided the vital areas, the damage was still staggering, snapping the Wolf King back to its senses. Catching the scent of its mortal enemy in the air, the Wolf King didn't hesitate. It leapt off a cliff and charged straight toward the dungeon entrance. The next moment, an enraged and terrifying roar echoed across the granite hills. You damned beast, where are you biting? As the vampire baron's wrath surged, the entrance to the Scarlet Crypt dungeon shifted from translucent to a deep crimson, as though saturated with invisible blood. The game system immediately issued a warning to all teams currently attempting the dungeon. The slumbering vampire baron has been awakened. His fury now shrouds the entire Scarlet Crypt. All the monsters within the dungeon suddenly displayed a buff labeled Baron's Wrath beneath their health bars, granting a 20 boost to both attack power and attack speed. This unexpected change wreaked havoc on the players, who were already struggling. Many teams collapsed instantly, with players being killed in seconds and forced to regroup at the respawn point, sparking a wave of frustrated complaints. This game is ridiculously hard. Where did this vampire baron even come from? The monster buff is just absurd. Although the Baron's Wrath didn't increase the monster's health or defense, the surge in their offensive stats was already devastating. Main tanks, who were supposed to absorb damage, now fell like fragile paper in front of the newly strengthened monsters. Healers couldn't keep up with the overwhelming damage, leading to complete team wipes. Upon learning of the situation, Tian Qi immediately ordered his elite team to halt their dungeon attempts and focus on leveling up. We can wait for the first clear. Let's prioritize grinding levels first, he advised, secretly speculating that this sudden dungeon change was likely tied to Yi Yushan. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. As a veteran player, he was eager to see how Yi Yushan would tackle this massively scaled-up challenge, especially in nightmare difficulty. The thought reignited his long-dormant passion for the game. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan stood at the dungeon's entrance, deciding on the difficulty level. Tian Qi's system was relatively lenient, allowing players to select a high difficulty right away without needing to progress through lower levels. After careful consideration, he chose Nightmare difficulty directly. The system immediately displayed a warning. You have selected Nightmare difficulty. This level has undergone unknown changes. Please choose carefully. Confirm? Without hesitation, Qin Chuan clicked confirm. The dungeon entrance shimmered with starlight, and as he stepped inside, a raspy wolf howl echoed from deep within the cry of the Wolf King, now transformed into an undead creature. Moments later, the low, menacing laughter of the vampire baron reverberated throughout the dungeon. I smell fresh flesh. How delightful. Qin Chuan already had a clear plan in mind. First, eliminate the vampire baron. Next, expose the village chief's true identity. And finally, head to the main city to complete his first-class advancement. Every step was well within his calculated control. Intruder, I will drain every last drop of your blood. Go, my minions, bring the intruder to me. Tonight, I shall feast. The vampire baron's command echoed through the Crimson Crypt, triggering an eruption of frenzied howls. It was the response of his loyal thralls. Thud, thud, thud. The chaotic sound of footsteps rushed in from all directions. In the dim light, grotesque figures climbed swiftly along the walls, swarming toward the dungeon's exit. Qin Chuan's sharp gaze swept across the scene, and the monster's attributes instantly appeared before him. Awakened Vampire Thrall. Level, 10. HP, 10,000. Attack, 40,080. Defense, 280. Skills, Bite, Disease Infection, Blood Tracking. Description: once adventurers who dared to intrude into this place, now transformed into thralls by the vampire baron. They loyally guard this crypt with unwavering devotion. A level 10 monster boasting 10,000 HP with such astonishing attack and defense stats. In the wild, such a creature could rival a mini-boss. Yet here they were merely the most basic of enemies. This was the essence of nightmare difficulty. Even a dungeon capped at level 10 was not to be underestimated. The thralls rushed to the designated area, only to freeze in confusion. Where was the enemy? They could distinctly smell the scent of a living being in the air, but the target's exact location eluded them. A stealth user. The vampire thralls quickly deduced the situation and grouped up. They had encountered stealthy foes before and knew their weaknesses well: limited attack range. To strike, such enemies had to come within their reach. As soon as the intruder left stealth, all the thralls could pounce, tearing the enemy apart to offer them as a feast to the Baron. Their plan seemed foolproof, but unfortunately for them, they faced Qin Chuan, a one-fakened ranged assassin. A throwing knife flew through the air, hitting one vampire thrall square in the head. Its health bar instantly dropped to 0. Ding! You've killed a level 10 vampire thrall and earned 200 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience has been stored in the experience pool. Without missing a beat, Qin Chuan activated Shadow Stealth. The remaining thralls were utterly bewildered. They had sensed the enemy's presence, yet the figure vanished again in the blink of an eye. This was a typical stealth tactic, but something was different this time. The enemy's aura was coming from dozens of meters away. Is that really a stealth user? How can they attack from so far away? Could it be an archer? But how can an archer use stealth? The thralls were at a loss. Based on past encounters, the moment after an enemy struck before they could re-enter stealth was when they were most vulnerable, easy prey for a coordinated assault. But this enemy wasn't playing by the rules. What was going on? Before they could figure it out, another thrall suddenly collapsed. Just like before, the living aura flickered for a moment, this time from a distance of several dozen meters, before vanishing again. Roar! Roar! One of the thralls, unable to suppress its bloodthirsty instincts, charged toward the source of the scent, slashing wildly at the air in an attempt to drag the hidden foe into the open. But its efforts were futile. Just seconds later, the impatient thrall froze mid-motion. Its health bar drained completely, and it fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, confusion still etched across its lifeless face. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had never experienced the Crimson Crypt dungeon. This hidden underground space was only discovered a month after the game's launch and was restricted by a level cap. By then, he was already over level 30, and even if he was willing to spend a fortune to return to the beginner's village, he still couldn't set foot in the dungeon. Despite this, he had thoroughly studied the dungeon strategies, particularly the skill mechanics of each boss. This knowledge often came in handy when dealing with similar bosses. As for the vampire thralls, he didn't see them as a threat at all in his eyes. They were nothing more than targets, easily taken down with a single throw of his knife, even on nightmare difficulty. With swift and precise movements, one vampire thrall after another fell to the ground. These pitiful creatures didn't even have a chance to figure out where their attacker was hiding before their lives were snatched away by the blades flying from the shadows. They flailed their claws in vain, grasping at nothing but air, before ultimately dissolving into a string of experience points, disappearing into the void. Such low experience points, Qin Chuan muttered as he glanced at the kill notifications, clearly dissatisfied. Having grown accustomed to taking down higher-level monsters, he found the rewards from defeating same-level enemies underwhelming. If other players currently struggling with the dungeon heard his complaint, they'd probably explode with anger while they were being mercilessly slaughtered by mobs even on normal difficulty. Here he was, complaining about the meager experience gain on nightmare difficulty. A few minutes later, the first wave of vampire thralls was completely wiped out. In addition to the experience points, they dropped 2 pieces of level 10 common gear. The stats were unimpressive, and they could only be sold as low-priced items to barely cover some living expenses. This was a common issue with high-difficulty dungeons unless the item grade was elevated. Mobs would only ever drop common equipment. This had been a source of frustration for Qin Chuan in his past life as a heavy armor warrior. Even with the support of his Scrade Talent Conqueror, which allowed him to easily solo mobs after leveling up and improving his gear, the low market value of common equipment severely dampened his enthusiasm for grinding. Forget it. I wasn't expecting anything worthwhile from the mobs anyway. I'll just pin my hopes on the bosses, Qin Chuan consoled himself, gearing up for the challenges ahead. Although the Crimson Crypt dungeon was limited by its level cap and wasn't considered top tier, its boss lineup for nightmare difficulty was quite impressive. All the regular bosses were at the silver rank, and the hidden boss, the Vampire Baron, was a fearsome gold rank. On top of that, triggering the special mode would cause the transformed Wolf King to break through its limits and ascend to silver rank as well. This would leave players facing both a gold rank and a silver rank boss simultaneously. Such a setup was enough to intimidate most players, and even elite teams from major guilds would hesitate before attempting it. But for Qin Chuan, none of this posed a real problem. As long as the bosses didn't possess any abilities to counter stealth, he was confident he could solo them all. Advancing steadily and cutting down mobs along the way, his inventory quickly filled with common equipment. Finally, Qin Chuan reached the first boss, a massive bat hanging upside down from the crypt's ceiling. The attributes of the vampire bat flashed before Qin Chuan's eyes. Silver deer, 10 health points, 350 000 attack, 1800 defense 150 0300, and 800 skill points. It wielded 4 powerful abilities: Sonic Screech, Rapid Dive, Bat Swarm Summon, and Life Drain. As the pet of a vampire baron, this creature, which fed on human brains, might not match Amos in strength, but maintaining its silver-tier power after a prolonged seal was remarkable in itself. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, and the moment his throwing knife left his hand, he activated Stealth Sprint. With a thunderous crash, the ground where he had just stood fractured like a spiderweb under the impact of a shadowy figure. The vampire bat screeched in frustration, shaking its head angrily. It had failed to hit its target despite its renowned speed. Qin Chuan knew full well that being in stealth didn't make him invincible and stayed on high alert. The vampire bat, undeterred, inflated its chest and unleashed a cone-shaped sonic wave from its mouth. Solid rocks crumbled into dust under the invisible Forcean attack, so devastating that even the main tank would struggle to endure it. When its attack failed once again, the vampire bat spiraled up to the cavern ceiling, its blood-red eyes scanning the area. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Chuan smirked faintly. A nightmare difficulty boss indeed. Too bad you met me. As soon as his stealth cooldown ended, he struck again before swiftly relocating. Under the concealment of his bronze-tier shadow stealth, Qin Chuan evaded every attack flawlessly. When the vampire bat's health dropped to half, it let out an ear-splitting screech, summoning a swarm of smaller bats to join the fight. These blood-sucking minions, meant to complicate the battle, failed to even touch Qin Chuan due to their slower speed compared to the boss. At last, deprived of its 4 powerful abilities, the vampire bat crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. A system notification popped up. Level 10 silver-tier boss defeated. Gained 20,000 experience. Overflow transferred to experience pool and 1 evolution point. Current evolution points, 2. The swarm of smaller bats scattered in retreat, leaving Qin Chuan to claim his reward: a silver-tier bloodthirst blade attack 300, agility 15. With his attack power now reaching 300 after equipping the blade, he felt a surge of confidence for the upcoming confrontation with the vampire baron. The bloodthirst blade boosted Qin Chuan's attack power on the stats panel to an impressive 339 points, instantly multiplying his overall strength several times over. This weapon not only significantly enhanced the power of his shadow strike, but also greatly increased the damage output of shadow throwing knives and rend. Qin Chuan felt a surge of luck getting the most suitable weapon from the very first boss. Thinking about the potential surprises the next 2 bosses might bring, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. In standard mode, the Crimson Crypt features 3 bosses. Even if each boss dropped only 1 piece of gear, he could still obtain 2 more silver-grade items. Eager to test the power of his new weapon, Qin Chuan sprang into action. The moment a vampire minion appeared in his line of sight, he raised his hand and hurled a shadow-throwing knife. The minor enemy didn't even have the chance to trigger the rend effect before succumbing to nearly 20,000 points of damage, collapsing lifelessly into a corner. After sweeping through enemies for about 10 minutes, Qin Chuan arrived at the room of the second boss. The spacious chamber was dominated by 2 towering, grotesque stone statues. While the area seemed safe at first glance, danger was hidden in plain sight. Any player who approached carelessly would trigger an ambush by the gargoyles. The combined assault of 2 silver-grade gargoyles was enough to make any reckless player pay a heavy price. However, Qin Chuan, well-versed in strategies, would never make such a rookie mistake. He aimed at one of the statues and launched a shadow-throwing knife. 2 damage numbers floated above the heads of the statues simultaneously. Their eyes suddenly lit up with a blood-red glow, and their stone wings flapped violently as they launched a pincer attack on Qin Chuan. Yet, apart from leaving 2 massive craters in the ground, their strikes failed to harm him in any way. System display. Gargoyle Twins Silver Grade. Level 10. HP 250 0002 50000. Attack 10000200. Defense 2000. Skills: Gale Surge, Charge Counterattack, Physical Damage Reduction, Shared Life. Description: Gatekeepers of the Vampire Baron. These 2 are telepathically linked and will eliminate any intruders. At first glance, this pair of bosses didn't seem to have a particularly high health pool, but their shared life mechanic effectively gave them a combined total of 500,000 HP. To make matters worse, they not only boasted extremely high defense, but also had a 70 physical damage reduction, enough to deter most assassin and marksman players. Still, the game's design didn't make things any easier for magic-based players either. The third boss was equipped with a magic immunity shield, requiring physical attacks to break through. Given that level 10 players generally had low stats, this highly specific design caused solo players to suffer greatly. As for trying to switch out teammates for a tag team approach, the dungeon mechanics in Apocalypse completely blocked that option. Team members couldn't be swapped mid-run. Yet, for Qin Chuan, These gargoyle twins, so intimidating to most physical classes, were no different from ordinary bosses. Their proud physical damage reduction was utterly meaningless against true damage. As Qin Chuan skillfully dodged their attacks, his Ren skill began to take effect. Damage numbers simultaneously appeared above the heads of the gargoyle twins, jumping 3 times in a row and surpassing a total of 1,000. With the sniper god talent in play, the tearing effect completely ignored the boss's defense, dealing full damage. This sudden assault left the gargoyle twins utterly shocked. Their proud defense was rendered useless, and in just one round of attacks, they lost nearly 20,000 health points. At this rate, they would be completely defeated in a little over 20 rounds. Sensing the threat, the twins immediately took to the air, their massive wings stirring up fierce winds that formed 2 intertwining tornadoes within the room. This was their signature skill, Raging Tempest. However, for the lightning-fast Qin Chuan, it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. As for their vaunted charged counterattack, it posed no threat to a long-range assassin like him. After enduring dozens of flying daggers, the gargoyle twins finally succumbed, reverting to their stone form before shattering into pieces. The system notification promptly appeared. You have slain the level 10 silver-tier boss, gargoyle twins, and earned 20,000 experience points. Excess experience has been transferred to the experience pool due to reaching the experience cap. Hunting moment, triggered twice consecutively, granting Qin Chuan 2 evolution points. Current evolution points: 4. From the gargoyle fragments, Qin Chuan retrieved a silver-tier item, the gargoyle bracers. This piece of equipment provided 100 defense, 800 health points, and a 20-point strength bonus, but required 60 strength to equip. Even with the 20-point strength boost from the Stone of Might, Qin Chuan was still 1 point short of meeting the requirement. He decided to store it for future use as part of his plans. Continuing on his way, the vampire baron let out another piercing screech, summoning his vampire minions to their doom. His voice echoed through the crypt. Impressive, intruder. Your strength intrigues me. Come to me, and I shall grant you eternal life. This was the condition to trigger the side quest. It was clear the Baron had taken an interest in Qin Chuan's abilities and intended to tempt him into joining the vampire faction with the promise of immortality. After clearing the minor enemies along the path and collecting a few common items, Qin Chuan finally reached the deepest chamber of the Crimson Crypt. It was an enormous room adorned with exquisite murals, measuring over 100 meters in both length and width. Treasures piled in the corners were covered in cobwebs, a testament to the chamber's long abandonment. The most striking feature was the massive bronze coffin suspended in midair by dozens of chains in the center of the room. The moment Qin Chuan stepped into the chamber, the stone door behind him slammed shut, cutting off his retreat. At the same time, the bronze coffin began to shake violently, and from within came the chilling sound of claws scraping against its interior. Clang! With a piercing screech of metal grinding against metal, the bronze coffin lid was wrenched open, releasing a decayed, musty odor that quickly filled the tomb. From within the coffin, a figure dressed in an exquisitely detailed ceremonial outfit slowly sat up. A system notification promptly appeared. Moros, the Reawakened. Level: Silver. HP: 10. Attack: 600, 000600000. Defense: 1600, 320. Skills: Frenzied Blades, Magic Shield, Blink, Dinner Time. Description: You have disturbed the master of this tomb. Are you ready to face its wrath? Qin Chuan glanced at the description, a faint, disdainful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. This so-called master of the tomb was nothing more than Moros, the Blood Clan Baron's butler. The fact that he was resting in such a luxurious vampire coffin was merely a ploy to conceal the presence of the true master. With effortless grace, Moros leapt out of the coffin and landed steadily on the ground. His crimson eyes swept cautiously across the vast, shadowy tomb, their sharp gaze seeming to pierce through every dark corner. Though he saw no sign of an intruder, he knew someone had infiltrated this place. Qin Chuan remained hidden in the shadows, patiently biding his time. He was well aware that this boss's perception far exceeded that of the previous two, and what made things even more challenging was the skill Blink. Moros could instantly teleport to a new location and follow it up with the devastating Frenzied Blades, a combo that could easily annihilate most players. However, Qin Chuan had already deciphered the key to victory cleverly using the surrounding stone pillars. Silently, he crept to the nearest pillar and aimed a throwing knife at Moros's chest. Hidden there was a vampire's fatal weakness, the blood core. Without destroying it, a vampire could never truly die. Moros reacted to the sudden attack with unnerving composure. He immediately activated Blink, appearing before Qin Chuan in a flash, while wielding 2 bone daggers. With a flurry of gleaming strikes, he slashed a massive gash into the sturdy stone pillar, sending shards of rock flying. One more hit, and this pillar would collapse entirely. This was another major challenge in battling Moros. The tomb's 12 pillars could each withstand only 3 hits from frenzied blades. Once all the pillars were destroyed, players would lose their last means of cover. For an average level 10 player, even with top-tier equipment, surviving more than a few of Moros' attacks was nearly impossible, especially for fragile classes. Fortunately, the deadly combo had a cooldown period of about 10 seconds. As long as players could exploit this opening, maintain their distance, and focus on ranged attacks, they could turn the tide in their favor. For Qin Chuan, there was no need to rely on kite tactics to exhaust his opponent. His strategy was simple: move to another stone pillar and patiently wait for shadow stealth to cool down. 16 seconds later, Qin Chuan struck again. Moros immediately unleashed a double slash, his sharp twin blades slicing the pillar into flying fragments. Qin Chuan swiftly slipped into stealth and repositioned behind a new pillar, his eyes fixed on the pair of gleaming short blades in Moros' hands. That dual blade set not only had exceptional base stats, but also came with a set effect, making its overall value comparable to gold-tier equipment. Unfortunately, its drop rate was notoriously low. Qin Chuan vividly remembered that in his previous life, an archer player had farmed Moros for an entire month without managing to collect both weapons. If only it could drop on the first try, Qin Chuan thought to himself with anticipation. After players completed their first class advancement, the class restrictions began to loosen. For an assassin like Qin Chuan, reaching level 10 allowed him to dual-wield weapons. Although the offhand weapon only provided 70 of its attribute bonuses, the boost was still significant. More importantly, dual-wielding wasn't limited to daggers. Any one-handed weapon, including swords and axes, could be equipped. Thinking about this, Qin Chuan grew even more excited and threw another flying dagger. Moros responded again with his face-shifting frenzy blade technique, but refrained from launching an immediate counterattack this time. Instead, he wore a contemplative expression and slowly spoke. "Intruder, your strength has caught my attention. Let's see how you handle this. Come forth, my brothers and sisters. Dinner is served." As Moros' call echoed, four figures gradually materialized around him. The head maid Selena, the gardener Bob, the butcher, and the stable master Haynes, all bronze-tier entities. This marked the beginning of the second phase of the boss fight, an all-out brawl. This was the most challenging stage of the battle, as it required dealing with Moros' overwhelming damage while fending off 4 additional attackers. If these helpers had been silver-tier instead of bronze-tier, the dungeon's difficulty would have been absurd. Even as it stood, players without adequate preparation would struggle to survive. This reminded Qin Chuan of the jokes surrounding the Scarlet Crypt in his previous life, sayings like, "Graduate from Scarlet Crypt, and if you're not ready, don't bother with the crypt." As soon as Shadow Stealth cooled down, Qin Chuan launched an attack directly at Moros. He understood the principle of cutting off the head to eliminate the threat. Defeating Moros would cause the 4 mini-bosses to vanish automatically. Since these helpers didn't drop any loot or hold special value, they weren't worth wasting damage on. While standard teams would prioritize clearing the adds to ease pressure on the main tank, this approach wasn't necessary for someone like Qin Chuan. Just as the damage numbers appeared, Moros closed the distance in an instant. His 4 subordinates simultaneously unleashed their respective skills, engulfing the area where Qin Chuan had just been. Under the onslaught, the stone pillar took even more damage. It could withstand at most 2 more hits before completely collapsing. As the final boss of the Scarlet Crypt, Moros displayed a fearsome level of combat prowess. His ability to teleport combined with the relentless strikes of his frenzied blades could knock down unsuspecting ranged classes in an instant. Melee classes were no safer, as without any distant targets, Moros would unleash his frenzied blades on them without hesitation, leaving barely any time to react. His magical shield effectively countered magic-based classes, and the minions summoned during dinner time placed immense pressure on the main tank. He was, without a doubt, a rogue boss who disregarded all sense of honor. Yet, in front of Qin Chuan, such a formidable opponent seemed utterly helpless. Using a strategy of attacking and immediately vanishing into stealth, Qin Chuan left Moros roaring in frustration, unable to do anything about this elusive foe. Over time, Moros' health steadily dwindled, though the crypt's pillars were collapsing one by one under the onslaught of Moros and his minions. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had calculated that there was more than enough time to defeat the boss. "Master, I have failed." Moros let out a final sigh and fell heavily to the ground. The 4 mini-bosses he had summoned froze in place, their forms gradually fading until they vanished completely. The system notification immediately followed. "Ding! You have defeated the level 10 silver-tier boss, Resurrected Moros. You have gained 20,000 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience has been transferred to the experience pool. Hunting moment activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points, 5. Although the minions Moros summoned did not count as independent bosses and thus did not grant additional evolution points, Qin Chuan's attention was already drawn to 2 dazzling loot orbs on the ground. Both were equipment items, and they had weapon icons. Could it really be that the weapon set had dropped on the first attempt? Such an incredibly low probability stroke of luck left Qin Chuan in disbelief. At that moment, a new system notification appeared. Ding! You have completed the nightmare level dungeon Scarlet Crypt. This is the server's first clear of this dungeon. You have been awarded an additional 10,000 experience points, 20 attribute points, and 10 reputation points. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your nickname?
No.
Player Night Wanderer has achieved the first nightmare level clear of Scarlet Crypt. We encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ascend squad had just finished off a wild boar. After grinding through tough battles, they had reached level 3 and were close to hitting level 4. Their leader, Dragon Ascend World, was rallying his teammates. Keep it up. Once we hit level 5, we can equip our new gear, and farming monsters will be way faster. And at level 10, we'll have silver-tier equipment to replace this stuff. His words fired up the team, but before they could find their next target, the server-wide announcement came through. Dragon Ascend World, as if expecting this, said, I knew it Night Wanderer would definitely go for nightmare difficulty. The archer chimed in immediately, as my rival, it's only natural for Night Wanderer to make such a move. After thinking for a moment, the priest, Snow, suggested, Boss, should we ask Night Wanderer if they have any new gear for sale? Longting Tianxia waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm as he said, no need to go out of your way. If Night Wanderer intends to contact me, he will. Since there's been no movement, it's either because he's busy or has other plans. After a brief pause, he added seriously, we're all seasoned players here. We can't always rely on Night Wanderer, understood? Although the group nodded repeatedly in agreement, inwardly, they couldn't help but grumble. Who's the one really relying on Night Wanderer here? Meanwhile, the novice villages were abuzz with discussions about Night Wanderer. His name had become a banner, constantly redefining players' expectations, first to defeat a black iron level boss, then to take down a silver level boss above his level, discover a hidden dungeon, reach level 10 and top the leaderboard, and now complete the nightmare difficulty Crimson Crypt first. Such a rapid succession of achievements left ordinary players utterly stunned. We're still out here hunting wild rabbits, and this guy's already clearing dungeons, someone remarked with a wry smile. Is the gap between people really this wide? However, those with exceptional talents were less willing to accept this, especially the elite players with S-level and even S-level talents, who were itching to prove themselves, determined to knock Night Wanderer off his pedestal. In their eyes, with their superior talents and professions, why should all the glory go to Night Wanderer alone? As a globally synchronized game, Apocalypse brought together players from Yin Country, the Beautiful Country, and Stick Country, among others. Although players couldn't interfere with each other before the Nation War version, the system broadcasted server-wide announcements in multiple languages. At that moment, in the Beautiful Country's novice village, a 3-player team led by SS-level talent holder Richardson was locked in an intense battle with Moros. The boss was down to a sliver of health, and victory seemed imminent. Hold steady. The boss is about to fall. Thank goodness for Richardson's SS-level talent. We wouldn't have made it this far without him. No matter how strong that Yin Country player Night Wanderer is, he's just one person. We've got an SS-level talent, 2 levels, and top-tier gear bought at a high price. This first clear is definitely ours. Wearing his mage robes, Richardson smirked at his teammates' praise. His SS-level talent, Winter's Heart, combined with his hidden profession, Winter Mage, gave him unparalleled control and damage output. Even the boss was helpless against him. He had envisioned himself dominating the game, standing at the pinnacle of Apocalypse, but to his frustration, every major achievement had been snatched by a player named Night Wanderer from Yin Country. Just as Richardson raised his staff to deliver the final blow to Moros, a server-wide announcement suddenly rang out. Player Night Wanderer has completed the first clear of Nightmare Difficulty Crimson Crypt. Keep up the great work, everyone. Impossible. Richardson's composure cracked, and his misfired skill missed its target. The now uncontrolled Moros unleashed a sudden burst of power, instantly killing his 2 teammates. If not for Richardson's quick reflexes, he too might have met his end. Even though the system informed him he had successfully cleared the dungeon and earned over-leveled golden equipment, Richardson felt no joy. His mind was consumed by a single thought. When the Nation War version launched, he would make sure to tear that Night Wanderer guy to pieces. This sentiment was echoed by top players across the world. Sooner or later, they would bring Night Wanderer to his knees. Qin Chuan stepped forward with anticipation, carefully pocketing the 2 spoils of battle. He examined the equipment's attributes meticulously. The bone-cleaving dagger main hand and the bloodletting blade offhand were both silver-tier weapons, each providing 300 attack power and a 15-point agility boost, with a level requirement of 10. While their base stats matched those of his current weapon, the Blood Siphon blade, their true value lay in the set bonus they offered. When equipped together, the 2 weapons not only granted an additional 200 attack power but also unlocked the Frenzied Dash skill. This ability allowed the user to dash swiftly in a specified direction while unleashing a whirlwind of blades, dealing double attack damage to all enemies in the path. The skill had a 30-second cooldown. It was the cornerstone of Ross's famed Blink and Blade Frenzy combo. Qin Chuan particularly valued the mobility offered by this set. Though he possessed seamless stealth abilities, they were not foolproof against prepared opponents. If enemies bombarded potential hiding spots with area effect attacks, stealth alone could lead to a swift demise. The mobility provided by the bone-cleaving set perfectly addressed this critical vulnerability. However, this set had not originally been part of Qin Chuan's plans. Moroz's drop table contained over 20 items, and assembling the dual blade combo required extraordinary luck. Sacrificing leveling progress for such slim odds was hardly practical, especially since the set's mobility feature was only a temporary solution. True mobility skills, which he would need in the future, required higher levels to unlock. After securing the equipment, the voice of the Bloodborne Baron echoed through the crypt. "You defeated Moros? Your strength truly surprises me. Come, stand by my side, and let us revel in eternal life together." The system promptly displayed a notification. Ding! You have activated a hidden side quest, a difficult choice. Option 1. Kill the Bloodborne Baron. Reward: none. Option 2. Accept the Baron's offer. Reward: unlock the special class Scarlet Assassin, attribute-based specialization, lifespan extended by 300 years. Although the rewards for the second option were extraordinarily tempting, Qin Chuan knew it was a trap. Before the fusion of apocalypse and reality, becoming a vampire seemed purely beneficial, a special class with immense power. However, once the fusion began and the vampires descended upon Blue Star, everything would change drastically. Even though the Vampire Baron was long dead by then, the players he had turned into his minions had already become bloodthirsty lackeys, wreaking havoc and causing countless massacres in the game world. Qin Chuan was well aware of this, but found himself powerless to stop it. After all, who in the game would take a warning from a random player seriously? The only thing he could do was silently post anonymous warning threads on the Apocalypse forum. Saving even one player was better than none. "Baron, clean your neck and wait for death." Qin Chuan sneered as he made his final choice. A system prompt immediately flashed. "You have made your choice. The Vampire Baron will now become your sworn enemy to the death." Unfazed, Qin Chuan walked to the corner of the tomb chamber. Using his foot, he pushed aside some scattered treasures, revealing a trap tile beneath. He stepped on it lightly, and the sound of gears turning echoed from behind the stone wall. Clang! The chain suspending a bronze coffin loosened, sending the entire coffin crashing heavily to the ground. It created a pit so deep its bottom was invisible. From the depths came wails and curses, mingled with the sound of viscous liquid flowing. A pungent, overwhelming stench of blood filled the air. This was the Vampire Baron's lair, the blood pool. Those voices belonged to the anguished souls of countless victims. Qin Chuan quickly located a raised platform and began descending, leaping downward step by step. After dropping tens of meters, he landed on solid ground. Ahead of him was a single passageway, its end illuminated by a faint crimson glow. "Intruder, this will be your burial ground," the Baron's enraged voice echoed. "Let your blood replenish this nearly dried blood pool." Qin Chuan stealthily approached the entrance of the cave, hiding behind the stone wall to observe. Before him was a grim and eerie chamber. The obsidian floor gleamed like a mirror. At the center lay a blood pool, its crimson liquid rippling gently. The Vampire Baron leaned casually against the pool's edge, an expression of indulgence on his face. Beside him stood the resurrected Wolf King, now a lifeless, undead servant. The system displayed: Baron Gunnar. Level: Gold 15. HP: 1,500, 000, 1,500, 000. Attack: 6,000. Defense: 4,000. Skills: Crimson Pact, Life Conversion, Blood Pool, Tide of Blood, Toxic Blood Plague. Description: though weakened from his long slumber, he remains a formidable foe. Resurrected Wolf King. Level: Silver 10. HP: 350, 000, 350, 000. Attack: 1,500. Defense: 1,200. Skills: Rabid Bite, Lethal Rend, Call of the Wild. Description: a puppet resurrected by vampire magic, now loyally guarding its former rival. 2 bosses, and the Baron's health alone was a staggering 1.5 million. Without Qin Chuan's sniper god talent, even if the Baron stood still and let himself be attacked, it would take ages to bring him down. No wonder players who encountered him later took an extended amount of time to defeat him. What was even more terrifying was that this level 15 Baron had already surpassed the level cap of the beginner village. And this was merely his weakened state due to his slumber. Qin Chuan estimated that the current Vampire Baron only possessed about 1/10 of his true power. Even without considering the sheer power of a true Vampire Baron, the presence of Baron Gunnar alone was enough to make Qin Chuan feel immense pressure. Compared to him, The three Silverdeer bosses in the dungeon and Amos beneath the granite hills seemed utterly insignificant. The Baron's exceptional attack and defense attributes, combined with his wide-range skills, could easily crush any elite team. To make matters worse, in this special mode, there was also a Silverdeer Wolf King lurking dangerously nearby. After a rapid assessment of the situation, Qin Chuan decided to prioritize taking down the Wolf King. This resurrected Wolf King was not a summoned creature, meaning it would not disappear even if the Baron was defeated. With its incredible speed and the Baron's command, allowing it to ambush in advance would have dire consequences. Fortunately, the Wolf King didn't have a high health pool and could be dealt with in just a few minutes. With this in mind, Qin Chuan raised his hand and threw a dagger. The Wolf King let out an enraged howl. Although Baron Gunner's expression darkened, he remained seated in the blood pool, unmoving. This was entirely within Qin Chuan's expectations. This awakening had not been part of the Baron's plan. He had intended to continue his slumber for another century. It was the unexpected intrusion of the Wolf King that had disrupted his rest, leaving him in a less than optimal state as he entered a recovery phase. However, this recovery period wouldn't last long, as the blood pool significantly accelerated the Baron's regeneration. Qin Chuan needed to reduce the Wolf King's health as much as possible, or better yet, eliminate it before Baron Gunner made his move. It was a race against time. As the Wolf King's health steadily decreased, the Baron's face grew darker, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Qin Chuan. There is an old saying, even when beating a dog, you must consider its owner. Watching his resurrected Wolf King being pummeled mercilessly, the Baron felt utterly humiliated. He silently vowed to personally kill this intruder, turn his skin into a rug, his skull into a goblet, and make him pay dearly for his actions. Qin Chuan ignored the Baron's expression, focusing solely on taking down the Wolf King. When the Wolf King's health dropped below half, the Baron finally roared, "Enough!" He slammed his hand against the blood pool, sending countless blood droplets shooting out like bullets, shattering the cave walls into debris. Anticipating the attack, Qin Chuan used the wall near the cave entrance to dodge just in time. Taking advantage of the brief pause, the Wolf King retreated to the Baron's side, whimpering softly with its head lowered. The Baron pointed a finger, sending a crimson orb of light into the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King let out a rejuvenated howl, instantly recovering 20 of its health. Though Qin Chuan inwardly cursed this blatant cheating, he could only continue his relentless assault. The Baron's abilities were not without limits. With enough damage output, Qin Chuan could still wear down and ultimately defeat the resurrected Wolf King. When the Wolf King's health dropped to 15 again, it instinctively fell back to the Baron's side. The relentless dagger attacks had left it visibly agitated. This infuriating sense of déjà vu made it seem as though even death offered no peace. The Baron furiously cursed useless as he cast life conversion once again, restoring 20% of the Wolf King's health. But it was a futile effort. The Wolf King's condition was far too deteriorated to survive a third round of healing. What made matters worse was that at this moment, Baron Gunnar's body became unnaturally robust and muscular. The blood pool erupted with violent ripples, and the Baron transformed into a crimson phantom, soaring into the air and hovering above the battlefield. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "My turn," the Baron murmured. Blood tide. Dozens of crimson torrents exploded outward from the Baron as the epicenter, obliterating everything in their path. Strong walls and the obsidian floor were shredded like paper under the horrifying assault. Though the exact damage numbers were unclear, Qin Chuan knew the power of this strike exceeded 10,000. Without sufficient survival measures, the player squad would inevitably be wiped out in the first wave of this onslaught. Qin Chuan made a quick decision to retreat to the tomb's entrance, waiting for his shadow stealth cooldown to reset. The moment it did, he darted back in, throwing a dagger with precision before disappearing into stealth once more. The Wolf King let out a dying howl. "Got you," the Baron sneered, locking his gaze in Qin Chuan's direction. With a cold smile, he raised his hand and unleashed a blood arrow. The arrow struck the ground, releasing white smoke and corroding a deep pit into the obsidian floor. If this attack had landed, even activating the Mountain Heart Ring's shield wouldn't have saved him. Such was the overwhelming power of a Golden Tier boss. Thanks to his incredible agility, Qin Chuan narrowly dodged the lethal strike. The Baron frowned slightly, seemingly surprised. "You dodged that? Impressive. Your potential is limitless, and you are bound to become a grave threat to my kin one day. But it's a pity you must die here today." Dark Duel. Pitch-black energy surged from beneath the Baron's cloak, rapidly engulfing the entire underground tomb and spilling outward. A game notification immediately popped up. Baron Gunnar has activated the special skill Dark Duel, sealing all escape routes. The skill will only end when one side is completely annihilated. Warning: if you die during the Dark Duel, your character will be permanently deleted. This unexpected turn of events sent a chill through Qin Chuan. In his previous life, There had been no mention of Baron Gunnar possessing such a skill, let alone one tied to such a ludicrous penalty as forced character deletion. Was this the butterfly effect of his rebirth? A hidden rule of the game Apocalypse? Or perhaps his sniper deity talent had drawn the attention of the gods? But now wasn't the time to dwell on such questions. The dark energy spread rapidly, enveloping him completely and sealing off all escape routes. The only path left was to kill the Baron. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan's thoughts became sharper than ever. He had once slain gods. What was a mere vampire Baron compared to that? Soon enough, he identified the key to victory. The Baron couldn't break through his stealth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to using a special skill like Dark Duel to restrict his movements. Hiding in the shadows, Qin Chuan's lips curled into a confident smile. Your stats are impressive, but my strategy is unbeatable. Baron Gunnar's unique skill caught Qin Chuan off guard, but within seconds, he regained his composure and carefully analyzed the situation. In truth, his plan had always been to defeat the Baron without taking any damage, and the sudden appearance of the Dark Duel didn't alter that objective. More importantly, he still had a trump card up his sleeve: the substitute strawman. While the Baron's Dark Duel sealed off any escape routes, it couldn't disable the resurrection mechanism. Worst-case scenario, he would simply revive and return to the fight. After all, the collective resistance of the players in the beginner village had already successfully broken the Rakshasa Hall's control over the respawn point. Once he realized this, Qin Chuan felt much more at ease. With an assured fallback option, his confidence soared. Without hesitation, he hurled a throwing knife at the Wolf King, sticking to his original plan. Take down the Wolf King first, then deal with Baron Gunnar. Seeing this invisible intruder not only remain unafraid, but even dare to attack his pet, Baron Gunnar was livid. He had never encountered such audacity. After taking several consecutive throwing knives, the Wolf King collapsed, disintegrating into several silver-white light spheres scattered across the ground. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! You have slain the resurrected level 10 Silver-tier boss, the Wolf King, and earned 20,000 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess points have been transferred to the experience pool. Hunting mode activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points: 6. Qin Chuan didn't bother to collect the loot, as another blood arrow from the Baron was already on its way. Even though he couldn't see his target, Baron Gunnar's sharp senses allowed him to attack in Qin Chuan's general direction. Within mere minutes, the once smooth obsidian floor had been corroded into a pitted, uneven surface, and the acrid stench in the air was suffocating. Qin Chuan quickly issued a command: disable scent perception. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Such conveniences were only possible during the early stages of the game. Later on, it wouldn't be this easy. With the Wolf King out of the way, Qin Chuan's attention shifted to the Baron's finger. According to the loot list, the Baron carried a storage ring, a crucial item that could solve his inventory space problem. Recalling his previous stroke of luck with the bone-cleaving twin blades, Qin Chuan was confident he'd obtain the ring. Though Baron Gunnar couldn't see Qin Chuan, he could feel the intense gaze fixated on him. Raising his right hand, he sneered, "Greedy fool. If you want my heirloom, you'll have to trade your life for it." Blood tide. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted as blood arrows once again bombarded the surroundings, shaking loose chunks of debris from the ceiling. Qin Chuan glanced up at the cracks forming overhead. At this rate, if the Baron continued his assault, the underground crypt would likely collapse. Reacting swiftly, Qin Chuan flung another throwing knife, instantly dealing nearly 20,000 damage to the Baron. Baron Gunnar cried out in shock, "Mortal, how could you possibly possess such power?" Clearly, his astonishment wasn't at Qin Chuan's sharpshooting talent, but at the devastating true damage he had inflicted. Even among the various alien races, those who could wield such power were extremely rare. Within the Blood Clan, this ability was only possible for those at the rank of Count or higher. Baron Gunnar's face was filled with unconcealed shock. As a mere Baron, the gap in power between him and a Blood Clan Count was like an insurmountable chasm. This only strengthened his resolve to eliminate the intruder. Nothing must interfere with the Blood Clan's conquest plans. The Baron's sinister gaze swept across the surroundings as he silently rejoiced that the dark deathmatch restricted the opponent's escape. However, a question suddenly arose in his mind. Why would an intruder of such a low rank possess such advanced stealth skills? Suddenly, a thought struck him: shadow power. This realization caused a greedy light to ignite in the Baron's eyes. If he could devour the intruder's flesh and blood, this power would become his own. He even began to imagine himself as the new ruler of the Blood Clan. However, a heavy blow shattered his daydream. The Baron realized that he might have underestimated the battle. Facing an opponent who wielded both true damage and shadow power, was victory truly within reach? This thought made his movements falter. The progression of the fight was far worse than the Baron had anticipated. When his health dropped to 75, he managed to remain composed. At 50, he was forced to enter his second phase, increasing his speed and skill frequency. By the time his health reached 30, he began to feel uneasy but still feigned confidence. When only 10 of his health remained, he finally panicked, desperately searching for an escape route, only to find himself trapped by the dark deathmatch he had initiated. Intruder, your strength has earned my respect. I am willing to share the secret of eternal life with you. The Baron was forced to abandon his pride and beg for mercy. A system notification immediately appeared. You have triggered a hidden side quest. Desperate struggle. Option 1. Kill the Blood Clan Baron. Reward: none. Option 2. Accept the Baron's offer. Reward: receive baronial title, gain the title of Crimson Knight, and an additional 500 years of life. Qin Chuan chose to kill without hesitation, interrupting the Baron's delusions with a flying dagger. Just you wait. My kin will crush your world, the rejected Baron screamed in fury. With the last 2 flying daggers, the Baron let out his final cry. I just wanted to live another 500 years. He fell to the ground, dead, his face twisted with regret and despair. A treasure trove of glittering loot burst from the Baron's corpse, catching Qin Chuan's attention. This was the drop from a golden tier boss. Whether equipment or items, they were incredibly valuable. Although the equipment required level 15 to use, this posed no issue for Qin Chuan. Once he reached the main city, high-level monsters in the wilderness would provide abundant experience for defeating enemies above his level. Now, it was time to check out these priceless treasures. As Baron Gunnar fell to the ground, a barrage of system notifications erupted like a rapid-fire cannon. The rewards for defeating a level 15 golden tier boss were exceptionally generous. 50,000 experience points overflowed and were transferred into the experience pool. The hunting moment was triggered, granting 1 evolution point, bringing the total to 7 points. And as the first player on the server to achieve this feat, there was an additional reward of 100 free attribute points, 10 skill points, and 50 reputation points. Would you like to hide your nickname? When prompted by the system, Qin Chuan unhesitatingly chose no. Immediately after, 2 server-wide announcements reverberated across the game. Player Night Wanderer has achieved the first kill of the golden tier boss, Baron Gunnar. Keep up the great work, players. Player Night Wanderer is the first to reach 100 reputation points, unlocking the reputation leaderboard. Keep up the great work, players. These announcements hit the global player base like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned. A golden tier boss? Soloed by one person? Doubts and protests erupted in waves. This guy must be cheating. As for the unlocking of the reputation leaderboard, it seemed almost insignificant in comparison. While players were still reeling from the shock, a third announcement followed closely behind. Player Richardson has achieved the first kill of the bronze tier boss, Gale Wolf King. Keep up the great work, players. Dragon Soars to the Heavens was deeply shaken as he read the messages. He had thought clearing the Nightmare Dungeon first was already the pinnacle of achievement, but Qin Chuan had managed to accomplish something even more extraordinary. However, upon seeing Richardson's announcement, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. In this globally synchronized world of apocalypse, there were clearly countless skilled players. Meanwhile, back in Newbie Village 9527, recently logged in player, Rakshasa Blade Slash, was unusually excited. Night Wanderer? Just a glitch player on the decline. That Richardson, on the other hand, easily taking down a bronze tier boss is bound to become a force to be reckoned with. His flattering remarks immediately drew ridicule from nearby players. I've heard Rakshasa Hall is spineless, and today proves it's true. A weak leader breeds weak followers. With a guild master like that, what can you even expect from the guild? And as for Rakshasa Blade Slash, this so-called fearsome player, he's nothing special either. Surrounding players chimed in, mocking him in unison. The Night Wanderer is the real deal. The gaming forum was ablaze with heated discussions. The news of Richardson's first kill of a bronze-level boss had caused quite a stir, with many players rallying in defense of the Night Wanderer. They argued that, compared to Richardson, who relied on the help of others, the Night Wanderer, capable of soloing bosses, was the true master. The debate quickly escalated into a verbal onslaught against the Rakshasa Hall, particularly targeting Rakshasa 1 Slash. Some players dug up Rakshasa Hall's past misdeeds, such as camping at respawn points, which immediately sparked widespread outrage. Hundreds of angry players surrounded Rakshasa 1 Slash at the outskirts of the Newbie Village, creating chaos. Outnumbered, Rakshasa 1 Slash was eventually forced to retreat to the respawn point and, humiliated, logged off in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Qin Chuan was focused on his own progress. He allocated all his newly acquired attribute points to agility, pushing his agility stat to an impressive 3445. His other stats remained relatively low. Strength at 39, Constitution at 14, and Spirit at 13. This extreme attribute distribution might seem unbalanced, but it was the result of careful consideration. For the Assassin class, the attack boost from Strength was negligible compared to the benefits of the Bonecarver Twin Blades he was about to obtain. Constitution's health bonus was of little use against high-level bosses, where a single mistake could mean instant death. As for the spirit stat, it was practically irrelevant to the assassin class. When Qin Chuan heard the news of Richardson's first kill, he remained calm. Drawing from his past life experience, he knew that while Richardson might have an SS level talent, his own sharpshooter talent was undoubtedly superior. As he gathered his spoils, Qin Chuan's eyes fell on the gray cloak dropped by the Wolf King. Wolf King cloak silver grade. Defense, 50. Health, 800. Agility, 20. Requirement, level 10. Carefully, he removed the Wolf King's head, intending to deliver it to the hunter to complete a quest. He also made sure to secure the blood core of Baron Gunera, crucial item for exposing the village chief's true identity. The blood pool had already dried up, revealing a teleportation array at the bottom. However, Qin Chuan refrained from using it immediately. He vividly remembered that returning through the array without carrying a trace of vampiric aura would trigger the village chief's trap. Although the Baron's level 15 equipment was still unusable for the time being, the Wolf King cloak would at least provide some extra protection for his return journey. The attributes of the Wolf King cloak leaned towards agility, which, while merely a bonus for Qin Chuan, was still better than nothing. He quickly draped the cloak over his shoulders, and a gray fabric unfolded instantly, providing excellent warmth. This was the cloak's hidden attributite, could keep the wearer in peak condition during battles in snowy terrain. When inspecting the second piece of loot, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. The wolf hide legguards had impressive attributes: silver deer, 100 defense, 1000 health, 10 agility, and a level 10 equipment requirement. He whistled in satisfaction and promptly swapped out his nearly worn-out starter shorts. After putting them on, he jumped a few times to test the fit. They were perfectly snug and far more comfortable than his previously tight starter gear. The third item was a piercing greatsword, a silver deer two-handed weapon with solid stats, 600 attack, 15 strength, and a level 10 requirement with 120 strength needed. However, as a warrior weapon, it wasn't particularly useful for Qin Chuan, so he stored it in his inventory for future trading or use. Next came two utility items. The first was the Wolf King horn, a silver deer item that could summon a level 10 giant wolf to fight alongside the user for 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. While it wasn't of much use to him personally, it was an excellent leveling tool for other players, and would likely fetch a good price on the market. The final item was the Wolf King's blood, a silver deer consumable that permanently increased agility by 15 points. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan used the attribute-boosting item. There was no denying that after upgrading to silver deer, the Wolf King's drop rate and loot quality had significantly improved, though the difficulty of defeating it had also risen accordingly. When Qin Chuan examined the loot dropped by Baron Gunner, his eyes widened in astonishment. The very first item left him thrilled: a golden tier Gunner family signet ring. Though it didn't grant any attribute bonuses, its feature of providing 100 slots of storage space was something every player dreamed of. More importantly, after the apocalypse descended, the 100 slots transformed into 100 cubic meters of real storage space. What made the ring even more extraordinary was its special effect. Items stored within its space would never drop upon death. This meant that even if someone camped his respawn point, his most valuable possessions would remain safe. Even in the late stages of the game, this ring would be irreplaceable. After all, no one wanted to see their hard-earned treasures looted by others. Qin Chuan carefully examined the spoils of war taken from the Baron. The first item to catch his eye was a storage ring. He cautiously slid it onto his finger, turning it over and admiring it repeatedly. This heirloom of the ancient Noir Baron family was clearly a treasure he couldn't put down. A dead vampire really is the best kind, he murmured softly. Next, he pulled out the second item, a dazzling golden crimson robe. This height-ear piece of equipment not only provided impressive attribute boosts, an additional 100 points of defense, 1,500 points of health, and 2,000 points of mana, but also included a 50-point increase in spirit. Even more remarkable was its special effect, which enhanced casting speed by 15. Qin Chuan calculated silently, knowing such an exceptional item would undoubtedly cause a frenzy in the outside world. Unfortunately, the level 15 requirement would be a significant hurdle for most players. The third item was a golden glowing skill book titled Tide of Blood. This height-ear active skill was quite powerful, dealing 180 magic damage, plus an additional 800 points of area damage. While it consumed 10 of the user's health, the 30-second cooldown was fairly reasonable. The only downside was its steep 300-point spirit requirement, making it suitable only for magic-based classes. When Qin Chuan saw the fourth item, a pair of blood-stained boots, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Yet another top-tier item for magic users. In addition to excellent base stats, these boots allowed the wearer to cast spells while moving at 30 of their normal speed, greatly enhancing a mage's mobility. The final piece of loot was a skill book titled Toxic Blood Plague. This passive skill inflicted significant poison damage over time and even had a contagious effect. As Qin Chuan looked over the collection of magic-focused equipment in his hands, he shook his head with a hint of exasperation. It felt as if this entire boss run had been tailored to benefit other mage players. Still, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Though he couldn't use these items himself, they could be traded for gear he truly needed. After all, in the vast world of Apocalypse, there was always a way to put things to good use. Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the skill panel, and his attention was instantly captured by a familiar name: Toxic Blood Plague. This was a legendary skill in his previous life, hailed by countless players as the source of 10,000 poisons, and a must-have for farming monsters. He recalled how the skill worked. Whenever a monster died, it would release toxic blood, dealing continuous damage to all nearby enemies. Paired with area effect skills, it was the ultimate choice for solo players. A tactical plan formed in his mind. Find a spot where monsters gathered, lure a dozen or so into a group, then kill one to trigger the toxic blood effect. Just before the effect expired, kill another to refresh the debuff. By repeating this cycle, he could effortlessly clear out large numbers of enemies. This skill seemed tailor-made for Qin Chuan at this moment. His shadow-throwing knives could complement it perfectly, opening with a single strike to instantly kill and trigger the toxic blood, then leveraging the sniper god buff to deal significant damage even if it didn't kill outright. A few more knife throws would easily allow him to eliminate 10 times the number of monsters. Excited by the prospect of skyrocketing his leveling efficiency, Qin Chuan didn't hesitate to learn the skill. Although he currently lacked any area effect abilities, shadow-throwing knives was sufficient for now. Moreover, the Dragon Soaring Dynasty was actively helping him search for related skill books. With their resources, he expected results within 3 days. By then, he would evolve from a long-range assassin to a hybrid long-range magi assassin, hurling skills into monster clusters to gain massive experience. This Toxic Blood Plague skill book swept away the frustration he felt earlier after obtaining mage gear. Now, all the loot from Baron Gunnar was accounted for. Not only had he acquired a rare storage ring, but he had also unexpectedly gained this golden tier skill. Despite the fact that Toxic Blood Plague far surpassed his painstakingly cultivated bronze tier Shadow Stealth in quality, Qin Chuan remained level-headed. Shadow Stealth was still his fundamental skill, and its importance was irreplaceable after all. Survival was the prerequisite for dealing damage. What thrilled him even more was that he had accumulated 7 evolution points during this run. With just a few more monsters, he could gather the 8 points needed to unlock the next stage of Shadow Stealth's evolution. Once it upgraded to Silver Tier, his stealth would become flawless, so much so that even an archer under Rakshasa 1 slash, spamming flares until their hands went numb, wouldn't be able to detect him. Moreover, the skill's base damage boost, combined with the dual-wielding capability he was about to unlock, would elevate his damage output to an entirely new level. You're hunting rabbits, he's hunting boars, and him going after first kills. We all have bright futures ahead, Qin Chuan muttered to himself, shifting his gaze toward the teleportation array in the blood pool. To guard against any traps the village chief might have set, he not only maintained his stealth mode but also activated the shield effect from his ring. With the 2 pieces of Wolf King gear equipped, his health had reached 2,540. Adding the 3,000 point shield, he was nearly invincible in the beginner's village. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan stepped onto the teleportation array. A system prompt immediately popped up. You've discovered a sealed teleportation array. Do you wish to activate it? Activate. As a dazzling beam of light enveloped him, his figure vanished from the spot, transporting him to the abandoned hut in the beginner's village. At the same time, the village chief of Novice Village number 9527 suddenly shuddered, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. He instantly realized that the teleportation array set up by his master had been activated ahead of schedule, which was clearly not in line with the agreed time. Recalling his master's earlier furious roar, a sense of foreboding began to spread in his heart. Village chief, here are the materials you requested. A player's voice interrupted his thoughts. The village chief quickly adjusted his expression, putting on a friendly and approachable demeanor. Brave adventurer, your efficiency is truly remarkable. This is the reward you deserve. Thank you so much. Is there anything else I can help with? The player asked excitedly. The village chief furrowed his brows slightly, feigning a worried look. Recently, a few abandoned houses seem to have been invaded by unknown individuals. Could you check it out for me? Protecting the village is our duty, the player declared, thumping his chest with determination. Let's go, team. A group of players rushed toward the abandoned houses, eager to ensure that any intruders would meet their end. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan had just emerged from the teleportation array. Before he could adjust to the surrounding light, he heard a sharp whooshing sound. A semi-transparent ghost extended its sharp claws, launching an attack into the void. This ghost was the spirit of an innocent villager who had been killed by the village chief, and it instinctively attacked, unable to sense any vampire aura. Qin Chuan dodged the attack effortlessly, choosing not to retaliate. He slipped out through a half-open wooden door and headed toward the village chief's residence. After walking a few steps out of his stealth state, he noticed a group of players enthusiastically running toward the abandoned houses. Before long, a series of anguished cries erupted behind him. What the heck? What kind of mission is this? The captain got one shot. Why are there ghosts in the novice village? Where's the guard team? See you at the respawn point, everyone. Several players fell one after another, turning into white light and vanishing. Qin Chuan glanced back at the gradually fading ghost and decided to stick to his plan. Instead of killing the ghost, he would expose the village chief's conspiracy, which would also trigger a hidden quest to obtain a wooden comb gifted by the ghost lover in life. However, just as he turned to continue forward, he found himself surrounded by a large crowd of players. Whoa, it's the Night Wanderer. The exclamation acted like a fuse, instantly setting off a frenzy in the novice village. More and more players flocked to the scene, all eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure known for securing first kills. Seeing the swarm of players rushing toward him, Qin Chuan had a sudden idea and shouted, "I know you're all excited, but hold on a second. Anyone interested in joining me for a hidden quest?" If someone else had said this, the surrounding players would have scoffed in disbelief. But this time, it was Night Wanderer speaking, the man who had claimed first kills on all major bosses, solo cleared nightmare difficulty, and created a legendary record for the fastest leveling. A player of his caliber had no need to joke about such matters. Night Wanderer, where do we pick up the quest? Can we go now? An eager player pushed forward, eyes gleaming with anticipation. What if it's a wild goose chase? What good gear drops from the Scarlet Crypt on nightmare difficulty? What cheat are you using? Can you share it with us? Questions flew from all directions. Qin Chuan raised a hand, signaling for silence, and said calmly, "Too many questions. I can't answer them all. I'm heading out to complete the quest. Follow if you want." With that, he walked straight towards the village chief, a crowd of curious players trailing behind him. When they reached their destination, the village chief was already waiting at the entrance, flanked by a fully armed village guard squad. The moment the chief laid eyes on Qin Chuan, he sensed the lingering aura on Hyman, echo of the owner's dying resentment. The chief's face immediately darkened. This man reeks of evil energy. Seize him. At the chief's command, the guards raised their weapons and advanced, attempting to encircle Qin Chuan. The players erupted into chaos. Wow, so this is the so-called hidden quest? Night Wanderer, are you using us as cannon fodder? Angry voices rose in a cacophony. One particularly disgruntled player began ranting about Night Wanderer's crimes, from stealing the kill on a giant wild rabbit to sniping the Silverdeer boss Amos the Giant. He recounted how he had been killed by mobs 5 times trying to reach the battlefield, only to be sent back to the respawn point by the boss before even landing a hit. Night Wanderer, you're the worst. The unlucky player finally exploded in frustration. As the guards closed in, the other players quickly backed away, leaving Qin Chuan to face the crisis alone. Yet he remained utterly composed. He reached into his inventory, pulled out the Baron's heart, and held it high for the guards to see. This is the heart of a vampire. I've eliminated a great threat to your village, and this is how you treat an ally of justice. Qin Chuan's voice rang out, unwavering in the tense air. The captain of the guards gestured for his men to stay put and cautiously stepped forward to investigate. When he got a clear look at the object on the ground, his pupils contracted sharply. This is a vampire's heart. And it's still fresh, clearly taken out recently. His gaze shifted to Qin Chuan, his tone filled with hesitation. Where did you get this? There's been no sign of vampires anywhere near our village. The corner of Qin Chuan's mouth curled slightly. Instead of asking me, why don't you ask your village chief? This remark deepened the captain's confusion, and his eyes darted back and forth between Qin Chuan and the village chief. At that moment, the chief suddenly shouted in agitation, "Baru, stop wasting time. Arrest this threat to the village immediately." Captain Baru found himself in a dilemma. If this young man had truly slain a vampire and extracted its heart, then he wasn't a threat but a savior to the village. Yet, disobeying the chief's orders wasn't an option either, leaving him torn. "Baru, are you planning to betray the village?" The chief bellowed angrily, seeing Baru hesitate. Inwardly, he cursed. If not for the presence of so many outsiders, he would have already turned this insubordinate subordinate into a ghostly servant. Noticing the guards had stopped advancing, Qin Chuan stepped forward a few paces, holding the heart, and locked eyes with the chief. "Chief, I discovered a vampire's secret base beneath the northern cliff near the village. After a fierce battle, I killed the vampire baron. So, tell me what reward do I deserve?" The chief suppressed his fury and feigned surprise. "What? Vampires in the north? How unexpected. Brave warrior, come inside, and let's discuss this in detail." He waved to the guards. "You all can leave for now. Why not let the captain stay and listen as well?" Qin Chuan said with a smile, "so he can be better prepared if more vampires show up in the future." Baru nodded, finding the suggestion reasonable. But the chief quickly interjected, "Baru, Take your men to inspect the cliff and ensure there are no stragglers left behind. Just as Baru was about to respond, Qin Chuan suddenly shouted sternly, "You fiend! I've suspected for a while that you're no human." With that, he hurled the vampire's heart with force. The chief instinctively lunged forward, catching the heart just before it hit the ground. Rising to his feet, his eyes glinted with malice as he shrieked, "Foolish humans! How dare you desecrate my master's remains?" The scene fell into stunned silence. Baru rubbed his ears, then turned to the guards behind him. Did the chief just say, "Master?" A guard nodded numbly. Yes, he did. It was then that Baru grasped the gravity of the situation. The village harbored a traitor colluding with vampires. He immediately raised his shield, his eyes fixed warily on the chief. "Chief, is there anything else you'd like to confess?" The intense standoff between the village chief and Balu left the players on the scene utterly stunned. They had never witnessed such vivid interaction between NPCs, and this level of advanced AI behavior was truly astonishing. "I get it now," one player suddenly exclaimed. The Night Wanderer must have discovered the village chief's betrayal, which is why he came back to confront him face-to-face. This statement immediately sparked a chain reaction as players around nodded in agreement. "I knew it. The Night Wanderer wouldn't make a move unless he was confident of victory," another player said smugly. "Ha, when the guards charged in earlier, you were the first to run," someone quickly exposed him. As the plot unfolded, the players had their own thoughts and plans. Some had already gripped their daggers tightly, calculating how to deal with the village chief when the time came. Meanwhile, the village chief, cornered by Balu's questioning, suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Who would have thought that 10 years of meticulous planning would be ruined by an outsider? The village chief exclaimed, obsessively kissing the baron's heart in his hand. "Master, I will avenge you." This eerie scene sent shivers down the players' spines. One hot-headed player cursed and charged forward, yelling, "I'll kill you, you old lunatic." Qin Chuan, seeing this, silently stepped back. Sure enough, the village chief sneered, and his body began to swell rapidly, his clothes stretching to the brink. "So eager to die? I'll grant your wish." Blood arrow. A crimson arrow shot from the village chief's palm, piercing through the impulsive player's head in an instant. The player dissolved into a flash of white light and was teleported to the respawn point. Balu immediately retaliated, but was struck down by the village chief, coughing up blood as he was sent flying. The village chief had now fully revealed his vampiric form. His purplish-black skin was covered in bulging veins, and his height had surged to nearly 3 meters. Struggling to his feet, Balu pleaded, "Adventurers, please help save our village." The village chief, on the other hand, spoke in a seductive tone, "Outsiders, do you desire this kind of power?" At that moment, all the players received a system notification. Ding! Special mission, destruction, and protection has been triggered. Please make your choice. Option 1. Assist the village chief in destroying the village. Reward, basic vampire gene, granting vampiric abilities and attribute bonuses. Note: vampire identity must remain hidden. Option 2. Assist Captain Balu in defeating the village chief and protecting the village. Reward, 10 fame points. From a purely rewards perspective, the first option was clearly far more enticing than the second. Reputation points might seem insignificant, but Qin Chuan understood the hidden intricacies behind them. He vividly remembered how many players in his previous life thought the same, opting for the more practical attribute bonuses, only to fall into a trap they couldn't escape once they joined the Blood Clan. There was no turning back. This was precisely why Qin Chuan had gathered everyone for this mission, to help as many players as possible avoid this dangerous choice. The surrounding players were already deep in discussion. "There really is a hidden quest," someone exclaimed excitedly. "Night Wanderer didn't lie to us." More voices chimed in. "What's the difference between these two options?" The second choice looks useless, but the first one feels off somehow. Eventually, everyone turned their eyes toward Qin Chuan, waiting for his explanation. Qin Chuan spoke plainly. "While the choice is yours, I strongly recommend picking the second option. From what I know, reputation points will become very important after the beginner village stage. The fact that the game has a dedicated reputation leaderboard isn't without reason." The players mulled over his words. It was true so far. Apocalypse had only opened the level leaderboard and the reputation leaderboard, which hinted at the significance of reputation points. Still, someone raised a question. Even if reputation points are important, what can a measly 10 points do? At least the first option gives attribute bonuses. Qin Chuan didn't elaborate further. Instead, he calmly stated, "This quest will divide players into different factions based on their choices, followed by a live PK battle. In choosing the second option, decide for yourselves." His words carried immediate weight. Most players knew of Night Wanderer's strength, and choosing the first option would mean becoming his enemy. The majority quickly voiced their decision to help Captain Baru defeat the traitorous village chief. But there were always a few who refused to follow the crowd. Quietly, they chose the first option, planning to blend into the group and act when the time was right. What they didn't anticipate was that the moment their choice was made, crimson light dots flew from the village chief and embedded themselves into their bodies, instantly revealing their identities. "We found the traitors!" someone shouted as the surrounding players reacted swiftly. Qin Chuan wasted no time. He threw a dagger that struck one Blood Clan player with pinpoint accuracy, then unleashed his blood plague, wiping out all the exposed Blood Clan players in one fell swoop. In the beginner village, skills typically didn't have damage effects, but in this special scenario, they could distinguish between allies and enemies. Qin Chuan's blood plague inflicted 1,180 damage, far exceeding the current player's health caps of 2 to 300. The Blood Clan players fell to the ground one after another. One of them, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted, "This game is so unfair. Why expose our choices so blatantly?" This was precisely Qin Chuan's brilliance. The quest description clearly stated that Blood Clan identities should not be revealed. If players took the quest alone, their choices would indeed remain confidential. But Qin Chuan had deliberately gathered everyone together, leaving the Blood Clan players with no place to hide. Though killing them now was just part of the game phase, their identities were now exposed. In the future, whenever they joined a team, the system would display a warning. A Blood Clan infiltrator has joined the team, effectively branding them permanently. Qin Chuan didn't expect to completely stop the Blood Clan's infiltration, but as long as he could reduce some of the future threats, it was worth it. As Qin Chuan made his move, dozens of players who had secretly joined the Blood Clan fell to the ground in an instant, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. This shocking scene left the other players uneasy, grateful they hadn't chosen to stand against the Night Wanderer. What kind of skill is that? The players exchanged bewildered glances, their voices buzzing with speculation. Among the fallen, apart from the few initially targeted, others who had maintained a considerable distance from the Night Wanderer also met their end. No one could discern the trajectory of the attack, just a flash of cold light, and dozens of lives were snuffed out. Witnessing the Night Wanderer's overwhelming power, the hesitant players quickly made up their minds and declared their support for Captain Baru. Baru, invigorated by their response, shouted loudly, "Adventurers, let's take down this monster." The mutated village chief let out an enraged roar and charged forward, his thick arms swinging wildly. The players grew excited, quickly taking their positions. Tanks to the front. DPS, watch your positioning. Healers, pre-heal the group. Let me take on this old beast. Today, he'll learn why the flowers are so red. For our village. However, just as the players were gearing up for an intense battle, the mutated village chief had barely taken 2 steps when a cold flash streaked through the air. His health bar instantly emptied, and he collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. "Whoa!" The players gasped in unison, then exchanged knowing looks of resignation. Though their well-laid plans went unused, they couldn't help but nod in agreement when they realized who had intervened. A scumbag like him deserved to be one-shot. Qin Chuan emerged from the shadows and walked over to Baru. With a solemn expression, he said, "Captain Baru, you exposed the village chief's schemes. It's only fitting that you take his place as the new village chief." He then turned to the village guards. "What do you all think?" The guards immediately voiced their unanimous support for Baru. Stunned for a moment by the unexpected proposal, Baru quickly composed himself and accepted his new role. The title above his head changed accordingly to Village Chief Baru. The game system chimed in at the perfect moment, rewarding all participating players with 10 points of renown, much to their delight. Even some bystander players began to reassess their opinion of the Night Wanderer, thinking that perhaps the rumors of his tyranny had been exaggerated. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan received additional notifications. "Ding! You led the effort to expose the village chief's true identity and thwarted the Blood Clan's plot. You have earned the title Village Protector. Ding! Your renown has increased by an additional 10 points. Ding! Your reputation with the Blood Clan has dropped to hostile." Qin Chuan glanced at the notifications, but paid them little mind. Humans and vampires have always been sworn enemies, so taking the initiative to lower their reputation to the level of hostility wouldn't make much difference. Qin Chuan understood well that the so-called title of Village Protector was mostly symbolic. Apart from gaining assistance in friendly non-human settlements after the future apocalypse merges with reality, it held no practical value at the moment. With the vampire questline completed, Qin Chuan didn't linger. While other players were still fervently discussing the events, he quietly activated Shadow Stealth and made his way towards the hunter's house. As he approached the hunter's gate, he noticed a familiar figure standing outside the yard, shouting brazenly, "Cripple! Come out if you dare." Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the same player who had been instantly killed twice in the yard earlier. Clearly, this person was smart enough to provoke from outside the yard, but he had forgotten that the hunter was an expert in ranged combat. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow cutting through the air was followed by a dull thud. The shouting player collapsed to the ground, instantly sent back to the respawn point. Shaking his head, Qin Chuan disengaged his stealth and entered the yard. Inside the house, the hunter was hanging his bow on the wall. When he saw Qin Chuan enter, he didn't immediately ask about the Wolf King. Instead, in a deep voice, he asked, "The village chief is dead?" After Qin Chuan confirmed, the hunter fell into a contemplative silence. He recalled the village chief, hand, from over a decade ago, full of ambition and leading the village to prosperity. However, everything changed during a trip 10 years ago. The chief was transformed into a vampire baron's thrall in the Crimson Crypt, secretly harming villagers and supplying blood for the blood pool. Snapping out of his memories, the hunter turned his attention to the matter of the Wolf King. Qin Chuan took out the wolf's head, and hatred flashed in the hunter's eyes before he quickly composed himself. The wolf that had cost him a leg had finally been slain. A system notification followed, indicating that the quest was completed. Qin Chuan earned 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, and 30 favorability points. The hunter carefully preserved the wolf's head in salt and handed Qin Chuan the agreed-upon reward. After a brief hesitation, the hunter spoke solemnly, "Young man, your skills have impressed me. I have a friend in Bellry City, Lei Huao, who works as an instructor. Take this letter of introduction to him, and he'll teach you a few things." A new quest, the hunter's recommendation, was triggered, with the reward being a random range skill book. This was a hidden quest Qin Chuan hadn't encountered even in his previous life. After accepting the letter, Qin Chuan thanked the hunter and left. It was time to find the new village chief, Baru, to activate the teleportation array and head to the main city to begin a new chapter in his journey. Before heading to find Baru, Qin Chuan remembered something and changed his course towards the abandoned hut that housed the teleportation array. He thought to himself, since the former village chief was dead, the villagers who had been turned into ghosts should have been freed and ascended by now. As he approached the abandoned hut, he coincidentally ran into a group of players arriving together. They looked cautious and reminded each other, "The monsters here are tough. Everyone stay alert. Last time I wasn't prepared, otherwise it wouldn't have ended so quickly. By the way, since the former village chief is gone, who do we report the quest to if we deal with this ghost?" "The new village chief, of course. It's all the same village. If we eliminate the lurking ghost, he should thank us properly. Do you think there's a chance this ghost is connected to the new village chief? We could bring the ghost's head back and expose his true colors, just like a righteous night wanderer. Watson, you've spotted a plot hole." As their heated discussion continued, a voice suddenly came from the side. "No need to think about it. The ghost here is already gone." One of the players impatiently turned his head. "Who the heck are you? Are you here to steal our—" His words trailed off, and his expression froze instantly. The rest of his team also turned to look, and they were stunned on the spot. It was the night wanderer. The player who had spoken earlier started trembling, stammering, "Night wanderer, don't misunderstand. I wasn't insulting you." His teammates quietly shuffled a couple of steps away, afraid that blood might splash on them if things went south. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I'm just here to let you know that the ghost is already gone." "That's impossible. No other players have come by. The ghost should still be there," another player said skeptically. Qin Chuan didn't bother explaining further and strode forward. The team leader quickly called out, "Watch out, Night Wanderer. That ghost has high attack power." With a creak, the old wooden door was pushed open. The players braced themselves for a fight, but nothing happened. Peering through the gap in the door, they saw that the inside was in complete disrepair, utterly empty. The players exchanged confused looks, unable to make sense of the situation. Standing at the doorway, Qin Chuan scanned the room and noticed a wooden comb in the corner. He picked it up casually. Seeing that the ghost was indeed gone, the players quickly lost interest and turned to leave. There was no point staying if the quest monster was gone. Plus, they had just spoken rudely to the Night Wanderer. If he decided to settle the score later, they'd end up respawning at the revival point. Qin Chuan paid no mind to such trivialities and went straight to find Baru. At the village chief's hut, he found Baru sweating profusely. Baru hadn't expected that being village chief would involve dealing with so many messes. The previous chief's misdeeds, while colluding with the Blood Clan, had now all become his burden. Just earlier, Aunt Wang from the village entrance had come to complain that 5 of her chickens were missing, insisting that the former chief had stolen them and demanding the village compensate her. Barely finished calming her down, Old Lu showed up to claim the 100 gold coins the previous chief owed him. Baru was so frustrated, he wanted to send Old Lu straight to the Crimson Crypt. "With that drafty old shack of yours, finding 100 copper coins would already be a miracle, and you dare talk about 100 gold coins?" The villagers' voices of doubt rose one after another. More and more people gathered, bombarding him with questions. Why was the former village chief connected to the Blood Clan? Would the Blood Clan come back for revenge? Should the entire village relocate? Faced with the flood of inquiries, Baru felt his head swell with frustration. even entertaining the thought of giving up his position as village chief. After much effort calming the villagers' agitation, he was just about to take a sip of water to rest when he noticed Qin Chuan walking toward him. "Hero, you're here." Baru immediately set down his cup and eagerly greeted him, his face lighting up with joy. To him, this man who had exposed the former village chief's true nature and saved the villagers from the Blood Clan was undoubtedly a hero. "Village Chief Baru, I found this," Qin Chuan said, handing over a wooden comb. As Baru took the comb, the joy on his face instantly vanished, replaced by deep sorrow. "This was a gift from Xiao Jie to Taidan," he sighed, lost in memory. "When Xiao Jie went missing, I had my suspicions about the village chief, but did nothing. And when Taidan disappeared too, I still stood by and watched. Hero, do you think I deserve to be the village chief?" "You do," Qin Chuan replied firmly. He knew Baru was, in fact, a capable and dedicated village chief, passionate, brave, and always striving to protect the village. Unfortunately, according to the game's storyline, this good chief would ultimately sacrifice himself during the dark and turbulent era. After a brief silence, Qin Chuan spoke again. "Village Chief Baru, I'm here to ask for a favor. Hero, please tell me. What can I do to help?" Baru put away the comb, his expression turning serious. "I want to activate the teleportation array to travel to Bailey City," Qin Chuan stated his purpose. Among the many starting villages and main cities, there were numerous options. For players in the Flame Nation alone, there were 12 main cities to choose from. While most of the NPC functions in these cities were similar and allowed for class advancements, Qin Chuan chose Bailey City to complete the Hunter's Keepsake quest. He was intrigued by the random ranged skill book as a reward. Based on the usual mechanics of hidden quest rewards being tailored to the player, this skill book was likely exactly what he needed. "Hero, you've come at the perfect time," Baru said excitedly. The village's teleportation array was just repaired a few days ago. You will be its very first user. With that, he led the way. The teleportation array was located at the center of the village, guarded by a dozen militia members. As Baru approached, they all saluted, saying, "Greetings, village chief." "Hero, do you know how to use the teleportation array?" Baru asked. "I have some idea," Qin Chuan replied, stepping into the center of the array. A system notification immediately appeared. "Please select the main city you wish to travel to: Newland City, Linyong City, Lingang City, Bailey City." "Bailey City. Confirm your choice." Please note, the first teleportation is free. Subsequent uses will incur a fee based on distance. "Confirm." White light rose from the magical array beneath his feet, enveloping Qin Chuan. When the light faded, the teleportation array was empty. Baru stood before the now vacant array, silently praying, "Brave stranger, may the blessings of the great Haruka deity protect you." As Qin Chuan adjusted to the brightness around him, he realized he was now standing on the teleportation platform at the center of Beryl City. Beneath his feet were uniform, polished marble tiles, each 3 meters square, their smooth surfaces gleaming under the light. The tiles stretched out in perfect rows, radiating in every direction. From the teleportation platform, for main roads, wide enough to accommodate 10 carriages side by side, extended outward toward the cardinal directions, dividing Beryl City into 4 distinct sections. To the north lay the administrative district, imposing and solemn, with official buildings like the city lord's mansion lined up in an orderly fashion. To the south, the bustling commercial district teemed with activity, its streets packed with shops offering everything from rare treasures to exotic goods. Qin Chuan recalled hearing about a player who once stumbled upon a damaged semi-divine artifact at a street stall there. Despite having lost 99 of its original power, it was still highly coveted. However, such luck was rare and unpredictable, and he wasn't counting on it. To the east was the heavily guarded noble district, a place inaccessible to anyone without the proper status. The west, by contrast, was the residential area for ordinary citizens. Beyond the city walls were slums and black markets, areas ripe for exploration by adventurous players. Standing on the teleportation platform, Qin Chuan observed the varied reactions of the NPCs around him. The common NPCs regarded him with curiosity, while the more elaborately dressed ones looked at him with disdain, as if he were some country bumpkin. Such reactions were typical in a main city, where the NPCs were far more advanced in intelligence, behaving almost like real humans compared to those in the beginner's village. Qin Chuan quickly organized his thoughts and outlined his next steps. First, he would seek out Lei Huaiyao, the hunter's friend, to complete the trust-building quest and obtain a skill book. Next, he planned to visit his class mentor to initiate his first advancement, intending to choose the highest difficulty for the best rewards. Finally, he aimed to purchase a shop within the game world of Apocalypse. This shop was a critical part of his strategy. Once Apocalypse merged with reality, the game's main cities would descend upon Blue Star, protected by the game's rules and beyond the reach of even the gods unless the deity worshipped by a particular city fell. To Qin Chuan's knowledge, even at the time of his mutual destruction with the Arrow God, All 12 main cities that descended upon Yin Nation remained intact. Securing a foothold in a main city beforehand would provide him with a safe haven, a move he considered both prudent and necessary. Investing in a shop would not only yield significant profits, but also lay the groundwork for his future plans. Qin Chuan, capable of soloing bosses, could stock his shop with rare items, certain to attract a steady stream of buyers. While purchasing a shop came with certain prerequisites, he had already prepared for them. With his plan set, Qin Chuan stepped off the teleportation platform and strode purposefully toward the northern administrative district. His first destination was the City Lord's Guard Barrel City's only location with stationed instructors, and where Lei Huaiyou could be found. As he approached the edge of the administrative district, a guard came forward to intercept him, asking, "What's your business here?" Qin Chuan's reputation points had surpassed 100, allowing him to smoothly arrive at the gates of the City Lord's mansion. Fully aware that his current status wasn't enough to gain direct entry, he discreetly took 2 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the guard at the gate. "I'm here to find Instructor Lei Huaiyou on behalf of someone," Qin Chuan said in a low voice. The guard skillfully pocketed the silver coins, his tone noticeably softened. "The instructor is indeed inside, but he's busy. I can't guarantee he'll see you. Please pass along a message for me. Tell him a hunter sent me," Qin Chuan said calmly, clearly prepared for this moment. The guard nodded in agreement and turned to head into the administrative area. Not long after, a towering figure strode out from behind the gates. It was none other than Instructor Lei Huaiyou, the person Qin Chuan had come to find. "What do you have for me?" Lei Huaiyou asked bluntly. Qin Chuan handed over a letter. Lei Huaiyou examined it carefully, his expression softening as he fell into a brief moment of contemplation. "I never thought my old friend had chosen to live in seclusion in such a remote village. No wonder I couldn't find him. That proud fellow probably doesn't want me to see what he's become." Qin Chuan waited silently, inwardly amused by how these NPCs often drifted into nostalgic musings. Fortunately, Lei Huaiyou quickly composed himself and spoke seriously. "Since it's a request from an old friend, I won't refuse. However, I specialize in archery, which may not be the best fit for you." He paced back and forth for a moment before a thought seemed to strike him. His eyes lit up. "While I can only teach you so much, I know someone who's a better match for you." With that, he called over a guard to fetch some paper and quickly pinned a letter, handing it to Qin Chuan. "Take this letter to Edith. She'll know what to do." A system notification immediately popped up. Ding. Quest updated. Quest description. Deliver Lei Huaiyou's letter to Edith. Quest reward. A random universal ranged skill book. Qin Chuan initially wanted to complain about how NPCs always passed off tasks to someone else, but the word universal quickly changed his mind. This meant the skill book would undoubtedly be compatible with him. The only uncertainty was what specific skill it would contain. Even better, Edith, a mentor for assassins, was precisely the next person he planned to seek out. With Lei Huaiyou's recommendation letter in hand, he could not only progress in his class advancement, but also gain a skill tailored to his needs. It was an unexpected bonus. In his previous life, he had only heard that the Hunter quest rewarded a rare beast skull, unaware of this additional development. If players back then had triggered this side quest, the news would have spread across the entire server, given how boastful the players of Apocalypse were. Of course, many hidden quests were unique, and even if strategies were shared, they couldn't be replicated. Bidding farewell to Lei Huaiyou, Qin Chuan began strategizing in his mind. Based on his understanding of the game, this skill book quest was likely intertwined with the class advancement quest. These NPCs really had a knack for creating interconnected layers of tasks. Finding the assassin mentor Edith requires a bit of skill. This enigmatic mentor does not reside permanently within Belly City, but instead hides in the underground black market outside the city. While such a location aligns with the covert nature of assassins, it leaves players accustomed to searching for NPCs in the main city quite perplexed. The world of Apocalypse does not feature a quest guidance system, and the city guards will not proactively offer any clues. Many players, fresh out of the beginner's village, often find themselves at a loss when trying to locate their profession mentors. However, players quickly demonstrated remarkable exploration abilities, not only uncovering the whereabouts of all profession mentors, but also unearthing many hidden stories. Take Edith, the assassin mentor of Belly City, as an example. On the surface, she appears to be a masked individual of indeterminate gender, but in reality, she is the city lord's biological daughter. For reasons unknown, she embarked on the path of an assassin and ultimately gained recognition in the world of Apocalypse for her exceptional assassination skills, becoming a mentor for the assassin profession. In Apocalypse, NPCs with multiple hidden identities like her are quite common. As Qin Chuan pondered, he passed through the West City Gate and headed towards the rift west of Belly City. This massive chasm, spanning hundreds of meters, seemed to split the earth in two and stretched beyond the horizon. Legend has it that it was created by a casual strike from a deity. The rift's underground is a maze of branching tunnels, forming a complex network of caves that serves as a breeding ground for the black market. Despite the city lord of Belly sending troops several times to eradicate it, all efforts proved futile. Considering the many displaced individuals needing shelter, the authorities ultimately turned a blind eye. As Qin Chuan reached the entrance of the rift, two NPCs with the titles Thug A and Thug B above their heads suddenly emerged from the shadows, flanking him on either side. One of them sneered menacingly, "Hey, kid. Looks like you've wandered into the wrong place." For ordinary NPCs, such a situation would typically mean being dragged into a corner by the black market thugs to be dealt with. However, the Apocalypse world is quite lenient towards players from Blue Star. As long as they don't provoke anyone, they won't face any danger. Qin Chuan replied curtly, "I'm here to see Edith." The two NPCs froze momentarily but didn't step aside. They pressed further. "Who are you? And what business do you have with Edith?" Qin Chuan revealed a letter from Lei Huao. "Instructor Lei Huao sent me." In this lawless territory, Lei Huao's name evidently carried weight. The two thugs immediately stepped aside, retreating silently to their hidden posts. Qin Chuan tucked the letter away and began descending underground. The rift is divided into two layers. The upper layer near the surface is a slum, home to NPCs unable to make a living in Belly City. Further down lies the true black market. Although the slum holds many potential quest opportunities, Qin Chuan's primary objective on this trip was his profession advancement. He decided to return to explore after completing the advancement quest and purchasing a shop. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Chuan activated shadow stealth as soon as he turned a corner. Given his current level, walking openly in such a chaotic place would likely attract trouble. A few burly NPCs with menacing faces happened to arrive at the alley entrance, exchanging wary glances as they stood there. The outsider suddenly vanished, leaving a group of NPCs, who had planned to take advantage of this country bumpkin, rather disappointed. Qin Chuan witnessed the entire scene but chose not to intervene. It wasn't because of a gentle personality, but rather due to the fact that the current game version had yet to unlock the black market cleanup missions. Putting this minor episode behind him, Qin Chuan quickly navigated the narrow alleys of the slum and arrived at the true entrance to the black market. Before him stood an iron gate bristling with spikes, guarded by a few burly NPCs leading fierce hunting dogs. Their sharp gazes swept vigilantly over the surroundings. Qin Chuan swiftly assessed his bronze-level LV4 shadow stealth skill. As long as he maintained a safe distance from the dogs, he wouldn't be detected. He slowed his pace and cautiously proceeded within the shadows. According to his memory, assassin players who could infiltrate Edith's location without alerting anyone would receive an extra reward. Of course, strolling in openly was also an option before the apocalypse descended. Players were generally protected unless they encountered NPCs from opposing factions. At most, they'd face some harassment. Ordinary players might find it troublesome and opt to walk in directly. But Qin Chuan, understanding the true essence of the apocalypse, was determined to execute even the most challenging and tedious tasks to perfection. Utilizing shadow stealth, Qin Chuan deftly avoided several patrols. The black market was unusually calm today, with fewer street brawls and hardly any corpses in the dark alleys. This allowed him to reach his destination smoothly: the Rose and Poison Tavern, Edith territory, and one of the few safe zones in the black market. The wooden door creaked open, yet no one was visible. The NPCs inside the tavern tensed immediately, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. In this place, anyone using stealth was either extraordinarily skilled or looking for trouble. Soon, Qin Chuan's figure emerged from the shadows. Realizing it was an outsider, the NPCs muttered curses under their breath and relaxed, returning to their drinks. Adjusting his cloak, Qin Chuan approached the bar and flicked a silver coin onto the counter. "I'm looking for Edith." The tavern fell silent instantly. The NPCs stared at Qin Chuan as if he were a dead man walking, calling Edith by name so directly. This outsider must have a death wish. However, instead of witnessing Qin Chuan being torn to pieces, they were surprised to see a black-clad guard descend from the second floor, motioning for Qin Chuan to follow. This unexpected turn left the NPCs dumbfounded. Qin Chuan couldn't help but smirk at their shocked expressions. This was the confidence that came with being a player. No matter how powerful Edith was, at worst, he could respawn at the revival point. Besides, as long as he didn't cross any lines, Edith wouldn't harm players. At a wooden door on the second floor, the black-clad guard gestured for him to enter before vanishing instantly. Qin Chuan was unsurprised. Being the mentor of assassins, Edith naturally commanded elite assassins skilled in stealth. After knocking, an androgynous voice came from within. "Come in." Pushing the door open, the room dimmed abruptly, illuminated only by a faint oil lamp on the wall. The figure behind the desk was cloaked, feet propped on the table, and sharp eyes fixed on Qin Chuan. "So, you're the one who wanted to see me?" Qin Chuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the shadows cast by the oil lamp and remarked, "Edith, Is this how you treat your guests? Anyone entering this room would naturally assume that the person seated in the chair was Edith. However, the truth was quite the opposite. The real Edith was currently concealed in the shadows cast by the oil lamp, her sharp eyes meticulously observing every visitor stepping into the room. When she heard Qin Chuan speak directly toward her hiding spot, a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. This foreigner seemed to know much about her, though it could simply be a coincidence. As a mentor in the assassin profession, she chose to keep watching, relying on reason rather than instinct to evaluate him. Mentor Edith, Qin Chuan said calmly, I've brought a letter from instructor Lei Huao. My lady, the daughter of the city lord, wouldn't you like to see what Uncle Lei has written? Before he finished speaking, a glinting dagger had already pierced the back of the head of the person in the chair. That figure convulsed briefly before collapsing limply to the ground, lifeless in mere moments. Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. Edith's methods were always swift and decisive, as even her own father, the Lord of Belly City, had ultimately fallen victim to her. Where did you learn about all this? A cold, sharp voice asked from beneath the oil lamp. Moments later, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, revealing only a pair of wary eyes. There's no such thing as completely hidden information, Qin Chuan replied with a faint smile. Only the dead can keep secrets, isn't that right? Edith nodded in agreement, clapping her hands lightly. In an instant, two ghostly, pale-faced maidservants materialized from the darkness. They deftly dealt with the corpse on the floor before bowing respectfully and vanishing without a trace. This was a demonstration of Edith's necromancer abilities. Unlike the players at this stage, native NPCs in the world of Apocalypse could master multiple professions simultaneously. Noticing that Qin Chuan showed no sign of shock at this display, Edith found herself increasingly unable to decipher this foreigner. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. She extended her hand. The letter? Qin Chuan handed over the letter. Edith skimmed through it quickly, her gaze softening slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly caught a scent. The scent of shadows. Qin Chuan nonchalantly displayed his shadow stealth ability. I once exhausted everything I had in pursuit of shadow power, Edith said with a hint of regret in her voice. I never expected to find it in you. Foreigner, what is it that you seek? Qin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had passed her test. An ordinary player would likely have rushed to demand a class advancement outright. But in the unique game world of Apocalypse, every step required careful deliberation. I want a class advancement, Qin Chuan stated directly. Edith immediately adopted a businesslike tone. I have several options. Which one do you choose? The system notification sounded. You have triggered the class advancement selection quest. Please make your choice carefully. Difficulty level 1. Defeat 20 rampaging centaurs. Faced with the career advancement tasks displayed before him, Qin Chuan carefully weighed the options of varying difficulty. The first difficulty level required him to kill 50 berserk centaurs alone within 30 minutes. Completing it would reward him with a common grade weapon, 1 to attribute growth, and 2 to agility growth. The second level demanded the solo elimination of 100 berserk centaurs within the same time frame. The reward was upgraded to a black iron grade weapon and armor, along with 2 to attribute growth and 4 to agility growth. The third level set its target at defeating the centaur chieftain solo. Success would grant a silver grade weapon, 3 to attribute growth, and 6 to agility growth. Finally, the special difficulty required assassinating the boss of the Wild Gladiator Arena and escaping unscathed. This challenge offered the most lucrative rewards: a gold-grade custom skill book, 5 to attribute growth, and 10 to agility growth. These rewards would directly influence a player's growth after reaching level 10 and advancing in their profession. Normally, upon leveling up, a player's secondary attribute would increase by 1 and their primary attribute by 2. Completing an advancement task would provide additional bonuses. For instance, completing the first difficulty level would increase secondary attribute growth to 2 and agility growth to 4 per level. Most players could only take on tasks up to the third difficulty level. However, Qin Chuan, being not only a shadow assassin but also someone who had passed Edith's trial, unlocked the special difficulty task. I've always enjoyed tackling high-stakes challenges. I'll take down Iron Hook Jack, Qin Chuan said calmly. The boss of the Wild Gladiator Arena, Iron Hook Jack, was once a pirate. After losing a hand in battle, he replaced it with an iron hook, which earned him his name. His personal feud with Edith added a layer of vendetta to this assassination mission. The system prompt chimed. Please note, once the special difficulty task is accepted, it cannot be abandoned. Do you confirm your choice?
Yes.
Ding. You have accepted the special difficulty career advancement task. Please complete it promptly to break through the level cap. Edith returned to her usual demeanor, her smile showing approval. I knew the heir to the Shadow's power wouldn't disappoint me. Well then, I'll await your good news. She gestured for him to leave. The system immediately issued another prompt. Ding. The Lei Huao letter delivery task has been merged with the advancement task. This outcome was within Qin Chuan's expectations. Edith had earlier crushed the letter into powder and said nothing about it, clearly unwilling to provide additional rewards. Fortunately, the merge tasks raised the reward tier. Otherwise, the special difficulty task would have only offered a silver grade skill book at best. Of course, the difficulty of the task also increased. Iron Hook Jack, a level 20 gold tier boss, not only commanded a large number of subordinates, but also had formidable personal strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to maintain control over the arena. Qin Chuan glanced up at Edith's information. Edith, Assassin Minter, level? This enigmatic minter, recognized by the heavens, was unfathomable. If not for her lack of hostility, Qin Chuan might have found himself at the resurrection point the moment he stepped through the door. Before leaving, Qin Chuan asked, I want to learn dual wielding. Where should I go? Edith handed him a seal. There's a weapon master in the tavern. Show him my seal, and he'll teach you for free. This was a token of her recognition, saving him the 50 silver coins required to learn the skill. With the seal in hand, Qin Chuan descended the stairs and quickly located the so-called weapon master. However, the disheveled beggar curled up in a corner picking at his feet was far from the image of a master Qin Chuan had envisioned. Qin Chuan understood that mastering the dual-wielding skill was essential to defeating Iron Hook Jack. The intricate firing mechanism of the Iron Hook wasn't just for show. With Iron Hook Jack's attributes, getting caught by it would mean instant death. He needed to equip the bone-cleaving twin blades to have any chance of avoiding that lethal hook and chain. The weapon master recommended by Edith left Qin Chuan feeling a bit skeptical. Standing in the corner of the tavern, he lowered his gaze to examine the beggar curled up on the ground. The man seemed to sense his stare and suddenly snapped his head up with irritation. Hey kid, what's with that look? Believe it or not, they'll jump up and hit you right in the knees. Qin Chuan remained calm, silently pulling Edith's seal from his pocket. The beggar's attitude shifted instantly, doing a complete 180. He quickly brushed the dust off his clothes, plastering a flattering smile across his face. Oh, so you're a friend of Lord Edith? Say no more, what do you want to learn? I want to learn dual wielding, Qin Chuan said cautiously. That's it? The beggar waved his hand dismissively, then nimbly fished out a skill book from the corner and handed it over. A system notification popped up. Dual wielding, passive skill, allows the use of two one-handed weapons simultaneously. Offhand weapon retains 70 of its attributes. Just as Qin Chuan was about to marvel at the beggar's capabilities, his vision blurred, and the seal in his hand had somehow already ended up in the beggar's possession. Whistling cheerfully, the beggar strode toward the bar with the seal in hand. Give me your strongest drink. Two system notifications appeared in quick succession. Ding. You have obtained the dual-wielding skill book. Ding. You have lost Edith's seal. Qin Chuan wasn't bothered by the loss of the seal. With his current strength, he couldn't hold on to it anyway. Without hesitation, he used the skill book and eagerly equipped the bone-cleaving twin blades. As soon as the equipment was updated, his attack power surged dramatically, prompting him to check his stats with excitement. Qin Chuan glanced at his attribute panel, unable to suppress a faint smile. Nickname: Night Wanderer. Class: Shadow Assassin. Talent: Sniper God SSS. Level: LV1. Locked attributes: 10. Basic attributes: Strength: 39. Constitution: 14. Agility: 35,955. Spirit: 13. Combat attributes: Attack: 749. Defense: 184. HP: 2,540. MP: 340. Equipment: Bone Carving Dagger. Attack 300, Agility 15. Bloodletting Blade. Attack 210, Agility 10. Hair Leather Armor. Defense 20, HP 200. Mountain's Heart Ring. HP 200, MP 200. Wolf Hide Leggings. Defense 100, HP 1000, Agility 10. Wolf King Cloak. Defense 50, HP 800, Agility 20. Skills: Shadow Stealth LV4 Bronze. Enter Stealth Mode. Breaking Stealth deals 140 attack damage, 800 bonus damage. Costs 5 MP, cooldown 16 seconds. Shadow Throwing Knife LV1. Deals 110 attack damage. Costs 5 MP, cooldown 10 seconds. Shadow Strike LV1. Deals 110 attack damage. Costs 5 MP, cooldown 5 seconds. Rend LV1 Iron. Passive. Deals an additional 20 attack damage 20 per second for 3 seconds. Toxic Blood Plague Gold. Passive. Deals 40 attack magic damage 100 per second for 5 seconds. Spreads to enemies within 10 meters upon target's death. Dual Wield. Passive. Allows equipping two one-handed weapons. Offhand weapon retains 70 of its attributes. The word invincible flashed through his mind. Having over 400 points in agility at level 10 was an achievement that most level 30 players could only dream of, and this was with incomplete equipment. From his perspective, future equipment would start at bronze grade at the very least. Once he hunted down more high-level bosses, even silver-grade gear might not catch his eye anymore. As he immersed himself in these promising thoughts, a private message interrupted him. Night Wanderer, someone else just hit level 10. Casting a glance at the leaderboard, he unsurprisingly spotted the name Richardson. This person must also have an SS grade talent, Qin Chuan mused. I need to pick up the pace. Seizing the moment when the tavern door creaked open, he tightened his cloak and slipped out unnoticed. It was time to deal with Iron Hook Jack. With the chaotic nature of the wild arena in mind, he had already devised a plan. The wild arena stood across the ravine from the Roses and Poison Tavern. As Qin Chuan stealthily approached the arena, his ears were filled with a cacophony of sounds, ecstatic cheers, mocking jeers, and the despairing cries of the dying. This place was both a haven for battle enthusiasts and a last resort for the desperate. Emerging alive from the arena not only promised generous rewards, but also earned the favor of Iron Hook Jack, granting an official position in the wild arena and a chance to escape the lower ranks, joining the elite. Even for those who once carried immense trouble on their shoulders, Iron Hook Jack would step in and settle the matter. This protective behavior ultimately led to the complete breakdown of his relationship with Edith. The tipping point was a murder case. Someone had killed a person in broad daylight at the Rose and Poison Tavern, then fled to the arena for refuge and managed to leave unscathed. When Edith demanded the killer be handed over, Iron Hook Jack flatly refused, and from that moment, the tension between them began to build. When Qin Chuan appeared with the goal of advancing his profession, Edith immediately seized the opportunity and assigned him the task of dealing with Iron Hook Jack. This mission felt so seamlessly integrated, showcasing the fundamental difference between Apocalypse and traditional online games. Missions here dynamically adjusted in real time based on players' actions, presenting different scenarios and rewards. After all, Apocalypse wasn't just a simple game. It was a world that felt undeniably real. Standing outside the arena, Qin Chuan observed the bustling enforcers, his ears filled with the rising and falling sounds of battle cries from within. He knew all too well that if he made a move against Iron Hook Jack, he would inevitably face the onslaught of countless enforcers. Despite being equipped with stealth skills and his twin bone blades, success was far from guaranteed. However, Qin Chuan had already devised a plan. He recalled the Wolf King horn he had obtained after defeating the Wolf King, a special item capable of summoning a ferocious giant wolf. If a rampaging beast were to suddenly appear amidst the crowded spectators, chaos would undoubtedly engulf the entire arena. With his plan set, Qin Chuan carefully avoided the patrolling enforcers and stealthily infiltrated the arena. Moving silently, he reached the spectator stands, waited for the perfect moment, and activated the Wolf King horn. A thunderous howl pierced the air as a massive gray wolf materialized out of nowhere in the stands. The crowd, engrossed in the matches and clutching their betting slips, froze in shock. Before anyone could react, the wolf began its violent rampage, knocking several spectators into the air. Some unlucky individuals tumbled into the arena below, only to be torn apart on the spot by the frenzied fighters. The blood-soaked scene triggered an even greater wave of panic, and chaos erupted throughout the arena. Amid the pandemonium, a furious roar cut through the clamor. Who dares to cause trouble on my turf? A furious roar pierced through the clamor of the battle arena as Iron Hook Jack's voice echoed across the space. The enforcers of the wild arena immediately sprang into action, pouring out from every corner and charging toward the giant wolf. Qin Chuan glanced around and spotted at least 30 enforcers, all roughly at level 15, entering his line of sight. With his current attributes, he could easily take them all down in a single strike, but to avoid exposing his true strength, he chose to remain still for the time being. Under Qin Chuan's control, the giant wolf rampaged through the spectator stands, crashing into the crowd. Panicked spectators were thrown into chaos, tumbling over each other in a desperate scramble. Many had already abandoned watching the fight, frantically searching for the nearest exits to escape. The enforcers, trying to move against the tide of fleeing people, found their progress painfully slow. Just as they were about to close in on their target, the giant wolf leapt effortlessly to the other side of the stands, causing another wave of panic. You bunch of idiots. What are you doing? Iron Hook Jack thundered again. Either bring me that beast's head, or give me yours in exchange. His threat immediately ignited the enforcers' ferocity. In a place like the black market, enforcers were nothing more than expendable assets in the eyes of their employers. No longer holding back, they shoved aside anyone in their way. After all, the common spectators in the stands were nobodies with no power or influence. True VIPs were safely tucked away in private boxes, so there was no need to worry about collateral damage. Not my problem if the boss has issues. With this mindset, the enforcers unleashed their full force, swinging their weapons to carve a path forward. But the giant wolf wasn't about to sit idly by. Under Qin Chuan's guidance, it used its superior speed to weave nimbly through the stands, finally leaping out of the arena in one swift motion. Chase it down. Iron Hook Jack's enraged shout echoed far and wide. The enforcers immediately gave chase, some on 2 legs, others on 3 or even 4, creating chaos as they stormed out into the streets. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuan slipped into stealth mode and ascended the 3-story structure to the top level of the arena. He arrived at a massive domed room, its walls embedded with transparent crystal panels that provided a clear view of the entire arena below. It was here that he finally came face-to-face with his target. Iron Hook Jack? The system displayed. Iron Hook Jack Gold Tier. Level 20. Health 1,800,000 1,800,000. Attack 5,000. Defense 3,000. Skills: Deadly Hook Chain, Cunning, Gunfire Negotiation, Call Bombardment. Description: Once a notorious pirate leader, Iron Hook Jack abandoned his ship for unknown reasons and now runs the wild arena. From his stats, Iron Hook Jack was roughly on par with Baron Gunnar from the Crimson Tomb, though largely due to his level advantage. At the same level, Jack would undoubtedly be no match for the Baron. This was understandable. Iron Hook Jack, as a regular human, lacked the innate attributes and growth potential of a vampire Baron. In the world of Apocalypse, racial differences were stark. Top-tier bloodlines, like dragons, were born to dominate, reaching heights that native inhabitants of this world could only dream of. Qin Chuan pushed aside his thoughts and continued observing the former pirate leader, who had clearly earned his reputation in the black market. Despite the chaos unfolding below, Iron Hook Jack remained calm and composed. Although Iron Hook Jack sent his henchmen to hunt down the giant wolf, he kept his 3 most trusted aides by his side. It was an unusual trio, 2 humans and a minotaur. The one-eyed first mate was a silver-deer powerhouse, wielding the Blackwater sword with remarkable agility. His single eye gleamed with unrestrained ambition. He had 15 health points, an attack power of 500,000, a defense of 2,500, and 2,200 skill points. Besides mastering Blackwater swordsmanship and throwing techniques, he also possessed enhanced vision and nimble footwork. The second mate, Redbeard, was only bronze tier but still had 15 health points, 250,000 attack power, 2,200 defense, and 2,000 skill points. He excelled in wielding flaming liquor and had skills such as scurvy, trip, and ensnaring fishing net. Interestingly, he was secretly the younger brother of the first mate, a fact known to very few. The third mate, a towering minotaur nicknamed Heavy Fist, was also bronze tier but boasted 15 health points, 400,000 attack power, 2,800 defense, and 3,500 skill points. His thick hide, resilience, immense strength, and charging hammer strike made him a fearsome opponent. A lost minotaur far from home, he seemed to have ended up here by chance and was simply looking for a way back. Faced with such a formidable group of gold-tier boss, accompanied by 3 high-level subordinates, Qin Chuan felt an even greater sense of oppression than he had in the Scarlet Crypt. But he quickly noticed their weaknesses. The first mate's hunger for power and the second mate's concealed identity hinted that their loyalty to Iron Hook Jack was far from absolute. If the battle turned against Jack, the brothers might very well betray him. As for the Minotaur third mate, Qin Chuan knew that his kind typically despised violence. Heavy Fist was likely staying here due to the lure of food. In a human-dominated area like Bailey City, it would indeed be hard for him to find a suitable hunting ground. As long as his life wasn't directly threatened, he probably wouldn't care much about this power struggle. While Qin Chuan was formulating his strategy, Iron Hook Jack sensed something amiss. His wolf-like eyes scanned the room but found nothing. "Edith sent you, didn't she?" he sneered. "That woman always sends others to die while she hides somewhere safe. Do you think that's fair?" Qin Chuan nodded inwardly. Iron Hook Jack was indeed cunning, attempting to sow discord right from the start. Unfortunately for him, such tricks didn't work on players after all. Iron Hook Jack was Qin Chuan's mission target, and one of them wouldn't leave this alive. Seizing the opportunity while the arena's henchmen were chasing the giant wolf, Qin Chuan acted decisively. Shadow energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a dagger that shot through the air. At the same time, he shouted, "Iron Hook Jack, did you know your first mate and second mate are brothers?" Since his opponent wanted to play the game of division, Qin Chuan didn't mind playing along. Qin Chuan's sudden outburst had an immediate effect. Iron Hook Jack, who had already locked onto his target and was ready to deliver a fatal strike, froze in place, forgetting to launch his attack. The reactions of the first mate and second mate were even more intense. Their faces turned ashen, and they shuddered visibly. This secret was something that, aside from their long-deceased parents, no one should have known. How did the mysterious figure in the shadows learn of it? Could it be a trap set by the captain? The first mate discreetly shot a glance at the second mate, signaling him to stay calm and not act rashly. The second mate nodded in understanding. They both knew their strength paled in comparison to Iron Hook Jack's. The wisest choice now was to hold their ground. As for the simple-minded Minotaur third mate, he was still cluelessly pondering the details of dinner, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Seeing the hesitation flicker across Iron Hook Jack's face, Qin Chuan realized his ploy was working. He immediately activated his shadow stealth technique, darting behind a thick stone pillar. Raising his voice deliberately, he called out, "First mate, haven't you always wanted to replace Iron Hook Jack and become the boss of this arena? Let me help you." The one-eyed first mate found himself in a dilemma. This was indeed what he secretly desired, but the current situation was far too suspicious. First, a giant wolf had disrupted the audience, creating a diversion. Then, a mysterious assassin appeared, clearly aiming to take down Iron Hook Jack. On the surface, it seemed advantageous to them, but who was to say it wasn't one of Iron Hook Jack's baiting schemes? He was notorious for such tactics. This was exactly how he had dealt with the previous first and second mates, paving the way for the brothers to rise to their current positions. With this thought, the one-eyed first mate put on a stern expression and barked, "My loyalty to the captain is as clear as the heavens and earth. Don't even think about sowing discord." The red-bearded second mate immediately chimed in, "Same here." The simple-minded Minotaur third mate scratched his head, still looking utterly confused. Qin Chuan observed the reactions of the bosses intently and nodded to himself. Everything was unfolding as planned. The seeds of doubt had been sown. Whether the first mate and second mate were truly brothers or not, Iron Hook Jack would inevitably grow wary of them. This would grant Qin Chuan more room to maneuver. Iron Hook Jack, meanwhile, recognized that the immediate priority was dealing with the intruder. Although his own strength was formidable and the candles on the ceiling could dispel invisibility, he still couldn't pinpoint the opponent's exact location. This intruder's stealth skills rivaled those of Adis, making them exceptionally rare. Since when had such a figure emerged in the black market? After weighing the pros and cons, Iron Hook Jack decided to set aside his suspicions for now and focus on joining forces with his subordinates to eliminate the immediate threat. However, he resolved to thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of these two subordinates afterward. If they truly were brothers, they would have to face his wrath. With a cold smirk, Iron Hook Jack sneered, "A mere attempt at sowing discord. Do you think we'd fall for it? One-Eye, Redbeard, flank him from both sides and force him out." The one-eyed first mate and red-bearded second mate exchanged glances and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For now, Iron Hook Jack seemed uninterested in pursuing the matter further, which was good news for them. Qin Chuan had no intention of letting Iron Hook Jack have his way. A cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a chilling tone. "One-Eye, do you really think you'll have peaceful days after today? You know better than anyone what kind of person Iron Hook Jack is." His words were like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into the heart of the one-eyed first mate. The man furrowed his brows, his gaze flickering with unease. It was true, no matter how convincing Iron Hook Jack sounded now. Once the intruders were dealt with and the henchmen returned, the situation would inevitably fall back under Jack's control. When that happened, he and his brother would likely meet their end. Besides, there were many things that, once investigated seriously, could not remain hidden. If their brotherhood with Redbeard were exposed, Iron Hook Jack would never spare them. No, he wouldn't even need solid evidence. With his suspicious nature, the mere seed of doubt would take root and grow, eventually consuming them both. Realizing this, the one-eyed first mate made his decision. This was the chance to eliminate Iron Hook Jack. He shot a meaningful glance at Redbeard, who immediately understood. Redbeard deliberately slowed his steps, dragging his feet and making no effort to corner Qin Chuan. Seeing his ploy working, Qin Chuan pressed on. This wild arena is indeed a lucrative place. The steady stream of ticket revenue alone is impressive. I've heard Iron Hook Jack's bedroom is made of gold, must have profited handsomely. One-Eye, my employer has promised that once Iron Hook Jack is dead, your brotherhood will be supported to take control of the wild arena. Whether Edith had actually made such a promise was irrelevant. There was no way the one-eyed first mate would verify it. Even if he did confront Edith, she would likely give a vague, affirmative answer. After all, for Edith, Iron Hook Jack was a tough opponent, but One-Eye and Redbeard were much easier to manipulate. Iron Hook Jack, noticing the hesitation in One-Eye's expression, instantly saw through him. He sneered coldly, "A traitorous wolf, just as I expected." As he spoke, he raised his hooked hand and flung it directly at One-Eye's remaining eye. One-Eye dodged awkwardly, his resolve hardening. "If you're ruthless, don't blame me for being heartless." "Brother, attack!" he roared, grabbing a wooden barrel by his feet and hurling it at Iron Hook Jack. Redbeard, not one to be outdone, took a swig of alcohol, snapped his fingers to ignite a flame, and spewed a fiery jet several meters long. But Iron Hook Jack was, after all, a golden-ranked fighter. He effortlessly evaded their combined assault and, with a swift motion, pulled a flintlock pistol from his back. He aimed at the first mate and pulled the trigger. Blood sprayed as One-Eye's health visibly dropped by a notch. This sight filled One-Eye with regret. Hadn't anticipated Iron Hook Jack's overwhelming strength. It seemed they had acted too hastily. "Hey, you hiding in the shadows, are you going to help or not?" One-Eye shouted. He had noticed earlier that Iron Hook Jack had winced in pain after being struck by a shadowy throwing knife, indicating the hidden intruder was quite capable. To take down Iron Hook Jack, he would need the stranger's help. Now that the die was cast, there was no turning back. Qin Chuan, of course, wasn't going to let One Eye and Redbeard get killed. They were crucial to keeping Iron Hook Jack occupied. Seeing that his shadow stealth ability had cooled down, he immediately unleashed another shadow throwing knife. A terrifying damage number floated above Iron Hook Jack's head, and the infamous pirate lord's expression darkened. In an instant, the effects of Rending and Toxic Blood Plague began to take their toll. The damage numbers from Rending and Poison Blood Plague kept ticking, eventually accumulating over 10,000 points. Combined with his earlier attacks, Qin Chuan's single strike now dealt a total damage exceeding 40,000, nearly double what he could achieve during the Scarlet Crypt phase. This was the qualitative leap brought by upgraded equipment, and it was achieved even without a full gear set or additional buffs. Iron Hook Jack's nearly 2 million health points stood no chance against such damage. Moreover, with the defections of the one-eyed first mate and the red-bearded second mate, not only had the enemy's numbers dwindled, but the pressure of incoming attacks on Qin Chuan had also significantly decreased. He could now stealthily move around the room with ease, without much concern. However, he knew better than to relax just yet. The third mate, Iron Fist, a hulking minotaur wielding a massive two-handed hammer, was still a significant threat despite his relatively low stats. His wide attack range posed a severe danger. If he began swinging the warhammer recklessly, it would severely restrict Qin Chuan's mobility. Not to mention, the Minotaur's immense strength was such that even the one-eyed and red-bearded mates dared not directly block his attacks. Crush him. Heavy punch. Take down the intruder. Iron Hook Jack commanded. Heavy Punch, though initially reluctant to join the fight, eventually grabbed his weapon, recalling the favors Iron Hook Jack had shown him in the past. Charging forward, he swung his hammer, smashing Redbeard into the wall. One Eye tried to assist, but Iron Hook Jack's hook and chain yanked him away for a brutal beating, leaving him unable to intervene. After taking down Redbeard, Heavy Punch gripped his warhammer tightly and began pacing the room, sniffing the air in an attempt to track Qin Chuan. A moment later, he scratched his head in confusion. While he could catch a scent, he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Iron Hook Jack's heart sank at the sight, but quickly lit up with an idea. Outlander, how much did Edith offer you? I'll double it. The first mate's position is yours. The system immediately displayed a choice prompt. Option 1. Kill Iron Hook Jack. Reward, class advancement. Option 2. Spare Iron Hook Jack. Reward, 2 random skill books and the position of Warden of the Wild Arena. If it weren't for the significance of class advancement, Qin Chuan might have considered accepting the deal. Unfortunately, he had no other choice. If Taigo Jack were to be spared, Qin Chuan would forever remain stuck at the bottleneck of level 10. No matter how many level 10 gear pieces he collected or how many skills he mastered, his level cap would be firmly locked. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan hurled his shadow dagger, delivering his answer through action. Taigo Jack, who had been prepared, instantly pinpointed his location. The hooked weapon on his arm shot out with a sharp whistle. At the same time, Nyo2 Ren Heavy Fist snorted heavily, lowered his head, and charged forward. Facing the pincer attack from 2 bosses, Qin Chuan remained calm. He immediately activated the special effect of his bone carver blades. A storm of sharp winds erupted around him, propelling him sideways over a dozen meters. The wooden pillar where he had stood was pierced by the hook, sending splinters flying, while Heavy Fist's hammer crashed down, leaving a massive crater in the floor. This sudden sidestep disrupted Taigo Jack's plans. The one-eyed first mate seized the opportunity and launched a fierce offensive, while Redbeard, having climbed back to his feet, engaged Heavy Fist in a heated struggle. Re-entering stealth, Qin Chuan silently breathed a sigh of relief. If not for the bone carver blades, he might have dodged the hook, but would have inevitably been hit by Heavy Fist's relentless pursuit. Even with over 2,000 health points and the ring's shield, he wouldn't have survived the devastating combination of a charge and hammer strike, a move that had taken down countless heavily armored players before. This encounter reinforced Qin Chuan's determination to acquire a mobility skill as soon as possible. The bone carver blades were powerful, but they occupied both his main and offhand weapon slots and would eventually be outclassed as his level increased. Worse yet, their effect broke his stealth, forcing him to use them only at critical moments. What he needed was a mobility skill that wouldn't compromise his stealth. To obtain such a skill, he would need to raise his class mentor's favorability to over 80 or hope for a skill book drop from a boss. These thoughts flashed through his mind as Qin Chuan noticed the bone carver blade's effect had fully cooled down. Wasting no time, he struck again. Taigo Jack had been waiting for this moment too. Both launched their attacks simultaneously. Qin Chuan's dagger against Taigo Jack's hook. This time, Taigo Jack had learned his lesson. He pulled out a firearm and aimed at Qin Chuan's left flank, while commanding Heavy Fist to block the right. All 3 escape routes were sealed. Any single blow would be enough to end Qin Chuan. Elite hunters always appear as prey. Iron Hook Jack's lips curled into a faint smile, and a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. As a veteran of the black market, he was not one to be easily defeated. Although he couldn't fully discern Qin Chuan's stealth trajectory, his extensive battle experience allowed him to pinpoint his opponent's weaknesses. Especially after witnessing Qin Chuan's first displacement move, he became even more certain. This foreigner's teleportation ability was far from flawless, and there were clear limitations in distance control. Iron Hook Jack quickly adjusted his tactics, coordinating seamlessly with Heavy Fist the Minotaur. One restricted movement, while the other swung a massive warhammer, creating a deadly pincer attack. The battle shifted rapidly, and One Eye and Redbeard saw it clearly. To defeat Iron Hook Jack, they would have to rely on this exceptionally skilled foreigner. Just as Qin Chuan was about to be caught in a fatal encirclement, One Eye charged forward without hesitation, using his own body to block Iron Hook Jack's gunfire negotiation. Blood splattered, and One Eye gritted his teeth. This is the last time. He was well aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Iron Hook Jack. Providing more cover would only lead to a pointless death. If the foreigner failed to deliver, he would immediately retreat with his Brother. No matter how enticing the savage arena was, it wasn't worth their lives. In truth, even without One Eye's intervention, Qin Chuan was confident he could evade this round of attacks. He had already identified the weak point, Heavy Fist. While the Minotaur's warhammer was devastatingly powerful, it significantly restricted his flexibility. Even with immense strength, the Minotaur couldn't wield it with perfect precision. As long as Qin Chuan could get close to Heavy Fist, his extraordinary agility would allow him to lean back and dodge the deadly strike. However, since someone was willing to take a hit for him, Qin Chuan was more than happy to temporarily conceal his true abilities. He slipped back into stealth mode, meticulously observing the battlefield while remaining vigilant. He hadn't forgotten Iron Hook Jack's trump card, a pirate ship hidden beneath the arena. Once its cannons were unleashed, the One Eye brothers would undoubtedly lose their ability to fight. Of course, this would also mean the arena would be reduced to rubble, rendering Iron Hook Jack's hook attacks ineffective. At that point, relying on gunfire negotiation alone wouldn't be enough to corner Qin Chuan. If not for his rebirth, he never would have imagined that Iron Hook Jack had managed to secretly transport a pirate ship all the way to the inland city of Bailey. When Iron Hook Jack's health was about to drop below half, Qin Chuan suddenly bolted toward the entrance, shouting, "Cannon fire is coming. If you don't want to die, get out now." The One Eye brothers were bewildered, but Iron Hook Jack's expression changed drastically. How could this foreigner know such a closely guarded secret? Yet with the plan already in motion, he had no choice but to proceed as intended. Hook Jack took a step back, dodging One Eye's attack. With a swift flick of his wrist, an ancient bronze horn appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he brought the horn to his lips and let out a deep, resonant sound that instantly echoed throughout the entire arena. One Eye's pupil contracted sharply. The sound was all too familiar. Back during their days of naval battles, every time Hook Jack was about to give the order to fire the cannons, he would blow this very horn. But this was Belly City, hundreds of miles from the coast. What cannons could there possibly be here? While One Eye was still in doubt, a heavy mechanical noise began to rise from beneath the arena floor. Accompanied by the grinding of gears, the floor slowly split apart, and a massive shadow emerged from below. When One Eye caught a glimpse of the outline from the corner of his eye, he froze as if struck by lightning. It was the Black Whale, their former pirate ship. Before One Eye could process what was happening, a deafening cannon blast shattered the air. Several cannonballs screamed through the arena, tearing through the sky. With a thunderous crash, the roof of the arena was blown open, and fiery cannonballs rained down like a storm. Move! One Eye's shout was cut short as the shockwave from the explosion sent him flying. Then came a second, a third, and a fourth cannonball. Amid the relentless bombardment, Redbeard was thrown off balance, his beard scorched and singed. Even the hulking Minotaur, Heavy Fist, couldn't escape unscathed, rolling across the ground and slamming hard into a wall. Hook Jack had already begun retreating toward the Black Whale before the bombardment started. But just as he moved, a dagger flew out of nowhere and struck him squarely in the body. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced toward the fleeting figure in the distance, his expression growing heavier. This stranger not only uncovered the relationship between One Eye and Redbeard, but also anticipated his tactics with uncanny precision. It was almost unbelievable. "Captain Jack, why the rush? Why not stay and chat a while?" Qin Chuan's voice drifted through the smoke and chaos. "If you want to chat, come aboard the ship." Hook Jack retorted with a cold sneer. "I'd rather not get mobbed by your ghostly crew," Qin Chuan replied bluntly, exposing the truth. Hook Jack's heart sank. The Black Whale, now a ghost ship, and its undead crew were his final trump card. Yet, in front of this stranger, it seemed he had no secrets left. He racked his brain. Anyone who knew the truth was either dead and fed to the fish or had already joined the ranks of his ghostly sailors. There was no way this information could have leaked. Could it be that I was the one who revealed it? Hook Jack fell into deep confusion. Iron Hook Jack forced himself to suppress his chaotic thoughts. In this life-and-death battle, any distraction could prove fatal. Yet, an ominous feeling lingered in his heart since the fight began. He had been on the defensive, every carefully planned counterattack effortlessly neutralized by his opponent's single eye. This realization sent a chill down his spine. This foreigner had clearly come prepared, specifically to deal with him. Retreat for now, Iron Hook Jack decided silently. Taking advantage of a brief pause in his opponent's assault, he spun around abruptly, unleashing the incredible speed of a golden-tier boss. In a matter of moments, he left a trail of afterimages on the ground, rapidly closing the distance to the black whale. Qin Chuan watched the fleeing figure in disarray. Though reluctant, he understood that recklessly pursuing now would only lead to his own demise. It seemed the final confrontation would inevitably have to take place aboard the ghost ship. This battle had unfolded largely as he had anticipated, from the initial divide-and-conquer tactics to the early withdrawal to avoid cannon fire, and now to the approaching shipboard showdown. Every step had been part of his calculated plan. Just then, distant shouts echoed through the air. "Boss, we're here." It was the arena thugs, who had been sent away to chase the giant wolf, finally returning. The unexpected reinforcements filled Iron Hook Jack with wild delight. His voice carried a chilling, murderous intent. "Foreigner, you squandered the chance I gave you. Now, even if you beg for mercy, it's too late." Qin Chuan remained composed, his expression calm. The return of the thugs had been well within his expectations after all. The time limit for summoning the giant wolf was no secret. He glanced at the aggressive group, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Without hesitation, the shadowy throwing knife in his hand shot forward, striking down the lead thug instantly. Seeing this, Iron Hook Jack grew even more smug. To him, such low-frequency attacks were clearly meant to complement Qin Chuan's stealth abilities. By dividing his attention to deal with the thugs, Qin Chuan was giving him the breathing room he needed. If Iron Hook Jack could just make it back to the Black Whale, the tides of battle would surely turn in his favor. However, what happened next left Iron Hook Jack utterly stunned. From the fallen thug's body seeped an eerie green poisonous blood, which splattered like a living entity onto the surrounding thugs. In an instant, a wave of ghastly green numbers floated above their heads, and their health bars began plummeting at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye. 2 seconds later, another enforcer's health bar was depleted, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. As he fell, the familiar green toxic blood shot out like arrows, spraying onto the surrounding enforcers. While the initial damage was still within tolerable limits, the second wave of the toxic blood plague erupted, refreshing its duration and extending it back to a full 5 seconds. By the third second, one of the enforcers could no longer hold on and fell, causing the toxic blood to spread instantly. This marked the tipping point of the battle. The third and fourth enforcers soon followed, collapsing in quick succession, and the range of the toxic blood expanded even further. The most devastating factor was that the enforcers' earlier decision to regroup had placed everyone squarely within the plague's spreading radius. The sickly green toxin spread across the enforcers' faces, and their health bars plummeted at an alarming rate. Qin Chuan's game notifications started ringing one after another. Ding! Killed a level 13 arena enforcer, gained 1,300 experience points. Bonus for defeating an enemy 3 levels higher, 390 experience points. Experience cap reached, excess experience transferred to the experience pool. Ding! Killed a level 14 arena enforcer, gained 1,400 experience points. Bonus for defeating an enemy 4 levels higher, 560 experience points. At first, the notifications came at a steady pace, but as the toxic blood plague continued to refresh, the frequency of the alerts increased exponentially. Within just a few seconds, over half of the retreating enforcers were wiped out, and the survivors were gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. What was even more terrifying was that the enforcers in the rear, infected by the plague and farther from Qin Chuan, suffered even greater damage due to the sniper god bonus. Some unlucky ones, already heavily wounded by the dire wolf earlier, didn't even last a second before succumbing, becoming new sources of the plague and spreading death to their nearby comrades. The situation spiraled out of control. Iron Hook Jack, who had initially planned to retreat to the Black Whale to recover and watch from a distance while his enforcers handled the outsider, failing that, to level the arena with cannon fire, felt his heart sink at the sight of the carnage. Not only had his enforcers failed to accomplish anything, but they had also been completely annihilated in the enemy's death trap. The eerie energy emanating in the air put Iron Hook Jack on high alert. This was no ordinary poison. It carried a sinister, chilling aura characteristic of the bloodline clans. However, upon further thought, he realized that the barrier protecting Bailey City should prevent any bloodline creatures from entering. When he considered the possibility that the outsider had somehow gained bloodline abilities without being bound by their restrictions, Iron Hookjack was so enraged that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. If Qin Chuan had known what Iron Hookjack was thinking, he might have apologized because until the apocalypse officially descended upon Blue Star, as a player, he could indeed do whatever he pleased. With the enforcers dealt with, Qin Chuan turned his gaze toward Iron Hookjack. It was time to bring this battle to an end. Iron Hookjack couldn't pinpoint Qin Chuan's exact location, but he could distinctly feel the sharp gaze fixed on Hyman icy glare that only a predator gives its prey. This sense of being underestimated ignited a burning rage within him, his face turning crimson with anger. Without a moment's hesitation, Iron Hookjack spun around and sprinted toward the black whale. With his henchmen already taken out, staying in place would only make him an easy target. Besides, as the captain of the ship, he would rather die fighting aboard his vessel. Watching Iron Hookjack flee in panic, Qin Chuan remained calm and composed. His mind drifted back to the earth-shattering battle he had fought against the Arrow God in his previous life. Compared to that, this skirmish was hardly worth mentioning. However, it brought a thought to his mind. Was he the first person on Blue Star to successfully slay a god? Could that be the reason for his rebirth? Lost in thought, Qin Chuan's hands moved swiftly. A shadowy throwing knife flew with precision, striking Iron Hookjack and instantly shaving off over 30,000 health points. With the ensuing bleed effect and toxic blood plague, the total damage easily exceeded 40,000. The devastating damage spurred Iron Hookjack to quicken his retreat. Cursing under his breath, he thought, this foreigner's strength is downright sinister. Edith really found herself a formidable ally this time. He had a sinking feeling that the balance of power in the black market was about to shift dramatically, though he wasn't sure if he'd live to see it. Another throwing knife whistled through the air, further depleting Iron Hookjack's health. Fortunately, he had reached the base of the black whale. Grabbing hold of a dangling rope, he leaped nimbly and climbed aboard the deck in just a few swift movements. Once back on his ship, Iron Hookjack seemed like a different person, regaining the commanding presence of a pirate captain. As he appeared, shadows on the deck began to stir, revealing skeletal figures clad in tattered sailor uniforms. These undead sailors emerged from every corner, their hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie blue flames. More terrifying still, the black whale's broadside cannons swiveled in unison, unleashing a relentless bombardment on the ground below. Cannonballs rained down like a storm, shattering the stone pavement into rubble. Although Qin Chuan dodged swiftly, a few shards of debris grazed him, costing him several hundred health points. Realizing he had to board the ship quickly or be obliterated by the onslaught, Qin Chuan took a deep breath. He hurled another shadowy throwing knife while activating the effect of his bone-carving twin blades, dashing forward with precision. Judging by the distance, he estimated he could reach the cannon's blind spot after enduring no more than 3 more volleys. This mission is no joke, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. If not for his superior gear and the shield provided by his ring, he would have fallen long ago. To his surprise, Iron Hookjack had an additional trick up his sleeve, hidden cannons strategically placed in the shadows. Thankfully, the most perilous part of the charge was over. Now, it was time to face Iron Hookjack and his crew of undead sailors hidden. While these undead minions would continuously revive, they weren't particularly difficult to deal with. The same strategy he had used against the henchmen should suffice. The only issue was that these sailors were bound to the black whale itself. To eliminate them completely, he would first have to destroy the ghost ship. Qin Chuan was fighting desperately in the battle, juggling between fending off Iron Hookjack's relentless attacks and dealing with the endlessly reviving sailors. The difficulty of this fight was clearly higher than anything he had faced before. Fortunately, the sailors' resurrection had a cool-down period. One Eye and Redbeard were of no help at this moment. They were hiding in a corner, waiting for the outcome of the fight. If Qin Chuan won, they would jump out to claim their share of the spoils. If Iron Hookjack prevailed, they would flee immediately. The toxic blood plague demonstrated its terrifying power during the battle. Every time the shadow-throwing knife struck, the leading undead sailor would collapse, and the ensuing plague swept through like a harbinger of death, infecting and killing the rest of the sailors. Though Iron Hookjack hadn't expected these undead sailors to hold Qin Chuan off for long, seeing them wiped out in mere moments was still shocking. A minute and a half later, the undead sailors revived again, only to be swiftly cleared out by the combination of the shadow-throwing knife and the toxic blood plague. While Iron Hookjack noticed the limited range of the plague's infection, this realization did him no good. The sailors, being melee fighters, had to get close to Qin Chuan to be effective, but doing so placed them squarely within the plague's range. If they stayed back, they were no better than spectators. Iron Hookjack's advantage on his home turf, the black whale, was completely nullified, while Qin Chuan remained in control and confident. As Iron Hookjack's health continued to drop, his demeanor shifted dramatically. At 600,000 health, he proposed a truce. At 400,000, he began to plead, offering all his treasured loot. And at 200,000, he even started reminiscing about the past, regretting his enmity with Edith. When Iron Hook Jack's health hit zero, the entire black whale began to tremble violently, its structure peeling away from the keel. The undead sailors on the deck collapsed and disintegrated into ash, vanishing into the air. Suddenly, thick black mist erupted from the bottom of the ship, surging toward the deck. Sensing danger, Qin Chuan abandoned looting the dropped items and immediately activated his bone-carving dual blades, dashing to the edge of the deck and leaping off. After landing, he turned back to see void-like cracks forming on the black whale's hull, with a chilling aura enveloping the entire ship. Even from a distance, the biting cold was palpable. From within the black mist came eerie laughter and whispers. "Now, you are mine." From Iron Hook Jack's corpse, a translucent figure was forcibly dragged out by an invisible force. It was his soul. The once dominant pirate leader and black market gladiator master now wore a face of utter terror, struggling desperately but unable to escape the black mist's grasp. A satisfied voice emanated from the mist. "A delicious soul." With that, the black mist, along with the black whale, vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. As someone experienced in such matters, Qin Chuan instantly saw through the truth. Iron Hook Jack's power came from a deal with the Deathbringer, and the price was his soul after death. While it was a bit disappointing not to collect any legendary loot, Qin Chuan had no intention of provoking the Deathbringer, not now, at least. The game notifications followed immediately. Hunting hour activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Ding. You have slain Iron Hook Jack, completing the class advancement quest. Level cap unlocked. Ding. Class advancement quest completed. Growth stats have been synchronized and increased. Ding. You are the first player to complete the class advancement quest. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your nickname? Qin Chuan selected no. Player Night Wanderer is the first to complete a class advancement. Congratulations to all players, keep up the effort. When the server-wide announcement echoed across the game, Tian Qi, who was busy hunting wild boars in the beginner's village, immediately straightened his back. A proud smile spread across his face as he felt a surge of admiration for Night Wanderer's impressive strength. While others were still struggling in the novice areas, the legendary player had already completed the profession advancement quest. What made Tian Qi even more ecstatic was the likelihood that he was Night Wanderer's only friend, a distinction that filled him with excitement. "Xiaoxue, how's the skill book collection coming along?" Tian Qi turned and asked. "We can't keep Night Wanderer waiting." Xiaoxue shook her head slightly. "Not great. Most players' levels are still low, so the skill books being dropped are mostly common grade. There's still a significant gap between that and the promised black iron grade." "Then raise the standard," Tian Qi said decisively. "At least bronze grade. If you come across silver grade or higher, secure it at all costs." "Got it. They'll make the arrangements," Xiaoxue replied with a nod. Tian Qi understood clearly that Night Wanderer was destined to become one of the top players in Apocalypse. To maintain a relationship with such a powerful figure, he knew he had to prove his own worth. "Boss," the team's assassin suddenly spoke up. "After clearing the Crimson Crypt, Night Wanderer didn't contact us to trade any equipment. He's either keeping it for himself or has other plans. Or," Tian Qi said with a heavy tone, "he thinks we're not worthy of that gear. Our leveling speed has indeed been too slow." The moment his words fell, an awkward silence enveloped the group. Suddenly, Tian Qi's expression lit up, and he sprang to his feet as if ignited by a spark. "Night Wanderer just sent me a message," he exclaimed, laughing loudly in excitement. Xiaoxue and the others perked up immediately. Their leader's excitement was understandable. "Strange," Tian Qi muttered, frowning at the message. "He told us to keep an eye on news about the guild token." "That's odd," Xiaoxue said, puzzled. "Given his lone wolf style, he doesn't need help for boss fights. Why would he care about a guild token?" "Maybe he's had a change of heart," the assassin speculated. "Perhaps he's realized the importance of a guild." "Unlikely," the archer interjected, shaking his head. "He doesn't seem like the type to manage a guild." Tian Qi's eyes suddenly brightened. Could it be that he's obtained a guild token and wants to check its market value? If that's the case, Xiaoxue pushed up her imaginary glasses. "We should prepare in advance. The first guild will undoubtedly cause a server-wide sensation, and it's crucial for building a reputation." "Xiaoxue," Tian Qi immediately decided. "Start purchasing gold coins at full capacity. If Night Wanderer intends to sell the guild token, no matter the price, we must get it." "Understood, boss." Qin Chuan had shared the news about the guild token with Tian Qi because he vaguely remembered that news about the token was imminent. By having Tian Qi spread the word, he was ensuring it would reach a wider audience, especially the ears of Luo Chayadeazan. In his previous life, The first guild token was bought by Luosha Yadeazin at the cost of selling all his possessions. Using the server-wide announcement, he quickly gained fame and expanded his guild, making Luosha Hall one of the top guilds. However, in this life, the guild token in Qin Chuan's hands would become a heavy blow to his opponent, though the timing had yet to come. As Qin Chuan left the arena, he didn't look back. Someone would clean up the ruins, and a new arena would soon rise in the black market. This place was never short of ambitious people. When he returned to the tavern, Qin Chuan deactivated his stealth mode. Since he had passed Edith's test, there was no need to remain in hiding. Before he could even touch the door, a servant opened it from inside, wearing a flattering smile. Lord Edith has instructed that you may go directly to the second floor to meet him. The moment he stepped into the tavern, all the NPC's eyes turned to him. The commotion at the Wild Arena had been Mouse, an outsider single-handedly destroying a force that had entrenched itself in the black market for years, was beyond belief. After all, Iron Hook Jack was not only overwhelmingly powerful, but also commanded over 100 henchmen. None of the NPCs present dared to claim they could achieve such a feat. Their contempt for Qin Chuan had now turned into genuine awe. In this lawless black market, the rule of the strong was brutally evident. Qin Chuan went straight upstairs and entered the familiar room once again. This time, there was no unlucky victim tied to the chair. Edith leaned casually against the table, looking intrigued. How did you know that One Eye and Red Beard are blood brothers? Everyone has their own sources of information, don't they? Qin Chuan replied cryptically. In truth, the Apocalypse system had explicitly marked this in the boss attributes, but he wasn't about to share that with Edith. Edith didn't press further. Instead, he pulled out a skill book and handed it to Qin Chuan. I acquired this during my early adventures. I had intended to study it after mastering shadow power, but it seems it was destined to benefit you instead. As a shadow assassin, Edith had lost the chance to utilize this skill. But Qin Chuan had completed what seemed like an impossible task, proving his worth through sheer strength. Taking the skill book, Qin Chuan's eyes were immediately drawn to its attributes. Rain of Shadow Corrosion. Quality: Gold. Type: Active skill. Effect: Summons shadow corrosion in a targeted area, forming a rain of arrows that attack enemies up to 15 times. Each hit deals damage equal to 50 of attack power 100. Mana cost: 50. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Special requirement: Shadow Assassin exclusive. Additional feature: using this skill will not break stealth status. Seeing these attributes, only one thought filled Qin Chuan's mind. This is insane. If all 15 hits landed on a target, the total damage would reach a staggering 750 of attack power 1500. With his current attack power, even in close-range combat, the damage could easily exceed 7,000. If he were to use the Sniper God effect from a distance, the damage would reach an even more terrifying number. Most crucially, Rain of Shadow Corrosion did not limit the number of hits on a single target, meaning one enemy could take the full brunt of the damage, almost guaranteeing their death. By comparison, another gold-tier skill, Blood Tide, only dealt 180 of spell power, 800 per hit, making the difference obvious. Of course, Blood Tide had its own advantages. Though its single-hit damage was lower, it affected all enemies within a certain range. In densely packed enemy situations, its total damage could even surpass Rain of Shadow Corrosion. Each skill had its strengths. Rain of Shadow Corrosion balanced between area damage and single target bursts, while Blood Tide was purely for area effect damage. What excited Qin Chuan even more was Rain of Shadow Corrosion's ability to preserve stealth status. Although this meant forfeiting the bonus damage from a stealth-breaking attack, for someone like Qin Chuan, who prioritized survival, this was a significant advantage. With his shadow-throwing knives, he could always deliver a stealth-breaking strike, while this skill's unique feature ensured his absolute safety. Had he possessed this skill earlier, he wouldn't have needed to concoct such elaborate schemes to deal with Iron Hook Jack. Simply hiding in the shadows and casting this skill would have sufficed. This was undoubtedly a powerful life-saving skill. Qin Chuan, having been reborn, deeply understood one principle: staying alive is the key to making progress. His eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated his current situation. While the boss he faced now seemed powerless against his stealth abilities, this advantage wouldn't last forever. More importantly, even the slightest mistake could prove fatal when facing those terrifying deities. He was no longer the heavy-armored warrior of his past life who could endure direct damage. Acquiring the skill Dark Corrosion Rain had significantly broadened Qin Chuan's tactical options. Against weaker enemies, he could combine it with shadow daggers for quick kills. Against stronger foes, he could safely hide in the shadows and unleash Dark Corrosion Rain. The skill's greatest strength lay in its lack of a visible trajectory, making it impossible for enemies to trace his position. In contrast, shadow daggers had a notable drawback. At higher levels, enemies could track him by following the dagger's path. Additionally, the skill broke his stealth upon activation, giving opponents an opportunity to strike. This skill book was worth the fight with Iron Hook Jack, Qin Chuan murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands and learned Dark Corrosion Rain. The evolution points he had accumulated from defeating Iron Hookjack now totaled 8, more than enough to further enhance his shadow stealth. Although the mission was complete, Qin Chuan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He still had an important matter to attend to: purchasing a shop in Bailey City. Funding wasn't a major issue. The 30 gold coins had obtained from Longting Tian Qi could serve as a starting point, and selling 2 pieces of equipment would cover the rest. However, why take the long route when there was a simpler solution? The key lay with Edith. As the daughter of Bailey City's lord, her identity was the perfect leverage. After taking down Iron Hookjack, Qin Chuan had earned her recognition, boosting his favorability rating in the game. Noticing that Qin Chuan wasn't leaving, Edith asked, "Is there something else?" After a moment of thought, her eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, do you want to take over the Wild Arena? But even though you defeated Iron Hookjack, it's not that simple." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not interested in the arena. I have another business proposition to discuss with Miss Edith." This piqued Edith's curiosity. After all, few dared to approach her for business. "Are you planning to kill someone?" she asked, only to immediately dismiss the idea herself. "No, with your skills, you could easily handle that on your own. You're after my status as the Lord's daughter, aren't you?" "Smart," Qin Chuan said, giving her a thumbs up. Edith continued to analyze. "As an outsider, your first priority must be securing a base of operations. If you go through the commerce chief, Angus, not only will you get extorted, but you'll also have to wait several months. I'm guessing you don't have that kind of time, do you?" Edith pieced together her deductions, thoroughly understanding Qin Chuan's intentions. Qin Chuan remained unfazed, fully aware that a high-level NPC like Edith possessed intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary players. "I need to purchase a shop," Qin Chuan said directly, now that his motives had been laid bare. A faint glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Edith's eyes. For her, arranging the acquisition of a shop was a trivial task. However, she would never offer help for free. After all, their relationship was far from close. Qin Chuan understood this well. Reaching into his inventory, he retrieved the Wolf King's horn and spoke slowly. The destruction of the Wild Arena began with the sudden appearance of a giant wolf. If someone were to show up with this artifact and claim they defeated Iron Hookjack, rebuilding the arena would face far less resistance. He cast a meaningful glance at Edith. "And if that someone were secretly your pawn, wouldn't it further solidify your control over the black market and even the entire city of Beryl?" While the old arena lay in ruins, a new one was bound to rise soon. Both the black market and Beryl City required a venue to channel the violence. Edith was determined not to let this opportunity slip through her fingers. She was certain Qin Chuan, as an outsider, would not stay to manage the arena long term, so she never viewed him as a competitor. However, if she directly seized control of the arena, it would undoubtedly provoke resistance from other factions. Her influence in the black market was already significant enough. Adding an arena to her assets would surely unsettle the other leaders. As Edith pondered a solution, Qin Chuan laid out a ready-made plan before her. Her sharp gaze locked onto Qin Chuan, as if trying to decipher the young man's thoughts. But Qin Chuan stood firm, unshaken. Having faced an archer god before, he would not be intimidated by such pressure. Noticing this, Edith withdrew her imposing demeanor and decisively said, "Pleasure doing business." As a savvy individual, she understood the art of maximizing benefits. Trading a shop for greater control over the black market was an undeniably profitable deal. She produced a piece of parchment. "This is the deed. Register it with Beryl City's commercial department, and the shop will officially be yours." The transaction was completed swiftly. System notifications followed. "Ding. You have lost the Wolf King's horn." "Ding. You have obtained the deed to a shop in Beryl City." Edith pocketed the horn and quietly moved to the oil lamp, activating stealth mode as a subtle gesture to indicate their meeting was over. Qin Chuan took no offense and left the room with the deed in hand. With the shop secured, Qin Chuan planned to refocus on leveling up. Glancing at the leaderboard, he noted that both he and Richardson were still at level 10. It seemed Richardson was also undergoing a class advancement quest. If Richardson possessed an SS level talent as well, it was highly likely he was tackling a 3-star or even hidden difficulty advancement task. Now was not the time to relax. Returning to Beryl City, Qin Chuan noticed the hurried expressions of NPC passers-by and the patrolling guards on the streets. Although the battle with Iron Hookjack had taken place in the deepest layer of the black market, the later cannon fire had clearly alarmed the surface. The entire city now seemed on edge. While walking through the streets, Qin Chuan encountered a familiar face: instructor Lei Huaio. The latter signaled for his subordinates to stay put and approached Qin Chuan with a knowing look. "Did you meet Edith?" Qin Chuan nodded and, after a brief pause, pulled the deed from his pocket to show Lei Huaio. "I helped Edith with something small, and she gave me this as payment." Lei Huaio's eyes widened in disbelief. "You took down Iron Hookjack? Don't say such things." Qin Chuan quickly waved his hands. It was a mysterious figure who could control giant wolves. If you don't believe me, ask Edith. Qin Chuan's response was flawless. As a player who had chosen to respawn in another main city, his knowledge of Bailey City was indeed limited, only recalling key NPCs like Edith. However, he managed to piece together critical information from fragments of memory, realizing that instructor Lei Huaio was aware of Edith's true identity. Noticing the patrolling guards nearby, Qin Chuan wisely refrained from continuing this sensitive conversation. Lei Huaio caught on and shifted the topic, his gaze falling on the property deed in Qin Chuan's hand. This shop is located on Violet Street, a prime location. It seems Edith is quite impressed with you. Qin Chuan offered a faint smile and, after a moment of thought, said, Instructor Lei, when I open for business, would it be possible for you to attend? This was more than mere politeness. In the world of Apocalypse, personal connections were far more valuable than brute strength. As the captain of the City Lord's personal guard, Lei Huaio's presence would signify protection and help avoid unnecessary trouble. Lei Huaio considered briefly before agreeing, partly out of respect for Edith, and partly because he was intrigued by this outsider who had managed to take down Ironhook Jack. He had a feeling that Qin Chuan might be the one to reshape the dynamics of Bailey City. By the way, Lei Huaio suddenly added, there's a group of goblins causing trouble outside the city, disrupting trade routes. Can you help me deal with them? A system notification immediately popped up, presenting a quest to eliminate the goblin nest. The rewards included experience points, silver coins, and increased favorability with Lei Huaio. Qin Chuan gladly accepted that it was a perfect opportunity to level up while completing a task. Lei Huaio nodded in satisfaction and handed him a seal from his pocket. Once the job is done, come find me. This token will grant you access to the administrative district. Qin Chuan's heart leapt with delight. The administrative district not only held numerous high-reward quests, but was also the gateway to Bailey City's upper society. Since he had chosen this city to develop in, the token was of critical importance. He decided to postpone registering the shop. With Lei Huaio's endorsement, he could avoid unnecessary expenses and significantly improve efficiency. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Qin Chuan opened his skill panel, preparing to evolve Shadow Stealth. The system notified him that this evolution would require 8 evolution points, a number that surprised him. It had jumped from 2 points to 8. As a reborn player, he understood this was tied to Apocalypse Continent's rule of 3 as a hurdle, 6 as a peak. The 3 tiers of ordinary, black iron, and bronze are fundamentally similar, all positioned at the very bottom. However, the leap from bronze to silver represents a seemingly insurmountable gap. In the world of Apocalypse, countless beings spend their entire lives unable to cross this threshold, and the same rule applies to skill advancements. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had an abundance of evolution points, allowing him to easily make this leap. Ding! The system notification chimed. Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded. Bronze Silver. The attributes of Shadow Stealth LV4 Silver grade were revealed. Upon entering stealth mode, the first strike to break stealth deals 160 attack power, 1600 bonus damage, consuming 20 mana with a cooldown reduced to 14 seconds. This meant Qin Chuan could launch ambushes more frequently, significantly increasing his overall damage output. After completing the evolution, Qin Chuan faced a decision on how to allocate his skill points. He held 10 skill points earned from the first clear of the Crimson Crypt. He could either invest them all into Dark Corrosion Rain to raise it to level 4 or continue enhancing Shadow Stealth. However, the 10 points were insufficient to satisfy both needs simultaneously. After careful consideration, Qin Chuan decided to prioritize upgrading Shadow Stealth by 1 level, while allocating the remaining points to increase Dark Corrosion Rain by 2 levels. As his cornerstone skill, Shadow Stealth deserved more resources. Meanwhile, Dark Corrosion Rain, already at gold grade, had impressive base attributes, and raising it 2 levels would still do justice to its tier. The system notifications for skill upgrades rang consecutively. Shadow Stealth advanced to LV5 Silver grade, with the bonus damage from breaking stealth increased to 160 attack power 2000, while other attributes remained unchanged. Dark Corrosion Rain was boosted to LV3 Gold grade, allowing it to summon a rain of corrosive arrows in a target area, dealing up to 15 attacks, each inflicting 50 attack power 300 damage. It consumed 50 mana and had a cooldown of 30 seconds. As Qin Chuan proceeded along the dark path, the air grew thick with an increasingly pungent stench, accompanied by low growls. Suddenly, several small figures emerged from the underbrush. Goblin bandits, wielding crude weapons. The system displayed their stats. Goblin Bandit, level 11, HP, 3200, attack, 220, defense, 165, skill, sneak attack. Qin Chuan was all too familiar with these creatures. They relied on their numbers to act recklessly, but would flee at the sight of a stronger opponent. He planned to exploit this trait to locate their lair. Forgoing stealth, Qin Chuan raised his hand and unleashed a shadow dagger. Even without the bonus from breaking stealth, the attack dealt a devastating 6,000 damage, instantly depleting a goblin's health bar. Immediately after, poisonous blood plague erupted among the group, draining around 2,000 health from each goblin. These low-level goblins, with only 3,000 to 4,000 health each, couldn't withstand such an assault and collapsed one after another. The few survivors, terrified, screamed and fled. This was their typical by-hand ambush strategy, running away either to save their lives or to lure pursuers into their lair for an ambush. This tactic had ensnared countless apocalypse natives, especially knights and clerics, who often fell for it, leaving one to wonder who the real hunters were. The fleeing goblins glanced back frequently, their sharp cries of varying lengths echoing as they warned their comrades about the terrifying enemy following close behind. Watching them frantically dash toward their lair, Qin Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile. The goblins were acting precisely according to his plan. While he had the ability to annihilate them on the spot, doing so would hinder his chances of locating their lair. The trade routes around Bailey City spanned hundreds of miles, with complex and ever-changing terrain. Searching for the goblin lair alone would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Using these panicked goblins as guides was clearly the smarter choice. However, this plan wasn't without its risks. Goblin lairs typically housed hundreds of goblins of various types, ranging from ordinary goblin warriors to archers skilled in ranged attacks, and even shamans capable of casting spells. Together, they formed a well-rounded combat force. Even a well-trained team could face total annihilation under the barrage of concentrated ranged and close-quarters attacks. But for Qin Chuan, this was not an issue. With stealth abilities that even a gold-ranked boss couldn't detect, combined with the area-wide damage of his dark corrosion rain, these goblins posed no real threat. Most importantly, he held the trump card of the plague of poisoned blood. His battles in the savage arena had taught him just how devastating this skill could be when enemies were densely packed. The plague could spread and refresh endlessly, ultimately wiping them all out. The pursuit lasted nearly half an hour, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate. The air grew thick with the stench of blood and decay. Qin Chuan knew the goblin lair was close. Sure enough, a swarm of figures suddenly emerged on a hillside to his left. Dozens of goblin archers drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows aimed directly at him. At the same time, on another hillside, about a dozen goblin shamans wielding staffs appeared, sending lightning bolts hurtling toward him. This scale, Qin Chuan frowned slightly. The presence of such a large goblin lair near the outskirts of Bailey City raised questions about the diligence of the city's defense patrols. However, that wasn't his concern right now. His priority was to deal with the enemies before him. These goblins had clearly prepared meticulously. They launched their attack from a distance of 70 to 80 meters, a range they had likely determined through the sacrifice of their comrades. They had observed that Qin Chuan's attack range seemed to be limited to 50 meters. What they didn't realize, however, was that Qin Chuan's shadow-throwing knives had long surpassed a range of 100 meters, far exceeding their expectations. The earlier strategy of maintaining a 4,050-meter distance had indeed lulled the enemy into a false sense of security, but Qin Chuan held an even more powerful trump card: Dark Corrosion Rain, a skill with a range far exceeding the enemy's expectations. Faced with a pincer attack from two directions, Qin Chuan decisively activated Frenzied Dash. While breaking through the encirclement, he precisely unleashed Dark Corrosion Rain onto the goblin archers. Dark energy swiftly gathered above their heads and transformed into deadly arrows that rained down in an instant. The first wave inflicted a staggering 5,000 damage, instantly annihilating the frontmost goblin archers. Ironically, the goblin archers' choice to maintain a long-range position for an advantage only resulted in them suffering greater casualties. The second and third volleys of arrows followed, and by the time all 15 strikes had landed, not a single goblin within the skill's range was left standing. The few who narrowly survived were quickly infected by the blood plague, which drained their health rapidly, leaving them dead within moments and providing Qin Chuan with a significant amount of experience points. The goblin shamans on the other side met a similar fate. A single shadow dagger strike initiated the spread of the blood plague, leading to their eventual annihilation, just like the archer unit. From behind a distant rock, goblins let out terrified screams. Gah! Gah! Their meticulously planned ambush had been effortlessly dismantled. In a fit of rage, the goblins tore apart the comrade who had returned to report the situation, roaring, "Damn it! How dare you give false intelligence?" Though Qin Chuan felt slightly disappointed about missing out on the experience points from the slain goblins, his plan was progressing smoothly. At the edge of his vision, a partially concealed cave entrance emerged from the overgrowth. It was the goblin's lair. Before he could proceed further, a group of over a dozen elite goblins armed with iron weapons poured out of the cave. These goblins were far more formidable than the ragtag ones, wielding wooden sticks and wearing tattered cloth. However, in the presence of a sharpshooter like Qin Chuan, the difference in equipment was meaningless. The moment the shadow daggers were unleashed, the goblins, freshly assembled at the cave entrance, were wiped out before they could even begin their charge. What was even more terrifying was that the deaths didn't stop there. The blood plague spread to the goblin forces waiting inside the cave. Game notifications flooded in as over 50 goblins fell in mere seconds. Yet, this was far from the lair's full strength. As the blood plague subsided, a new wave of goblins surged out, their numbers even greater than the previous group. This time, they adopted a more cautious approach, deliberately maintaining distance from one another. They were willing to sacrifice the power of a coordinated charge to avoid being taken out all at once. Qin Chuan had anticipated this and once again unleashed Dark Corrosion Rain, effortlessly taking down 15 targets. Though he couldn't completely annihilate the enemy forces this time, it didn't matter, only needed to wait for the skill to cool down. With its impressive range and auto-targeting capabilities, the skill left the goblins with little chance of survival unless they maintained an impractical distance of dozens of meters apart. Seeing their carefully crafted tactics fail entirely, the goblin leader deep within the lair let out furious roars, urging more of its subordinates to attack. The poor goblin soldiers, caught between a formidable enemy and their enraged leader, had no choice but to charge out of the cave, only to be turned into waves of experience points for Qin Chuan. Outside the lair, Qin Chuan couldn't stop grinning. These goblins were just too considerate, as if they were worried he wouldn't level up fast enough and had decided to deliver experience points to him personally. Notifications kept popping up. You have reached level 11. You've gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You've gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast Blessing Activitetiauv gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Hunting Hour Activitetiauv gained 1 evolution point. In just a few minutes, the deaths of over 200 goblins not only allowed Qin Chuan to level up on the spot, but also earned him 2 evolution points. To his delight, goblins continued to pour out of the cave in an unending stream. Keep it coming, why not? Let me jump straight to level 20? Qin Chuan beamed, his gaze toward the goblins softening. These weren't hideous monsters, they were practically treasure-bearing sprites in disguise. No matter how large the goblin nest was, it couldn't provide enough experience points for Qin Chuan to level up 20 times in one go. As he leveled up to 11, the goblin population in the nest had already been reduced by more than half, and even the cries of the goblin leader had become much more subdued. At this moment, deep within the cave, a low, muffled horn suddenly echoed. Accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of war drums, the sound of orderly footsteps gradually approached. A squad of burly hobgoblins appeared at the entrance. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, they were clad in finely crafted iron armor and wielded high-quality military-grade crossbows. The sight of this well-equipped goblin unit gave Qin Chuan pause. Their presence in the noble district of the eastern part of Belly City, rather than the busier commercial southern area, clearly hinted at a hidden agenda. This was likely part of a larger scheme targeting the nobles. Behind the hobgoblins, a group of over a dozen goblins struggled to carry a comical-looking sedan chair. Seated atop it was an extraordinary figure, a towering, nearly 3-meter red-brown goblin leader wearing an iron crown. The system immediately displayed the leader's stats. Bronze tier. HP, 300, 000300000. Attack, 1500. Defense, 1200. Skills, Feign Death, Rallying Roar, Trap Specialist, Boomerang Throw. In the hierarchy of monsters on the Apocalypse continent, from regular goblins to hobgoblins, goblin leaders, and even the legendary dragon-slaying goblin heroes, each evolution signified a significant qualitative leap in strength. However, to Qin Chuan, these distinctions were irrelevant. The fact that the goblins had presented themselves was all he needed. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan launched his attack. Rain of Dark Corrosion. Shadow Flying Daggers, he shouted as he unleashed the 2 skills. In an instant, dozens of hobgoblins fell to the ground. Even when goblins evolved to the elite level, they still crumbled under Qin Chuan's overwhelming damage output. However, these hobgoblins displayed an unexpected level of tactical discipline. As the plague of toxic blood was about to spread, they retreated in unison, skillfully avoiding the skill's area of effect. The roar of the goblin leader echoed across the battlefield, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the surrounding goblins. Their eyes turned blood-red, and all fear vanished. In the next moment, a dense volley of arrows rained down like a storm. Dodging and weaving through the arrow barrage, Qin Chuan noticed the relentless assault showed no signs of letting up. Upon closer inspection, he cursed aloud. Damn it! Repeating crossbows. The discovery left him stunned. Repeating crossbows were rare military-grade equipment, far more advanced than standard crossbows. For such weapons to appear in the hands of goblins was no coincidence. Someone was smuggling military arms and they were bold enough to sell them to monsters. This realization gave Qin Chuan a whiff of a hidden quest. While evading the arrows, he pondered silently. First, deal with the goblin nest, then wait for Lei Huayo's follow-up mission. Since Lei Huayo had assigned him this task, he must already have some leads. Meanwhile, the goblin leader, realizing that the repeating crossbow assault and the plague of toxic blood were both ineffective against Qin Chuan, showed a flicker of panic in its eyes. Desperate to turn the tide, it leaped off its palanquin and hurled a massive boomerang. Under the relentless arrow barrage, Qin Chuan had no choice but to counter with shadow-throwing knives while using frenzied dash to evade the boomerang. He then slipped into the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. As he waited for frenzied dash to cool down, Qin Chuan unleashed rain of dark corrosion, instantly wiping out over a dozen hobgoblins. Even though the enemies had spread out to avoid the plague of toxic blood, they couldn't escape their fate. The key was that rain of dark corrosion didn't break his stealth state, keeping Qin Chuan untouchable. This scene sent the goblin leader into a full-blown panic. It was common knowledge that stealth attacks would break a rogue's invisibility, yet this enemy defied all conventions. The leader couldn't comprehend why someone of such power would target goblins, filling its heart with frustration and rage. Ultimately, it made the wise choice to flee. Qin Chuan wasn't about to let that happen. Allowing the leader to escape would lower his mission rating and might even break the chain of follow-up quests. He immediately accelerated in pursuit, landing a precise knife throw on the fleeing leader. Despite the searing pain, the leader turned around abruptly and hurled the boomerang again, attempting a counterattack. But Qin Chuan leaned back just enough to dodge the strike by a hair's breadth, leaving the leader dumbfounded. As Qin Chuan prepared to end the fight, the goblin leader suddenly dropped to its knees and begged for mercy. "Stop. I surrender. If you spare me, I'll give you all the treasure." At the same time, the game prompt appeared. Ding. You have triggered a decision quest. Please choose carefully. Option 1. Spare the goblin leader. Reward. All treasures from the goblin nest, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. Option 2. Kill the goblin leader. Reward. 5 favorability with instructor Lei Huayo. Goblins that have evolved to the rank of a leader possess a considerable level of intelligence, and fluently speaking the common language of the Apocalypse continent is a basic skill for them. At this moment, the goblin leader, desperate to save his life, offered an enticing deal 1,000 gold coins. This amount, equivalent to 40 to 50 million yen kingdom coins, would be enough to tempt any ordinary adventurer. If it were the Qin Chuan of his previous life, who was solely focused on earning gold, he would have gladly accepted the deal. However, the current Qin Chuan showed no interest in the offer. He still had several pieces of gold-tier equipment and a skill book in his possession, items whose value far exceeded 1,000 gold coins. More importantly, the 5 points of favorability with Lei Huayo held far greater significance for the future mission chain than this lump sum of money. With a sly smile playing at the corner of his lips, Qin Chuan said, "If I kill you, the treasure will still be mine." The goblin leader's expression froze for a moment before he burst into laughter. "You're too clever, but I came prepared. Those treasures aren't in the lair. I've hidden them elsewhere." Impressive. As expected of an evolved goblin, your intelligence is indeed remarkable, Qin Chuan remarked, raising his thumb in mock admiration while deliberately feigning hesitation. Noticing this, the goblin leader quickly raised the stakes. "Spare me, and not only will you get the treasures, but I'll also introduce you to an influential figure. I guarantee you'll thrive in Belly City." Qin Chuan's thoughts stirred. This statement confirmed his suspicions. There was indeed an insider behind the goblin invasion, and this lair was likely just the beginning. More goblins would undoubtedly emerge in the future, signaling the start of a large-scale mission chain. Right on cue, the game system updated the decision-making task prompt. Option 1. Spare the goblin leader. Reward. Wealth equivalent to 1,000 gold coins and a disguiser's cloak to attend Belly City's secret organization gatherings. Option 2. Kill the goblin leader. Reward. Lei Huayo instructor favorability 10. The updated rewards shed light on the darker undercurrents of Belly City. This goblin leader clearly hadn't even reached the threshold of the secret organization and likely didn't even know its name. Accepting his terms would not only fail to truly infiltrate the organization, but also risk souring relations with instructor Lei Huayo, a loss that would outweigh any potential gains. With his decision made, Qin Chuan raised his wrist, and a shadowy throwing knife whizzed through the air, striking the goblin leader with precision. "Attack, my minions!" The goblin leader roared furiously. The pursuing goblins surged forward in a frenzy, unleashing a barrage of arrows and lightning bolts that blanketed Qin Chuan's position. While a single hit might not be fatal, the relentless onslaught would undoubtedly spell death if a few strikes landed. Meanwhile, the goblin leader, still clutching his boomerang, watched Qin Chuan intently, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Qin Chuan didn't rush to activate Frenzied Sprint. Instead, he directly utilized the full potential of his 400 agility points. His figure instantly transformed into a gust of wind, leaving behind several distinct afterimages. His speed was so astonishing that it left onlookers in awe. The goblin chief's eyes widened in disbelief, its eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. This human still had such hidden strength. The speed he had shown earlier wasn't even his limit. Regret and despair surged through the chief's heart. It realized that encountering such an opponent today meant certain death. The battle quickly reached its conclusion. Under the dual assault of shadow throwing knives and rain of dark corrosion, the remaining goblin forces fell in less than 3 rounds. The once bustling goblin lair was now reduced to a desolate battlefield, with only the chief barely clinging to life. Qin Chuan didn't want to waste any more time and immediately intensified his attack. With the goblin chief's fall, a series of system notifications popped up. He gained 1 evolution point, completed the mission requiring delivery to Lei Huaiyou, and his reputation with the secret organization dropped to hostile. The rewards this time were fairly decent. Besides a few valuable items dropped by the chief, the other goblins also left behind some standard equipment. The chief contributed 3 level 15 bronze items. Although they leaned towards strength-based attributes and weren't particularly suitable for him, they could still be sold in the shop. After storing the loot into his ring, Qin Chuan began allocating the free attribute points he gained from leveling up. Ever since completing the special advancement quest, each level up provided significant boosts, particularly in agility, which increased by 12 points each, to me a distinct advantage other players could only envy. With his agility now well supported, Qin Chuan started adjusting his attribute distribution strategy. Early on, he had invested all his points into agility to enhance his reaction speed and solo bosses. With the aid of his sniper god skills, he never lacked offensive power, making survival his primary focus. This approach had proven effective, earning him multiple first kills and a wealth of extra attribute points. However, now that his agility had surpassed 400 points, the benefits of further investment were diminishing. With the impending apocalypse on Blue Star, other attributes could no longer be ignored. In the later stages of Divine Descent, breaking through limits would require a balance of strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Thus, he decided on a new attribute allocation plan. For every 15 free points gained, he would reserve a portion for agility while distributing the rest evenly among the other 3 attributes, 5 points each. Combined with equipment bonuses, this would gradually narrow the gap between his stats. This strategy wasn't set in stone. His early focus on agility supported his solo playstyle, but now a well-rounded approach was necessary. Even spirit, seemingly unrelated to an assassin, couldn't be overlooked. Late-game bosses often wield mind control and illusion abilities, making sufficient mental resistance essential for survival. Ordinary players, constrained by limited attribute points, often had to specialize in 1 or 2 areas. But during the fusion stage, such weaknesses could become fatal flaws. Since Qin Chuan had the means to develop comprehensively, he intended to fully leverage this advantage. After allocating his free attribute points evenly to strength, constitution, and spirit, Qin Chuan's attribute panel updated as follows: Strength 50, Constitution 25, Agility 416 37145, and Spirit 24. Although there were still some weaknesses in the values, the gaps were gradually narrowing. Qin Chuan wasn't in a hurry. Based on his current point allocation strategy, by the time his agility surpassed 600, the other 3 attributes would also reach around 200. According to the rules of Apocalypse Descends, as long as the difference between primary and secondary attributes didn't exceed threefold, it wouldn't affect the character's integration with reality. His calculations showed that this requirement would be fully met by the time the first phase integration began. Moreover, he had plenty of backup plans. So far, he had only claimed the first kill rewards for the gold tier bosses. There were still 3 higher tiers: Dark Gold, Epic, and Legendary awaiting him. The rewards for those were so enticing that just thinking about them was thrilling. On top of that, there were other special events that could easily yield hundreds of free attribute points. Additionally, while various attribute-enhancing items in the game were out of reach for most players, Qin Chuan could simply purchase them with money. Qin Chuan made his way back to the depths of the goblin nest. Although the goblin leader had claimed the treasure was elsewhere, Qin Chuan, familiar with goblin behavior, was confident that part of the hoard must be hidden in the lair. Besides, the military crossbow he previously discovered already proved the presence of significant military supplies here. Using the dim light from the oil lamps, he ventured to the deepest part of the nest. There, he found several side chambers carved into the rock. Some were piled high with food, but most were crammed with weapons and equipment. A rough estimate suggested that these supplies could arm hundreds of people. Including what the hobgoblins carried, the total number reached over 1,000 sets. He picked up a chest plate to examine it. Standard issue chest plate. Quality: common. Attributes: defense 30, HP 100. Requirement: level 10. Nearby, matching leg guards, arm guards, gloves, boots, helmets, as well as weapons like longswords, daggers, and hand crossbows were neatly arranged. It was enough to fully arm an entire force. The sheer scale of these supplies raised suspicions. To smuggle military-grade equipment of this magnitude in a major city like Belly City, The insider responsible must hold a high-ranking position. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of getting involved in such matters. His strategy was straightforward: level up while awaiting missions and let his strength speak for itself. As for the shady dealings in the city, someone else would undoubtedly take care of them. His immediate priority was to handle these supplies. Although the sheer quantity made it impossible to fit everything into his storage rings, he could at least select the best quality items to take with him. The only problem was that these standard-issue military supplies couldn't be openly sold in shops without attracting trouble. Doing so would immediately lead to a crackdown. Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, pondering the best way to fence the goods. Shops in the game may be player-owned, but they are still subject to the main city officials' right to seal them. Qin Chuan understood well that although the land deeds wouldn't be reclaimed, a shop that couldn't operate was as good as useless. However, he had long since prepared for such rookie mistakes. Just as he was about to open his friend's list to message Longting Tian Qi, a message from the latter popped up first. Along with it, the detailed attributes of a skill book were displayed. Blink. Quality: bronze. Type: active skill. Effect: teleport a short distance in the target direction, maximum range 15 meters. Cost: 30 mana. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Wow! Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. This was precisely the mobility skill he had been searching for, and it was a rare general-use blink skill. Though it was only bronze tier, in his eyes, its value was comparable to that of gold tier equipment. Unlike the frenzied dash of the bone-cleaving daggers, blink allowed him to instantly appear at the target location without leaving any movement trajectory. This feature was crucial. Any visible trajectory could be predicted, and if miscalculated, one might walk straight into a trap. With blink, unless the enemy could pinpoint the exact landing spot, intercepting was nearly impossible. The short range and long cooldown were minor drawbacks in Qin Chuan's opinion. After all, he could always evolve the skill further if needed. Another message came through from Longting Tian Qi. Boss, which main city are you in? Well, deliver it to you as soon as we hit level 10. He deliberately didn't mention the cost of acquiring the skill book, as he felt it would seem petty to bring it up. Besides, they still owed Night Traveler another skill book. Seeing no immediate response from Night Traveler, Longting Tian Qi grew a bit uneasy. Boss, I know we initially agreed on a ranged skill book, but I thought this one might suit you better. If you're not satisfied, they'll find a way to trade it for something else. Qin Chuan quickly replied, I'm very satisfied. This is worth more than 2 ranged skill books. Since obtaining Dark Rain of Corrosion, his need for ranged skills wasn't as urgent. What he truly needed now was a mobility skill to cover his weaknesses. Given how thoughtful Longting Tian Qi was, Qin Chuan decided not to be stingy either and added, which newbie village is this book in? I'll go pick it up myself. Let's consider the previous agreement void. However, if you happen to have extra range skill books, I can buy them at market price. By the way, I have some level 10 basic equipment here with average stats. If you need any, feel free to take them. I'll give you a 20% discount. Seeing this string of replies, Longting Tian Qi was overjoyed. This was what a true boss looked like. Not only had Night Traveler waived a skill book debt, but he was also offering to share equipment. While basic level equipment wasn't particularly useful to him, there were plenty of newcomers in the guild who could benefit from it. After all, in this game with its abysmally low drop rates, many players were still stuck wearing beginner gear. When Qin Chuan sent over screenshots of the equipment, Longting Tian Qi was completely stunned. A full inventory of nearly 100 items. And this was what he called some? Truly, the perspective of a boss was on a completely different level. In Longting Tian Qi's vision, Night Wanderer's equipment was supposed to consist of only a dozen items. However, the screenshots he received were packed densely across the entire screen. Roughly estimated, there were at least 70 or 80 pieces. This made him ponder. Was it still appropriate to describe such a quantity as some? What puzzled him even more was that the other party's backpack capacity seemed to far exceed the initial 10 slots that most players started with. Boss, that expression on your face? Don't tell me Night Wanderer isn't satisfied with the blink skill. The assassin teammate noticed his odd demeanor and asked. Xiao Xue immediately shook her head to explain. Impossible. Mobility skills are essential for all players, especially for someone like Night Wanderer, who's used to soloing bosses. The boss must have other reasons for looking like this. You know me well, Xiao Xue. Longting Tian Qi snapped out of his thoughts and praised her. After a brief pause, he added, Night Wanderer is very satisfied with the blink skill and said it's worth the equivalent of 2 skill books. The archer teammate gave a thumbs up upon hearing this. As expected of my rival, truly generous. You? A rival to Night Wanderer? Dream on. The assassin teased with a sidelong glance. The archer's face twisted in anger. You better not log out, or I'll teach you a lesson. Longting Tian Qi waved his hand to stop their bickering and continued. Night Wanderer said they'll trade me some equipment. Any I can use? The assassin asked eagerly. Longting Tian Qi froze for a second, hadn't actually clarified that. The assassin immediately put on a mock-crying act. How could you forget about our years of friendship? The archer chimed in sarcastically. Ha! Night Wanderer is an assassin. Where would they get equipment for you? Boss, any archer gear? Seeing Longting Tianxia remain silent, the archer joined the assassin in a dramatic display of grieving, as if they were truly heartbroken. Helpless, Longting Tianxia sent a message to Qin Chuan to inquire, do you happen to have any equipment for assassins or archers? It was only then that Qin Chuan remembered he had two weapons: head Replicita level 5 Rabbit Fang Dagger and a level 10 Blood Drain Blade. Originally, he had planned to list them in the shop, but now he decided to trade them directly to Longting Tianxia. He replied, no archer gear, but I do have two assassin weapons, and sent over their stats. Longting Tianxia looked at the assassin with a hint of envy. The assassin immediately rubbed his hands together. Good news, isn't it? After learning about the equipment, the assassin grinned smugly. Good thing I chose to be an assassin. Just using Night Wanderer's cast-off gear is enough to take off. With the same equipment, I'm practically another Night Wanderer. I'd say we're evenly matched. The teammates gave him thumbs-ups in unison. You're a real genius. After some joking around, Longting Tianxia remembered that the skill books were with the vice president. He then asked Qin Chuan, would it be troublesome for you to travel from the main city back to the starter village? Qin Chuan didn't seem too concerned about the question. Although the teleportation fee required some expense, it was negligible compared to the value of the Blink skill book. Considering that waiting for Longting Tianxia and his team to reach level 10 and travel to the main city could take a day or two, Qin Chuan decided to act decisively. After confirming the exact location of the skill book, he left the goblin nest. While he ultimately failed to locate the treasure hidden by the goblin chief, the cunning leader had indeed kept his word and moved the treasure elsewhere. Nevertheless, a backpack full of equipment was more than enough to make up for it. Qin Chuan quickly mapped out his plan. First, return to Bailey City to deliver the mission to Lei Huaao, then teleport to Novice Village 10086 to retrieve the skill book, and finally teleport to Novice Village 9527 to sell the equipment to Longting Tianxia, who was gathering gold coins. When he returned to Bailey City, the town had already returned to its usual calm. The earlier commotion at the black market had not spread to other areas, and the NPCs in the city were no longer paying much attention to it. After all, to them, explosions from the black market were a common occurrence. As long as the city's safety wasn't threatened, they couldn't be bothered. Even the city lord hadn't made a statement, so they had no authority to intervene. Qin Chuan headed straight to the Northern Administrative District, using Lei Huao's token to pass through without issue. Guided by the guards, he found Lei Huao, who was busy training new recruits. Couldn't find those goblins? Lei Huao said casually at first, not fully registering the situation. Don't worry about it. My men have been searching for days without much progress. Qin Chuan pulled out the goblin chief's severed head and its signature boomerang. Mission accomplished. The nest has been destroyed. Lei Huao was momentarily speechless. While he knew this foreigner was quite capable after all, he had passed Edith's trial and taken down Iron Hook. Jack completing the task so efficiently was still somewhat unsettling. Fortunately, Lei Huao was broad-minded and quickly adjusted his attitude. Well done. Excellent work, he exclaimed, calling over his adjutant to hand Qin Chuan a pouch of money. A system notification immediately popped up. Ding. Mission completed. Reward, 5,000 EXP, 50 silver coins. Lei Huao favorability 10. Ding. Choice-based mission completed. Lei Huao favorability 10. As Qin Chuan recounted the battle details, the mention of a military-grade crossbow made Lei Huao's expression turn serious. After some thought, he said, for now, keep this matter under wraps. I'll assign someone to investigate. Understood. I'll follow your lead, Qin Chuan replied. I'll contact you about the next steps once we have more information, Lei Huao added. Qin Chuan knew that the next mission was essentially guaranteed. After bidding Lei Huao farewell, Qin Chuan made his way to the city's teleportation array. The system notified him that teleporting to Novice Village 10086 would cost 50 silver coins, and he confirmed the teleportation without hesitation. A flash of light later, Qin Chuan appeared in the Novice Village, where he was immediately approached by a group of players with the Longting prefix in their names. Leading them was the vice president of the Longting Guild, Longting Guan Tianjing. After confirming each other's identities, Guan Tianjing initiated a trade and placed the Blink skill book in the trade window. Once the trade was complete, Guan Tianjing mustered the courage to ask, Boss, could I add you as a friend? Don't worry, I promise I won't bother you unless absolutely necessary. Qin Chuan agreed readily. According to Longting Tianxia, this vice president had played a significant role in acquiring the Blink skill book. Qin Chuan had initially only hoped for an Iron Tier skill book, given the limited resources and low player levels in the Novice Village. To his surprise, he had obtained a Bronze Tier skill book. Instead, Guan Tianjing's luck was truly remarkable. Qin Chuan had a feeling that there were more surprises to come in the future. Guan Tianjing stood frozen in place, repeatedly checking his friend's list in disbelief. No mistake, the ID really was Night Wanderer. Overwhelmed with excitement, he immediately messaged the guild leader. Boss, I added the pro player to my friends list. Longting Tianxia saw the message and felt a slight pang of jealousy. After all, he was the one who had added Night Wanderer first. But on second thought, having the vice leader connect with the pro was undoubtedly beneficial for the guild. Relying on just one person to maintain contact had always been risky. Since he accepted, make sure to cherish it and never make him angry, or I'll be the one who gets mad. Got it? Longting Tianxia warned seriously. Don't worry, boss. I'd never do anything to upset him. Guan Tianjing thumped his chest in assurance. Then, turning to Qin Chuan, he addressed him with utmost respect. Sir, if there's anything you need, just say the word. It'll be there instantly. Qin Chuan nodded. If there's something, your guild leader will arrange it. It'll be off now. With that, he headed toward the teleportation array. A system prompt popped up. As a village defender title holder, you may teleport to other beginner villages free of charge. Target: Beginner Village 9527. Proceed with teleportation? This hidden perk was a pleasant surprise for Qin Chuan. While it didn't cover teleportation costs to the main city, saving 50 silver coins was still a win. Considering the current exchange rates, even a single free trip to the main city was a luxury for most players. Teleport. When Qin Chuan appeared in Beginner Village 9527, the village chief, Balu, came running over excitedly. Hero, you've returned. This scene happened to be witnessed by a player who was just handing in a quest. He had finished the task of unclogging the village's toilets and was startled when the chief suddenly vanished. Chasing after him, he spotted a fully armed figure standing by the teleportation array. Holy crap, it's Night Wanderer, the player exclaimed. In no time, a crowd of players gathered around, buzzing with chatter. Some questioned if it was really him, while others shared tales of being scammed by imposters. But it didn't take long for everyone to recognize the real deal after all. At this stage of the game, only Night Wanderer could be fully geared like that. Hearing the commotion, Longting Tianxia rushed over, apologizing profusely. Sorry for making you take an extra trip, sir. No problem, it was on the way, Qin Chuan replied calmly. After all, teleporting between beginner villages was free, and it never hurt to give a cooperative partner like Longting Tianxia some face. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Chuan got straight to the point and said, these items are 500 each, a total of 80 pieces. His pricing was quite fair. In this game with an extremely low drop rate, the value of level 10 basic gear could actually be even higher. But Qin Chuan didn't mind these items were essentially freebies for him. Selling them for 40,000 was already enough. What truly mattered were the high-level items. Hearing this, Longting Tianxia was so excited that his eyes welled up with tears. Although this batch of level 10 gear was all basic grade, its value far exceeded the surface numbers. At the level 10 stage, with monsters having significantly boosted stats, every additional piece of equipment could noticeably improve leveling efficiency. With these 80 items, he could form 4 or 5 elite teams, farm more gear to equip guild members, and create a positive cycle that would quickly enhance the strength of the Longting dynasty. The surrounding players were stunned when they heard the numbers. Someone couldn't help but mutter, is Night Wanderer hacking, or what? So far, all they had managed to get was rabbit fur, and their newbie daggers were nearly worn out. Yet this guy casually pulled out 80 pieces of equipment. What intrigued them even more was his seemingly bottomless backpack. Next, Qin Chuan took out the rabbit fang dagger and the blood-draining blade. You've seen the stats on these two. What's your offer? Longting Tianxia had already prepared and cautiously replied, the rabbit fang dagger is black iron grade, so how about 20 gold coins? The blood-draining blade is silver grade, and though it has a high-level requirement, would 200 gold coins work for you? This was not a low price by current market rates, it was equivalent to about 10 million yen currency. But the blood-draining blade was worth it. For assassin players, this weapon not only significantly boosted leveling efficiency, but also helped complete higher difficulty class advancement quests, offering returns far beyond its price. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. That price works. He immediately initiated the trade, receiving 220 gold coins, while the 40,000 was directly transferred to his virtual account by Longting Tianxia. After the deal was done, Qin Chuan looked at him and asked curiously, why are you still only level 4? Longting Tianxia was momentarily speechless and gestured toward the surrounding players, most of whom were only level 1 or 2. He smiled wryly and said, boss, it's not that I don't want to level up faster. It's just that killing monsters is painfully slow. Even the level 5 gear you gave me is still out of reach. Qin Chuan thought for a moment. Considering that his future plans required Longting Tianxia's cooperation, he decided to lend him a hand. He'll power level you for the next hour. How much you can level up will depend on your luck. 50,000 per person. Sounds fair, right? Longting Tianxia blinked, thinking he had misheard. It wasn't that the price of 500,000 was too steep, but he was utterly shocked that a powerhouse like Night Wanderer would agree to lower himself to help him level up. Pinch me, am I dreaming? He muttered, looking at the assassin. The assassin, being quite literal, gave his arm a hard pinch, making Longting Tianxia almost jump in pain. The sharp sensation confirmed it hadn't misheard. The big shot was really willing to spend an hour helping him level up. Fair, absolutely fair. Longting Tianxia quickly said, "Boss, I want spots for 4 people. Do you prefer cash or gold coins?" He immediately thought of his old teammates. After all, he wasn't someone who hoarded benefits for himself. More importantly, leveling up efficiently required teamwork. If he could bring his teammates along, their future progression would be much smoother. Once they reached level 5, they could equip the gear they had been collecting, significantly boosting the team's combat effectiveness. Hitting level 10 and equipping the silver grade gear they had acquired earlier would skyrocket their efficiency even further. Of course, they would still be far from the level of a powerhouse like Night Wanderer. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised by Longting Tianxia's decision. This 4-person team had fought their way through thick and thin together, and their bond remained strong even after the apocalypse had descended. "Transfer the cash directly to my account," Qin Chuan said after a moment of thought. Including the coins he had just earned, he now had 250 gold coins, which was more than enough for the current stage. While buying a shop would require a significant amount of coins, his deal with Edith had allowed him to achieve his goal at minimal cost, saving a large portion of his funds. Rather than holding onto the coins, he figured it would be better to convert them into yen coins and use them to buy property offline. The surrounding players were dumbfounded when they heard the price. 50,000 per person meant 200,000 for 4 people, and that was just for an hour. It equated to an hourly rate of 200,000. Players began calculating how much of their own wages could buy them. 3,000 a month? I can afford 21.6 seconds. I can manage 30 seconds. Count me in for 10 seconds. 5 seconds reporting in. Which sweatshop are you working at? That's brutal. I can afford 2 minutes with the boss. 16,000 a month? That's impressive. I thought I was doing okay, but now I feel broke. Let's stop talking about this. It's depressing. While players were busy discussing how much leveling time their salaries could buy, Qin Chuan had already led Longting Tianxia's team out of the novice village and toward the wild wolf plains. He chose wolves over wild boars because they offered a better cost-to-benefit ratio. Although the Wolf King had recently been defeated, the wolf packs were still actively fighting. With the level of the Longting Tianxia team, entering the wild wolf plains was like a beacon in the dark. They didn't even need to actively provoke the wolves. The packs would naturally swarm toward them. This was exactly what Qin Chuan wanted. A system notification sounded. "Player Longting Tianxia has invited you to join the team. Do you accept?" Qin Chuan clicked accept and was immediately greeted by enthusiastic cheers. "Whoa, it's a pro. I'm taking a screenshot to post on the forums. Let those haters eat their hearts out. Mom, I teamed up with Night Wanderer. I've made it in life." Watching the excited teammates in front of him, Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He knew these 3 core players in his previous life. However, being new to this timeline, he decided to keep a low profile. "You're all too kind. I'm just an ordinary player." If anyone else said that, I'd think they were just showing off, Xiaoxue said with a wry smile. But the pro's tone is so calm, I actually believe he means it. The assassin chimed in, "Pro, you're too humble. If you're an ordinary player, then the rest of us might as well be living in the sewers." The archer, looking both nervous and hopeful, asked cautiously, "Pro, if I may ask, do you play shooting games in real life?" "No," Qin Chuan replied casually. Hearing this, the archer let out a long sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate. At least in real-life shooting, he could still hold his own against Night Wanderer. Longting Tianxia observed the cheerful dynamic of the team and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He had worried that his teammates might blurt out something offensive to the pro, but it seemed his concerns were unnecessary. Before long, the team arrived at the wild wolf plains. The howls of wolves echoed from all directions. It was at this moment that Longting Tianxia realized a potential problem. While Night Wanderer's attack power was incredible, his skills had long cooldowns and were all single-target attacks. Could this really work? "Pay up," Qin Chuan said succinctly. Oh, okay. Xiaoxue, pay up," Longting Tianxia responded quickly. Xiaoxue efficiently completed the transfer. With 2 million in his account, Qin Chuan wasted no time. He raised his hand and threw a shadow dagger at a wild wolf 30 meters away. Even without the stealth bonus for breaking invisibility, the damage of over 3,000 easily killed the wolf. Just as Longting Tianxia was about to cheer, a cloud of dark green blood mist erupted from the wolf's corpse, spreading to the nearby wolves. Damage numbers popped up one after another as the infected wolves fell one by one. More blood mist burst forth, rapidly expanding the area of infection to 70 or 80 meters. The game notifications flooded the screen, and the experience bar surged upward. Within 2 minutes, the level-up notification sounded. Longting Tianxia and his teammates exchanged bewildered glances, all falling into deep thought. What on earth just happened here? Longting Tianxia never imagined that leveling up could be this easy and effortless. He gazed at the wolves falling one after another before him, and recalled the struggles he and his teammates had endured in the wild. Back then, their four-person team had to meticulously plan every battle, expending tremendous effort just to defeat a single wild boar, barely managing to reach level 4. While their progress was considered decent among average players, faster even than some elite teams from other guilds, the efficiency they were experiencing now was simply worlds apart. Watching the pack of wolves collapse under the spread of the plague of toxic blood, a bold thought crossed his mind. Should he shamelessly ask Night Wanderer if he could offer an annual package deal? Going back to their old, grueling leveling routine seemed almost unbearable. But then another thought struck him: such a powerful skill seemed almost too good to be true. Could it be cheating? He wondered silently, even considering asking about the stability of the cheat. At that moment, the priest Xiaoxue voiced everyone's curiosity aloud. "Boss, what kind of skill is this? How can it spread so endlessly?" Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively and explained, "It's not endless. It has a range limit. These wolves just happen to be close enough to meet the spread conditions. The skill is called Plague of Toxic Blood, a drop from the final boss in the special mode of the Crimson Crypt." He paused briefly before adding, "But the special mode in our novice village's Crimson Crypt has already been cleared by me, so there's no more chance for it." He then went on to elaborate on the rarity of the special mode. While the Crimson Crypt dungeon is permanently available, its special mode can only be attempted once per novice village. The limited influence of the Blood Clan means they can't assign more barons to every Crimson Crypt. In Apocalypse Online, many monsters are one-time encounters, especially named bosses like the Blood Clan barons, who disappear permanently once defeated. This made the Plague of Toxic Blood skill incredibly rare. Qin Chuan mentioned that even in his past life, as one of the top 10 players in the world, he had never managed to acquire the skill. The conditions for obtaining it were simply too harsh. One had to clear the special mode on Nightmare difficulty before reaching level 10, a nearly impossible feat in the resource-scarce early stages of the game. And even if someone managed to clear it, whether the skill book dropped was still up to luck. Hearing this, the Longting team fell into deep thought. They understood all too well that without top-tier equipment, clearing the special mode was out of the question, let alone mastering the kind of exceptional stealth skills that Night Wanderer possessed. Noticing their disappointment, Qin Chuan reassured them. "While there aren't many skills like this, they do exist. Just keep an eye out in the future." "You're absolutely right, boss." Longting Tianxia nodded in agreement. By now, the effect of the Plague of Toxic Blood had worn off, leaving the ground littered with the bodies of fallen wolves. Qin Chuan decisively said, "Let's move to a new spot. The wild wolf plains cover a vast area, and clearing out the wolves in this region won't affect their respawn in other areas." Longting Tianxia spent 2 million to hire Qin Chuan, and naturally, this money wouldn't be wasted. Qin Chuan, known for his professionalism, would always deliver on his commitments once paid. After a few minutes of walking, the dense howls of wolves echoed around them again. The thick, wild grass swayed violently as the wolf packs flanked them from both sides, displaying an unusual level of tactical intelligence. "Such clever wild mobs," Longting Tianxia exclaimed in amazement. These wolves might not understand the properties of the poison blood plague, but they knew how to split their forces and launch a two-pronged attack. "The mobs in the novice village are just like this," Qin Chuan said flatly. "If you want to talk about intelligence, the real challenge comes after you leave the novice village." Hearing this, Longting Tianxia was even more astonished. If even a pro like Qin Chuan acknowledged the intelligence of these mobs, the game design was truly unforgiving. But on second thought, since the game had no pay-to-win mechanics, it made sense. "Boss, do you need our help?" Longting Tianxia offered. He had just reached level 5 and equipped his rabbit bone shield, eager to show off in front of the pro. "No need. I can handle it." Before Qin Chuan's words even fully landed, he had already unleashed 2 skills simultaneously. Shadow Dagger, Reign of Corruption. The glow of the skills flashed to the left and right, signaling the start of another round of slaughter. While the wolves were intelligent, their capabilities were ultimately limited. The poison blood plague spread swiftly, wiping out both flanking groups in no time. A massive amount of experience points poured in like a waterfall, instantly leveling up the entire Longting team. Remarkably, it had been less than 10 minutes since their last level up. This 2 million was worth every penny. Longting Tianxia couldn't help but exclaim. This wasn't just leveling up, it was like ascending to another realm. His 3 teammates were equally stunned, their previous struggles now feeling like a joke. Private message notifications began flooding in, all inquiries from guild leaders. "Are you hacking? How did you jump from level 4 to 6 in the blink of an eye? Did you buy cheats from Night Wanderer? Hook me up with one too. Hey, I'm reporting you for hacking. Bro, did you find a bug spot? Share it, and I'll reward you handsomely." Meanwhile, players across various novice villages also noticed the unusual activity on the leaderboard. For names were climbing rapidly, so fast that it seemed impossible. The discussions were lively. Did someone just level up twice in a row? Longting Tianxia, isn't he the guild leader of Dragon Dynasty? Must bought cheats from Night Wanderer. Not sharing cheats? Electric drill to the backside. Report him. He must be reported. Longting Tianxia had just finished replying to the guild leaders and felt an indescribable pride in his heart. This is what it means to be under the care of a pro. If he hadn't mustered the courage to send that friend request, how could he have achieved this weight? The game only just launched. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that through his own efforts, coupled with just a little investment, he had finally reached this level of success. Longting Tianxia looked at Qin Chuan, who was focused on searching for prey, with a hint of concern. Boss, isn't helping us level up slowing down your own progress? That Richardson guy is already level 10, and his team has reached level 6. With their new gear, they're hunting wild boars with ease. Spending 2 million to gain 2 levels is worth it, but we can't let them catch up to you. While scanning the area for any remaining wild wolves, Qin Chuan replied casually, "Don't worry. I know a good leveling spot. We'll head there soon." To him, this time investment wasn't a big deal. Besides, this leveling session had already brought him substantial gains. Apart from the 2 million fee, he had earned 3 skill points just from hunting wild wolves. Combined with his previous stockpile, he now had 6 points. By his calculations, after helping Longting's team and earning another 4 or 5 evolution points, he would have more than enough. Once he gathered 16 points, he could upgrade Shadow Stealth to the gold tier. Even though his current level 11 status meant he earned reduced experience from killing level 5 to 10 wolves, it wasn't a total loss. While Longting's team had gained 2 levels, his own experience bar had also made some progress. More importantly, he needed Longting Tianxia to help him with something, a task that could only be completed once the latter reached level 10 and headed to the main city. With that in mind, Qin Chuan decided to test the waters. Any updates on the guild token I mentioned earlier? Longting Tianxia looked slightly apologetic. Boss, I've sent people to ask around everywhere, and I've also asked members from other beginner villages to help purchase one. But so far, there's been no news. Qin Chuan nodded in understanding. That's to be expected. Guild tokens are rare items. They usually drop from bosses. We might have to wait a bit longer. The priest Xiaoxue asked curiously, "Boss, are you planning to start your own guild?" Qin Chuan gave an ambiguous response. "I haven't decided yet." That was the truth. For one, he wasn't interested in management. Secondly, his rapid progress made it hard for anyone without inscrade talent to keep up with him. Across the entire Tian Qi game world, players with scrade talents were exceedingly rare. However, considering the inevitable future world fusion, creating a guild was only a matter of time. He already had a few skilled candidates in mind to recruit. Just keep an eye out for the guild token whenever you have time, Qin Chuan added. Once we get to the main city, you can post a notice on the bulletin board to let more people know. By the way, has there been any activity from the Rakshasa Hall? Longting Tianxia's expression turned serious. To be honest, our Longting Dynasty and Rakshasa Hall have been rivals for a long time. When they heard I was looking for a guild token, Rakshasa Yudaizan openly offered double the price. If a guild token does show up, it might be hard to secure it. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's do our best." With the reputation of the Longting Dynasty, even if we're not the first to establish a guild, we'll still attract plenty of players to join. These words subtly lured Luosha Yudaizan into the plan without him even realizing it. The next step was simply to wait for the right moment. Hearing the approval from the top player, Longting Tianxia straightened his back, pride beaming across his face. The group moved to a new area to continue leveling up. This time, the wolves were clearly more tactically aware, with 3 lead wolves directing the pack to attack simultaneously from the left, right, and front. "Wow, incredible!" Longting Tianxia exclaimed. "This is a classic encirclement strategy. Is there a strategist leading these wolves? They're even employing tactics." The priest, Xiaoxue, quickly analyzed the situation. "Boss, you handle the wolves on the left and right. Well, hold off the ones coming from the front." She had already calculated that Qin Chuan's ranged abilities were likely on cooldown, making this the perfect opportunity for the team to showcase their skills. The assassin and the archer eagerly prepared to shine. However, Qin Chuan calmly waved his hand. "I'll handle it myself. A 3-sided attack is nothing to worry about." Before he even finished speaking, he made his move. Shadow-throwing knives combined with Rain of Corruption instantly took down 2 of the lead wolves, and the plague of toxic blood began spreading through the pack. As the wolves in front pressed forward instead of retreating, Qin Chuan activated Frenzied Charge, unleashing a storm of blades around him. With the dual blade effect dealing 1,500 damage, he easily dispatched the leading wolves. In the blink of an eye, the entire wolf pack succumbed to the deadly plague of toxic blood, leaving none alive. Before the Longting team could even react, a golden glow flashed across their bodies. They had leveled up. Qin Chuan also gained 2 evolution points and a significant amount of experience. Despite killing hundreds of wolves, the drop rate was disappointing, yielding only a few pieces of common equipment, all of which Longting Tianxia bought for 500 each. An hour later, the number of wolves had noticeably decreased. The Longting team had reached level 8.5, while Qin Chuan had accumulated 10 evolution points and filled 1/3 of his experience bar. The total loot from the wolves sold for over 20,000, allowing the Longting team to fully upgrade their gear. Though the equipment was of common quality, their overall combat strength had more than doubled. Boss, your help saved us at least a day, Longting Tianxia remarked with admiration. Xiao Xue, after carefully crunching the numbers, added, it's more than that. Now that we're level 8.5 with upgraded gear, we'll hit level 10 and reach the main city for the class advancement quest in just 3 more hours. We'll be way ahead of the majority of players by then. Longting Tianxia wholeheartedly agreed, looking at Qin Chuan with deep gratitude. Though they had spent 2 million to hire him for power leveling, opportunities like this were truly priceless. After leading the Dragon Soar squad, Qin Chuan embarked on his journey back to Bailey City. The trip had been incredibly rewarding, over 200 gold coins in game currency and more than 2 million in real-world income, giving him confidence in both the virtual and real worlds. As they parted ways, Dragon Soar Tianxia showed remarkable tact, refraining from excessive farewells. Instead, he spoke earnestly, boss, if you ever need anything, just say the word. The Dragon Soar dynasty will give you our full support. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. I'll reach out if something comes up. I'm off now. After briefly saying goodbye to the priest Xiao Xue and the others, he turned and headed toward the novice village. However, before he reached the teleportation array, a group of guild leaders surrounded him. With eager expressions, they began clamoring, each trying to outbid the other. Boss, are you still offering leveling services? Name your price, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I heard you charge Dragon Soar Tianxia 50,000 per hour. I'll pay double. Boss, we're all from the same novice village. You can't favor one over the others. These guild leaders were well aware that the game apocalypse was destined to take the world by storm. Any investment now would yield exponential returns in the future. Take the Dragon Soar squad. For example, they had skyrocketed to level 8, placing them at the top of the rankings. With access to higher level gear, faster monster kills, and a virtuous cycle of progression, their advantages far outweighed the millions spent. One particularly enthusiastic guild leader even exclaimed, I am Piaoling Bansheng, and I have spent my life wandering without a worthy leader. Meeting you, Night Wanderer, is like rain after a drought. Please, allow me to call you Godfather. But Qin Chuan knew the truth had only helped Dragon Soar Tianxia to thwart the plans of Rakshasa Yudaism, not because he wanted to make a business out of power leveling. No matter how lucrative the offers were, he simply didn't have the time or interest. Politely declining their requests, he stepped onto the teleportation array and returned to Bailey City. As he traveled, Qin Chuan thought to himself, with Dragon Soar Tianxia reaching level 8, Rakshasa Yudaism must be feeling the pressure by now. Sure enough, over on Rakshasa Yudaism's side, he had just managed to calm the chaos from being camped at the respawn point and was preparing to level up in peace. But then he noticed Dragon Soar Tianxia's level skyrocketing, as if propelled by a rocket. Upon learning that it was Night Wanderer who had helped them, his fury boiled over. He hadn't even had the chance to redeem himself after being publicly humiliated, and now his nemesis had surpassed him in levels too. His face twisted with rage, but he knew that no matter how much he ranted, he couldn't lay a finger on Night Wanderer. Frustrated and defeated, his anger deflated. A guild member rushed over, his face brimming with barely contained excitement. Boss, great news, fantastic news. Luocha Yudaism frowned and said, spit it out if you've got something to say. Boss, our guys in Newbie Village 5246 just sent word someone there dropped a guild token. The subordinate blurted out in one breath. What? Luocha Yudaism shot to his feet, his eyes gleaming. A guild token? You better not be messing with me. Boss, I wouldn't dare lie about something like this. It's absolutely true. Ha ha ha. Heaven is on my side. Luocha Yudaism threw his head back in laughter, his eyes glinting with determination. In his heart, he thought, no matter how quickly Longting Tianxia levels up, the title of the first guild is mine for the taking. Games are about number strength and unity. What's solo play worth? Once I establish the guild, I'll monopolize all the wild bosses and make Longting dynasty struggle at every turn. Imagining the scene of Longting Tianxia being outmaneuvered, Luocha Yudaism's laughter grew even more gleeful. However, his subordinate wore a troubled expression. Boss, the player who found the guild token said they're going to auction it in the main city, highest bidder wins. Luocha Yudaism's laughter abruptly stopped. Didn't you tell them I'd offer $1 million for it? I did, and we almost had a deal, but then Longting Dynasty's people stepped in. The subordinate shrank his neck and spoke in a low voice. Longting Dynasty again. Luocha Yudaism clenched his fists, seething with rage. But he quickly calmed himself. Though he wasn't afraid of clashing with their guild, his own members were still scattered across various newbie villages, making it hard to assemble them. Plus, Longting Tianxia was already level 8, with upgraded gear and that infuriating hidden class. A direct confrontation would be risky. After weighing his options, he realized there was little choice but to focus on leveling up and making haste to the main city. Meanwhile, Longting Tianxia also received the news and immediately messaged Qin Chuan. Boss, there's news about a guild token. Qin Chuan was slightly surprised. This first guild token had appeared several hours earlier than in his previous life. Of course, the true first guild token was still in his possession. It seemed his rebirth had caused some butterfly effects, but none of it was particularly significant. He began contemplating how to set an even deeper trap and thought to himself, Luocha Yadeazin, don't let me down. He vividly recalled how, in his past life, the other man had nearly bankrupted himself to secure the first guild token. This time, it was unlikely to be any different. Longting Tianxia continued reporting, Boss, as per your instructions, I've already had our guys stir things up. The player who found the guild token realized its value and plans to auction it in the main city. Now all the major guilds are pooling money to join the fray. That's expected, Qin Chuan replied. The first guild token is bound to spark fierce competition. Without 2 or 3 billion, they probably won't get it. After all, founding the first guild not only came with a server-wide announcement, but also the privilege of dominating the guild leaderboard. However, with most players' levels still relatively low, the actual auction would likely take a day or two to begin. Qin Chuan decided to escalate the situation further. After giving a few brief instructions, he set off to find Lei Huao. It was time to register his shop. Seeing Qin Chuan approach, Lei Huao looked slightly surprised and raised an eyebrow. Have you discovered something new? He asked. He was, of course, referring to the goblin incident. Although the nest had been destroyed, the mystery of how the goblins acquired a batch of brand new military supplies remained deeply troubling. Lei Huao had already sent people to investigate, but no updates had come back so far. It was an ironic situation. These advanced military supplies, which even his own troops hadn't been equipped with, had somehow ended up in the hands of goblins. The hidden connections and schemes behind this were likely unimaginable. Qin Chuan shook his head and replied, No, those involved are very secretive. I couldn't find any more information. Sorry to disappoint you, Instructor Lei. In truth, he wasn't entirely sure whether there were any new leads. He had been busy returning to the novice village to retrieve a blank skill book and had earned a few million in the process. Based on his calculations, the event's progression timeline shouldn't have advanced yet, so it was natural that nothing new had surfaced. No matter, Lei Huao said with a dismissive wave of his hand before asking, So, what brings you here? Instructor Lei, I'm planning to register a shop under my name. However, since I'm new here, I'm unfamiliar with the procedures, so I came to seek your advice, Qin Chuan explained candidly. Lei Huao suddenly recalled this matter. In Bailey City, owning a shop required more than just a land deed. It also had to be officially registered with the Commerce Department, a process filled with complexities. Even local residents often struggled to complete it smoothly, let alone outsiders. Considering Qin Chuan's contributions during the Goblin incident, Lei Huao decided to lend a hand. It just so happens that I'm free right now. I'll take you there myself. Thank you, Instructor Lei, Qin Chuan said gratefully. Lei Huao summoned a few guards and led Qin Chuan toward the nearby Commerce Department. Along the way, many NPCs noticed the outsider walking alongside Lei Huao and cast curious glances, silently speculating about Qin Chuan's background. With Lei Huao's assistance, the registration process went exceptionally smoothly. Normally, for players attempting this, in addition to the standard fees, they would have to offer substantial bribes to the Commerce Department officials. Otherwise, they'd be left waiting indefinitely. This was one of the many ways Apocalypse prided itself on its realism. Before long, Qin Chuan received a system notification. Ding! You now officially own a shop in Bailey City. As this is the first property acquired by the player in-game, a notification will be broadcast. You may include a message of up to 30 characters. Unlike standard server-wide announcements, shop notifications allowed for a brief advertisement. Qin Chuan had prepared in advance and promptly submitted his message. Player Night Wanderer has acquired a shop in Bailey City, located at 5 Violet Street. Player Night Wanderer's message. Shop now open. Several gold-grade items available for purchase. Auction venue also provided. These consecutive system announcements sparked quite a stir among the player community. Wow, you're incredible. A true legend. The gaming forum exploded with excitement. Players were already shocked by the news that trading in the marketplace was possible, but the appearance of golden tier equipment hit them like a thunderbolt. Many even doubted their own eyes while they were still struggling to acquire basic gear. Yushan had already begun selling golden tier items. Qin Chuan's friend request list skyrocketed by millions in an instant. Even Longtung Tianxia couldn't wait and sent a message. Boss, when did you get your hands on that golden tier gear? It dropped earlier in the Scarlet Crypt, 2 mage-type pieces. I can't use them, so I put them up for sale in the shop, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. This response left Longting Tianxia momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he cautiously asked, Boss, Could you hold on to those 2 pieces for me? I want to gather some funds to buy them. His plan was clear, intended to equip Xiao Shui with them. As a hidden class divine flame priest, Xiao Shui's improvement would significantly boost the entire team's combat power. However, Long Teng Tianxia knew this wouldn't be an easy transaction. Since Yi Yushun had broadcasted the sale across the entire server, it was clear he wanted to attract more buyers and spark a bidding war. Other guilds, especially those with mage class leaders, would undoubtedly be willing to pay a fortune to compete. As he was strategizing, Qin Chuan sent another message. By the way, the ad had a word limit, so I didn't mention this earlier. I also have a golden tier mage skill book. You're amazing, boss. Long Teng Tianxia was stunned for a while before managing to squeeze out those words. This was beyond anything he had imagined. Compared to a golden tier skill book, the Blink skill book they had found earlier seemed utterly insignificant. While chatting, Qin Chuan inquired about the player who had looted the guild token. Since he had already made such a high-profile announcement, if the other party didn't cooperate, there wouldn't be much room for negotiation. His name is Shuizhong Yijianxia, Long Teng Tianxia replied. I heard he's a hidden class player with decent talent. He soloed the Wild Boar King in the Novice Village and got the guild token as a drop. Qin Chuan recalled his impression of that name from his previous live fight had been quite famous at first, but later faded into obscurity, evidently unable to survive until the Divine Descent phase. After the fusion of Tian Qi with reality, many top-tier players disappeared. Some fell to monsters, others were erased by special items, and many more were assassinated in real life. This was also why Qin Chuan was planning to move. His current residence in an urban village was far too unsafe. Before long, Qin Chuan found Shuizhong Yijianxia's friend request amidst the sea of applications and accepted it. The other party immediately sent a message. Boss, I've heard so much about you. You're too kind, it's just a reputation. Qin Chuan replied humbly. What are your plans for that guild token? Of course, I want to sell it at a good price using your venue. Shuizhong Yijianxia responded tactfully. You mentioned an auction in your server-wide announcement, so I assume that was the idea? Qin Chuan was pleased with his perceptiveness and quickly replied. I can reserve a spot for you in the shop, no commission fees. But there's just one condition: you can't sell the guild token ahead of time. For Shuizhong Yijianxia, selling the guild token prematurely offered no benefit whatsoever. When the people from the Luo Sha Hall first approached him and offered a staggering 10 million, he was completely stunned. As an ordinary player, he had no prior understanding of the item's value, especially since establishing a guild in other games was usually a mundane affair. However, events quickly unfolded in ways he hadn't anticipated. While he was still hesitating over whether to accept this enormous sum, the representatives of Long Teng Dynasty arrived and immediately raised the offer to 12 million without a second thought. He vividly remembered the twisted, rage-filled expression on the Luo Sha Hall members' face as they gritted their teeth and countered with 15 million. This moment was a wake-up call for Shuizhong Yijianxia. This guild token was worth far more than he had imagined. The representatives from both guilds weren't even the guild leaders, yet they had already driven the price to such heights. If more guilds entered the competition, the price could only climb higher. Sure enough, over the next few days, several more guilds came knocking, and the price skyrocketed to 30 million. Although this sum was already incredibly tempting to Shuizhong Yijianxia, after discussing it with a few friends, they unanimously decided to hold off. They believed that the true market value of the guild token would only become apparent once the top-tier players reached the main city and all the major guilds gathered. To that end, he accelerated his leveling progress, aiming to reach level 10 and enter the main city as soon as possible. Then, the server-wide announcement from Yi Yushun caught his attention. To be honest, he had considered auctioning the item to maximize his profit, but he had always worried about a few issues. Was there an auction house in the main city? Could he even gain access? Would he risk being double-crossed? Now, with Yi Yushun acting as a reliable intermediary, all these concerns were resolved. He immediately sent a friend request to Yi Yushun. After a brief conversation, Shuizhong Yijianxia felt completely reassured. With Yi Yushun's prestigious reputation and the allure of golden equipment, the auction would undoubtedly attract numerous guilds. In his eyes, the 50 million target price was no longer a pipe dream. Without hesitation, he agreed to Yi Yushun's terms. Unless a second guild token appeared, he would absolutely not sell early. However, just to cover all bases, he added, Big boss, let's get this straight: if someone else drops another guild token and I need to sell early, I won't be able to hold on to it. Qin Chuan responded calmly, of course. As a reborn player, he knew perfectly well how rare the guild token's drop rate was. In his previous life, the first guild token had dropped several hours later than this time, but it still appeared on the game's launch day. The second one didn't appear until 3 days later, after the top-tier players had reached the main city and were able to take on more bosses. From Qin Chuan's perspective, Shuizhong Yijianxia's concerns were entirely unwarranted. After finalizing the discussion, Qin Chuan closed the chat window and looked up at Lei Huaiyou. Thanks a lot for your help this time. Instructor Lei? Lei Huayo waved his hand nonchalantly. When are you planning to officially open your shop? Let me prepare in advance. Qin Chuan quickly calculated. The day after tomorrow in the morning. Considering how enthusiastic players are about leveling up, the first batch should reach level 10 by tomorrow. Opening the day after tomorrow would be just right. Sounds good. I'll definitely be there to support you. Lei Huayo nodded in agreement. He thought to himself that the goblin incident was far from over, and that he might need this outsider's help in the future. Building a good relationship early on wouldn't hurt. Besides, this person had already passed Edith's test, proving himself worthy of attention. After completing the shop registration and posting advertisements, Qin Chuan's top priority shifted to leveling up. As he walked out of the city, he mentally listed his plans. Hunt down bosses to refresh gear, stock up for the shop, and trigger more quests. Leaving through the eastern gate of Belly City, Qin Chuan walked while pondering. Traveling on foot was indeed slow. He needed to figure out a way to get a mount. He remembered that beast-type bosses had a chance of dropping mounts, so he couldn't miss any opportunities if he encountered one. Ever since acquiring the skill Rain of Dark Corrosion, soloing bosses had become incredibly easy. For low-threat enemies, he would use Shadow Dagger combined with Rain of Dark Corrosion. For more dangerous foes, he would simply hide and cast Rain of Dark Corrosion from a safe distance. However, this revealed a problem. His range skills were still too limited. Especially after mastering Blink, he found himself lacking enough options for sustained damage output. As he was lost in thought, a few goblins suddenly rushed out from a distance, letting out sharp, grating cries. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan unleashed a Rain of Dark Corrosion, ending the fight instantly. These scattered goblins confirmed Qin Chuan's suspicion. There had to be a massive goblin nest in the eastern wilderness outside Belly City, possibly even a fully developed settlement. If he could locate it and clear it out with Plague of Poison Blood, the experience gain would be astronomical. With this realization, Qin Chuan abandoned stealth and proceeded openly. As expected, after the first wave of goblins fell, more began swarming from all directions. Shadow daggers flew through the air, and his experience points surged continuously. Low growls echoed from the distant underbrush as more reedied goblins gathered around. No wonder they're the most prolific low-level mobs, Qin Chuan remarked while flinging another shadow dagger. These creatures were not particularly strong, but their incredible reproductive rate made them seemingly endless. But that was exactly what he wanted. The more goblins there were, the faster he could level up and accumulate evolution points. Additionally, with larger numbers, big goblins, or even goblin leaders were likely to appear prime sources of top-tier gear. As the saying passed down among players in his previous life went, if you want to get rich, kill mobs. And when it comes to mobs, goblins are the way to go. With Qin Chuan's current damage output, even an elite-level goblin boss wouldn't last more than a few moves against him. His shadow-throwing knives sliced through the air, laced with deadly poison, striking with lethal precision. Ordinary goblins were even less of a challenge once infected by the toxic blood plague. They would collapse almost instantly, spreading the plague to nearby comrades. Experience notifications flashed repeatedly in his vision. Sometimes, a single knife would take down over a dozen goblins. Many monsters succumbed to poison before even appearing in his line of sight, and his experience bar rose at an astonishingly visible pace. However, Qin Chuan quickly realized that the scattered goblins roaming the wilds could no longer meet his leveling needs. The real bottleneck lay in the lack of monster density. Even with a large goblin population, it was rare to find dozens or hundreds of them gathered in one place. I need to find a goblin nest, Qin Chuan resolved. Based on his understanding of goblin habits, these creatures always built their nests in groups. If he found one, there would almost certainly be another within a 5-mile radius. He headed straight back to the ruins of the nest he had previously destroyed. Sure enough, it was already occupied by a new group of goblins. However, the scale was still small, consisting of only 60 to 70 ordinary goblins, with no elite-level ones in sight. Although slightly disappointed, Qin Chuan still wiped them out completely, earning 2 pieces of common equipment and 2 evolution points. Now, he had accumulated 12 evolution points, just 4 points shy of upgrading Shadow Stealth to the gold tier. Qin Chuan knew that once it reached the gold tier, Shadow Stealth would likely gain a unique skill trait, just like Shadow Corrosion Rain had. As for the Toxic Blood Plague, which was also at the gold tier but lacked a trait, it was because it was a general skill rather than a class-specific skill, a rule Qin Chuan had already learned in his previous life. He began considering the evolution paths for his other skills. For instance, if shadow-throwing knives could evolve a trait, it might gain an area effect damage capability. Whether through path damage or ricochet damage, it would significantly enhance his combat effectiveness. As Qin Chuan pondered his options, a fireball suddenly streaked through the air, trailing a blazing tail as it hurtled straight toward him. With his extraordinary agility, Qin Chuan easily dodged the attack without needing to reposition himself and countered with a shadow-throwing knife. He had been searching for goblins for nearly half an hour, noticing their numbers steadily increasing. What was even more alarming was the appearance of mutated fire goblins. This was a clear sign there had to be a goblin nest nearby. As the wilderness echoed with the piercing death cries of fallen goblins, more of them surged forward like a tide. Wooden club-wielding goblin bandits charged at the front, while goblin archers hid in the back, shooting arrows from a distance. Occasionally, goblin shamans capable of casting lightning arrows emerged. With the addition of fire goblins, it was evident that this nest was far larger than the previous one. "Who dares invade my territory?" roared a voice. A fiery red goblin emerged, surrounded by a horde of underlings. The system immediately displayed its attributes. Fire Demon Goblin. Level, Bronze 15. HP, 400, 000400000. Attack, 1350. Defense, 1250. Skills, Fireball Barrage, Flame Shockwave, Molten Eruption, Flame Spear. Description: a mutated goblin with mastery over fire magic. Beside the Fire Demon Goblin stood several goblins that were clearly different from the ordinary ones. Level 12 Iron-ranked Goblin Shaman. Level 13 Iron-ranked Giant Goblin. Level 13 Iron-ranked Hammer Goblin. Whoa, jackpot! Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. This was like hitting the lottery. 4 boss-level goblins appearing simultaneously, accompanied by 60 to 70 elite goblins and over 300 regular goblins. Such a lineup would terrify most players, typically requiring 2 or 3 teams to handle. But for Qin Chuan, the situation was crystal clear. After throwing a shadow knife to make his position known, he decisively activated Shadow Stealth to retreat. In such circumstances, even a moment's hesitation could be fatal. With a thunderous roar, a dozen fireballs slammed into the ground, leaving half-meter-deep craters, while a barrage of arrows blanketed an area of several meters. A single misstep could mean being incinerated by fireballs or turned into a pincushion by arrows. In the past, Qin Chuan might have chosen to hide in the shadows and slowly whittle down the enemies with his Dark Corrosion Rain. But now, with his blink skill, he could adopt a far more aggressive strategy. He began with a Dark Corrosion Rain, instantly killing 15 regular goblins and triggering the spread of the plague of toxic blood. The Fire Demon Goblin immediately issued a warning cry. Gwa! Gwa! Jik! The surrounding goblins quickly dispersed, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters from one another, effectively neutralizing the plague's spreading effect. This reaction was within Qin Chuan's expectations. The weakness of the plague of toxic blood was easy to exploit, especially against a bronze-level Fire Demon Goblin with intelligence rivaling that of humans. Once Shadow Stealth's cooldown ended, Qin Chuan struck decisively, hurling a shadow knife directly at the iron-ranked Goblin Shaman. The damage numbers floated up, instantly depleting nearly a quarter of its health. The effects of Rend and the plague of toxic blood triggered immediately, further draining tens of thousands of HP. With just one attack, he had wiped out over 30% of the shaman's health. 2 more strikes, and this Goblin Shaman would undoubtedly fall. The Goblin Shaman's face showed visible panic, and even the Fire Demon Goblin looked shocked. What they initially thought was a routine battle had turned into an encounter with a formidable foe. The Fire Demon Goblin couldn't help but wonder, where did this guy come from, and how could he deal such overwhelming damage? The Fire Goblin cautiously surveyed its surroundings. Although it wasn't clear where the enemy was coming from, it knew today would be a life-or-death battle. The moment Qin Chuan's attack disrupted its stealth, the goblin immediately counterattacked. A fiery ball of flames shot through the air, leaving a blazing trail as it barked orders for its subordinates to launch a siege. Blink! Qin Chuan was prepared. After a few quick strides, he activated his skill, vanishing instantly from the area engulfed by flames. Thanks to the nature of the blink skill, he didn't have to worry about colliding with the enemy's attacks, making his movements fluid and precise. This sudden maneuver caught the Fire Goblin off guard, and all of its attacks missed their mark. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Chuan slipped back into stealth, calculating his next move. I don't have enough skills, he thought to himself. If he had even a dozen ranged attacks, he could unleash a burst of damage while still in stealth, potentially taking down the Goblin Shaman in one go. While waiting for his skills to cool down, Qin Chuan didn't idle. Finding a safe spot, he opened his friend list and sent a message to Tian Qi. Help me keep an eye out for ranged skill books. I can trade items or pay in gold or cash. This reminded him of a previous trade where he had exchanged a blink skill book for 2 ranged skill books. Now, acquiring more skill books would clearly require a higher price. Tian Qi responded immediately, got it, boss. I'll contact some guild leaders I know and see if they have anything suitable. I'll secure it for you as soon as I find one. Good, Qin Chuan replied. Once you get it, I'll send you 2 pieces of gear. For him, obtaining equipment was effortless. Just the current group of bronze and iron tier goblin bosses alone would drop at least 10 pieces of loot, and finding something suitable for a warrior wouldn't be difficult. You're too generous, boss. Just give me an 80 discount, Tian Qi replied. Sure, Qin Chuan agreed without hesitation. The silver-piercing greatsword and the obsidian plate armor he had on hand could easily be offered at a discounted price. As their conversation ended, Qin Chuan's skills were ready again. He launched another attack, chaining his abilities to leave the goblin shaman barely clinging to life. Using frenzied dash, he avoided incoming damage and seamlessly returned to shadow stealth. Following up with an Umbra Rain, he wiped out 15 goblins on the spot. This Hitandran strategy infuriated the fire goblin. Come out and fight me unknown if you have the guts. Human, I'm warning you, get lost while you still can, or you'll regret it. Everyone, flush him out. Qin Chuan ignored the accented threats, staying focused on his tactical rhythm. Before long, the goblin shaman collapsed to the ground, consumed by resentment and confusion, unable to comprehend why it had been the primary target. Shortly after, 2 other Iron-tier goblins fell as well. Meanwhile, the ordinary goblins suffered heavy losses under the relentless assault of Umbra Rain, and their morale began to crumble. However, the fire demon goblin did not issue a retreat order, so the remaining goblins had no choice but to continue fighting despite their fear. Qin Chuan quickly scanned the battlefield. Around the corpses of 3 black iron-level goblins, 8 pieces of loot were scattered, all black iron-grade equipment, with no higher-level drops. Though slightly disappointed, he didn't mind, as the real reward lay in the evolution points. The 3 bosses, along with the ordinary goblins he had slain, had earned him 16 evolution points, just enough to upgrade Shadow Stealth to the gold level. He swiftly found a concealed spot and activated the evolution without hesitation. The system notification promptly appeared. Consumed 16 evolution points. Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded. Silver Gold. Shadow Stealth LV5 gold level. Enter stealth mode. First strike out of stealth deals an additional 180 attack power, 4000 damage. Costs 30 mana. Cooldown 12 seconds. Ding. Your class skill has evolved to gold level, unlocking a skill trait. The trait read, movement speed increased by 30 during stealth mode. A faint smile curved on Qin Chuan's lips. This was exactly the outcome he had hoped for, not an increase in damage, but greatly enhanced mobility. With his current agility exceeding 400 points, his full speed movements already left after images. Now, with an additional 30 speed boost, he was practically a living bolt of lightning. One day, he'll become the lightning flash of apocalypse. Qin Chuan vowed to himself. It wasn't arrogance, but confidence rooted in the potential of the trait. Since the boost was percentage-based, the higher his agility, the greater the benefit. Combined with his blink skill, his survivability would skyrocket. The battle proceeded as expected. To prevent the ordinary goblins from escaping, Qin Chuan deliberately left the fire demon goblin for last. Even though the goblins were spread out, he managed to land precise kills with every strike. Yet, clearing the entire battlefield still took a considerable amount of time. This wave of extermination granted Qin Chuan a level up. You've reached level 12. You've gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows converges. You've gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast's Blessing activated. You've gained 5 more free attribute points. He quickly allocated these points to Strength, Constitution, and Spirit, distributing 5 points to each, before shifting his attention to the final foe, the Fire Demon Goblin. By now, the Fire Demon Goblin had come to terms with its inevitable death. It had attempted to flee, but the enemy's overwhelming speed and devastating attacks had crushed any hope of escape. Resigned, it made a decision that defied Goblin Naturito fight to the death. With a series of shrill, guttural cries, the ground beneath it began to glow a dark red. The blood of the fallen goblins seemed to come alive, flowing across the earth to form a mysterious ritual array. Harbinger of death, I beseech your power. The fire demon goblin roared in its final act of defiance. Calling reinforcements when outmatched is a universal rule, and even in Tian Qi, it's no exception. The fire demon goblin huddled in the corner of its lair, trembling with fear. It knew all too well that it stood no chance against that stealthy intruder in an unknown fight. Remembering how hundreds of its kin had failed to take down the enemy in a joint attack, and now left as the sole survivor, its odds seemed utterly hopeless. Death, or seek help. The fire demon goblin's gaze fell upon the black magic circle etched on the ground. It knew that by offering its soul, the Deathbringer would grant it immense power. Though this would mean losing its freedom forever, the thought of vengeance made it seem worth it. Rumor had it that the Deathbringer was fair and never collected interest before the contractor's demise. With this in mind, a fiery determination flickered in the goblin's eyes. Defeat the intruder. Rebuild the lair. Gather a new tribe. No, why stop there? Establish a goblin settlement. Become a goblin king. It could even wage wars to collect more souls to offer the Deathbringer in exchange for even greater strength. As the fire demon goblin's imagination grew wilder, its fear of the Deathbringer began to fade. Biting its finger, it let its blood drip onto the magic circle. The ground trembled, and thick black mist surged out from the circle. A chilling, bone-piercing voice echoed through the air. I smell the scent of death. Goblin, are you the one who summoned me? Yes, it's me, Honorable Deathbringer. The fire demon goblin cried out excitedly. The black mist coalesced into a dense cloud, with only a pair of emotionless eyes staring down at the goblin. Offer your soul, and I shall grant you power. The contract was swiftly sealed. The black mist slithered like a living entity into the goblin's orifices. It let out an agonized scream as something writhed beneath its skin, finally forming a fleetingly dark mark on its forehead. Its once dark red skin gradually turned jet black. Qin Chuan, standing nearby, refrained from intervening. He was well aware of the Deathbringer's terrifying power. With his current strength, interfering in the contract would only result in severe backlash. It was better to wait until the Deathbringer departed before taking action. After all, such a formidable figure was always preoccupied and would leave immediately after sealing the deal. As the black mist dissipated, the corpses of the goblins scattered across the ground had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only the spoils of battle as evidence of the fierce fight that had taken place. When the last wisp of mist faded, the fire demon goblin had undergone a complete transformation. Black flames enveloped its body, and spectral skeletons flickered around it, exuding an unsettling aura of death. The Soulflame Goblin, a Silverdeer boss, sacrifices souls to the Death Reaper in exchange for immense power. It boasts a maximum health of 15 points, an attack power of 600,000, a defense of 2,500, and a skill value of 2,200. This creature wields abilities such as Fireball Barrage, Death Shock, Soul-Consuming Flame, and Aura of Death. The flames it conjures, born of its sacrificed soul, are capable of scorching the very essence of its enemies. During a sacrificial ritual, the fire demon goblin not only recovered a third of its lost health, but also gained an additional 200,000 points. However, this did not disrupt Qin Chuan's battle plan. He simply needed to throw more shadow daggers. More importantly, the goblin's promotion to Silverdeer ensured a higher quality loot drop. With the Death Reaper having just departed, it wouldn't return for a while, giving Qin Chuan ample time to gather the treasure and avoid the regret of leaving empty-handed as he did in the Iron Hook Jack incident. Intruder, come out and face me. Taste the power of your doom. The Soulflame Goblin roared arrogantly, clearly unaware that even the gold-tier boss Iron Hook Jack had fallen to Qin Chuan. Without a word, Qin Chuan launched a shadow dagger. The power of his gold-tier shadow stealth significantly enhanced his initial strike, dealing considerable damage even to a target with 600,000 health. Combined with the ongoing effects of Rend and Toxic Blood Plague, the total damage exceeded 80,000. The Soulflame Goblin was visibly shocked by the damage. However, its reaction time had improved since its promotion to Silverdeer, and it retaliated immediately. Black fireballs rained down, pummeling the ground into a cratered wasteland. The eerie black flames not only refused to extinguish but burned even more fiercely, consuming the soil as fuel. Trees in its path turned to ash in an instant. Qin Chuan had no intention of taking the attack heat. Using stealth, he quickly widened the distance without even needing to use his blink ability. The battle quickly turned one-sided. A single dark corrosion rain hit 15 times, dealing 50,000 damage, and the subsequent damage overtime effects added over 60,000 more. In mere seconds, the Soulflame Goblin lost over 100,000 health. This left it deeply bewildered. How could the power it gained by sacrificing its soul be so ineffective? The thought of its soul soon being claimed by the Death Reaper filled it with despair, nearly bringing it to tears. But Qin Chuan was entirely indifferent to his opponent's inner turmoil. He continued his calculated assault, and within 2 minutes, the Soulflame Goblin collapsed, lifeless. 5 silver-white orbs burst forth from its corpse. Compared to the 8 items dropped by the 3 previous Iron-tier Goblin bosses, this haul was particularly rewarding. As Qin Chuan quickly collected the loot, a familiar deathly presence descended once more. From within the swirling black mist, the Death Reaper forcibly extracted the Soulflame Goblin's soul. This time, the Reaper paused, fixing its gaze on Qin Chuan for several seconds before departing. It left behind a cryptic remark. Shadow power? It's been a long time since I've seen that. Interesting. The words of the Deathbringer left Qin Chuan deep in thought. He focused intently on his shadow assassin profession, realizing that this path seemed to hold many untapped potentials waiting to be explored. Both Edith and the Deathbringer had mentioned a key term, shadow power. According to the rules of the Apocalypse, any power bearing such a title must be connected to a deity or even an entire pantheon. However, this puzzled Qin Chuan. In his previous life, although he had reached the stage of divine descent, he had never heard of the existence of a shadow-aligned deity. Of course, this might have been because he had died before fully experiencing the divine descent stage. I'll need to find an opportunity to ask Edith about this, Qin Chuan contemplated silently. He recalled that when Edith demonstrated the reign of dark corrosion, She had mentioned it was a treasure she had obtained during her early adventures. Back then, she had been pursuing the legacy of shadow power, though Qin Chuan had ultimately claimed it before her. However, the thought of dealing with Edith made Qin Chuan instinctively rub his temples. That assassin mentor was always strictly businesslike. Getting any information from her would undoubtedly come at a price, likely another high-difficulty mission. Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, he thought, temporarily setting the idea aside. Instead, he turned his attention to tallying the spoils of this battle. 1 silver-tier boss, 3 iron-tier bosses, and over 500 goblins had yielded a substantial amount of experience points and evolution points. In terms of equipment, the haul was quite impressive. 23 common-grade items, with a noticeably increased drop rate, and 8 iron-tier items, including equipment and attribute-enhancing tools. Unfortunately, no skill books were among the loot. He carefully inspected the iron-tier equipment he had obtained. Refined iron warhammer, two-handed hammer, attack 100, strength 10, level requirement 10. Bloodstained wooden staff, spell power 100, spirit 10, level requirement 10. These 2 weapons were dropped by the hammer goblin and the goblin shaman, making them practically god-tier tools for beginner players. There were also a few pieces of armor. Foul-smelling apron, defense 50, mana 100, spirit 10, level requirement 10. Tattered cloak, defense 20, HP 100, agility 10, level requirement 10. As Qin Chuan examined the equipment, he calculated how best to handle them. Although the apron had decent stats, the fact that it had been worn by goblins might require him to sell it at a discount. As for the cloak, he had already surpassed its usefulness with his Wolf King's mantle. Looks like these items are destined to be bundled and put up for sale, he thought to himself. That's the nature of boss fights. Battling is one thing, but the loot is a whole different story. If luck is on your side, you can graduate your gear with just 2 bosses. But if not, you could grind forever without results. Just keep a calm mindset, Qin Chuan thought to himself as he sorted through the loot. The first items to catch his attention were 2 black iron pieces, a pair of mighty bracers, and an old plate armor. The bracers had decent stats, defense 50, HP 200, strength 5, with only a 10-point attribute requirement to equip. While slightly heavy, Qin Chuan's SS level talent with sniper god adjustments made the weight irrelevant to him. In contrast, the rusted plate armor made him frown. Although it offered solid attributes, defense 100, HP 100, strength 10, its half-centimeter thickness and questionable stains on the lining made him decisively abandon the idea of equipping it. He quickly used 2 consumable items, the Shaman's Whimsy and Goblin Training Manual, which permanently increased his spirit and strength by 10 points each. Next came the silver-tier loot dropped by the Blazing Goblin. A gemstone-encrusted staff, spell power 450, spirit 30, was immediately stored in his ring for future sale. However, the blazing mask caught his interest. It was a non-level requirement item with impressive base stats, defense 20, HP 500 and, more importantly, a rare 20 spirit resistance bonus. Putting it on, he felt a refreshing coolness that cleared his mind. With my willpower this strong, I'd probably fail a security check for being too unyielding, he joked to himself. The remaining loot included a flaming headscarf, a typical mage item, and a blazing ring, surprisingly with 30 agility. Though he couldn't equip them for now, keeping 2 usable items was already a win. The final item made Qin Chuan's eyes light. UPA Goblin Settlement Invitation, inviting him to a gathering at a specific location before midnight. A goblin gathering? No, this is an Aliocaniate extra buffet. Excitement gleamed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Qin Chuan set out this time to level up, originally thinking that finding a second goblin nest was already the limit of his luck. To his surprise, an even greater discovery awaited him. What he held in his hand was not just an ordinary gathering invitation, it was a key to an entire goblin settlement. This wasn't some small, temporary gathering. A place worthy of being called a settlement had to accommodate at least 1,000 goblins. Remembering the 2 nests he had found earlier, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. The scale of this settlement might far exceed 1,000 goblins. A gathering of this size, and they're completely unguarded. Qin Chuan lightly touched the vial of plague blood at his waist, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Releasing plague blood in such a setting would cause devastating damage. He had a strong feeling that this operation would at least boost him by 2 levels. If luck was on his side, he might even jump straight to level 15. Casting a glance at his equipment inventory, Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Most of the dozen or so items stored in his ring space were unusable. Half were for magic users, and the rest had strength requirements he couldn't meet. Comparatively, the gear he currently wore seemed rather shabby. There better be a physical-type boss this time, he muttered under his breath. Hopefully, I can get a few pieces of agility-based equipment. Stowing the invitation away, Qin Chuan opened his map to confirm the coordinates. The destination was deep in the eastern region of Bailey City, at least 50 kilometers away in a straight line. Factoring in the uneven terrain, the actual journey would be even longer. No wonder Lei Huao had been at a loss between the distance and the interference of traders. Finding this goblin settlement was no easy feat. Thinking of Lei Huao, Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, debating whether to report back and trigger a new quest. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Lei Huao already had plenty of tasks lined up, while an opportunity like this goblin gathering was rare. If word of it leaked to the traders, the entire plan would fall apart. Worst case, I can bring back some evidence later and let Lei Huao issue the rewards retroactively, he resolved. By now, it was already evening in the game, with 6 hours remaining until the gathering began. Activating Shadow Stealth, Qin Chuan used the speed boost to advance quickly. Along the way, he noticed more and more goblins converging in the same direction. On just this single route, he encountered over 100 goblins. This scale, Qin Chuan thought to himself in astonishment, quickly estimating in his mind. Considering all directions, the goblins attending this gathering must number over 2,000. This isn't just a settlement anymore, it's practically a small kingdom. Baiqing's lack of reaction left Qin Chuan somewhat puzzled. After a moment of thought, he smacked his forehead as the key reason dawned on him. The game had just launched, and all 12 main cities were still in their initial stages, requiring player activity to gradually expand. This explained why Baiqing's guards were sparse and unable to locate the goblin settlement. Surveying the entire world of Apocalypse, apart from himself and Richardson, there were almost no players capable of teleporting to the main city. Most were still struggling in the novice villages, with the highest level barely reaching 9. Qin Chuan opened the leaderboard to check and noticed the ID Longting Tian Qi listed among the top 100. Though still at level 8, at this pace, it would only take another 2 or 3 hours for him to reach the main city. However, Qin Chuan knew Longting Tian Qi too well. That guy would definitely choose to farm equipment in the Crimson Tomb first. This was also the typical choice for most players to tackle high difficulty dungeons for better gear in preparation for their class advancement quests. With this in mind, Qin Chuan glanced at the equipment in his storage ring. Piercing Greatsword Silver Deer. Attack 600, Strength 15. Obsidian Plate Armor Silver Deer. Defense 300, HP 1000, Strength 10. Obsidian Necklace Silver Deer. HP 100, Mana 300, Spirit 20. These 3 pieces of Silver Deer gear obtained from clearing the Crimson Tomb were initially intended to be placed in his shop as bait to lure out information on the guild token's whereabouts. But now it seemed unnecessary. Longting Tianxia had already found the guild token. Moreover, with the power of the Dragon Dynasty and his elite team of hidden class players, clearing the Crimson Tomb on adventure difficulty would be a breeze. The top priority now was to scout the goblin settlement and prepare for the next phase of action. Thanks to his exceptional agility and the speed boost from his Shadow Stealth skill, Qin Chuan covered dozens of kilometers in just over an hour and reached the target area. Carefully avoiding patrolling goblins, he used the Shadow Stealth skill to climb to a higher vantage point. Moonlight poured down like a silvery stream, illuminating the entire valley below. It was an oval-shaped basin surrounded by towering mountains, about 2 kilometers long and up to 700 or 800 meters wide at its broadest point, resembling a colossal natural arena. The valley was dotted with bonfires, and around each fire gathered at least 10 goblins. A quick count revealed that there were already hundreds clustered around the fires alone. On the open grounds, even more goblins were chasing and playing, and a conservative estimate put the total number in the valley at around 1,500. And this wasn't all. More goblins were continuously arriving from all directions. Qin Chuan had every reason to believe that the total number of participants in this gathering would exceed 3,000. Qin Chuan was contemplating a question: how to kill as many goblins as possible in the shortest amount of time. His poison blood plague skill had grown so potent that regular goblins couldn't withstand its full damage. Once a goblin fell, the plague would spread like wildfire. Under ideal circumstances, these cowardly creatures might even be wiped out in one fell swoop. However, reality was far more complicated. This goblin gathering had brought together groups from different nests. If chaos erupted, the low-level minions, unrestrained by their leaders, would scatter in all directions. Meanwhile, the poison blood plague only had a 10-meter spread radius. Given the goblins' incredible speed when faced with mortal danger, they could easily escape the infection range in the blink of an eye. Since total annihilation wasn't feasible, he had to aim for maximum efficiency. Qin Chuan quickly devised a plan. First, target the densest cluster of goblins for an initial strike. This would eliminate hundreds in one wave. Once the goblins recovered from their panic, the remaining ones would inevitably launch a counterattack, which would be the perfect moment for the second wave of plague to spread. When the ordinary goblins suffered heavy losses and their morale crumbled, the boss-level goblins would step in to rally the survivors. This would provide an excellent opportunity for the final deployment of the poison blood plague. After 3 waves, at least 2,000 goblins could be wiped out. The experience points from these minions alone would be enough for him to level up multiple times, not to mention the substantial evolution points he could gain. Adding the rewards from a few boss kills, he might even surpass the 30-mark threshold in evolution points. At that point, he could not only evolve a gold tier skill but potentially upgrade a class skill to gold tier as well, unlocking its special traits. The thought made Qin Chuan eager to charge into the valley immediately. But he knew it wasn't the optimal time yet. To maximize his gains, he had to wait for more prey to walk into his trap. Suddenly, a more enticing possibility crossed his mind. A gathering of this scale might not just include silver-tier goblin leaders. There could very well be a hidden gold-tier goblin boss. If such a leader decided to summon a Deathbringer and sacrifice countless souls after witnessing the massive deaths of its kin, it might even ascend to a dark gold-tier boss. Hunting a boss of that caliber would be a heart-pounding opportunity. Beyond the explosive stats of dark gold-tier equipment, the potential drop of a skill book or rare item would be priceless. Unfortunately, the game had only been live for a short time, and skill books were hard to acquire. If he could amass a dozen or so ranged skills, these goblins wouldn't stand a chance. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly. Although he had already commissioned Tian Qi to help procure skill books, there had been no news so far. The scarcity of skill books remains an issue, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Even in the mid to late stages of Apocalypse, the situation won't improve. After all, in a life-and-death game like this, no one is willing to give up a survival skill so easily. 3 meters to his right, a goblin was on guard duty. Qin Chuan idly counted the hairs on its head while surveying the surrounding terrain. Goblins could be seen stationed at all the strategic high points of the valley. Clearly, the organizer of this gathering was quite shrewd, preparing for contingencies in advance. Yet they could never have anticipated that a player would possess a gold-tier stealth skill at this stage. These ordinary goblins had no way of detecting Qin Chuan's presence. While waiting, Qin Chuan contacted Tian Qi to inquire about any updates regarding the guild token. This was crucial to his plan to outwit Luocha Yadeizhen. Tian Qi reported that, apart from the one held by Shuezhong Yijiangxia, no other guild tokens had been discovered. To play it safe, Qin Chuan reminded him to keep a close watch and report any news immediately. At the same time, Qin Chuan tried to recall the development trajectory of the main cities during the early stages. Although he had experienced it once in his previous life, 10 years was a long time. The game had undergone numerous major updates, and the main cities had been continuously expanded. Especially now, Bailey City was different from the main city he had chosen in his past life, leaving him with limited memories of its details. Fortunately, some iconic quest chains and rare outdoor events still lingered in his memory, and he made a mental note to dedicate time to completing them. As time passed, the number of goblins entering the valley gradually decreased until it almost stopped altogether. It was now past 11 p.m., and Qin Chuan roughly estimated that there were about 3,500 goblins in the valley, exceeding his expectations. What caught his attention even more were the appearances of several silver-tier goblins, who were led deeper into the valley. Although the darkness obscured his view of what lay further in, Qin Chuan was almost certain that a gold-tier goblin was present. Otherwise, these unruly silver-tier bosses wouldn't have been so obedient. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted in the valley. More and more goblins joined in, and the sound was so overwhelming that the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Accompanied by the heavy beat of war drums, over 100 goblins emerged from the shadows, each carrying hooks and chains. The iron chains they bore were connected to a chariot made of bones. Standing atop the chariot was a massive goblin over 4 meters tall, clad in heavy armor and wielding a warhammer. Whoa, now that's one giant goblin. Qin Chuan's sharp gaze swept across, taking in the boss panel in its entirety. Bonecrusher Gada. Level: Gold Tier. HP: 1900, 000, 1900, 000. Attack: 6000. Defense: 4500. Skills: Earth-Shattering Strike, Heroic Leap, Charge, Thunderous Stomp, Bone Shatter, Inspiring Aura. Description: a warrior of the goblin race who has survived countless battles, possessing the potential to surpass the limits of its bloodline. As he studied the stats on the panel, Qin Chuan furrowed his brows. This goblin, equipped with mobility skills, reminded him of an event from his past life. Back then, he had been able to defeat the Arrow God by relying on the Heroic Leap skill. With the synergy of his gear and skill bonuses, he had managed to unleash 7 consecutive Heroic Leaps, followed by a triple charge, closing the distance and ultimately slaying the Arrow God. Heroic Leap not only allowed for rapid repositioning but also created a shockwave upon landing, dealing significant damage to nearby enemies. This Bonecrusher not only possessed Heroic Leap but also the charge skill, meaning it could execute a double burst attack, delivering a relentless assault on its target. With Bonecrusher's terrifying stats, a single strike could end Qin Chuan's life. This battle left no room for error. Getting hit, even once, would mean an immediate trip back to the respawn point. While he had a substitute scarecrow in his possession, using it in this situation felt like an unnecessary waste. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan decided to stick to his original plan. Launch a surprise attack to eliminate as many ordinary goblins as possible, then look for an opportunity to test Bone Crusher's burst range. The densely packed goblin horde was too tempting to ignore. Abandoning his plan just because of one Bone Crusher would be no better than retreating to town. As a seasoned warrior who had survived far more grueling battles, he wasn't one to back down easily. In the valley, Bone Crusher's appearance immediately caused a stir. Hundreds of goblins raised their weapons in unison, letting out shrill cries. Bone Crusher lifted its massive warhammer high before slamming it down onto the carriage, sending shards of bone flying in all directions. A few unlucky goblins were struck by the fragments and killed on the spot. Yet this scene didn't incite fear. Instead, it drove the surrounding goblins into a frenzy. To them, Bone Crusher embodied the pinnacle of goblin strength, the ultimate goal they aspired to. Even the goblins pulling the carriage seemed to forget their exhaustion in the face of this fervor, feeling honored to serve such a powerful being. Amid this feverish atmosphere, a few silver-tier goblins pushed through the crowd and approached the carriage. Bone Crusher's thunderous roar echoed through the valley. Roar! Do you dare challenge my authority? The silver-tier goblins naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Not only were they no match for Bone Crusher in an unknown fight, but even combined, they stood no chance against its overwhelming power. After a brief hesitation, several silver-ranked goblins lowered their heads and spoke respectfully. We dare not. We are willing to acknowledge you as our king, Bonebreaker. Bonebreaker threw his head back and let out a wild laugh. Summoning the nearby goblin nests wasn't just for show. He intended to use them as the foundation to build a small goblin kingdom, from which he could gain even greater power. Good. Very good. I shall reward you. Bonebreaker waved his hand, and immediately, a group of goblins carrying wooden poles stepped forward. Suspended from the poles were several terrified humans natives of the apocalypse world, not players. Hiding in the shadows, Qin Chuan was not surprised by this scene. Goblins were classic omnivores. They fed on berries and beasts alike, and humans were also on their menu. Sometimes, they would even resort to eating their own kind to stave off hunger. As for the source of these humans, Qin Chuan was well aware there was a black market near Belly City, where countless slaves mysteriously disappeared every day. He had no intention of rescuing these humans. Acting rashly now would only put himself in danger. Having experienced countless life-and-death situations in his past life, the lives of a few NPCs no longer stirred any emotions in him. Eat them! Eat them! The surrounding goblins let out hoarse howls. The faces of the humans tied to the poles turned even paler, with some so terrified that they wet themselves. But in Bonebreaker's presence, no goblin dared to act without permission be custom. The leader was always the first to enjoy the spoils. Unexpectedly, Bonebreaker didn't immediately order his subordinates to roast the captives over the fire. Instead, he commanded them to bring over several large cauldrons and began heating water. This unusual behavior puzzled the goblins, but under Bonebreaker's intimidating presence, they had no choice but to wait patiently. I've heard that humans prepare their food before roasting it, Bonebreaker explained. They remove dirt from the skin, clean out the innards, marinate it with spices, and only then roast it over the fire. I've tried it a few times, and the taste is indeed different. I plan to promote this method in my kingdom. The goblins suddenly understood and couldn't help but admire Bonebreaker's knowledge even more. Meanwhile, the humans bound to the poles fainted on the spot upon hearing this. Bonebreaker's culinary preferences surprised Qin Chuan, but it also confirmed his suspicion that someone in Belly City was secretly collaborating with the goblins. Otherwise, Bonebreaker wouldn't have had the opportunity to taste professionally prepared roasted meat. At that moment, one of the captured humans managed to spit out the rag stuffed in his mouth and shouted, "Let me go, you filthy, ugly creatures. Do you know who I am? My father is a viscount, and he won't let you get away with this." Bang! Bonebreaker swung his hammer, and the man's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. Licking the blood and flesh off his hammer, Bonebreaker grinned menacingly. "Who are you?" "You are Bonebreaker's prey," Qin Chuan silently lamented. If he could have saved this Viscount's child, he might have received significant rewards. Unfortunately, Bonebreaker acted too quickly, leaving no chance to trigger a decision-based quest. Still, he found it strange there shouldn't be a Viscount in Belly City right now. Where had this person been captured from? "Enjoy it," Bonebreaker said, gesturing at the headless corpse on the ground. Ordinary goblins immediately swarmed forward, tearing at the body with claws and teeth. Though the silver-ranked goblins' eyes glimmered with greed, they ultimately held back. After all, with their status, how could they stoop to fighting lower-ranked goblins for scraps? The arrival of Bone Crusher marked the official beginning of the goblin gathering. At the entrance of the valley, this goblin leader had just brutally slain a human sacrifice before striding toward the center of the valley. There, a throne made entirely of gold gleamed brilliantly under the flickering light of the bonfire. Qin Chuan, hidden at a high vantage point, squinted as he scrutinized the lavish throne. To make these greedy goblins part with their gold, Bone Crusher must have some extraordinary means, he mused, estimating the throne's worth. If I could bring it back, it would fetch a fortune in gold coins. Hopefully, it's not just gilded. The time had come. Qin Chuan silently left his observation post and began stealthily making his way toward the valley entrance. Along the way, he noted how the so-called goblin sentries were almost non-existent. Half of the guards had already slipped back into the valley, while the others were curled up in corners, snoring away. He refrained from taking action. There was no need to stir up trouble prematurely. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with them when the fighting began. Even if Bone Crusher himself were on guard duty, he wouldn't have been able to detect Qin Chuan's movements. As he ventured deeper, the noise from the valley grew louder and more chaotic. Countless goblins were gathered around the bonfire, moving in grotesque, exaggerated motions. Their so-called dancing was more akin to a bizarre, frenzied celebration. Further ahead, Bone Crusher was seated in a circle with several silver-ranked goblins, engaged in a discussion. Qin Chuan concealed himself behind a pile of debris nearby, carefully eavesdropping on their conversation. Lord Bone Crusher, one leader hesitated before speaking, collaborating with humans is too risky. They are the most cunning of all. Exactly, another chimed in. My tribe suffered because of them. We captured a female knight once, but it turned out she was only pretending to be weak. Later, she single-handedly destroyed our nest and got all my comrades killed. Humans call us greedy and deceitful, but they are far worse. The other leaders echoed in agreement. A glint of coldness flashed in Bone Crusher's eyes. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? The silver-ranked goblins immediately fell silent, their expressions stiff with fear. The rift outside Belly City, Bone Crusher continued, his tone softening, has a complex terrain that is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's the perfect place to establish a stronghold. Once we take control of it, we can grow stronger and build a true goblin kingdom. But the guards of Belly City won't just stand idle. We must destroy Belly City first. Collaborating with those humans is the most effective way to achieve this. He scanned the group. When the plan succeeds, you'll all get to share in the spoils of victory. Some of you may even advance to gold rank. These words seemed to ignite the silver-ranked goblins' imaginations. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and any dissent vanished. Clearly, Bone Crusher, already evolved to gold rank, was a master at winning over his subordinates. Bone Crusher, just tell us what to do, and we'll follow your lead. Destroy Bailey City, kill all the humans there. Restoring the glory of goblins is our unshakable duty. Hearing the impassioned words of the goblins, Qin Chuan couldn't help but secretly wonder if these guys had been secretly taking rhetoric lessons. However, from their words, he grasped an important piece of information. The mysterious organization's goal was to completely obliterate Bailey City. This was far beyond his expectations. He had initially thought it was merely a power struggle, but he hadn't anticipated such grand ambitions. They intended to replace humanity with another race. This modus operandi reminded Qin Chuan of a certain group, the Hand of the Dead. The Hand of the Dead, a cult of death worshippers comprised of native humans from Apocalypse, sought to please the Death Messenger by destroying human cities. If they succeeded in sacrificing Bailey City, they would undoubtedly receive unprecedented rewards, perhaps even becoming the Death Messenger's emissaries. But the current information wasn't enough to confirm that this was the work of the Hand of the Dead. Qin Chuan's gaze rested on Bone Crusher, the leader of the goblins, likely held a key item that could trigger a hidden quest. At that moment, Bone Crusher suddenly furrowed his brow and said warily, "It feels like someone is watching us." Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze. The goblins' instincts were surprisingly sharp. Several silver-tier goblins looked around but found nothing unusual. "Bone Crusher, sir, the perimeter is guarded. There's no way anyone could have snuck in," they said, though secretly they muttered to themselves about their leader's seemingly timid nature. Bone Crusher, well aware of his kin's unreliable tendencies, never placed much trust in the sentries. Though the strange sensation had disappeared as quickly as it came, seeing the faint disdain in his subordinate's eyes, he immediately slammed his fist into the ground. "Humph, even if there is an intruder, I'll tear them to shreds." The ground shook violently, sending the silver-tier goblins stumbling. Their fleeting disregard was instantly replaced with renewed reverence for their leader. The surrounding ordinary goblins, though unaware of what had just occurred, grew even more fervent upon witnessing Bone Crusher's display of strength. Just then, a goblin ran up to report that the water had boiled. Bone Crusher barked an order. "Clean those captives thoroughly, season them with spices, and prepare to roast them." The screams of the captives were abruptly silenced. Qin Chuan remained motionless. This wasn't the right moment to act. He needed to wait until they were all gathered around the bonfire. Judging by their current progress, it would take no more than half an hour. At that moment, a message popped up from Longtang Tianxia. "Boss, I've hit level 10. Thanks to you for helping me level up, or it would have taken me hours longer. By the way, is everything okay on your end?" I noticed your level hasn't changed in a while. It was nearing midnight now, and since arriving at the valley around 7 p.m., Qin Chuan hadn't gained a single level. The leaderboard already showed several players at level 10, with Richardson, ranked second, even reaching level 11 and beginning his class advancement quest. But Qin Chuan wasn't worried. Soon, he would reap a massive amount of experience and widen the gap once again. He replied briefly, I've got something going on here. I'll tell you later. All right, boss, I won't bother you then. Closing the chat window, Qin Chuan began to move silently. The goblin's feast was about to begin. Grrrr, a low rumble echoed from a goblin's stomach, triggering a chain reaction. Hundreds, if not thousands, of goblins erupted in cries of hunger, their voices reverberating through the valley. Bone Crusher rose to his feet, tearing a golden brown roasted drumstick from the spit and gesturing to his tribe. Feast, my people, he commanded. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ravenous goblins swarmed forward, scrambling to grab the roasted meat from the fire. Amid the chaos, Qin Chuan moved silently. He had already memorized the layout of the campfires. The entire camp was arranged in a circular pattern. The closer to the center, the denser the campfires. On the outskirts, the gaps between them widened, with some spaced over 20 meters apart. This spacing clearly hindered the effective spread of the toxic blood plague. To inflict maximum damage, Qin Chuan would have to strike first right under Bone Crusher's nose. It was a risky move. Bone Crusher, as a gold-tier boss, not only possessed leaping and charging abilities but also boasted incredible speed. One mistake could spell failure, but at this moment, it was a gamble worth taking. Retreating a few dozen meters, Qin Chuan set his sights on two goblins devouring their meal. With a flick of his wrist, his shadow daggers, empowered by his stealth break strike, unleashed devastating damage. Simultaneously, his reign of corruption, while dealing lower individual damage, was more than enough to instantly kill ordinary goblins. Both abilities hit their marks, and 16 goblins collapsed in unison. Bone Crusher reacted instantly, hurling the half-eaten bone in his hand and grabbing the warhammer by his side. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, crossing dozens of meters in a single bound, aiming straight for Qin Chuan. I knew someone was lurking nearby, but those fools wouldn't listen. None of them will be spared when this is over. Bone Crusher cursed inwardly. But in that moment, something shocking unfolded before Bone Crusher's eyes. The 16 goblin corpses seemed to open the gates of the underworld. Dark green blood sprayed in all directions, and wherever it touched a living goblin, it inflicted horrifying damage. Death spread like a domino effect, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 goblins were tainted with an eerie green hue, their health rapidly draining. Bloodline power. Bone Crusher seethed with rage. The arrogant bloodline clans had always despised goblins, and now they dared to disrupt his gathering. But soon, he realized there was no trace of bloodline energy in the air. An outsider. Bone Crusher suddenly understood. Only outsiders could wield bloodline abilities without becoming part of the bloodline clans. His fury intensified. Damn it, how did an outsider discover our gathering? What are those idiots in Bailey City even doing? Humans are truly unreliable. The Bone Crusher, filled with rage, plummeted from the sky, its massive body crashing heavily onto the ground. The muscles in its powerful legs bulged instantly, unleashing an explosive force as its entire form surged forward like a black lightning bolt. A hapless goblin that strayed into its path was instantly shattered into pieces, fragments scattering in all directions. Qin Chuan had anticipated this and began retreating the moment he made his move. He didn't immediately activate stealth but used this opportunity to gauge the Bone Crusher's charge speed and determine the optimal safe distance. It didn't take long for him to realize that, with its extraordinary strength, the Bone Crusher's heroic leap was incredibly effective, and mere running wouldn't allow him to escape its range of attack. Acting decisively, Qin Chuan activated his twin blades of bone carving. A sharp whirlwind of blades erupted around him, propelling him back over 10 meters, finally outside the range of the heroic leap. The Bone Crusher was unfazed. It was clear that this daring outsider must have exceptional abilities to confront it so boldly. But the Bone Crusher was ready. The moment it landed, it launched a second wave of attacks, a charge. Its nearly 4-meter-tall frame barreled forward, without losing any momentum. On the contrary, its massive size only amplified the impact, like an out-of-control dump truck roaring toward Qin Chuan. Blink. Qin Chuan's figure instantly reappeared at another location. The Bone Crusher hastily adjusted its course, but lost the initiative due to its overwhelming inertia. Having gathered the necessary data, Qin Chuan immediately activated Shadow Stealth and swiftly distanced himself. Boom. The Bone Crusher slammed its massive fist into the ground in frustration, creating a web of cracks that spread across the surface. The underground rocks shattered and surged upward, forming sharp spikes. A direct hit from this attack would undoubtedly drain a health bar instantly. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Chuan's sharp gaze remained locked on his opponent. This adversary was indeed formidable. Its combination of heroic leaps, charging attacks, and ground-shattering area effect strikes could annihilate a fully armed squad within moments of a fight starting. If not for his blink skill, combined with the mobility of the twin blades of bone carving and his excellent movement speed, Qin Chuan might have fallen in the first second of the battle. But now, the greatest threat had been neutralized. It was time to strike back. As the brief but intense exchange came to a close, a few silver-tier goblins finally reacted and charged forward, shouting to support their leader. The Bone Crusher's expression remained cold and stern as its gaze swept across the surroundings. It bellowed orders: keep your eyes wide open. Find the intruder. Archers, fire freely. Leave no patch of ground unchecked. Scatter the bonfire. Spread the wood. I want to see if this stealth user can withstand fire. The tactical arrangement was nearly flawless. While Qin Chuan's stealth skill was advanced, it had not yet reached the level of void walking. Contact with fire would undoubtedly expose him. However, the Bone Crusher failed to account for one crucial factor. Even the best plans rely on capable execution. Bone Crusher, sir. Look. A silver-tier goblin cried out in terror. Following its pointing finger, the Bone Crusher's heart sank. The earlier attack had claimed the lives of over 500 goblins. The splattered dark green blood carried a lethal poison, killing anything it touched instantly. Dispersed before the Bone Crusher could finish its command, it spotted a flying dagger flashing toward the goblin reinforcements. This group had spontaneously organized to support the Bone Crusher during the initial chaos, unaware they were heading straight into a death trap. The shadowy dagger struck swiftly, killing one goblin in the squad. Immediately, the toxic blood plague erupted, consuming hundreds of goblins in an instant. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 goblins fell to this deadly plague. System notifications appeared in rapid succession. Killed level 11 goblin, gained 110 experience points. Killed level 13 goblin, gained 130 experience points. Bonus 13 experience points for over-level kill. Killed level 14 goblin, gained 140 experience points. Bonus 28 experience points for 2-level overkill. Hunting mode activated. You gained 1 evolution point. Hunting mode activated. You gained 1 evolution point. Hunting mode activated. You gained 1 evolution point. Experience points flooded in like a breach in a dam. Qin Chuan's experience bar surged forward uncontrollably, breaking past its limits. You've reached level 13. The system notification flashed repeatedly as Qin Chuan gained a total of 15 free attribute points, 5 base points, 5 gifted by the Shadow Power, and another 5 from the Beast Blessing. However, the level-up notification was soon drowned out by combat messages. Qin Chuan's first wave of attacks wiped out over 400 goblins. This was largely due to the limited space around the Bone Crusher and the closely packed bonfires, which maximized the effects of the toxic blood plague. If the outer bonfires had been placed closer together, the entire valley's ordinary goblins might have been annihilated in a single strike. Following that, the goblins' fanatical sacrificial behavior led to the deaths of several hundred more of their kin. In just 2 moves, nearly 1,000 goblins had fallen, granting Qin Chuan an enormous amount of experience points. Once the second wave of the toxic blood plague subsided and the flood of notifications ceased, Qin Chuan noticed that his experience bar had already reached halfway. The goblin army's generally high levels, combined with various bonuses, made the rewards exceptionally lucrative. If he could wipe out the remaining goblins, he could potentially level up 2 more times. After distributing his attribute points, Qin Chuan began moving to find his next opportunity to strike. By now, the Bone Crusher's expression had darkened ominously. It had never expected such a formidable foe, one with exceptional stealth skills and the power of the bloodline, capable of inflicting devastating losses with every move. A silver-ranked goblin, sensing the dire situation, quietly approached the Bone Crusher and suggested retreating. While ordinary goblins could indeed multiply like weeds, losing all 3,000 troops would deal a severe blow to their forces and threaten the leader's position. But the Bone Crusher clearly had other thoughts. Retreat would not only damage its authority but also jeopardize its ambitions of establishing a goblin kingdom. Most critically, retreating against such a swift and agile enemy could result in even greater losses. Even the Bone Crusher itself might not escape pursuit, let alone the other goblins. A bold idea formed in the Bone Crusher's mind. It decided to use its own kin as bait to draw out the enemy. Roaring in fury, it issued a command: don't panic. Split into smaller squads, stay alert, and find the enemy at all costs. Though several silver-ranked goblins were hesitant, they wisely held their tongues after noticing the leader's bloodshot eyes. Any objections at this moment might lead to them being torn apart on the spot. The ordinary goblins, who had already been wavering, reluctantly steeled themselves to continue fighting. Fortunately, they were cautious enough to maintain safe distances between squads. This ensured that even if one squad was attacked, the damage wouldn't spread to the others. The moment the intruder revealed himself, he would be met with a barrage of arrows from the goblin army. Over 2,000 goblins stood on high alert, vowing to eliminate this stealthy infiltrator at all costs. Qin Chuan remained hidden in the shadows, observing every move the goblins made. The Bone Crusher's strategy was clear, using ordinary goblins as bait to trap him in the valley and waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. It was a deadly game of hunter versus hunted, where the first to make a mistake would become the prey. But instead of retreating, Qin Chuan welcomed the challenge. His greatest concern had been that the regular goblins might panic and flee, which would have rendered his hours of waiting meaningless. Since the Bone Crusher was determined to kill him, why not seize the opportunity to wipe out the entire goblin horde? Shadow throwing knives. Rain of dark corrosion. Qin Chuan unleashed his skills one after another. Although the course of the battle deviated slightly from his initial plan, the Bone Crusher reacted swiftly, ordering the goblin squads to spread out and thus avoiding the large-scale devastation of the Third Plague. Qin Chuan's every strike still managed to decimate multiple goblin teams, steadily boosting his experience points. In this prolonged tug-of-war, the Rain of Dark Corrosion skill proved particularly effective. Not only did it deal damage 15 times, but its impressive targeting range allowed him to instantly poison and kill multiple goblin squads with each use. However, the fight was far from easy. The Bone Crusher's lightning-fast leaping charges posed a persistent and deadly threat. Fortunately, with his bone-cutting dual blades and blink ability, Qin Chuan always managed to evade danger and retaliate, slaying dozens of goblins in the process, much to the Bone Crusher's enraged roars. After 15 minutes of intense combat, Qin Chuan had leveled up to 14. This development sent shockwaves through the gaming community. Players had noticed that Night Wanderer, the top-ranked player, had been stagnant in leveling up, while Richardson steadily closed the gap, causing concern among players from Yin Nation. Meanwhile, players from Pretty Nation had already begun celebrating, convinced that Richardson was on the verge of claiming the top spot. Even in Newbie Village 9527, Rakshasa 1/ smugly remarked, "I told you, Night Wanderer is running out of steam." Leaving the Newbie Village first doesn't mean anything. It's been 4 or 5 hours with no progress. But before he could finish his thought, news broke that Night Wanderer had just reached level 13. Trying to maintain his composure, he commented, "Well, it's been hours since level 12. Leveling up is normal, right?" Yet it wasn't long before Rakshasa 1/, still grinding for experience, heard his teammate exclaim in shock, "What the hell? Night Wanderer leveled up again?" Hearing his teammate's words, Luocha Yudaesan froze in shock. He quickly opened the ranking board, and the image that greeted him instantly sent his mood plummeting. Night Yushan, who had just reached level 13, had leveled up again in a matter of minutes. This is impossible. Luocha Yudaesan rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Night Yushan's leveling pace was downright bizarre. Either hours would pass without any progress, or he would suddenly jump up 2 levels at once. What was even more perplexing was that leveling after level 10 should have required significantly more experience, combined with stronger monsters making grinding slower. Yet Night Yushan seemed completely unaffected, leveling up even faster instead. Could it be that he found some monster lair or a special grinding spot? One member of the Luocha Hall speculated. The idea was immediately met with agreement from the others. "That's right," another chimed in. "Instead of wandering around looking for monsters, it's way more efficient to farm in a lair. I heard Night Yushan has an auto-grind skill. He used it before when helping Longtang Tianxia level up. It's insanely efficient. Could it be a reward from a class advancement quest?" Someone else suggested. "Didn't that guy Richardson brag on the forums about completing a 4-star hidden quest and getting a full set of silver gear? Damn, a full set? That must be worth a fortune. I want to do advancement quests too." "Yeah, right. You're not even level 5 yet. How about you focus on getting out of the starter village first?" The chatter around him only made Luocha Yudaesan more irritated. Suddenly he roared, "Shut up, all of you." The Luocha Hall members immediately fell silent, though their faces clearly showed dissatisfaction. Sensing this, Luocha Yudaesan softened his tone slightly. "Instead of wasting time guessing, go kill more monsters. Longtang Tianxia is already level 10. I can't afford to fall behind. If that old guy sneaks off to buy the guild token at Newbie Village 5246 before us, we'll lose big time." Ever since losing a player with a level 3 flare shot skill to recruitment, Luocha Yudaesan had been trying to rein in his temper. But the thought of Longtang Tianxia constantly opposing him kept reigniting his anger. Hearing his words, the members immediately grew anxious. After all, Luocha Yudaesan had promised rewards to whoever managed to establish the guild first. At this point, who cared about the ranking board? No matter how impressive Night Yushan was, he wasn't going to hand them any bonuses. Meanwhile, on the other side, Longtang Tianxia, who had just equipped new gear and was preparing to take on the Scarlet Crypt on adventure difficulty, paused in his steps. As expected of Night Yushan, leveling up for him seems as easy as drinking water. Jumping 2 levels in one go? That must have taken killing at least 1,000 or 2 monsters, the priest Xiaoxue remarked in awe. Where on earth did he find them? Well, that's something only the boss himself could answer, the archer replied with a grin. Nearby, the assassin was stroking his bloodthirst blade as he commented. What I'm more interested in is whether the boss has any old gear to spare after leveling up. I can't wait to take it off his hands. Tian Qi rolled his eyes. I know you're talking about equipment, but somehow that still sounds a bit off. The archer declared firmly, I don't know this guy. As he spoke, he took a step back. The priest, Xiaoxue, quickly shuffled 2 steps to the side, looking at the assassin with a face full of disdain. What kind of looks are those? The assassin was so furious he nearly jumped, his voice rising several octaves. Do I look like someone who would clean up someone else's mess? Yes. The group shouted in unison. At this moment, not only were Luosha Yadeizhen and Longting Tianxia baffled, but every player in the game who was keeping an eye on the level rankings was perplexed by one mystery: the leveling method of the enigmatic player known as Night Wanderer. This mysterious player either stayed completely silent or made a move that stunned the entire server. Richardson, who was clearing mobs in the wild, casually opened the level rankings. He froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm he wasn't seeing things, he let out a sharp scream. What the hell? The last time he checked, he was at level 11, while Night Wanderer was at level 12, and there had been no changes for a long time. He had thought he finally had a chance to surpass his rival, but now Night Wanderer had already reached level 13. Such a leveling speed was simply incomprehensible. As the second player to reach level 11, Richardson knew all too well how grueling the grind was beyond level 10, even for someone as skilled as him. Before he could wrap his head around what was happening, Night Wanderer's level on the rankings suddenly jumped to 14. That sneaky Yin player must be cheating. Richardson gritted his teeth, ready to report Night Wanderer. But then he realized an awkward fact: this game didn't even have customer support. It ran entirely on an autonomous super AI. He was left speechless, encountering such a situation for the first time in his gaming career. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was completely oblivious to the chaos and speculation outside. He was fully immersed in the battle before him. After a round of fierce fighting, the number of goblins in the valley had significantly dwindled, which weakened the effect of the dark corrosion rain. However, this didn't affect the outcome of the battle, as the berserk bone crusher, eyes bloodshot, was relentlessly preventing any goblins from escaping. Nobody runs until that rogue is dead. Bone crusher's furious roar echoed through the valley. Several silver-tier goblins were inwardly cursing their luck. Most of their underlings had been wiped out, and even if they managed to kill the rogue, the losses would be irreparable. Bone Crusher might be able to rebuild his forces thanks to his reputation, but they wouldn't be so fortunate. Still, looking at Bone Crusher's crazed demeanor, they didn't dare defy him and could only silently regret attending this gathering. At that moment, Longting Tianxia, who had just defeated his first boss and was about to check his loot, suddenly heard the assassin cry out. He quickly opened the level rankings, and upon seeing the update, couldn't help but curse out loud. What the hell? Night Wanderer's level is still climbing? In Qin Chuan's original plan, he intended to eliminate about 70 of the goblins, roughly 2,000 of them. However, as the situation unfolded, the current scenario far exceeded his expectations. After being taunted, Bone Crusher completely lost his composure and ordered all the goblins to fight to the death, which played right into Qin Chuan's hands. Qin Chuan could easily understand Bone Crusher's mindset. For this boss, the lives of ordinary goblins were insignificant, but its pride was of utmost importance. Just recently, it had boasted at the settlement gathering about establishing a kingdom, only to be routed by a single stealthy opponent. If word of this humiliation spread, its authority among the goblins would be utterly destroyed. Determined to regain its dignity, Bone Crusher resolved to fight to the bitter end, even if it meant sacrificing all the goblins present. For Qin Chuan, this turn of events was an unexpected windfall. Initially, he had only anticipated leveling up twice at most, but now, even before the battle concluded, his level had skyrocketed from 12 to 15. This was all thanks to Bone Crusher's stubbornness. If it had allowed the goblins to retreat, Qin Chuan would have only reached level 14 and would have had to grind on wild monsters during his return journey to hit level 15. At this moment, Bone Crusher once again unleashed its signature Leopard Charge combo, but it still failed to land a single blow on Qin Chuan. As the last few ordinary goblins fell, Qin Chuan shifted his gaze to the remaining silver-tier goblins. Before confronting Bone Crusher, he needed to take care of these silver-tier enemies first. Otherwise, if Bone Crusher were defeated, they would undoubtedly scatter, making it difficult to take them all down. After countless futile assaults, Bone Crusher finally acknowledged a fact it found hard to accept. Its vaunted chain attacks were utterly ineffective against this mysterious adversary. The opponent consistently maintained a precise distance, effortlessly dodging every strike. Suddenly, one of the silver-tier goblins let out a piercing scream. I'm under attack. I'm under attack. Despite being a silver-tier boss itself, The goblin had lost its nerve after witnessing the earlier carnage. It knew all too well what it meant to be targeted by this stealthy foe. Over 3,000 goblins had already been reduced to lifeless corpses in an instant. The other silver-tier goblins felt a mix of relief and dread. They understood that unless they came up with a solution, the same fate would inevitably befall them. All eyes turned to Bone Crusher. Since it had organized this gathering, it was naturally its responsibility to resolve the crisis. Bone Crusher squirmed under their gazes. What are you all staring at? Do I have flowers growing on my face? Before it could finish speaking, the silver-tier goblin that had been struck collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Without the covering fire from the regular goblins, the Bone Crusher finally experienced what true damage burst felt like. Its expression grew darker, with a flicker of panic flashing in its eyes. "I'm out of here!" shouted a silver-ranked goblin wielding twin cleavers. "Staying here is a death sentence." It was already a miracle it had lasted this long, clinging to the hope that the Bone Crusher had some hidden trump card. But as it watched its comrades fall one by one, it finally accepted the harsh reality. Its words immediately resonated with the other silver-ranked goblins. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing if they couldn't defeat that enemy, staying was pointless. They had already done more than enough by standing by the Bone Crusher until now. Several goblin bosses, understanding each other without words, turned to flee. Even if the Bone Crusher sought retribution later, it was better than dying here and now. Besides, with the Bone Crusher's strength, it could at least buy them enough time to escape. "Stop! Nobody runs!" the Bone Crusher roared, leaping forward and landing heavily in front of the deserters. Gripping its warhammer tightly, it smashed it into the ground and bellowed, "You want to flee? Ask my hammer if it agrees first." The silver-ranked goblins were both shocked and furious. The Bone Crusher clearly intended to go down with them. "Are you insane? Move aside!" the dual-blade goblin shouted in rage, while the others glared menacingly. Though the Bone Crusher was powerful, they were no pushovers either. If it came to it, they'd all perish together. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Chuan observed the scene coldly. To him, it didn't matter whether the goblins fought each other or not. As long as he could eliminate the Bone Crusher, the rewards would already be worth it. The Bone Crusher clearly understood this as well. A thought surfaced in its mind. It had to make the sacrifice now. From the very start of the battle, it had considered seeking aid from the Deathbringer. Now, that thought was impossible to suppress. Suddenly, the Bone Crusher lashed out, its warhammer sweeping across and knocking the silver-ranked goblins to the ground in mere moments. The unexpected betrayal even caught Qin Chuan slightly off guard. This seemingly straightforward brute had resorted to such underhanded tactics. In the next instant, the Bone Crusher sliced open its palm, letting blood drip onto the ground. Raising its arms high, it shouted fervently under the horrified gazes of its comrades, "Deathbringer, I beseech your power. These souls are my offering to you." With a deafening roar, black mist surged from all directions, first consuming the goblin corpses on the ground before spreading toward the silver-ranked goblins. Though these goblins were still alive, it mattered little to the Deathbringer. The mist engulfed their bodies like a tide, leaving behind nothing but corpses with bulging eyes as it receded. To the Deathbringer, even silver-ranked bosses were mere ants. The black mist finally gathered around the Bone Crusher, and an ancient, majestic voice echoed through the valley. "Goblin, your offering pleases me. Tell me, what is it you desire?" Qin Chuan had anticipated that the Bone Crusher would resort to a sacrificial ritual. As one of the most common comeback tactics in Apocalypse, this method rarely failed. When a boss found itself on the brink of defeat, summoning a Deathbringer through sacrifice was almost a standard move. What he hadn't expected, however, was how quickly the Bone Crusher would take action. Just as Qin Chuan finished off a silver-tier goblin, the Bone Crusher wasted no time in sending all its remaining underlings to the altar. Even the silver-tier goblins, which were quite formidable, became fodder for the ritual. It was clear that the Bone Crusher had planned this all along. Its earlier command for the regular goblins to fight to the death was intended to ensure there were enough souls for the sacrifice. After all, the souls of regular goblins were of poor quality, and sheer numbers wouldn't suffice. A few elite silver-tier goblins were necessary to satisfy the Deathbringer's appetite. Ironically, the silver-tier goblins' attempts to flee only hastened their demise. As the ritual progressed, pitch-black mist engulfed the battlefield, voraciously consuming the corpses scattered across the ground. Each body transformed into a wisp of spirit, which was then drawn into the Bone Crusher's form. The giant, already 4 meters tall, began to grow at an alarming rate, quickly surpassing 5 meters. Its limbs swelled monstrously, turning it into a moving mountain that radiated an overwhelming sense of dread. What stood out the most was the Bone Crusher's equipment. Its warhammer had grown even larger, and its armor, now entirely covered in ghastly white bones, shimmered with an eerie, cold glow under the moonlight. These changes signaled that it was on the verge of evolving into a dark gold-tier boss. Qin Chuan made no attempt to interrupt the process. On the contrary, he felt a flicker of excitement. If the Bone Crusher truly ascended to Dark Gold tier, it would be a major windfall. As the first Dark Gold tier boss in the entire game, its loot was bound to be extraordinary. Even standard Dark Gold equipment so long as it wasn't heavy plate armor would be a treasure for Qin Chuan. And if he was lucky enough to score a lightweight accessory like a necklace, it would be absolutely perfect. What tempted him even more was the boss random drops. In addition to its fixed equipment and skills, bosses could yield all kinds of unexpected treasures. For instance, the guild token Qin Chuan had obtained earlier had come from a random drop. Who knew what surprises this boss might drop? Perhaps a unique item, or even a valuable skill book. As Qin Chuan pondered, the Bone Crusher's sacrificial ritual neared its conclusion. All the black mist had been absorbed into its body, and a brand new Dark Gold tier boss was about to be born. The Dark Gold tier attributes of the Death Bone Crusher, Gada, are truly terrifying. 20 health points, 4,000,000,4,000,000 attack, 12,000 defense, and 11,000. It possesses skills such as Earth-Shattering Slam, Heroic Leap, Charge, Thunder Stomp, Bone Crusher, Inspiring Aura, and Death Command. This goblin, which exceeded its bloodline limits through the baptism of death, boasts a staggering 4 million health points combined with over 10,000 attack and defense stats. Even players at levels 20 or 30 would need to form a team to take it down, as a single mistake could result in complete annihilation. The terrifying power-up of the Bone Crusher is clearly the result of the Deathbringer's blessing. If it had advanced to the Dark Gold tier on its own, it would never have reached this level of strength. Fortunately, aside from the addition of Death Command, its skill set remains largely unchanged. As Qin Chuan was deep in thought, the Bone Crusher plunged its warhammer heavily into the ground. Black energy surged like a tide toward the scattered goblin corpses. Moments later, the dead goblins staggered to their feet, their eyes glowing an eerie green, emitting beast-like growls as they lunged at Qin Chuan. In an instant, the once empty valley was teeming with these zombie-like goblins. Stripped of their former consciousness, they now resembled undead creatures, existing solely to help the Bone Crusher tear apart its enemies. Qin Chuan had anticipated this. He launched Shadow Daggers and followed up with Shadow Corrosion Ray. The mindless goblins, oblivious to danger, charged directly into the area covered by the toxic blood plague, only to meet their second death shortly thereafter. However, the Bone Crusher quickly cast Death Command again, raising the goblins back to life. After several repetitions, the goblins' bodies finally succumbed to the repeated energy surges, disintegrating into fragments scattered across the ground, beyond repair. Even the Silverdeer goblin corpses couldn't escape this fate. Useless trash. Useless alive. Useless dead. The Bone Crusher spat, hoisting its warhammer as it prepared to join the fray personally. Now at the peak of its power, it was determined to torment its opponent thoroughly. Cowardly rogue, your time has come. With a furious roar, the Bone Crusher launched itself into the air like a cannonball, crossing dozens of meters in an instant to appear above Qin Chuan, a savage and confident grin on its face. After careful observation, it had discerned Qin Chuan's attack range. Although it had previously been out of reach, the attribute boost from the Dark Gold tier had significantly expanded the range of its Heroic Leap and Charge, allowing it to close in on this fragile rogue. However, just as the Bone Crusher was calculating how much force to use to make Qin Chuan suffer, the figure before it suddenly accelerated by 30, easily evading the range of Heroic Leap. The Bone Crusher remained unfazed and immediately followed up with a charge. But Qin Chuan was prepared. Using Frenzied Sprint in combination with Blink, he easily escaped and even waved mockingly at the Bone Crusher before vanishing into stealth mode. It became clear that both sides were testing each other's trump cards. The Bone Crusher's face darkened with fury after its pursuit failed. It had anticipated that its opponent was holding back, but it hadn't expected Qin Chuan to have been operating at only 70 speed all along, maintaining such composure even while surrounded by thousands of goblins. As the Bone Crusher pondered its next move, a figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away. A sharp pain followed, and its health bar dropped significantly. Damn it, I was too careless. The Bone Crusher finally realized that even Qin Chuan's attack range had been deliberately concealed. Even before the battle began, Qin Chuan had already predicted every possible scenario, including the critical variable of the Bone Crusher ascending in rank through a sacrificial ritual. The leap from gold rank to dark gold signified a qualitative transformation in its life essence, with all attributes receiving a massive boost. Because of this, Qin Chuan deliberately restrained his strength from the very beginning. Limited by the number of skills available, he chose to focus on controlling attack range. With his current attributes, he could easily hit targets with precision from 100 meters away, but he purposely maintained a range of 50 to 60 meters. This distance was just enough to be effective before the Bone Crusher's ascension, allowing him to safely evade attacks without revealing his true capabilities. Additionally, he he intentionally suppressed his movement speed. Now, as the Bone Crusher completed its ascension to Dark Gold rank, expanding the range of its heroic leap and charge abilities, Qin Chuan finally unveiled his hidden trump card. In an instant, his figure burst into motion, leaving a blur behind as he effortlessly dodged the Bone Crusher's confident strike. He then widened the distance to 100 meters, flicked his wrist, and unleashed a shadow-throwing knife that whistled through the air. Doubling the range meant doubling the damage bonus from his sniper skill, delivering a staggering 140,000 points of damage in one strike. The effects of Poison Blood Plague were also enhanced, inflicting over 20,000 points of continuous damage within 5 seconds. The Bone Crusher was dumbfounded. This was the first time it had encountered a rogue with such an incredible attack range, completely overturning its understanding of the class. It couldn't help but ponder. With such talent, the opponent could easily become a top-tier marksman. But upon further thought, the Bone Crusher came to a realization. If the opponent were a marksman, it could rely on its superior mobility to relentlessly pursue and eliminate them. However, the opponent had deliberately chosen the rogue class, allowing them to vanish into stealth after each attack and reposition undetected. In this scenario, where the enemy remained hidden while it was exposed, any pursuit would be futile and might even help the opponent create an even safer distance. The Bone Crusher let out a despairing roar, faced with only two choices: fight to the death and be toyed with until its demise, or flee and be hunted down to death. Either way, it was a dead end, leaving its morale completely shattered. Yet Qin Chuan gave it no chance to recover. He immediately unleashed Reign of Corruption, then seamlessly entered stealth. Although the damage of each strike was not extraordinary due to the lack of a stealth-breaking bonus, the total damage from 15 consecutive hits still exceeded 100,000 points. Coupled with the 20,000 damage from Poisoned Blood Plague, Qin Chuan had already dealt an astonishing 300,000 damage with just 2 moves. Facing the Bone Crusher's remaining 4 million health points, Qin Chuan paused briefly, calculating that the battle could be resolved in no more than 5 minutes. Defeating a Dark Gold tier boss in just 5 minutes, such a feat, even if it was only a level 20 boss, was enough to leave anyone stunned. Qin Chuan recalled his past life, where he had to reach level 50, gather top-tier equipment, and burn through countless consumables just to barely solo a Dark Gold tier boss. Yet now, at just a little over 10 levels, he could accomplish it with ease. This proved that the synergy between an assassin and a sniper far exceeded expectations. As expected, an assassin should focus on ranged combat. Who needs melee? Qin Chuan thought smugly. On the battlefield, the Bone Crusher had sunk into unprecedented despair. Every one of its attacks missed, while its opponent's strikes landed directly on its weak points. In no time, its health was flickering like a candle in the wind. Stop! The Bone Crusher roared in fury. If you kill me, the hand of the dead won't spare you. Those words made Qin Chuan's eyes light up. So that's it. The hand of the dead is pulling the strings behind this incident. The primary antagonist of the first version was indeed omnipresent. Even this seemingly straightforward goblin invasion of Bailey City hid deeper secrets. Qin Chuan, however, paid no heed to the Bone Crusher's threat. He knew full well that whether he spared it or not, the hand of the dead wouldn't let him off the hook. Since he had already disrupted their plans, he might as well prepare for their retaliation. Bring it on. Let's see how you like the taste of shadow throwing knives. Qin Chuan smirked coldly as his throwing knife cut through the air, instantly slicing away hundreds of thousands of the Bone Crusher's health points, dropping its HP below the million mark. The Bone Crusher was utterly panicked. This human wasn't afraid of the hand of the dead's infamous reputation, completely shattering its understanding of the situation. Only now did it realize it had been deceived by those humans, foolishly walking into a trap and leading its subordinates to their deaths. Stop! I surrender. The Bone Crusher threw down its warhammer and raised its hands in defeat. A system prompt immediately appeared. Option 1. Spare the Bone Crusher and receive its treasure. Option 2. Kill the Bone Crusher to gain 20 favorability with Lei Huao and 100 reputation with Bailey City. Qin Chuan quickly weighed the pros and cons. Though the Bone Crusher's treasure was tempting, the equipment drops and first kill rewards from a Dark Gold tier boss were far more reliable. A single cast of Dark Corrosion Rain made his decision clear. Seeing this, the Bone Crusher kicked up its warhammer, determined to at least die with dignity. However, that determination only lasted a moment before it collapsed heavily to the ground, its life force rapidly fading away. System notifications rang out in succession. Killed level 20 Dark Gold tier boss, Death Bone Crusher Gata. Gained 75,000 experience points including 25,000 over-level kill bonus. First kill rewards, 200 free attribute points, 20 skill points, 200 reputation points. Immediately after, a server-wide announcement echoed. Player Night Wanderer has achieved the first kill of the Dark Gold tier boss, Death Bone Crusher. Let us remember his heroic deeds. The rewards from being the first to slay a Dark Gold level boss pleasantly surprised Qin Chuan. The system immediately granted him 200 free attribute points, a massive fortune for any player. Even if these points were evenly distributed among the 4 primary attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, each would receive a 50-point boost. For a player like Qin Chuan, who had advanced through a hidden difficulty class and achieved exceptional growth, such an attribute increase was equivalent to skipping 4 or 5 levels. Even more thrilling was the reward of 20 skill points. Adding the 2 points he had left from before, he now had 22 skill points at his disposal, more than enough to significantly enhance several skills. During the battle, over 3,000 goblins in the valley were completely annihilated, allowing the beast's skull to absorb their essence and accumulate more than 30 evolution points. These points were sufficient to upgrade Shadow Stealth to the Dark Gold level or elevate any other skill to the Gold level. Near the Crasher's corpse, 6 Dark Gold orbs shimmered enticingly. Although no epic tier equipment dropped beyond the expected level, this haul was more than satisfying for Qin Chuan. Just then, signs of the Death Envoy's impending arrival became unmistakable. Qin Chuan quickly stepped forward, collected all the Dark Gold loot, and retreated to the side to wait. Soon, familiar black mist began to spread. The Death Envoy emerged, extracting the Crasher's soul from its body, his tone laced with displeasure. "Goblin, your performance was deeply disappointing." Evidently, the fact that this subordinate elevated to Dark Gold level by his favor was defeated so swiftly had greatly angered the Death Envoy. The Crasher's soul trembled within the black mist, attempting to flee but finding no escape. The Death Envoy absorbed it into the mist before turning his gaze to Qin Chuan. "Well, little one, we meet again. Your strength is growing rapidly. Perhaps we will truly meet face-to-face soon." Qin Chuan thought to himself that meeting such a merciless being was the last thing he wanted, but outwardly, he maintained a respectful demeanor. "I look forward to it," he replied. The Death Envoy remained silent for a moment before suddenly declaring, "To hasten that meeting, I've decided to give you a gift." The abrupt gesture of goodwill made Qin Chuan wary. In his previous life, he had never heard of the Death Envoy being so proactive. Typically, the envoy only appeared to accept sacrifices or harvest souls. This unusual eagerness to meet was highly suspicious. The black mist swirled, presenting a delicate box. When Qin Chuan asked about its contents, the Death Envoy had already vanished with the mist, leaving only the Crasher's anguished wails echoing in the air. Cautiously, Qin Chuan nudged the box with the tip of his foot, prepared to be teleported back to his revival point at any moment. However, the box lay motionless and harmless on the ground. Seeing this, he hesitated no longer and bent down to pick it up. With the power of the Deathbringer, if he wanted to play tricks, it wouldn't require such trouble. Qin Chuan carefully opened the box, and a radiant glow immediately spilled out. It was a crystal-clear talent upgrade stone, a legendary item. "This is truly..." Qin Chuan froze on the spot. He never imagined that his first legendary item would arrive so unexpectedly. His Sniper God talent had been stuck at LV1 not because he didn't want to upgrade it, but because talent upgrade stones were incredibly rare. And now, the Deathbringer had delivered one directly to him. The value of this gift was so immense that Qin Chuan couldn't help but ponder its deeper implications. But on second thought, instead of overthinking, it was better to use it directly. He grasped the talent upgrade stone, and a system notification immediately sounded. "Ding! Your talent level has been upgraded. LV1 LV2. The effects of Sniper God LV2 were displayed right away. 1. Ranged attacks are guaranteed to hit, and damage type is converted to true damage. 2. For every additional meter of distance from the target, damage increases by 20. As Qin Chuan had anticipated, the damage bonus from upgrading Sniper God was indeed significant. He quickly calculated. If Sniper God could be leveled up to LV10, wouldn't that mean the farther the distance, the more absurd the damage multiplier? Imagining the late stages of the game, where player attributes could easily reach 4 or 5 digits and attack ranges were measured in kilometers, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. At a range of 1,000 meters, the damage would be multiplied by 1,000. At 10,000 meters, by 10,000. This realization suddenly made Qin Chuan aware of a critical issue. Was the Archer God's talent truly Sniper God? If so, his past self would have stood no chance of defeating him. Even with a 7-jump combo, he would have been shot down midair before completing a single leap. Although Qin Chuan had been among the top 10 players globally in his previous life, even he wouldn't have been able to withstand such terrifying damage. As for the origin of the Sniper God talent, Qin Chuan vaguely felt it was connected to the Archer God, but not entirely derived from him. Perhaps it was tied to deeper causes and effects related to his rebirth. For now, however, improving his strength was the priority. Any lingering questions would have to wait for the future. While he was lost in thought, Qin Chuan noticed a dark gold-grade loot item on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the Overlord's token. This dark gold-grade item had a simple yet incredibly powerful effect. It reduced the level requirement for equipment by 10 levels and worked just by being in the inventory. This meant that, as a level 15 player, he could now equip level 25 gear. With this item, He no longer had to worry about equipment being unusable due to level restrictions. Whether now or in the later stages of the game, the Overlord's token's value would only continue to rise. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement now. He could confidently and boldly go after bosses. The moment Qin Chuan drew the Overlord's token on his first try, his eyes lit up with excitement. This stroke of luck couldn't have come at a better time. His inventory was already overflowing with magic-based equipment that had been troubling him for ages. Now, facing the physical boss Bone Crusher, he finally had a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Without hesitation, he stored the Overlord's token into his Baron ring and immediately examined the second piece of loot. What caught his eye next was the Earth Dragon undergarment. Its dark gold quality attributes dazzled him. 300 defense, 3000 HP, 80 strength, with a level requirement of just 20. Even more thrilling were its two special effects. The buffer effect reduced physical damage by 20, while the Dragon Blood effect boosted all attributes by 20 points. Qin Chuan quickly recalled the progression mechanics of equipment. Beginning at the gold tier, items gained additional attributes, and at the dark gold tier, they could possess two special effects. These effects varied widely, ranging from simple stat boosts to extravagant skill enhancements. He remembered a scene from his previous life. A player equipped with a full set of items featuring special effects caused a phenomenon during battle. Meteors, hail, and lightning rained down simultaneously, creating a spectacle that left everyone in awe. Equipping the Earth Dragon undergarment without delay, Qin Chuan's stats underwent a dramatic transformation. His HP skyrocketed to 6,910 points, and with the Heart of the Mountain Ring shield effect and the damage reduction from buffering, his effective health easily surpassed the 10,000 point mark. For an assassin class, this level of defense was enough to make even heavy-armored warriors envious. But his streak of good fortune wasn't over yet. The third piece of loot left Qin Chuan overjoyed. A dark gold tier weapon, the Bone Crusher Warhammer, appeared before him. Its attack power reached an astonishing 2,000 points, and came with an additional 100 strength. The requirements to wield it were fairly modest, level 20 and 300 strength. What truly excited him were its two special effects. The Armor Break effect ignored 30 of the target's defense, while the Heavy Strike effect dealt an extra 15 damage if the target's strength was lower than his own. The sheer power of this Warhammer meant Qin Chuan could rely on it all the way to level 30 or even level 40. In the game, encountering dark gold tier equipment was a rare privilege. Most players struggled to obtain even silver tier gear. A level 30 silver weapon couldn't hold a candle to this level 20 dark gold Warhammer, let alone its two formidable special effects. It's a shame this weapon is great, but Qin Chuan can't use it. He looked at the bone-crushing Warhammer and shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his expression. While it wouldn't be difficult for him to push his strength attribute up to 300 points, for an assassin, it wasn't really necessary. He didn't lack damage, and the displacement effect of the bone-cutting twin blades was currently irreplaceable unless he could acquire another displacement skill. I'll put it in the shop later as a centerpiece, Qin Chuan thought to himself, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He could already imagine the strength-based players drooling over the Warhammer, only to scratch their heads in frustration because they couldn't afford it. He continued examining the loot. The Bone Crusher had dropped a total of 6 items during the battle, and he'd only reviewed 3 so far. Setting the bone-crushing Warhammer aside, Qin Chuan picked up the next item. Usable. His eyes lit up. It was a Goblin Warrior's medal, a dark gold accessory. Its stats were impressive. 100 to both strength and constitution, with a level requirement of 20. Even better, it came with 2 special effects, Courage and Fearless, granting a 15 damage bonus and 15 damage reduction, respectively. Looking at the medal, Qin Chuan couldn't help but show an odd expression. The Bone Crusher's demise really was unfortunate. It had the Earth Dragon lining, which reduced physical damage by 20, and the Warrior's medal, which added another 15 reduction. Together, these items made its defense quite formidable. But it just so happened to encounter Qin Chuan, who possessed true damage capabilities, rendering all that defense meaningless against his sniper god talent. For any other player, hitting the Bone Crusher would have been akin to tickling it. After equipping the medal, Qin Chuan's attributes increased once again, pushing his strength past the 300-point mark. He tried picking up the bone-crushing Warhammer and swung it a couple of times, only to hear the notification 80, 80, 80 echo in his mind. However, he quickly shook his head and put the Warhammer back into his inventory. After all, an assassin needed to maintain a certain air of mystery and elegance. Running around with a hammer like a brute just wouldn't do. Out of 4 pieces of equipment, 3 were usable, which put Qin Chuan in a great mood. He moved on to examine the final piece of Luda Goblin Warrior Bloodline Essence. This dark gold item could grant the Goblin Warrior's bloodline upon use, along with 2 growth points. However, it would permanently alter the user's appearance, so it required careful consideration. In the world of Apocalypse, racial strength was often determined by bloodline potency. Regular Goblin bloodlines ranked near the bottom across the continent, but advancing to the warrior level could push them to a mid-tier level. Players could use bloodline essences to gain the powers of specific races, but their appearance would gradually change, potentially transforming completely into that race over time. Qin Chuan immediately decided to pass on it. Even though the bloodline essence could provide a decent attribute boost and might foster more interactions with the female knight, the cost of turning into a goblin was far too steep. With his current strength, he had every opportunity to acquire a higher-tier bloodline, such as that of dragons or other legendary races. This bloodline essence would be better suited for someone else. After storing the goblin warrior's bloodline factor in his inventory, Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to the final piece of Luda crystal radiating a dark golden glow. This was a dark gold grade skill advancement stone, capable of upgrading a gold grade skill to dark gold. In the world of Apocalypse, skills are not static. Besides enhancing their power through leveling up, players can also increase a skill's grade. Leveling up is relatively straightforward. Even without skill points, repeated use can accumulate proficiency. However, upgrading a skill's grade is a far more challenging task. One of the rare items for grade enhancement is the Beast Skull, notable for its uniqueness. Once Qin Chuan obtained it, other players were no longer able to acquire it. In the entire Apocalypse world, items with similar effects are exceedingly rare. As a result, most players rely on skill advancement stones to upgrade their skills. These stones come with a specific rule. They can only upgrade skills that are one grade lower. For instance, an iron grade stone can upgrade a common grade skill, a silver grade stone upgrades iron grade skills, and so on. This means that to elevate a skill to a high grade, players must collect advancement stones for every stage, which is both time-consuming and luck-dependent. Without the foundation provided by the Beast Skull, this dark gold grade advancement stone would also have been a dilemma for Qin Chuan. He had few gold grade skills to begin with. Apart from Shadow Stealth, there was only Toxic Blood Plague. But now, the timing of this advancement stone was perfect. Previously, he had been torn about how to allocate his 30-something evolution points. Should he continue strengthening Shadow Stealth, evolve a skill to gold grade, or enhance Dark Corrosion Ray? Each option offered significant benefits. Now the answer was clear: use the advancement stone to upgrade Shadow Stealth to dark gold, and then use the evolution points to elevate Shadow Throwing Knife to gold grade. As for Toxic Blood Plague, being a general-purpose skill, its priority was relatively lower. With Qin Chuan's current stats, a gold-grade Toxic Blood Plague was already sufficient for clearing ordinary mobs. Against bosses, it served more as a supplementary tool. The primary damage output still relied on the synergy between Shadow Throwing Knife and Dark Corrosion Ray. Dark Corrosion Rain was already at gold grade, with its traits unlocked, and advancing it to dark gold would offer only marginal improvements. In contrast, upgrading Shadow Throwing Knife was more cost-effective. Not only would it unlock traits that increase damage, but its short cooldown would also enable higher sustained output. As for the basic skill Shadow Strike, being a ranged assassin, Qin Chuan had never used this melee skill since the game launched. Even upgrading Ren would be more worthwhile. Qin Chuan focused intently, holding the advancement stone in his hand. As a notification sound played, the system message appeared. Shadow Stealth has evolved. Grade upgraded. Gold Dark Gold. The attributes of Shadow Stealth LV5 Dark Gold were astonishing. Upon entering stealth mode, the first attack out of stealth would deal an additional 200 attack damage plus 8,000 fixed damage. It only cost 30 mana, and the cooldown was reduced to just 10 seconds. The trait effect further boosted movement speed by 30 while in stealth. These attributes were simply overpowered. With the massive fixed damage bonus alone, Qin Chuan could one-shot regular enemies even without triggering his Sniper God talent. The shorter cooldown meant he could deal even more devastating stealth attacks. I might be going overboard, Qin Chuan thought to himself, his gaze falling on the skill attribute panel before him, now significantly more powerful. As a player with the Sniper God talent, the generous gift from the Deathbringer had upgraded his talent, doubling his damage bonus. Coupled with the enhancement of his Shadow Stealth skill, the combined effect of these buffs brought an astonishing increase in output. Qin Chuan carefully calculated his current attributes. At a distance of 50 meters, the damage of his Shadow Throwing Knife reached a staggering 167,849 points. The sheer number made him gasp. To think, previously, dealing 140,000 damage at 100 meters had already left the Bone Crusher in disbelief. Now, with the distance halved, the damage didn't just remain stable, it increased. The Deathbringer's gift is indeed precious, Qin Chuan mused internally. He was well aware that such terrifying damage was primarily due to the boost from the Sniper God talent. The Shadow Stealth upgrade alone wouldn't have been nearly enough. Although he wasn't entirely sure of the Deathbringer's motives, this gift, for now, was more beneficial than harmful. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Chuan retrieved the Beast Skull. It was time to let his trusty Shadow Throwing Knife skill, which had been with him for years, experience the thrill of evolution. System notifications began to chime. Shadow Throwing Knife evolution. Common Iron Bronze Silver Gold. Skill trait unlocked. The attributes of the gold tier Shadow Throwing Knife were revealed. Level: LV1. Effect: Creates a throwing knife using shadow energy, dealing 230 attack damage. Cost: 20 mana. Cooldown: 6 seconds. Trait: on hit, the knife bounces to attack up to 5 targets within a 15-meter radius. The bounce effect was exactly as Qin Chuan had anticipated. Although the bounce damage couldn't benefit from the bonus of a stealth-breaking strike, it was still highly effective under the Sniper God talent. This allowed him to efficiently trigger the plague of toxic blood, even when facing multiple bosses. Qin Chuan noticed that, unlike Shadow Stealth, the Shadow Throwing Knife didn't have a fixed damage value, relying instead on a higher attack multiplier. However, considering that the Shadow Assassin class had a unique characteristic of increasing stealth-breaking strike damage, Shadow Stealth still dealt more damage under the same conditions. This was why he had always prioritized upgrading Shadow Stealth not only for its high damage, but also for the safety it provided. Without the benefits of infinite stealth and undetectability, he wouldn't have been able to solo bosses so effortlessly. For now, he decided to save the remaining evolution points. He planned to return to Beryl City and consult Edith to learn more about class skills. If he found a suitable range skill, he could use the points then. With 22 skill points remaining, Qin Chuan decided to continue enhancing his core skill, Shadow Stealth. Spent 18 skill points. Shadow Stealth level, LV5, LV8. The attributes of the LV8 Dark Gold tier Shadow Stealth were impressive. Effect: enter Stealth mode. Stealth Breaking Strike. Deals an additional 200 attack damage, 12,800 damage. Cost: 30 mana. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Trait: movement speed increases by 30 while in stealth. Having an LV8 Dark Gold skill on the first day of the server's launch was almost absurd, even to Qin Chuan. And that wasn't even considering the 200 unallocated free attribute points he still had. It was as though he was destined to crush other players. After distributing the 200 attribute points evenly among the 4 stats, Qin Chuan's attribute panel reached an astonishing level. Strength surged to 371.65205, Constitution soared to 251.30120, Agility reached an impressive 546.48165, and Spirit increased to 159.13920. Even without factoring in equipment bonuses, all 4 attributes had surpassed the 100-point threshold. These stats left Qin Chuan marveling at his progress, thought to himself that even if the apocalypse descended right now, he would perfectly adapt to the role integration. Compared to his previous life, his current strength was simply absurd. At level 15, he had already reached heights that were unattainable in his past. After examining the Dark Gold equipment, Qin Chuan quickly scoured the valley and managed to collect several pieces of level 15 silver equipment. Interestingly, all of these items turned out to be magic-related gear, prompting Qin Chuan to chuckle and mock himself for not dealing with that dual-blade goblin earlier. In addition to these, he gathered over 30 pieces of common equipment, which he stored in his backpack. Finally, he severed the Skullcrusher's head, completing his battlefield cleanup. As he prepared to return to Belly City, Qin Chuan noticed a message in his friend list from Tian Qi. Boss, where did you get your cheat? Can you share the source? The guild leader was clearly stunned by Qin Chuan's rapid leveling. Indeed, skyrocketing from level 12 to level 15 in just half an hour was nothing short of astonishing. Although Tian Qi was well aware that the security system of Apocalypse was unbreakable, even for the world's best hackers, Qin Chuan's leveling speed was simply beyond comprehension. While he knew Qin Chuan had previously demonstrated exceptional group-killing abilities using the Poison Blood Plague to lead a team and gain 8 levels, such a skill had limitations, requiring densely packed monsters to be effective. To level up this quickly in such a short time, Qin Chuan must have killed 2,000 to 3,000 monsters, a scenario that was terrifying even to imagine. Seeing the message, Qin Chuan casually replied, "This cheat is custom-made and not cheap." Tian Qi immediately responded, "Boss, are you done? I hope I'm not bothering you." "Not at all. I'm heading back to Belly City." "Did you finish farming the Scarlet Crypt?" Qin Chuan asked. "Boss, you have sharp eyes. I just finished the dungeon," Tian Qi replied before pausing briefly and then adding, "By the way, boss, do you have any advice on class advancement?" It turned out that after reaching level 10, he hadn't left the novice village immediately, but instead ran a dungeon to upgrade his gear. It just so happened that Night Wanderer had some free time. So Tian Qi seized the opportunity to ask for advice on advancing his class. "Just one piece of advice," Qin Chuan replied after a moment of thought. "Try your best to complete higher difficulty advancement quests. Also, if you can pick up related hidden quests, you can merge them with the advancement quest to increase the rewards." This message made Tian Qi's eyes light up. As a player who closely followed game trends, he was well aware that at this stage, the game Apocalypse had taken the world by storm. Any valuable game information could sell for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, on forums. The core mechanics of class advancement were especially a hot topic among players. However, due to the generally low player levels, relevant information was scarce. The concept of quest fusion, in particular, had never appeared in the intelligence he had gathered. That's incredibly valuable information, Longting Tianxia replied immediately. I'll have Xiaoxue transfer 5 million to you. Please don't refuse, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Not long after, Qin Chuan received a notification of the transfer. He was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. The information he had casually shared, though common knowledge in his previous life, was priceless in this current era where even level 10 players were few and far between. Just as Qin Chuan was about to close the chat window, a message from Shuozhong Yijiangxia popped up. Hey, I'm about to hit level 10. Are you at the shop? I'd like to discuss the guild token with you. I'm on my way back now. I should be there in about an hour, Qin Chuan replied. All right, see you then, Shuozhong Yijiangxia responded. He then added, by the way, would you mind sharing how you managed to solo an epic tier boss? This question put Qin Chuan in a bit of a bind. His combat style was highly unique and impossible for others to replicate. After some thought, he replied, as long as you can achieve no damage taken, you can solo any boss. Shuozhong Yijiangxia was stunned by the response. Everyone understood the concept, but with the boss's incredibly high stats and rapid attack patterns, achieving no damage taken was nearly impossible. Still, it seemed he gained some insight from the answer and didn't press further. After closing the chat window, Qin Chuan quickened his pace toward Bailey City, wondering how Lei Huao would react when he saw the Skullcrusher's head. The return journey went smoothly. Although Qin Chuan activated stealth mode to gain an additional movement speed boost, it still took over an hour to cover the dozens of kilometers back to Bailey City. Unlike his earlier trip, this time he didn't have to worry about disrupting any gatherings and casually dealt with any wild monsters he encountered. Of course, this leveling efficiency was far inferior to the time he took down over 3,000 goblins in the valley all at once. That unexpected windfall was thanks to the relentless determination of the Bone Crusher. The outline of Bailey City gradually came into view, and the number of wild monsters in the area noticeably decreased. Just as Qin Chuan was about to continue forward, a sharp warning pierced through the air. Watch out! Get out of the way! He turned to look and saw a rocket-propelled grenade tracing a crooked path through the sky, trailing a long plume of flames as it hurtled toward him. What the? Someone's always trying to mess with me. Qin Chuan reacted instantly, and with pinpoint accuracy, his shadow-throwing knife struck the speeding rocket. With a deafening boom, a blinding fireball erupted in the air. Now on high alert, Qin Chuan quickly scanned his surroundings. In this medieval, European-style city of Bailey, firearms research was typically limited to cannons. An advanced weapon like a rocket-propelled grenade clearly came from a player. Considering the game had been live for over 10 hours, it wasn't surprising that some first-tier players with hidden classes had already reached level 10 and chosen Bailey City as their destination. Especially since his shop was well known, it was bound to attract even more players. In the distance, a slender figure approached it was a female player. Sorry about that. I hope you weren't hurt, she said politely, bowing in apology. Qin Chuan glanced at the name floating above her head. Jixing. It seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Just as he was about to leave, Jixing suddenly called out to him. She scrutinized him carefully, tilting her head in thought for a moment before her eyes lit up with excitement. Night Wanderer. Are you the Night Wanderer? This immediately put Qin Chuan on guard. He hadn't revealed his character name, yet she could identify him. Was she here specifically to ambush him? Ready to go into stealth mode at a moment's notice, he replied calmly. That's right. I'm the Night Wanderer. Before he could say more, a shriek rang out. Oh my gosh! I can't believe it's really you. Ji Xing's eyes sparkled with admiration, her expression that of a starstruck fan. You know me? Qin Chuan asked, though he immediately felt the question was unnecessary. With so many first-kill announcements flooding the system, even new players would have heard of his name by now. Besides, Ji Xing, who had already reached level 10 at this stage, was undoubtedly among the first wave of players to enter the game. Ji Xing didn't think too much and cheerfully said, Of course, I know about you. Your reputation precedes you. As she spoke, she unconsciously drew circles on the ground with her toe, her eyes filled with anticipation. Can I add you as a friend, Big Boss? Qin Chuan thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, he finally remembered who this player was, ranked 27th among the top 100 global players in his past life, and undeniably the #1 mechanic. She was globally renowned for her mechanical ascension skills. No wonder she could craft a rocket projectile by hand. However, it was clear that, for now, she was just a rookie starting her journey. After they added each other as friends, Qin Chuan got straight to the point. That rocket projectile early heiress, that a skill from your class? As expected of the big boss, you guessed right. A hint of frustration appeared on Ji Xing's delicate features. But I've tried so many methods, and I just can't stabilize the rocket's trajectory. Do you have any advice? Although assassins and mechanics were entirely different classes, Qin Chuan did know a solution. Just add a tail feather from a magic crow to the crafting materials. It helps stabilize the flight trajectory, Will the tail feather hold up against the rocket's exhaust flames? Jixing asked doubtfully. Qin Chuan chuckled. In this world of apocalypse filled with mysterious powers, something as trivial as flames was no concern. These materials could even withstand a nuclear blast. Why not give it a try? He said. Then, spotting a few magic crows leisurely perched on a branch nearby, he swiftly took them out with a shadow-throwing knife. Retrieving a tail feather, he handed it to Jixing. Eagerly, Jixing accepted the feather and immediately pulled out materials from her backpack to start crafting. Before long, a half-meter-long rocket projectile took shape in her hands, followed by a launcher. With a sharp whoosh, the rocket shot out. A resounding boom followed, and a wild rabbit, peacefully grazing in the distance, was instantly turned into a piece of roasted meat flying through the air. Overjoyed, Jixing leaped onto Qin Chuan, clinging to him and cheering excitedly. It worked. It really worked. Get down first, Qin Chuan said, raising his hands defensively. At this stage, there's still a player protection mechanism. Be careful, or the system might flag this as inappropriate behavior. Realizing her overexcitement, Jixing quickly jumped off, her face flushing bright red. After calming herself, she sincerely said, "Thank you so much, big boss. Without your advice, who knows how long it would have taken me to figure this out. I just learned it from an NPC. It's nothing worth mentioning," Qin Chuan replied with a dismissive wave. As the two chatted, Jixing suddenly let out a startled cry. "Oh no, I still have to complete my class advancement quest." Without another word, she dashed off, leaving behind a hurried big boss. "He'll come find you after I'm done," that lingered in the air. Watching her storm off like a whirlwind, Qin Chuan couldn't help but wonder. How did someone with such a personality become a mechanic, a class that demands extreme precision and meticulousness? Jixing came and went in a whirlwind, leaving not a trace behind. Qin Chuan watched his retreating figure, a faint smile tugging at his lips. That personality, it was exactly the same as Jixing's in his previous life. The encounter with Jixing was a small interlude, but it sparked a sudden inspiration in Qin Chuan's mind. Images of top players from his past life began to surface, some renowned for their masterful skills, others born with extraordinary talent. Among them, some thrived under the wings of major guilds, but many remained unnoticed until they stunned the entire server after overcoming countless trials. There's a limit to what a lone wolf can achieve, Qin Chuan mused, stroking his chin. In the later stages of the game, guilds were the foundation of survival. However, with his current progress, ordinary players simply couldn't keep up. Jixing's appearance, though, gave him an idea. Rather than recruiting average players, why not gather the top-tier experts from his past life? Imagine bringing together the world's top 100 players into a single guild. Even during the descent of the gods phase, they wouldn't be forced into a desperate fight to the death. More importantly, with the critical knowledge he possessed, Qin Chuan could help these experts push past their limits and achieve greater heights. It would be a rare opportunity for both sides. When the gods descend, having a team of elites charge forward is far better than marching to certain death alone. Qin Chuan chuckled softly and began walking toward Bailey City. In his mind, the next steps of his plan were already taking shape. At 3 or 4 in the morning, Bailey City was shrouded in silence, save for the guards on duty at the city gates. They had heard distant explosions earlier and were now on high alert. "Stop! Who goes there?" one guard barked sharply. Unfazed, Qin Chuan took out Lei Huaiyou's token. The guard's demeanor instantly shifted, their tone becoming polite. "Ah, a friend of Instructor Lei. Please, come in." Qin Chuan handed over 2 silver coins with a casual motion. "Thanks for your hard work. Have some tea." The guards beamed with delight, and a system notification popped up, indicating an increase in favorability. "Is Instructor Lei Huaiyou in the city?" Qin Chuan inquired, knowing he needed to deliver the head of the Bonebreaker. "He's in the city, but he's likely resting at this hour," one guard replied. Qin Chuan's expression turned serious, and he lowered his voice. "I have urgent news for Instructor Li. It's a matter of Bailey City's safety. My trip outside the city was on his secret orders." The guard's face grew solemn. "Sir, please follow me. I'll take you to see Instructor Lei at once." At that moment, Lei Huaiyou was not sleeping soundly. Increasing evidence suggested that the number of goblins appearing outside the city had exceeded normal warning levels. Combining the news brought back by the outsider earlier, he had every reason to believe that a conspiracy targeting Bailey City was unfolding. Lei Huaiyou had just snuggled deeper into the warmth of his bed when the hurried footsteps of the butler echoed outside the door. "Sir, a soldier has arrived with the outsider. They claim to have an urgent report. Take them to the study." Lei Huaiyou sat up swiftly, threw on his outer garments, and strode purposefully toward the study. Under the dim glow of the candlelight, Qin Chuan, his face grave, pulled a blood-stained head from his backpack. "Captain Lei, please take a look." Even someone as accustomed to life and death as Lei Huaiyou couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the grotesque head. The fierce expression frozen on its face, even in death, sent chills straight to the core. Judging by its proportions, the creature must have been at least 4 or 5 meters tall in life. What was even more shocking was that this was the head of a goblin. The Bone Crusher. Lei Huayo blurted out, his voice hoarse with disbelief. This can't be. I just received word earlier today that it was heading toward Bailey City. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. It seems Captain Lei knows quite a bit about it. I've only heard of it, Lei Huayo replied, rubbing his temples. This is a renowned warrior of the goblin race, infamous for using the skulls of its enemies as drinking cups. I had intended to discuss countermeasures with you, but you were not in the city. Qin Chuan then recounted the fierce battle in the valley in detail, emphasizing how the Bone Crusher had completed an ascension through a death ritual, and how he had managed to take it down. Wait, Lei Huayo's expression shifted dramatically. Are you saying it completed its ascension? It became dark gold level? The experienced captain knew full well that even if he personally faced a dark gold-ranked Bone Crusher, it would be an exceedingly difficult fight. This outsider's strength seemed to surpass even that of Edith back in the day. Young man, your abilities are truly remarkable, Lei Huayo said, clearly impressed. Qin Chuan gave a modest cough and skillfully changed the subject. You're too kind, Captain Lei. Protecting Bailey City is everyone's responsibility. However, I imagine the generous city lord wouldn't let a warrior's efforts go unrewarded, would he? Indeed, Lei Huayo responded immediately, catching on. Earlier today, I reported the Bone Crusher situation to the city lord, and he has already declared that anyone who can eliminate this menace will be handsomely rewarded. Lei Huayo was still troubled by the goblin issue when Qin Chuan's good news lit up his eyes. The severed head of Bone Crusher was undoubtedly a significant and weighty gift. Rest assured, warrior. With such an outstanding contribution, the lord of the city will definitely not withhold your reward, Lei Huayo said, steadying himself and showing a look of approval. He then added apologetically, however, it might be too late at this hour. It wouldn't be appropriate to disturb the lord's rest. Qin Chuan nodded in understanding. You're right, Instructor Lei. There's no rush, we can visit him after dawn. At this point, the in-game time was already past 3 a.m., and waking Lei Huayo from his sleep was challenging enough. With Lei Huayo as a witness, the reward was guaranteed, so there was no need to act hastily. When the conversation shifted to the details of the battle, especially the mention of the Hand of the Dead's involvement, Lei Huayo's expression turned grim. As a notorious organization known for their atrocities across various regions, the Hand of the Dead targeting Bailey City was undoubtedly a bad omen. Are you certain it was the Hand of the Dead? Lei Huayo asked, his tone tinged with concern. Although no concrete evidence was found on Bone Crusher, Qin Chuan was confident. As a seasoned player, he was well aware that the Hand of the Dead would be the primary antagonist in the first major expansion of Apocalypse. Besides, Bone Crusher had no reason to lie to the goblin leader about such a thing. Yes, it's definitely the Hand of the Dead, Qin Chuan replied firmly. Even if the truth was slightly off, pinning the blame on the Hand of the Dead was hardly unjustified given their notorious reputation. Lei Huayo squinted in thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Exaggerating the threat a bit could draw the Lord's attention and potentially lead to increased troop deployments, which would enhance his influence. Moreover, given the Hand of the Dead's penchant for infamy, they'd likely be happy to claim credit for the chaos, regardless of their actual involvement. The two exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging their mutual understanding. Rest well, Instructor Lei. I'll come find you after sunrise, Qin Chuan said as he stood to leave. Agreed, Lei Huayo replied. After departing, Qin Chuan headed straight to the shop at number 5 Violet Street. Snow Sword Hero had already sent a message confirming his arrival in Bailey City. As the city's central commercial district, Violet Street remained a coveted location even in the game's later stages. Owning a shop here was a rare privilege, and securing such a prime spot early on was undoubtedly a significant advantage for Qin Chuan's future development. Under the bright streetlights, a figure clad in a flying fish robe stood alone by the flower bed in front of a shop, idly counting the leaves on a tree. This was none other than the first player in the game to acquire a guild token Shuezhong Yijianxia. Qin Chuan recognized his friend and approached, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Hearing the voice, Shuezhong Yijianxia turned around, revealing a handsome face. His tall and straight posture was complemented by a long blade slung diagonally at his waist, and the intricate patterns on his flying fish robe shimmered faintly under the light. Jinui? Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. The professional system in Tian Qi was truly impressive. Nothing seemed out of reach. As a hidden profession, the Jinui excelled in investigation and tracking, with special suppression effects on malicious rename players. However, obtaining this profession relied entirely on luck and couldn't be accessed through standard quests. Startled by the accurate guess, Shuezhong Yijianxia asked in surprise, "You know about the Jinui?" "I know a bit. An NPC in the starter village mentioned it," Qin Chuan replied casually. Shuezhong Yijianxia nodded, quickly steering the conversation to the main topic. So, when are you planning to auction the guild token? The morning after tomorrow, Qin Chuan answered firmly. This was the shop's grand opening date, previously agreed upon with Lei Huaiyou. Seeing the hesitation on Shuizhong Yijianxia's face, Qin Chuan immediately understood his concern. If another guild token appeared during this time, the value of the first one would certainly plummet. After all, what the major guilds cared about most was the honor of being the first to establish a guild. Don't worry, hear me out, Qin Chuan reassured him. While every major guild wants to claim the first spot, their main focus is currently on hunting bosses, hoping to get a guild token as a drop. Exactly. That's what worries me, Shuizhong Yijianxia nodded repeatedly. Top guilds like Luo Shadian, Longting Wang Chao, Gao Zhuhui, and Wang Zhifeng are all working hard for it. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly. And have they succeeded? Relax, guild tokens aren't that easy to obtain. If you're still concerned, I can make you a promise. If another guild token gets sold first, I'll cover the price difference. Whether it's equipment, skill books, gold coins, or cash, you name it. Hearing this, Shuizhong Yijianxia cupped his hands in gratitude. You're so generous. I can't be petty about it either. At the end of the day, we just want to make some extra money. I'll roll with you on this. If someone does manage to beat us to it, then so be it, hat's fate. I believe the second guild token can still fetch a good price. His carefree attitude earned Qin Chuan's admiration. Most players, when holding on to such a valuable item, would be overly cautious and desperate to cash in immediately. Do you have a fixed guild? Qin Chuan asked tentatively. After all, many players were part of guilds they had followed from other games. No, I've always been a lone wolf. Then, if I establish a guild later, would you consider joining? Count me in, Shuizhong Yijianxia agreed without hesitation. The swordsman, Shuizhong Yijianxia, carried an air of pride. Despite being pursued and invited by numerous guilds, he remained composed. With his hidden class, Jinyui, and the guild token he acquired from soloing a boss, he could easily choose to join any guild he wanted. But he chose to wait. For someone accustomed to being a lone wolf, he already had his own standard. If he were to join a guild, it would have to be a top-tier one. At this moment, the suggestion proposed by Yi Yushun was exactly what he had been hoping for. In his eyes, with a top-tier player like Yi Yushun as the cornerstone, even if the guild wasn't the largest in scale, it would undoubtedly attract the strongest players. This was the sense of belonging he had been seeking. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised by Shuizhong Yijianxia's straightforward agreement. He understood the mindset of top players all too well. They all carried an innate sense of pride. To have them team up with ordinary players to grind bosses? To them, that was nothing but a waste of time. Soloing was the ultimate path. This is just a preliminary idea. We'll work out the details later, Qin Chuan said. Shuizhong Yijianxia fully trusted Qin Chuan's arrangements. Stretching his arms, he said, Boss, it's settled then. I'll go work on my class advancement quest now. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. I have things to handle as well. Although the NPCs in Bailey City were still asleep, he did indeed have matters to attend to. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have been playing for 16 consecutive hours. Please take a break. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. Since the NPCs weren't awake and grinding levels outside wouldn't be very productive, he decided to take the opportunity to log out and rest, recharging his energy. Even though the gaming pod provided nutrient fluids, lying inside for too long wasn't ideal. He opened the menu and selected log out. The gaming pod slowly opened, and Qin Chuan stretched his slightly stiff body. After stepping out, he loosened up his joints a bit more. Grabbing his bank card, he decided to take care of his hunger first and check out his new place. Downstairs, the noodle shop owner was busy working alone. Seeing Qin Chuan, he seemed a bit surprised. Huh, off work so early today? I quit. Qin Chuan replied simply. The owner didn't pry further and quickly served him a bowl of noodles, adding 2 extra poached eggs as a gesture of comfort. If one place doesn't work out, there'll always be another. You're a good young man. You'll definitely find something better. Thanks for the encouragement, uncle, Qin Chuan said with a smile. After finishing his meal, he wandered down the street and soon came across a real estate agency. With over 7 million in cash as a safety net, his only requirement was that the neighborhood had to be secure. After all, until the world of Tian Qi merged with reality, he was just an ordinary person without the enhanced attributes of his in-game character. The agency presented several options, and Qin Chuan quickly made a decision. Backed by the power of money, everything from signing the contract to finalizing the handover went smoothly. When the attractive female agent invited him to dinner, Qin Chuan politely declined. At this stage in his life, such things were unimportant. Getting a new place was simply a means to ensure a safer environment for immersing himself fully into the world of Tian Qi. In his previous life, Qin Chuan, as one of the top 10 experts in the world, had indeed encountered countless stunning beauties. Whether it was his confidence in real life or the NPCs of the elf race who descended upon Blue Star after the integration of Apocalypse, they were all the epitome of beauty and grace. To him, ordinary women hardly stirred his heart. Women only slow me down when I draw my sword, Qin Chuan murmured to himself, focusing on the task of moving. After setting up the gaming pod, he glanced at the time. It was already past 7 p.m. After a quick shower, he couldn't wait any longer and entered the game world. The game clock showed 7 a.m., with bright sunlight illuminating Violet Street. Qin Chuan was about to seek out Lei Huaio to claim his quest reward when a familiar voice called out from behind. "Boss, what a coincidence." Turning around, he saw Longtang Tianxia and his 3 teammates. "Have you been waiting long?" Qin Chuan asked with a smile. "Not at all. We just finished our class advancement quest," Longtang Tianxia replied excitedly, patting the intricately designed, emerald glowing long sword at his waist. "Boss, thanks to your advice, I picked up a hidden blacksmith quest before leaving the New Bee village, and it actually merged with my advancement quest. The glory of Quelsera, a growth weapon?" Qin Chuan blurted out. Longtang Tianxia was momentarily speechless, then smiled wryly. "Boss, you really know everything." The assassin beside him extended a hand with a grin. "Pay up. I told you the boss would recognize the sword." The shopkeeper trying to outsmart the night wanderer? "Too early for that," joked the priest, Xiao Shui. Reluctantly, Longtang Tianxia handed 2 gold coins to each teammate and sighed dramatically. "I give up." As they chatted, Longtang Tianxia brought up the topic of shops. "Boss, when is your store opening?" "I noticed it wasn't open yet." "Game time. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. I've invited Instructor Lei," Qin Chuan replied. "What the?" Longtang Tianxia's eyes widened. "You mean Lei Huaio, the instructor of the Bailey City Guard?" After Qin Chuan confirmed it, Longtang Tianxia rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Do you think we might get some good quests from Lei Huaio? He'll introduce you when the time comes. Whether you get a quest or not will depend on your skills," Qin Chuan said with a smile. Finally, the conversation shifted to the auction of the guild token. Longtang Tianxia admitted their team had already raised 2 billion in funds and was planning to gather another 3 billion. "As expected of you, 5 billion, just like that," Qin Chuan praised sincerely. Longtang Tianxia stood at the entrance of the shop, waiting for Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with urgency. While their meeting was partly for maintaining their connection, his primary concern was Qin Chuan's opinion on the guild token. Qin Chuan had already made up his mind. For this guild token auction, he had planned to set a trap for Luocha Yudaizhen. However, asking Longtang Tianxia to withdraw from the bidding was clearly unrealistic and might even alert Luocha Yudaizhen. With this in mind, he spoke calmly. "I wouldn't call it advice, but as far as I know, guild tokens come in different tiers. The one in Shuezhong Yijiangxia's possession should be bronze level, which means it can only establish a guild with a maximum of 500 members." This revelation hit Longtang Tianxia like a hammer. His eyes widened in shock. Such crucial information, and he had never heard of it before. Qin Chuan, however, wasn't surprised by his reaction. After all, it was unlikely that Shuezhong Yijiangxia would publicly disclose all the attributes of the guild token. Longtang Tianxia quickly regained his composure. Stroking his chin in thought, he began calculating the scale of his guild. The Longtang dynasty had a large membership base, with over 2,000 core members alone. Including peripheral players who participated in only 1 or 2 games, their numbers exceeded tens of thousands. A 500-member limit was clearly insufficient. "If it really can only accommodate 500 people, we won't even have room for our core members, let alone other players," Longtang Tianxia said, frowning. Nearby, the priest Xiao Shui interjected, "But the advantages of a guild team are undeniable. When it comes to high-level boss battles, guild members can cooperate better and lock in damage output. If we're split into smaller groups, encountering competition from other guilds could easily lead to complications." Longtang Tianxia found himself in a dilemma. The importance of the guild token made him reluctant to miss out, but the 500-member cap made its billion-dollar price tag seem less justifiable. While he had ample funds, he still needed to manage them wisely. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Chuan displayed several pieces of gold-tier equipment. "I'd suggest trying to acquire it, but don't overcommit. If all your funds go into the guild token, you won't be able to afford these pieces of gear." This reminder brought Longtang Tianxia back to his original plan. He had intended to purchase the gold-tier mage equipment and skill books from Qin Chuan to strengthen Xiao Shui's capabilities. If he poured all his resources into the guild token, these combat-enhancing items would be out of reach. Besides, more boss farming would eventually yield another guild token. "You're absolutely right," Longtang Tianxia said calmly. "We'll try to get this guild token, but if the price goes too high, well, let it go." Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to share the attributes of the Dark Gold-tier Bone Crusher Warhammer with Longtang Tianxia. "Damn!" Longtang Tianxia suddenly jumped up, his eyes wide open as he tightly grabbed Qin Chuan's arm. "Boss, you have to save this weapon for me. You absolutely must." Even though his role as a heavy-armored warrior focused on defense, such an exceptional weapon could drive any warrior mad with desire. Even if he couldn't use it himself, equipping it on his vice guild leader would be an excellent choice. Among his vice guild leaders, one had a hidden warrior class, and obtaining this warhammer would undoubtedly boost their combat power by 2 or 3 times. Qin Chuan's lips curved into a faint smile as he remained silent. His plan had already succeeded. Tempted by these pieces of equipment, Longting Tianxia would certainly not go all out to bid for the guild order. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of letting Luocha Yudaesan easily win the first guild order either. The two guilds had a long-standing feud, and tomorrow's auction would undoubtedly ignite a fierce battle between them. While Luocha Yudaesan would likely emerge victorious, they would soon regret bankrupting themselves to win the guild order. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Longting Tianxia and the others, they bid each other farewell. Qin Chuan planned to seek out Lei Huaiyao and then head to the city lord's residence to claim the reward for slaying the Bone Crusher. Meanwhile, after nearly 20 hours of continuous battles, Longting Tianxia decided to log off and rest. Even with the support of a gaming pod, he was utterly exhausted. Lei Huaiyao appeared full of energy, showing no trace of the fatigue from being woken up by Qin Chuan in the early hours the previous day. "Warrior, you're here," he said, his tone reflecting a newfound respect for Qin Chuan after his feat of defeating the Bone Crusher. After a brief exchange of greetings, Qin Chuan got straight to the point. "Shall we go see the city lord now?" "I've already informed the city lord. We can head directly to the city lord's mansion," Lei Huaiyao replied. After a slight pause, he added, "Because you brought back intelligence on the hand of the dead, the city lord has granted you permission to enter the treasury and choose your reward." The city lord's treasury. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up at those words. As one of the 12 main cities, Bailey City was an economic powerhouse, consistently ranking 3rd or 4th. The city lord controlled an immense amount of wealth, and even a few random rewards could significantly enhance Qin Chuan's current strength. Led by Lei Huaiyao, Qin Chuan met the city lord, Barrick Brady, the biological father of Edith. Despite his luxurious attire, the city lord, a man in his 40s, could not hide the weariness and decadence in his eyes, evidence of a life of prolonged indulgence that had taken a toll on his body and spirit. "Greetings, my lord," Qin Chuan said respectfully, bowing. Barrick lazily yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. I heard you've slain the Bone Crusher?" At that moment, Lei Huaiyao ordered someone to present the Bone Crusher's head, placed on a tray lined with red cloth. Upon seeing the massive goblin head, Barrick's eyes immediately brightened. Forcing his frail body to stand, he repeatedly praised, "It truly is the Bone Crusher's head. Warrior, you've done us a great service." After a bout of heavy breathing, Barrick managed to compose himself and declared, "To honor your contribution, I grant you permission to select one treasure from my treasury." Although the city lord's reward consisted of only one item, which might seem stingy, there were absolutely no restrictions, meaning Qin Chuan could freely select the most valuable treasure in the vault. This was precisely his area of expertise. Thanks to a decade of experience in the apocalypse game in his previous life, he had developed a keen eye for spotting exceptional gear, ensuring that no top-tier item would escape him. Even better, Qin Chuan was convinced that not even Barrick himself fully knew the extent of the treasures hidden within his vault. After all, this was the wealth accumulated by generations of Belry city lords, and it was bound to hold some surprises. With this thought in mind, he immediately expressed his gratitude to the city lord. Barrick yawned, his fatigue evident. "I won't personally guide you to the vault. Let my daughter, Arisa, accompany you instead." As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure stepped forward from the side. The newcomer was tall, with a delicate face partially concealed by a silk veil, though it couldn't hide her doll-like beauty. This was none other than Edie's, but today she appeared as Arisa Brady, the city lord's daughter, dressed in the elegant attire of a noble lady rather than her usual assassin's garb that left only her eyes visible. Qin Chuan feigned meeting her for the first time. "Thank you, Miss Arisa, for the trouble." Arisa smiled faintly. "I've heard of your feat in slaying the Bone Crusher. Truly impressive." Her words sent a chill down Qin Chuan's spine. He was well aware of Edie's fearsome reputation. When she said impressive, it wasn't mere courtesy. She might literally pluck out someone's eyes. Fortunately, they had cooperated amicably in the past, so for now, he had little to worry about. With the help of a maid, Barrick left the reception hall. Seeing this, Lei Huaiyao quickly interjected, "Thank you, Lady Arisa, for leading the way." He was anxious that this outsider might inadvertently expose Edie's true identity. After all, in the city lord's mansion, no fourth person could learn of Arisa's other persona. The three of them silently crossed the reception hall and entered the city lord's rear garden. The area was heavily guarded, with numerous sentries hidden in the shadows. Considering that the vault was located here, such precautions were only natural. Stopping before a rock formation, Arisa retrieved a key and operated a hidden mechanism. With a rumbling sound, the rock formation slowly shifted, revealing a deep, shadowy passage. "Remember, you can only choose one item," Arisa reminded him once again. Qin Chuan nodded. "Understood." Many have said the same, Arisa remarked cryptically, but once inside the vault, they all lost themselves. Would you like to know what happened to them? Qin Chuan shook his head repeatedly. No, I wouldn't. Did he even need to guess? Anyone who broke the rules undoubtedly met their end at the hands of this top-tier assassin. A hint of disappointment flashed across Orisa's face, clearly regretful that there was no one to share in the joy of the slaughter. The three of them proceeded down the descending passageway. Qin Chuan cautiously asked, "Are there other people here?" Understanding his concerns, Orisa gently shook her head. Guards are stationed outside the treasury, but the interior is a restricted Arana one is allowed inside. Her tone carried a sense of certainty. Qin Chuan scanned his surroundings and noticed Lei Huayo subtly nodding in agreement. Without hesitation, he posed the question he was most eager to confirm. Are there items related to shadow power in the treasury? He analyzed the situation in his mind. Edith, now known as Orisa, was so obsessed with shadow power that she must have found some clue or guidance. Thinking it through, the City Lord's treasury was the most likely place in the entire Belly City. As the City Lord's daughter, Edith must have been familiar with the area since childhood. A glimmer of approval appeared in Edith's eyes. You are indeed clever. Yes, there is. Bingo. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He recalled his past life as a warrior, during which he had once obtained a profession-enhancing item from a main city treasury. Having earned the opportunity to enter the treasury by slaying the Bone Crusher, he naturally wanted to investigate thoroughly in advance. With the confirmation, Qin Chuan urged impatiently, "No time to waste, let's go." You weren't this eager when taking down Hook Jack, Edith teased with a playful smile. Qin Chuan shrugged and replied bluntly, Hook Jack is nothing. How could he compare to an item related to shadow power? Edith fully agreed. If it weren't for the need to avoid revealing too much, she would have dealt with Hook Jack herself long ago. As they spoke, a massive bronze door blocked their path. Edith turned a nearby torch, and the door slowly creaked open. In an instant, dazzling golden light forced Qin Chuan to squint. Piles of gold coins came into view, roughly estimated to be at least 100,000. In the world of Apocalypse, gold coins were not only the currency for player transactions, but also the standard medium of trade in this realm. The sheer quantity of coins, casually heaped in a corner, indicated that this was just a fraction of the treasury's wealth. Beyond the mountain of gold, dozens of large chests were neatly arranged. Edith explained, those contain epic-level equipment collected by successive city lords. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. The best equipment he had obtained so far was only dark gold level, and epic-level gear was a tier above that, with attributes far surpassing anything he had seen. But those items were not his primary goal. Something even more valuable awaited him in the treasury. Where is it? Qin Chuan asked directly. Since Edith had mentioned an item related to shadow power, she must know its exact location. Edith strode gracefully toward the depths of the treasury, leaving a simple "follow me" in her wake. Qin Chuan quickly followed, while Lei Huayo remained at the treasury entrance to keep watch. Under Edith's guidance, Qin Chuan arrived at an inconspicuous corner. A layer of fine dust covered the shelves, and an ancient book lay quietly among the items. A system notification appeared. Shadow Prism Gold Tier. Passive skill. Shadow power flows across your body, creating a prism upon attack to deflect all types of damage once. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Trait charge. The Shadow Prism automatically replenishes its uses, with a maximum stack of 5. Qin Chuan stood in the treasury, his gaze lingering on the Shadow Prism skill book. He knew well that this vault couldn't hold only one treasure related to the power of shadows, but it was important to be content with what one had. More importantly, the City Lord had only allowed him to choose one reward this time, and greed would only bring trouble. He noticed that Edith had deliberately placed the skill book in a prominent spot, clearly with some ulterior motive. It was evident that she would assign tasks to him in the future under her true identity rather than as Orisa. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, he planned to make a trip to the black market. Of course, it was still early in the apocalypse, and the treasuries of the major cities had not yet reached their peak. Perhaps this really was the only item related to shadow power in this vault. I've made my choice. Qin Chuan picked up the Shadow Prism skill book, his tone firm. Orisa nodded and said, let's go. At the entrance, Lei Huao saw the two of them emerge but didn't ask any questions. He simply said to Qin Chuan, they'll escort you out. He understood the City Lord's temperament well. Since Orisa had been entrusted to guide him, it meant the City Lord didn't want to interfere further, and there was no need for Qin Chuan to return to express his gratitude. As he thought of the City Lord's former vigor and dedication to governance, now replaced by indulgence and leisure, Lei Huao sighed inwardly. But as a subordinate, he could only bury such thoughts deep in his heart and focus on training soldiers and protecting Belry City. Halfway along the path, Orisa excused herself, claiming she had matters to attend to. Qin Chuan knew she was going back to change her attire and prepare to appear as Edith in the black market. At the gates of the City Lord's mansion, Lei Huao reminded him, you've disrupted the plans of the Hand of the Dead. They won't let this go easily, so be careful. Qin Chuan felt no ripple of emotion inside. With the Shadow Prism skill as his life-saving trump card, unless he was taken out instantly in a chain of attacks, he could always activate Shadow Stealth in time to escape. However, outwardly, he sighed and said, "They're in the shadows while I'm out in the open. I can only take it one step at a time." Lei Huaao felt a pang of guilt, knowing that the hand of the dead had targeted Belri City. "Don't worry, he'll assign more people to track their movements, and he'll notify you the moment we have any leads." This was exactly what Qin Chuan wanted. The progression of the Apocalypse storyline required NPC involvement. As long as Lei Huaao began focusing on the hand of the dead, more quest chains would naturally emerge. Given their rapport, Qin Chuan was sure he'd receive the most lucrative mission rewards. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Chuan bid farewell and prepared to head to the black market to meet Edith. Despite less than a day having passed, the black market had already returned to its usual bustling state, and the damage to the wild arena seemed to have caused little disruption. Qin Chuan even noticed a considerable number of slaves moving about in the ruins of the wild arena. They were hunched over, busily clearing debris while continuously transporting construction materials and supplies into the site. Clearly, a new arena was about to rise from these ruins. All these activities were almost certainly orchestrated by Edith. If Edith can manage an arena that even the Wolf King's horn can't control, then her capabilities as the underground queen of Bailey City truly deserve a re-evaluation, Qin Chuan mused to himself. However, he knew something Edith herself was unaware of: her reputation would become far more prominent in future iterations. Pushing open the tavern door, Qin Chuan was greeted by a packed house despite it being only morning. In the corners, a few patrons were already slumped over, drunk and glassy-eyed. Such scenes were nothing new to him. Led by an attendant, he headed straight to the second floor. In the room, Edith sat leisurely behind a table, toying with a gleaming dagger as she meticulously tended to her nails. Without looking up, she spoke, "I have some news about the power of shadows. Interested? Go ahead. Who needs to be killed?" Qin Chuan got straight to the point. A flicker of approval flashed in Edith's eyes. "Direct and to the point. I like that. But this time, no action is required from you. This intel is on the house." Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Sensing his doubt, Edith elaborated, "You took down the Bone Crusher and, in doing so, recovered a shipment for me. Consider this information a token of gratitude." It suddenly dawned on Qin Chuan. This was supposed to be a mission, but since he had stumbled upon the meeting invitation earlier, he had gone straight to the coordinates, inadvertently skipping Edith's task. Now, it seemed he had earned an unexpected reward. "What's the news?" he asked. "A ruin," Edith revealed slowly. "I've been there, but I couldn't get in. There's an invisible force at the entrance blocking the way. You need the power of shadows to pass through," she added with a bitter smile. "Forcing your way in doesn't end well." Sensing the sensitive nature of the topic, Qin Chuan tactfully avoided it and asked directly, "Where is the ruin?" With a flick of her wrist, Edith sent the dagger flying. It struck a map hanging on the wall with precision, marking the location. Qin Chuan silently memorized the coordinates and then asked, "You gave me the Shadow Prism to ensure I don't die in the ruins?" Edith simply gave him a meaningful look, offering no definitive answer. Before leaving, Qin Chuan inquired about the rewards for consecutive victories in the new arena. "What's this? Thinking of giving it a shot?" Edith chuckled softly. Qin Chuan didn't respond. As one of the key avenues for obtaining top-tier gear, there was no way he'd miss out on the arena. After a moment of thought, Edith finally said, "Let's talk about it when you return from the ruins." Qin Chuan left the tavern with a satisfied smile on his face. Discovering a relic related to the power of shadows was no small gain. Standing at the street corner, he recalled the changes in the geography of Tian Qi. That area was originally a lake, but during a great battle, the lake's water was evaporated, leaving behind a deep basin. If it were still a lake, exploring it would have been much more troublesome. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately headed back to Belly City. He went straight into an alchemy shop and purchased 5 bottles of underwater breathing potion. Made from blackfish oil and bramble seaweed, these potions were essential for underwater exploration, but their price 2 gold coins each made his heart ache. "I really need to train my own alchemist," he muttered to himself while carefully stowing the potions away. After leaving Belly City, Qin Chuan finally arrived at his destination, the Black Tide Lake. Staring at the shimmering surface of the lake, he frowned. The coordinates provided by Yides pointed directly to the lake's center, but there was no island there. This meant the relic was underwater, and the lake's deepest point exceeded 100 meters. How did this guy even find it? Was he really bored enough to come diving in a place like this? Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan leapt into the lake. As the water splashed around him, a group of over a dozen 3-sail crocodiles swam toward him from the distance. These creatures, characterized by 3 sail-like dorsal fins, ranged from levels 15 to 20. Known for their thick hides and agility underwater, they were a frequent headache for adventurers. Qin Chuan raised his hand and unleashed his shadow dagger. Even without the stealth strike bonus, its high damage instantly killed the leading three-sail crocodile. The dagger then ricocheted, taking out the remaining creatures before the toxic blood plague could even spread. The shadow dagger's golden tier properties made it incredibly effective in small-scale battles, with its ricochet range amplifying the plague's reach. Fighting his way forward, Qin Chuan dealt with dozens of three-sail crocodiles before finally reaching the lake center. He quickly downed an underwater breathing potion and began descending toward the lake bed. As he dove deeper, the light gradually dimmed until, at around 40 meters, it was pitch black. But after descending another 20 or 30 meters, a faint glow appeared in the distance. Just as he prepared to move forward, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from the corner, blocking his path. A massive serpent, over 10 meters in length, appeared before Qin Chuan. This black-tide serpent boasted a gold-tier quality, with 20 health points, a staggering attack power of 1,800,000, a defense of 6,000, and 3,500 skill points. It commanded abilities such as Shadow Impact, Whirlpool Constriction, Deep Water Shield, Resilient Scales, and Venomous Fangs. This serpent was originally just a small water snake, but due to the influence of an unknown force, it had grown to its current colossal size. Witnessing this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but marvel at Edith's grand handiwork. However, the appearance of the black-tide serpent also confirmed one crucial thing for him: this ruin was indeed connected to shadow energy. After all, an ordinary water snake could never grow to such a size, and the mastery of the Shadow Impact skill further underscored this point. Clearly, it had absorbed the shadow energy leaking from the ruins. Not budgeting equipment even before entering the ruins, Qin Chuan remarked with a satisfied smile. He instantly activated Blink to move away from his position and engaged Shadow Stealth. At the same moment he dodged, a dark shadow swept past where he had just stood. Using the churning water currents, Qin Chuan skillfully drifted to a position 50 meters away. Although his Shadow Stealth had reached Shadow Gold tier, it wasn't completely invisible. Any deliberate movement would disturb the water flow, inevitably drawing the serpent's attention. His only option was to ride the water currents stirred by the serpent's motion, drifting to a safe distance before launching an attack. Once he confirmed his position was secure, Qin Chuan decisively unleashed Shadow Corrosion Rain. This skill, which didn't break stealth, was highly effective in this battle. Damage numbers rapidly flashed, and by the time the skill ended, it had dealt over 140,000 damage. Coupled with the additional 20,000 damage from the toxic blood plague, the total reached an impressive 170,000. Enraged by the attack, the black-tide serpent glared around with its vertical pupils, unable to locate its foe. It lashed its tail furiously, attempting to smash its enemy to pieces, but instead only allowed Qin Chuan to drift another 10 meters away. Qin Chuan raised his hand and launched a shadow dagger, inflicting a terrifying 540,000 damage. This devastating blow was the result of the gold-tier shadow dagger, Shadow Gold-tier Shadow Stealth, level 2 sniper trait, and the 15 damage boost from the Goblin Warrior metalworking in unison. The grievous injury left the black-tide serpent panic-stricken, but it quickly locked onto Qin Chuan's position. Its eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty fury as it whipped its tail and charged headlong at its target. The serpent believed that simply colliding with its prey would deliver a fatal blow due to the sheer force of impact. With a thunderous crash, the serpent struck its target only to find itself slamming into a dark purple mirror that had suddenly appeared. The mirror absorbed the entire impact, while Qin Chuan used the opportunity to retreat further, vanishing once again into the swirling currents. The black-tide serpent attempted to pursue but achieved nothing. It hesitated, uncertain how a seemingly insignificant mirror could withstand an impact powerful enough to shatter boulders. Then, it caught a scent emanating from the mirror, a scent identical to that of the underwater ruins. Using the impact of the black-tide serpent, Qin Chuan managed to create enough distance to ensure his safety and once again disappeared into the shadows. This was all thanks to the protection of the Shadow Prism, which could deflect the damage from the collision. However, the immense force still sent Qin Chuan flying, though in this battle, being flung away turned out to be an unexpected advantage. In the distance, the black-tide serpent thrashed violently in the water, but Qin Chuan remained composed. The water-dwelling overlord that had once annihilated parties of dozens of players was now nothing more than prey awaiting its fate in his eyes. The system notification soon chimed. Ding! You have killed the level 20 golden tier boss, the black-tide serpent, earning 15,000 experience points. Defeating an enemy 5 levels above you grants an additional 7,500 experience points. Hunting mode activated. You gain 1 evolution point. This was followed by a series of level-up notifications. You have reached level 16. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows converges, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast's Blessing activated. You gain another 5 free attribute points. Qin Chuan quickly opened the leaderboard to check. Number 1. Night Wanderer, LV16. Number 2. Richardson, LV13. Number 3. Shadowslayer, LV12. Number 4. Elizabeth, LV11. Number 5. Yazakura Raku, LV11. From the 4th rank onward, all the players were level 11, with the trend continuing far beyond the top 100. Among them were many well-known powerhouses from different servers, familiar faces who had fought alongside Qin Chuan during the Divine Descent phase. Seeing them stirred both nostalgia and renewed determination within him. Swimming toward the serpent's corpse, Qin Chuan collected 4 golden tier loot items. The most eye-catching among them was the Black Tide Venom Blade. Golden tier, attack 1200, agility 60. Level requirement, 20. Special effect, attacks inflict an additional 200 poison damage. The attributes of this dagger were incredibly tempting. Its attack power alone surpassed the combined total of his current bone-carving twin blades even with the set bonus. They only reached 800 points, with an actual value of 710. Not to mention the significant boost to agility and the added poison damage effect. The only downside was its lack of mobility skills. The frenzied dash ability of the bone-carving twin blades remained irreplaceable for now, as relying solely on the blink skill was insufficient. Although Qin Chuan had been actively searching for other mobility skills, his progress had been slow, leaving him with no choice but to wait for the right opportunity. The Black Tide Poison Blade was temporarily unusable, but this didn't affect Qin Chuan's decision. He planned to keep all the equipment, prioritizing the bone-cutting dual blades for regular use and switching to the Black Tide Poison Blade when the frenzied dash skill was on cooldown. He silently anticipated more rewards from this ruins exploration. Next, he examined the following piece of equipment. The Black Tide Gloves caught his eye, a gold tier item with 200 defense, 2500 health, 60 agility, a level requirement of 20, and a special effect of a 15 attack speed increase. This was undoubtedly a top-tier piece of gear, a rare treasure for any class relying on basic attacks. In addition to the high agility boosting base speed, the attack speed bonus could synergize with the Black Tide Poison Blade to continually stack poison damage, resulting in outstanding output. In the outside world, such an item would cause assassin players to fight tooth and nail for it. While it wasn't the perfect match for a long-range assassin like Qin Chuan, the stats alone made it worthwhile. With the Overlord's token in hand, level restrictions were no longer a concern unless he intended to challenge bosses over 10 levels higher. The attributes of the third item, the Black Tide Shoulder Guards, made Qin Chuan shake his head with a wry smile. Was nearly identical to the gloves. Also gold tier, with 200 defense, 2500 health, 60 agility, a level requirement of 20, and a 15 attack speed bonus. It seemed the developers at Tian Qi were still as lazy as ever. It was a pity that such similar items weren't part of a set, as a set bonus would have undoubtedly been extremely powerful. The last item, the Black Tide Belt, left Qin Chuan both amused and exasperated. It had the exact same attribute combination, as if it had been stamped from the same mold. Still, acquiring 3 pieces of the Black Tide leather armor series in a single dungeon run was exceptionally lucky. As for the lackluster loot from the previous boss fight, he could only chalk it up to encountering a magic-oriented and strength-based boss that didn't suit him. After stowing the Black Tide Poison Blade in his inventory for later use, Qin Chuan reviewed his updated stats. Strength 176205, Constitution 141120, Agility 493245, Spirit 15020, Attack 1090, Defense 1382, Health 16020, Mana 1900. His health now exceeded that of many heavy armor warriors, such as Long Teng Tian Qi. Coupled with his damage reduction abilities, and the newly acquired Shadow Prism with its 5 charges essentially granting him 5 extra lives, his survivability would put any main tank player to shame. With all his equipment ready, Qin Chuan continued diving, swimming toward the glowing area. Before long, he reached an underwater cave. Thanks to its excellent seal, the cave surprisingly contained breathable air. Passing through the cave, he found himself facing a black door engraved with intricate patterns. These patterns combined to resemble some kind of script indeed. They were words, ancient text commonly found in temples during Tian Qi's distant past. Qin Chuan carefully studied the symbols, mentally translating them into modern language. Shadow, omnipresent. No one could have imagined that beneath the depths of Black Tide Lake, 100 meters underwater, there existed a submerged cave that concealed the ruins of what appeared to be a temple. Qin Chuan stood before the temple's entrance, carefully examining the ancient script carved onto the door. These inscriptions undoubtedly confirmed a connection to the power of shadows. If this truly was a temple, it meant that shadow deities did indeed exist during the ancient apocalypse era. This discovery made Qin Chuan furrow his brows. As a seasoned player who had reached the god descent stage in his past life, he had never encountered any shadow deities, which seemed rather peculiar. Even more perplexing was that in his previous life, not only had he never come across shadow assassins, but information about the power of shadows was also scarce. The absence of shadow assassins was somewhat understandable. When the apocalypse officially descended, many top-tier experts vanished without a trace. It was likely that the shadow assassins of his previous life met with unfortunate fates. Qin Chuan did recall a few players who might have been shadow assassins, but none of them survived long enough to reach the god descent stage, leaving behind only scant records. What truly intrigued him, however, was the enigmatic nature of the power of shadows itself. Any deity, even one that had fallen thousands of years ago, would typically leave some trace of their existence in the world. Yet with the power of shadows, records were extremely rare, almost non-existent. There had to be a hidden truth behind this mystery. Perhaps the answers lay within the ruins of this temple. Qin Chuan set aside his thoughts and began to figure out how to enter the ruins. The black door before him emitted faint energy fluctuations, and coupled with Edith's earlier encounter, it was clear that brute force wouldn't work. As someone who had inherited the power of shadows directly, entering this place should have been as natural as returning home. With that thought in mind, inspiration struck Qin Chuan. He walked forward decisively and placed his palm against the black door. With a deep thud, the door trembled, and the sound of mechanisms activating echoed. A crack began to widen, eventually revealing the doorway as the door swung open completely. As expected, the solution was simple. The most logical way to open a door was to simply push it. Beyond the door, floating magical flames illuminated a straight corridor, guiding the way forward. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan stepped into the passage, and the door behind him closed with a resounding boom. He remained unfazed, continuing to walk while observing his surroundings. The corridor was unadorned, with thick layers of dust on the floor, a clear indication that no one had set foot here for a very long time. After walking for about 100 meters, another door came into view. The patterns on this door could also be translated into ancient text, which read, "Those who seek the light shall not pass through this door." Qin Chuan refrained from pushing the door immediately and instead contemplated the meaning of the inscription. The phrase, "those who seek the light," was particularly thought-provoking and could be interpreted in two ways. The first interpretation referred to individuals of noble character, those who pursued justice and righteousness. However, this explanation seemed somewhat off, as the power of shadows was merely a form of strength and did not inherently require its users to be sinister or malevolent. He himself was a prime example. Though far from a righteous hero, he was by no means a villain. Thus, Qin Chuan's thoughts shifted toward the second interpretation. The light here refers to the god of light. Qin Chuan fell into deep thought, recalling the final moments of the divine descent stage in his previous life. Before he perished together with the arrow god, the last deity to descend was the god of light, whose power far surpassed that of any other god. At that time, Qin Chuan was already entangled in a fierce battle with the arrow god and had no strength left to face the god of light. Yet, he vividly remembered the overwhelming sense of helplessness even at his peak. He might not have stood a chance of taking down the god of light in an unknown exchange. Standing before the temple, Qin Chuan nodded to himself. Since this was the temple of shadow power, it was perfectly reasonable to prohibit followers of the god of light from entering. After all, in any world, light and shadow are natural opposites. He was 99% confident in his judgment. Pushing the door open, he encountered no resistance. Behind the door lay a vast and empty hall, old yet tidy, with no signs of battle on the walls. The ever-burning magical flames continued to dutifully provide light and warmth. This place seems more like it was deliberately abandoned than forcefully taken, Qin Chuan muttered as he scanned his surroundings, his confusion deepening. What could have caused the shadow believers to retreat voluntarily? And judging by the scene, they left in an orderly manner, without the enemy even approaching. As he pondered, his ears caught a faint disturbance. Instantly activating his teleportation ability, he vanished from his original spot. A cloaked figure silently appeared where he had just stood. The figure's face was obscured by mist, leaving only a pair of eyes visible, coldly observing Qin Chuan. Before Qin Chuan could speak, the figure slowly raised a hand. Shadow power inheritor detected. Initiating the trial of inheritance. Before Qin Chuan could voice his protest, the surrounding scenery abruptly changed. 12 stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground, and a ball of flame hovered above them. A strand of flame split off, transforming into an arrow that shot toward Qin Chuan. As the sound of shattering shadow prisms echoed, he dodged behind a stone pillar, his mind racing for a solution. The absence of a countdown implied there was more to this trial than it seemed. Bang! Another layer of shadow prism shattered. Qin Chuan noticed his shadow growing shorter. The flame had split into two, flanking his position. Just as he was about to teleport to another pillar, dozens of fiery arrows rained down, instantly breaking through his shadow prism. Everything went dark. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back at the starting point. The flame overhead had returned to its original state. The shadow prism's charge count had dropped from 5 to 4, clearly indicating a reset. This seemingly endless loop made Qin Chuan curse inwardly. Damn it! No one told me about this part of the trial. Qin Chuan hid behind a pillar, his brows furrowed tightly. This trial had come far too suddenly, and that mysterious figure hadn't even bothered to offer an explanation before throwing him into this situation. Couldn't they have spared 2 words? "I'll definitely settle the score with that guy later," he muttered to himself in frustration. As he contemplated his next move, the light around him began to shift in an eerie manner. The flames split into 2 once again, moving to his left and right, clearly attempting to flank him. Qin Chuan remained vigilant, not moving a muscle. His previous attempts had already proven that rushing out recklessly would only lead to a barrage of attacks. He vividly recalled the terrifying scene of over 10 fiery arrows hurtling toward him, something even his agility of over 700 points couldn't completely evade. This trial isn't just about testing dodging skills, Qin Chuan thought, his eyes sharp and focused as he gripped his twin bone-carving daggers, ready for action. Suddenly, he activated his frenzied dash skill, darting out from the cover of the pillar. The 2 flames reacted instantly, releasing streams of fiery arrows toward him. Blink! Without hesitation, he activated the skill, narrowly teleporting behind another pillar. The fiery arrows whizzed past, grazing the tips of his hair. His shadow prism lost 3 layers of protection in the process. The situation was grim, but at least he had successfully repositioned himself. Before he could catch his breath, the shadows around him began to shrink visibly. With both movement skills still on cooldown, Qin Chuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and make a run for it. This time, the flames split into 3. One remained stationary while the other 2 moved to encircle him. A flash of light later, Qin Chuan found himself back at the starting point. His shadow prism had regained 5 layers of protection, and the flames above him had merged back into a single entity. Clearly, the trial had reset. Hiding behind a pillar once more, Qin Chuan's gaze shifted between the shadows cast by the pillars and the ground. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. When the shadows began to shrink again and the flames moved to surround him, he refrained from using his movement skills. Instead, he hurled a shadow dagger at the pillar beside him. With a loud crash, the pillar shattered and toppled over, casting a new shadow. Qin Chuan swiftly rolled into the cover of the fallen pillar, and to his surprise, the flames' attack missed entirely. His eyes lit up with realization. So long as he moved within the shadows, he could evade the flames' attacks. Shadows movement, Qin Chuan's heart raced with excitement. Could the reward for this trial be some kind of shadow-related movement ability? As he pondered this, a 3rd flame separated from the main one, illuminating more of the area. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan struck down another pillar. The collapsing pillar fell onto an already toppled one, creating an unexpected shift in position. Shadows intertwined as Qin Chuan moved forward. In the next moment, just as he had anticipated, a new flame split apart in midair, hovering motionlessly. Through repeated observation, Qin Chuan had grasped the core rule of the trial. Each movement triggered the division of a flame, but only 2 flames would actively pursue him, while the rest remained stationary. While this seemed to reduce the pressure, it was actually far from the truth. As the number of flames increased, the areas of shadow available for hiding were gradually compressed and would eventually vanish entirely. He acted swiftly, precisely striking the top of the 2nd stone pillar. A new shadowed area formed instantly, providing his next hiding spot. The 5th flame appeared soon after. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that while the 3rd stone pillar was close by, even if he shattered it, it wouldn't create a continuous shadow path. More troublingly, the distance between shadows had already exceeded the range of his blinking ability. Under the threat of 5 flames, there was no time to execute a combination of frantic dashes and blinking. After weighing his options, Qin Chuan decisively stood up and chose to start over. In his mind, he mapped out a complete route: attack the stone pillars to create shadows, move through the shadows, and cross all the pillars to complete the trial. This required him to precisely control the force and angle of each strike, ensuring the pillars fell in a way that generated optimal shadow coverage, while constantly adjusting his strategy based on the positions of the newly spawned flames. With 12 stone pillars, at least 24 movements were needed to return to the starting point. Each movement would generate a new flame, meaning he would ultimately face at least 25 flames surrounding him. After careful calculation, he determined that the shadows lasted for 5 seconds, allowing him to use his blinking skill a maximum of 3 times, once at the start, once midway, and once for the final sprint. Previous attempts had confirmed that blinking did not trigger flame division. After hundreds of attempts, Qin Chuan successfully reached the 7th stone pillar. The trial's rules remained consistent, with no additional mechanisms to complicate matters. This reassured him that, as the first version of the Apocalypse trial, no further challenges would be introduced. Even so, the trial's difficulty was not to be underestimated. Qin Chuan deliberately tested an imperfect attempt and, in the instant the shadows broke, was sent back to the starting point by the flames. Under the threat of more than a dozen flames, any exposure would instantly shatter the shadow prism. With a sharp swoosh, he returned to the initial position once more. Despite this, Qin Chuan's gaze grew even more resolute. He had already glimpsed the hope of victory. On his 150th attempt, Qin Chuan finally reached the 9th pillar. Progress after that was slow but steady. On the 200th attempt, he reached the 10th pillar. On the 300th, he broke through to the 11th, and by the 500th attempt, he successfully touched the 12th. However, the trial did not end there. The truth became clear. The goal was not simply to pass through 12 pillars, but to complete a full circle and return to the starting point. This essentially added the difficulty of a 13th pillar. The scene had grown increasingly challenging. Over 20 flames floated in the air like a cluster of shadowless lamps, forcing Qin Chuan to twist his body into bizarre postures just to barely hide in the ever-diminishing shadows. On his 700th and 1000th attempts, he still fell short at the 12th pillar. That final half-meter of distance loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. The shadows were about to vanish completely in 3 seconds, and his blink ability was still on cooldown, leaving him stuck in an impossible dilemma. Should he use evolution points to upgrade Blink to the silver tier? The thought lingered in Qin Chuan's mind. He had enough evolution points in hand to complete the upgrade, which would extend the teleportation range and shorten the cooldown time. But his instincts warned him that taking such a shortcut would inevitably affect his final evaluation. In over 1,000 attempts, he had tried altering the shape of the stone pillars from every conceivable angle, yet he still couldn't overcome that last stretch. But Qin Chuan was not one to give up easily. He began to scrutinize every detail anew. Suddenly, his gaze fell on his skill list. Since this was not a combat trial, he had largely ignored the skill Rain of Dark Corrosion, relying instead on Shadow Dagger to shatter the pillars. Though Rain of Dark Corrosion wasn't as precise or effective as Shadow Dagger, it might offer a new approach. With a mindset of experimentation, he aimed at the flames and cast Rain of Dark Corrosion. The results were unexpected. Although the rain was quickly destroyed by the flames, it managed to create a brief shadow in that fleeting moment. This discovery illuminated a new path for Qin Chuan. While using the skill in the final stage might not be very effective due to the overwhelming number of flames and their rapid attack frequency, employing Rain of Dark Corrosion early in the trial could save him a blink usage. More importantly, Rain of Dark Corrosion had a cooldown of only 30 seconds, meaning he could use it twice during the trial. By maintaining a controlled pace and keeping the number of flame splits within a manageable range, the second use of Rain of Dark Corrosion could provide a sufficiently long shadow for him to move to the next position. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with determination. The fewer pillars he destroyed, the higher his trial evaluation would be. The key now was to precisely calculate the duration of the second Rain of Dark Corrosion. Continuing to test the limits of the Dark Erosion Rain, Qin Chuan was filled with anticipation. After repeated trials, he finally confirmed an important discovery. The Dark Erosion Rain could be used up to 3 consecutive times. On the 4th attempt, it would be instantly consumed by a blaze of light, failing to form any effective shadow. This discovery thrilled Hyman. Extra use beyond his expected 2 significantly expanded his tactical options. Even though his current level was more than enough to pass the trial, Qin Chuan was in no rush to succeed. Influenced by the sniper god, the thousands of shadow dagger throws he had practiced were far from wasted. Instead, they elevated his precision to an unparalleled level. He now felt confident he could hit any target with his eyes closed. On the 328th attempt, after integrating the Dark Erosion Rain, Qin Chuan finally found the perfect route. "Showtime," he murmured, a confident smirk curling at the corner of his lips. As the Dark Erosion Rain fell, Qin Chuan moved with an ease as if strolling through a garden. He threw his shadow daggers with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the target stone pillars, then used the overlapping shadows to shift his position. With the coordination of 3 Dark Erosion Rains, his every move was fluid and seamless. The final stone pillar loomed ahead, the starting point now within reach. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and whispered, "Blink." The space trembled. The shattered stone pillars disintegrated into dust, and the flames gradually extinguished. A system notification followed. "Congratulations. You have passed the trial. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. Final evaluation perfect." An ancient book, enveloped in light, floated before Qin Chuan. He cautiously grabbed the book and stepped back, his eyes fixed on the mysterious cloaked figure who remained standing silently. This time, the cloaked figure did not initiate a new trial. Instead, they bowed slowly, their form gradually becoming transparent. "Who are you? What's your connection to the power of shadows?" Qin Chuan called out urgently. The cloaked figure straightened and left behind a cryptic message. "Inheritor, I look forward to our next meeting." The voice was devoid of discernible gender or age, but carried a significant implication. The mysterious figure would appear again. Qin Chuan smirked. Truthfully, he hoped for a different opponent next time. This one was far too reserved with their words. Still, he had a rough guess about their identity. Most likely an apostle of the Shadow Pantheon, not a deity themselves. After all, even in the world of Apocalypse, Divine beings were constrained by rules and rarely interfered directly with reality. His past experience with divine apostles told him that while this cloaked figure was restricted by the power of shadows from attacking him, they clearly harbored some dissatisfaction. It was understandable. Qin Chuan hadn't even reached level 100, let alone the divine realm. How could he compel an apostle to submit? No matter, Qin Chuan thought to himself. One day, I'll surpass the gods. When that day comes, I'll make sure to see this guy's true face. Looking down at the book in his hands, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Although the trial had been grueling, the generous reward made the cloaked figure's aloof demeanor much easier to overlook. Qin Chuan held a skill book radiating a golden glow in his hand, his eyes intently scanning its attributes. Shadow Leap Gold Tier. Active skill. Effect. Breaks restrictions and leaps into the target's shadow. Maximum distance. 100 meters. Mana cost. 50. Cooldown. 30 seconds. Trait. Stealth enters stealth mode after moving. The attributes made Qin Chuan's eyes light up. This wasn't just a powerful mobility skill. Its ability to break control effects was even rarer. Based on his experience, breaks restrictions meant it could free him from effects like freezing, stunning, or slowing. Coupled with the automatic stealth feature after moving, it could serve as a perfect alternative when his shadow stealth ability was on cooldown. Acquiring this life-saving skill couldn't have come at a better time. Ever since receiving the Deathbringer's gift and upgrading his sniper god talent to LV2, Qin Chuan's damage output had far surpassed that of ordinary players. Although he had been considering replacing his serrated dual blades for higher damage, there wasn't an urgent need. The Black Tide Poison Blade was already in his backpack, ready to be equipped whenever necessary. All those countless tries in that dreadful place were worth it, Qin Chuan thought with relief. Shadow Leap was undoubtedly a god-tier skill. With its 100-meter range and a mere 30-second cooldown, it completely outclassed the Blink skill. The only limitation was the need for a shadow at the target location. But for Qin Chuan, that was hardly an issue. He had already mastered the technique of creating shadows using the Dark Corrosion Rain ability. Besides, in this world, finding a place completely devoid of shadows was harder than acquiring legendary equipment. Even the enemy's backs would cast shadows, providing perfect opportunities for his close-range assassinations. Just as he finished learning the skill, he suddenly remembered the time. Hastily checking the in-game clock, he found it was only 12:30 p.m., meaning he had spent just 2 hours in the trial space. This realization left him astonished. How could thousands of attempts have taken only 2 hours? It's impossible for the Apocalypse system to make a mistake, Qin Chuan pondered. Perhaps that mysterious space operates using some kind of mental acceleration, causing this time discrepancy. After all, at this stage of the game, achieving localized time flow manipulation was still an incredibly advanced concept. In an abandoned temple, a mysterious figure and a trial space with accelerated time existed. Such a facility was anything but ordinary, and Qin Chuan frowned as he pondered. If it were an important place tied to the power of shadows, there should have been some record of it. Yet there was none, leaving him even more perplexed. Shaking his head, he decided to set these questions aside for now. There was still a whole day left to level up, and he couldn't afford to waste time here. A quick glance at the leaderboard showed that while the top players had already reached level 12, most others were still hovering around levels 10 to 11. Just as he was about to leave, a new problem arose. The entrance he had come through had vanished at some point, turning the entire space into a sealed chamber. Don't tell me I have to die to teleport out of here, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. At that moment, a complex pattern of black threads wove themselves beneath his feet. Before he could react, a shadow flickered past, and his figure disappeared instantly. What the? A startled exclamation echoed in the sky. Players who were locked in combat with a bear monster looked up, only to see a figure plummeting from above at an alarming speed. The figure crashed heavily onto the bear monster, instantly depleting its health bar. What kind of broken temple is this? Who designs a teleport point midair? Qin Chuan grumbled as he climbed off the bear monster's corpse, brushing the dust off himself. Internally, he cursed the teleportation array's designer. If not for the unfortunate bear monster serving as a cushion, he would have been forced to use his shadow leap skill to survive. Turning to face the nearby players who were staring at him in shock, Qin Chuan asked, "Hey, miss, where is this?" The player pointed at themselves, their voice clear but with a distinctly male tone. "Are you talking to me?" Only then did Qin Chuan scrutinize the person. A delicate oval face, fair skin, bright eyes paired with willow leaf eyebrows, and short, ear-length Hira picture-perfect image of the girl next door. However, the faint protrusion of an Adam's apple betrayed their true gender. Noticing the player's ID, Yezakura Luo, Qin Chuan suddenly recalled this famous player from his past life. Renowned as one of the top 100 players globally, their skills were undoubtedly exceptional, but what left the deepest impression on everyone was their unforgettable appearance. It was said that they eventually had to wear a mask to fend off various forms of harassment. "Sorry, my mistake," Brother, where is this? Qin Chuan quickly corrected himself. This is north of Bailey City, Yezakura Luo replied. Relieved to confirm his location, Qin Chuan was about to leave when he heard Yezakura Luo call out behind him. Night Wanderer, can we add each other as friends? Qin Chuan felt like he was recognized wherever he went. Despite hiding his character name and wearing the mask of infernal flames to conceal his face, he still couldn't escape the attention of others. Just as he wondered if it was because he stood out too much, Ying Luo explained at the right moment, my skill allows me to see through disguises. I see. Qin Chuan nodded, recalling information about Ying Luo from his past life. He probed, are you working on a class advancement quest? Ying Luo readily admitted, yes, I am. I'm a hidden class sacred light knight. I'm here to take down the bear monster chief. This answer confirmed Qin Chuan's suspicions. The sacred light knight, a hidden class, was not only balanced in offense and defense, but also boasted powerful protective and crowd control abilities. More importantly, with class advancement, it could gain a demonization ability, transforming from a guardian of allies into an ultimate killing machine. However, judging by Ying Luo's current state, it was clear she had yet to master this ability. In the later stages of Apocalypse, the line between the game and reality grew increasingly blurred, and classes began to evolve based on players' experiences. To unlock demonization, Ying Luo might have to go through certain events, just as she had in the previous timeline. Adding me as a friend, right? No problem. Qin Chuan set aside his thoughts and asked casually, are you part of any guild? Ying Luo's eyes curved into crescent moons, her expression innocent and endearing. Nope. Are you planning to start a guild, big boss? If so, save me a spot, I want in. Hearing her preemptively answer what he was about to say, Qin Chuan could only reply briefly, sure, I'll let you know. Ying Luo's smile grew even brighter, her every expression exuding charm. To reaffirm his own orientation, Qin Chuan quickly said, I need to head back to the city to complete a quest. I'll contact you later about the guild. Noticing Ying Luo's fleeting look of disappointment, Qin Chuan almost wavered, but he managed to restrain himself. All right, big boss, I'll wait for your message, Ying Luo said, quickly adjusting her mood. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan turned and walked away. Behind him, Ying Luo's voice rang out, sacred light impact, followed by the bear monster's anguished roar. When Qin Chuan reached the outskirts of Bailey City, he didn't head straight into the city but instead circled around to the southern trade route. He wanted to confirm whether the Hand of the Dead had made any new moves after the Bone Crusher was eliminated. Upon arriving at the first goblin nest he had discovered earlier, he found it occupied by only a few wild beasts. Qin Chuan casually flung a shadow-throwing knife, and with a single ricochet, wiped them all out. No goblins? Qin Chuan muttered with a frown. Based on his knowledge of the Hand of the Dead, the organization wasn't one to give up so easily. The reproductive ability of goblins is indeed astonishing. Ordinary goblins exist in massive numbers, so the loss of over 3,000 barely makes a dent in their population. While elite goblins like the Bone Crusher are relatively rare, Qin Chuan had a vague sense that the goblin tribe was preparing for a major move. At the same time, the Hand of the Dead wouldn't abandon their plans just because a Bone Crusher had been killed. Their vow to destroy Barrel City meant they were bound to take further action, likely creating significant chaos before retreating. The current lull was merely the calm before the storm. Based on Qin Chuan's experience, during the first major update of the game, the Hand of the Dead would launch their first large-scale riot 10 days after the server went live. By then, a majority of players would have left the beginner villages, their levels significantly improved, and the main cities would be undergoing expansions. The Hand of the Dead would seize this opportunity to sow chaos, ultimately triggering a major storyline quest. There were still 7 or 8 days left until that point. Qin Chuan calculated silently. By then, he could reach levels 30 or 40, making it easy to deal with the Hand of the Dead. Thinking this through, he found the current calm not entirely unwelcome. As he pondered, more wild monsters began to swarm from all directions. Qin Chuan immediately focused, alternating between his shadow-throwing knives and Reign of Corruption. Although it wasn't as exhilarating as slaughtering goblins in the valley, his high damage output and the spreading effect of his plague of poison blood ensured his grinding efficiency remained impressive. Within just an hour, his experience bar was full. System notifications appeared one after another. You have reached level 17. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beast has been activated. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Qin Chuan paused his actions and pretended to wipe his forehead. Grinding is so exhausting, he muttered. If other players heard this, they'd probably want to hit him with their shoes. Leveling up in just over an hour, this kind of efficiency was outrageous. Checking the leaderboard, he still maintained a 3-level lead over Richardson. But Qin Chuan wasn't satisfied. He secretly hoped to find another leveling paradise like the Goblin Valley. After all, the thrill of gaining 3 levels in half an hour was unforgettable. Just as he prepared to push toward level 20, a message came from Longting Tianxia. Boss, the Rakshasa Hall is gathering in Lingyang City. Looks like they're planning something big. Lingyang City, one of the 12 main cities, was located by the sea. A large-scale gathering by the Rakshasa Hall was definitely no trivial matter. Soon, Longting Tianxia added, I heard someone spotted a dark gold tier boss in Lingyang City. This news instantly changed Qin Chuan's plans. A dark gold tier boss was not to be missed, especially since it was the target of Rakshasa Blade / raid attempt. Got it. I'll check it out, he replied briefly. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's decision, Longting Tianxia immediately announced to the party that they would stop grinding and head to Lingyang City to watch the spectacle. Night Wanderer is heading to Lingyang City, the assassin asked. The priest, Xiao Xue, analyzed. Of course Night Wanderer would go. First, the allure of a dark gold tier boss is undeniable. Even though he's already claimed a first kill on one, you can never have too much gear. Second, he had a falling out with Rakshasa Blade / back in the beginner village. Now that they're aiming for a boss, there's no way he'd pass up the chance to interfere. Looks like we're in for some drama this time. The speed at which news spreads is always beyond imagination. Qin Chuan immediately halted his leveling up plans and began heading back to Bailey City, preparing to use the teleportation array to travel to Lingyang City. Along the way, he encountered numerous teams also rushing back. These were the elite players who had been the first to break through level 10 and leave the novice village. Typically engrossed in grinding levels, these hardcore players had all set aside their plans for one single goal in epic tier boss. A boss of this caliber would be a tough challenge even for players who had completed their first class advancement. It was nearly impossible to break through its defenses. However, with the right levels, equipment, and sheer numbers, it could eventually be worn down. This was precisely the strategy of Luosha Yudaizhen, and evidently, other guilds were thinking along the same lines. Normally, such an epic tier boss would trigger a fierce competition, but this time was different. With Qin Chuan in the picture, other players stood no chance. Given his current damage output, he could deal over 50% of the decisive damage with just 2 skills, easily securing ownership of the loot. During his return, Qin Chuan stayed in close contact with Longting Tianxia, continuously exchanging the latest updates. Reports indicated that Luosha Yudaizhen was fully prepared for this boss battle. Not only had they stockpiled a massive amount of potions, but they had also offered a staggering 80 million to Shuezhong Yijiangxia in an attempt to directly purchase his guild token and gain an advantage in forming a raid group. The price left even Qin Chuan astonished. This boss was different from the likes of Bone Crusher, which had ascended to the epic tier through a death ritual. Instead, it had naturally grown to this level, and the equipment it would drop wouldn't be usable in the short term. For Luosha Yudaizhen to spend so extravagantly on gear that wasn't immediately usable was truly remarkable. On further thought, the decision was quite shrewd. Securing the guild token for 80 million would not only earn them the honor of establishing the first guild in the game, but also give them a decisive advantage in the boss battle win-win strategy. However, the other guild leaders wouldn't sit idly by. They would undoubtedly raise their bids, perhaps even offering more. Fully aware of the token's increasing value, Shuezhong Yijiangxia was likely to bide his time and profit from the competition. Sure enough, Shuezhong Yijiangxia soon sent a message. Boss, Luosha Yudaizhen has offered me 80 million. Should I sell it? Clearly, he was torn. Selling the token would violate his agreement with Night Wanderer, but the allure of 80 million was hard to resist. Worst case, he could delete his account and quit the game. However, Shuezhong Yijiangxia quickly came up with a new plan. This epic tier boss in Lingyang City, aside from the one Night Wanderer had claimed as a first kill, was essentially the first true epic tier boss in the game. The major guilds were bound to fight fiercely over it, and the raid formation mechanism would play a pivotal role. The value of the guild token in his possession was certain to soar. In fact, after Luosha Yudaizhen's initial offer, other guild leaders had already followed up with impressive bids of their own. This was clearly not the limit. When Qin Chuan received a message inquiry from Shuezhi Yijiangxia, he immediately understood the other party's intentions. He replied in a straightforward manner, this guild token won't go for less than 200 million. The number left Shuezhi Yijiangxia both reassured and incredulous. Could a game item really fetch such an outrageous price? But since someone as authoritative as Qin Chuan said so, he had no choice but to accept it. He responded, thank you, big boss. Got it. While chatting, Qin Chuan returned to Belly City and headed straight to the teleportation array. Due to the long distance, the teleportation fee was a steep 2 gold coins. Even though Qin Chuan had over 200 gold coins on him, he couldn't help but frown at the price. In real-world terms, 1 gold coin was roughly equivalent to 30,000 yen currency, making 2 gold coins about 60,000. This price was enough to deter most ordinary players, who gave up on the idea of fighting the boss and instead continued leveling up. Of course, there were also wealthy players who didn't hesitate to pay the teleportation fee and headed straight to Lingyang City. Lingyang City was bustling with activity, its air filled with a strong ocean breeze. The streets were crowded with players inquiring about the boss's location, including members of various major guilds. Among them were people from the Longting dynasty. Longting Tianxia knew very well that with Night Wanderer's astonishing damage output, and now being at level 17, they stood no chance of competing for the boss. Nevertheless, he still sent people to the scene not to curry favor with Night Wanderer or seize any loot, but to take a stance. If a conflict broke out between Night Wanderer and the Luocha Palace, they would side with justice and condemn Luocha Yadeasen's attempt to monopolize the boss. When Qin Chuan appeared, Longting Tianxia immediately led his group over to greet him. "Big boss, you're here." Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Just here to take a look." After a brief exchange, Longting Tianxia received news and asked, "Boss, we've located the boss. Should we head over now?" Qin Chuan nodded. "Lead the way." The group left the city and headed straight for the coast. The route confirmed Qin Chuan's guess about the type of boss sea creatures. These self-proclaimed descendants of the sea god included various factions such as Murlocs, Lobsterfolk, Tidal Giants, Naga, and Sirens. Most of them, with a few exceptions, harbored hostility toward terrestrial beings. Qin Chuan keenly sensed the aura of the Hand of the Dead. Following the goblins in Belly City, this time the Dark Gold tier boss in Lingyang City was likely another scheme by the Hand of the Dead, aiming to overrun the city. If he could slay the boss and bring its head back to the city, there was a chance the city lord would reward him handsomely. Recalling his discovery of the Shadow Prism in Belly City's treasure vault, Qin Chuan was filled with anticipation for what the Lingyang City Lord's reward might be. As they left the city, more and more players converged in the same direction. Among them, players bearing the Luosha Hall ID stood out conspicuously. Longting Tianxia turned around and made a slicing gesture across his neck with his finger. "Boss, should we deal with these Luosha Hall lackeys? Do I look like such a ruthless person?" Qin Chuan replied calmly with a rhetorical question. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Longting Tianxia looked embarrassed, clearly reminded of Night Wanderer's usual gentle demeanor. "My bad. I acted too rashly." Longting Tianxia began to admit his mistake. But Qin Chuan waved his hand to interrupt. "What I mean is, if you're going to act, then just do it and ask me. I'm a peace-loving person after all." Longting Tianxia's eyes lit up as he immediately understood. Without hesitation, he started organizing his team to intercept the Luosha Hall members. Soon, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from behind. He had no concerns about angering Luosha Hall further after all. The two guilds had a long-standing grudge, and such skirmishes were nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, on the coast, Luosha Yadeasen erupted in fury upon hearing the news. He leaped to his feet. "Damn that Longting Tianxia, causing trouble for me again." The vice guild leaders around him remained silent, as if walking on thin ice. They all knew the enmity between the two guilds ran deep. Ever since their disputes over leveling spots in the starter village, clashes had been frequent. Even now, with both guilds' elite squads having moved to the main city, encountering each other in the wild still inevitably led to fierce battles. Guild leader, a vice guild leader named Luosha Quangshue cautiously spoke up. "Shuezhong Yijiangxia still refuses to budge. What should we do?" Luosha Yadeasen frowned deeply. Establishing a guild had proven far more challenging than he had anticipated. Despite organizing numerous teams to defeat high-level bosses, the guild token had yet to drop. Currently, the only guild token on the market was in Shuezhong Yijiangxia's possession. Adding to his mounting frustration, he was desperate to establish the first guild and bring prestige to Luosha Hall. Fortunately, no other guilds had obtained a guild token either, so everyone remained on equal footing. This time, his team had come to Lingyang City targeting a Dark Gold tier boss, hoping to acquire top-tier equipment and possibly a guild token. However, the news had leaked, and other guilds had swarmed in. Without the ability to organize a large-scale team, the ownership of the spoils was uncertain. Seeing the guild leader's serious expression, Luosha Quanchua hesitated for a moment before adding, "Guild leader, Night Wanderer has also arrived in Lingyang City." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Although they hadn't faced Night Wanderer directly in recent times, nor seen his name pop up in world announcements, everyone knew that this mysterious figure was growing rapidly in the shadows. His level already at 17 was proof enough. Even Richardson, who possessed an SSS-tier talent, was only at level 14, lagging behind by a full 3 levels. Could he also have an SSS-tier talent? Luosha Yadeasen grew increasingly frustrated, a heavy weight pressing on his chest. Who was this Night Wanderer, and why did he always seem to stand in his way? Thinking about it, apart from the conflict over the boss fight in the beginner's village, there really wasn't much deep-seated hatred between the two sides. Although he did send people to block them at the respawn point, Night Wanderer didn't deliberately seek death either. Such trivial matters didn't seem worth holding a grudge over. While a few vice presidents were pondering this, Luosha Yadeasen suddenly slammed the table and declared, "No need to worry about him. This time, I've prepared a secret weapon that will make sure he doesn't come back alive." The vice presidents exchanged knowing glances. They all recalled their leader's previous confidence. Back in the beginner's village, he had tried to use a level 3 flare to counter Night Wanderer's stealth, but to no avail. Later, when facing the Silverter boss, the obsidian giant Amos, he used the revealing scroll Blight God's Gaze, only to fail once again. Noticing the doubt in their eyes, Luo Sha Yadeasan grew furious and immediately shared the details of an item in the team chat. The sheer power of the item stunned the vice presidents, who quickly changed their attitudes and flattered him enthusiastically. You have such foresight, President. This time, Night Wanderer doesn't stand a chance. Exactly. Going against the president is a death wish. Make sure to activate the screenshot function. We need to post his humiliation on the forums. Hearing everyone's agreement, Luo Sha Yadeasan smirked arrogantly. Just then, the sound of drums echoed from the sea. Dark shadows surged upward from beneath the water, and in the blink of an eye, they broke through the surface. The players on the shore were dumbfounded. An overwhelming swarm of sea monsters filled their view. Massive ironclad lobsters, over 2 meters long, capable of snapping fully armored soldiers in half with their claws. Giant octopuses wielding spears with their writhing tentacles. An advanced force of nearly 2,000 sea creatures, with even more monsters emerging behind them. Some players' legs went weak, while others stared excitedly at what they saw as an experience feast. Most, however, were scanning for the rumored Dark Gold tier boss. Could the rumors be false? Longting Tianxia asked doubtfully. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the sea churned violently, and a massive figure over 5 meters tall slowly rose. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales, its face twisted and menacing. Webbed fingers clutched a black trident as it strode forward on the waves. Qin Chuan immediately recognized it as a tidal giant, a powerful race among the sea folk, with adult individuals typically reaching Silvertier strength or higher. They were leagues above the goblins outside of Beryl City. Facing such a formidable enemy in Lingyang City's first battle was truly concerning. The appearance of the tidal colossus pushed the atmosphere along the coastline to a fever pitch. The colossal figure of this behemoth instantly ignited excitement among the once hesitant players. The glowing aura of the Dark Gold tier boss dispelled their fear of the overwhelming sea monsters, replacing it with a burning desire for massive rewards. Take down the boss. Grab the loot, someone shouted in excitement. Gear worth millions, guys. We can retire on the spot today. A warrior player gripped his longsword tightly and charged forward, leading the assault. Although the boss was still in the water, and a dense swarm of sea monsters stood in the way, no one was willing to wait idly. The sooner they reached the boss, the better their chances of claiming the loot. This initial charge was like a flare, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of everyone around. Countless players surged forward, their skills lighting up the coastline in bursts of brilliance. Qin Chuan did not join the fray immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the battlefield. Among the scattered flashes of skill effects, he noticed several hidden class players. Their skill forms and damage output were clearly superior to those of ordinary classes. Just then, a sharp whistling sound tore through the sky. A rocket, trailing a fiery tail, landed precisely in the midst of the sea monster horde, leaving destruction in its wake. Hey, you're here too, huh? A familiar voice called out from behind. Qin Chuan turned and saw Ji Xing, the girl adept at crafting rockets, standing there. Of course, I had to check out a Dark Gold tier boss, he replied with a smile. Ji Xing beamed with excitement. Thanks to you teaching me how to stabilize rocket ammo with the magic-infused raventail feathers, I've developed several new types of ammunition. I'm definitely going all out in this boss fight. Snagging the boss is up to your own skills, Qin Chuan chuckled. But my damage output has improved a lot too. Standing nearby, Longting Tianxia asked thoughtfully, are you Ji Xing? You know me? Ji Xing looked surprised. Some of my guildmates mentioned you. They said you're pretty skilled and wanted to recruit you. Oh, that. I remember now. I prefer working solo, so I'm not really interested in joining a guild. Before Longting Tianxia could express his regret, Qin Chuan interjected. I'm planning to start a guild. Want to join? Count me in. Ji Xing agreed without hesitation. Seeing Longting Tianxia's slightly disappointed expression, the atmosphere became momentarily awkward. Just then, another voice emerged from the side. The voice sounded oddly familiar to Qin Chuan, as if he had heard it not long ago. He turned around, and the delicate face of Ying Luo came into view. Before Qin Chuan could say anything, Longting Tianxia quickly stepped forward, nervously adjusting his hair as he spoke. May I get to know you? I'm Longting Tianxia, the leader of the Longting Dynasty Guild. My family background is fairly well off. May I ask for your name, miss? Qin Chuan hesitated, but ultimately chose to stay silent. It was better to let those involved handle this awkward situation themselves. Ying Luo, observing the alto familiar scenario, sighed inwardly. Was he really that easily mistaken for a girl? Then again, he realized this had been a common occurrence throughout his life. With a calm demeanor, he replied, Guild leader Longting, you're too kind. My name is Ying Luo, just an ordinary knight player. Also am male. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and it was as if everyone could hear Longting Tianxia's heart shattering. Qin Chuan patted him on the shoulder and consoled. Don't take it too hard. I made the same mistake when I first met him. Longting Tianxia said nothing, retreating silently to a corner to nurse his wounds, marking the end of his rare moment of infatuation with a painful lesson. The priest, Xiaoxue, quickly shifted the topic. Let's discuss how we're going to deal with this boss. The archer from the Longting team immediately chimed in. What else? Just watch Night Wanderer take the lead. By the way, are all our members in position? We can't afford to mess up when we clash with the Rakshasa Hall later. The assassin added, first, we need to pinpoint the main force of Rakshasa Hall. It'd be best to lure some monsters over to disrupt their formation. The three of them enthusiastically strategized, paying no attention to Longting Tianxia in the corner. They were long accustomed to their leader's occasional misfortunes. Honestly, this time, they couldn't blame him. Yi Yingluo's features were simply too exquisite, and anyone could have made the same mistake. Listening to their conversation, Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask, is Longting Dynasty not going after the boss? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized how redundant the question was after all. With him here, how could anyone else have a chance? Xiaoxue calmly explained, Rakshasa Yadayasan has gathered their main force for this boss fight. If we can take the opportunity to kill them a few times and get their gear, it'll significantly weaken Rakshasa Hall. It's a win-win situation. In the current version of the game, Apocalypse hadn't implemented a synchronized death penalty, so the most effective way to suppress opposing forces was to loot their equipment. Qin Chuan stretched and said, I'm heading down to join the fight. What's your plan? Ji Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Count me in. You might be amazing, but I'm not going to back down. Qin Chuan smiled. I like your spirit, but don't be too discouraged later. Ji Xing was brimming with confidence. How bad could it be? Are you saying Night Wanderer can one-shot a dark gold tier boss? Ying Luo interjected. I'm not going for the boss. With the big shots in action, I wouldn't be of much help anyway. We'll just find a spot to level up. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue and her group began scouting Rakshasa Hall's position, planning to lure some monsters to create a pincer attack. After their discussion, everyone set off. Before leaving, Qin Chuan glanced at Longting Tianxia and noticed that this heartbroken guy had finally moved past his gloom. He was now venting his frustration by chasing members of the Luocha Hall and engaging in fights. Reaching a secluded corner of the coastline, Qin Chuan wasted no time and unleashed his shadow-throwing knives. Although he had already completed his class advancement and upgraded his equipment and skills, the sea monsters were no trivial opponents. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan showcased his overwhelming power from the start without even relying on the stealth strike bonus. The base damage of his shadow-throwing knives alone was enough to instantly kill the sea monsters. The knives traced elegant arcs through the air, eliminating multiple sea creatures in rapid succession. But this was just the beginning. The dying sea monsters spread the plague of poisoned blood to their nearby kin. In the next moment, countless damage numbers erupted like a storm in the air. Even though these sea monsters were high-level with substantial health pools, they couldn't withstand the 5-second onslaught of the plague of poisoned blood, especially under the effects of Qin Chuan's upgraded sniper god talent at LV2. One by one, they disintegrated into experience points. Qin Chuan didn't rush to challenge the Tide Giant in the distance. Firstly, the giant was too far out in the water, and fighting there would limit his agility. Secondly, encountering such a dense cluster of monsters was a rare opportunity, and it would be a waste not to farm as much experience as possible. While the plague of poisoned blood wreaked havoc, he turned to cast Dark Erosion Rain. Once the cooldown on shadow-throwing knives was over, he launched another round of attacks. In the blink of an eye, the number of sea monsters in his vicinity plummeted, leaving the waters visibly emptier. This spectacular scene immediately caught the attention of other players. Holy crap, is this guy cheating? What kind of god-ear skill is that? Killing monsters like mowing grass. I struggle just to take down one. How come they don't even last 2 seconds against him? Think about it. Didn't you see who that is? Who is it? Who's so cocky? Wait, it's Night Wanderer. No wonder he levels up so fast. With that efficiency, who could keep up? Wait a second. Isn't he an assassin? How's his ranged attack this overpowered? I have no idea. One quick-witted player immediately approached Qin Chuan and respectfully asked, Boss, could you help me level up? They'll pay you double whatever Longting Tianxia offered. The story of Longting Tianxia paying 2 million for Night Wanderer's leveling assistance had already spread. Many wealthy players regretted missing out on the opportunity. Now, seeing Night Wanderer's monster-slaying efficiency firsthand, they were eager to make their move. Qin Chuan was momentarily surprised that someone still remembered that incident. However, he no longer needed to earn money by power leveling. The only reason he had helped Longting Tianxia before was to quickly get him to level 10, so he could post a guild recruitment notice in the main city. The lead they had received had come sooner than expected, so his job was done. Sorry, No amount of money will convince me, Qin Chuan replied bluntly. He then activated Shadow Stealth and left. He needed to find another spot to continue leveling and didn't have time to waste here. The remaining players exchanged awkward glances. One of them muttered in frustration, "We weren't sincere enough. We should have just made an offer right away." The teammate nearby agreed, feeling that letting the expert name their own price would indeed be somewhat improper. The group quickly reached a consensus and decided to look for the Night Wanderer later. Qin Chuan's attention was fully focused on the battlefield before him. The number of sea monsters was steadily increasing, but the dark gold-tier Tidebreaker giant remained motionless, observing the situation while standing tall amidst the surging waves. He repeatedly checked the attributes of this formidable opponent. Lado Dark Gold-tier Tidebreaker Giant. Level 25. HP 4,200,000 4,200,000. Attack 13,000. Defense 12,000. Skills: Dark Current Whirlpool, Skyward Water Pillar, Triple Swirl Shield, Furious Ocean Wave, Roaring Water Dragon Shot, Deep Sea Cage. The boss's cautious behavior puzzled Qin Chuan. As an amphibious creature, the Tidebreaker Giant's strength might be slightly diminished on land, but it was still a formidable foe. It was clearly observing the battlefield, trying to determine if there were any threats capable of endangering it. "Isn't this a bit too cautious?" Qin Chuan muttered under his breath. With 4 million HP, it's not that easy to take down. To avoid alerting the boss, Qin Chuan decided to continue focusing on eliminating the smaller monsters. Before long, his accumulated experience points led to consecutive level ups. You have reached level 18. You have reached level 19. Each level up brought 15 free attribute points, thanks to the combined effects of system rewards, shadow power, and beast's blessing. However, the moment of joy was fleeting. Just as Qin Chuan was about to resume clearing the smaller enemies, the Tidebreaker Giant finally made its move. Its gaze locked onto Qin Chuan with an intensity that left no doubt it had identified him as a threat that needed to be eliminated. In an instant, Qin Chuan activated Shadow Leap, teleporting several dozen meters away. A deafening crash followed as a massive water pillar struck where he had just been standing, obliterating everything in its path, including sea monsters and players alike. The Tidebreaker Giant then began charging across the water, rapidly closing in on the shoreline. Qin Chuan was about to take action when distant shouts of excitement broke out among the players. "Damn it, the boss is finally here. Everyone, charge with me." The Tidebreaker Giant made its move, immediately showcasing the power of a dark gold-tier boss. Its raging sea surge swept across the area, turning a large stretch of the shoreline into a vacuum zone in an instant. However, instead of intimidating the players, its devastating attack only fueled their determination to fight. Earlier, the Tidebreaker Giant had stood motionless on the sea surface for a long time, leading some players to attempt a stealthy underwater ambush, only to be intercepted and eliminated by sea monsters halfway. Now that this seemingly elusive boss had taken the initiative to approach the shore, the players couldn't hold back any longer. From a distance, Luocha Yudaesan finally saw the opportunity he had been waiting for. He quickly rallied the members of the Luocha Hall and began formulating strategies to take down the boss. Although there was some interference from the Longting Dynasty players, the overall formation and combat strength of his group remained intact. Still, he made a mental note of this grudge vowed to destroy Longting Tianxia's prized growth weapon, the one he always flaunted, at the first chance he got, just to see how long he could keep boasting. At the same time, Luocha Yudaesan kept a close eye on Yushin. He had long received reports that Yushin was farming monsters nearby, but had refrained from making any rash moves. He knew full well that as long as the boss was present, Yushin wouldn't leave easily. Ordinary mobs couldn't hold him back, and attacking recklessly would be a waste of effort. But now the situation had changed with the boss appearing. Yushin was bound to join the fray, and the trap Luocha Yudaesan had set was ready to spring into action. The Tidebreaker Giant's attack power was truly formidable. Unlike the Bone Crusher, it was not only lethal with its basic attacks, but also terrifying with its skills. Each use of Raging Sea Surge cleared dozens of meters of players in one sweep. However, the sheer number of players created an unrelenting onslaught. The boss's health began to steadily decline, boosting the players' morale further. For the players, as long as they could deal damage, there was hope. More and more players charged forward, undeterred by the constant clearing of the battlefield, as new warriors immediately filled the gaps. Watching this scene, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel emotional in his past life. When the world of Tian Qi merged with reality, players' first instinct upon encountering a boss was to flee. After all, with only one life and no resurrection items, who would dare to take such risks? In this short span of time, the players had already dealt over 50,000 damage to the Tidebreaker Giant. While this was just a scratch compared to the boss's total health of over 4 million, if they continued to chip away like this, they might actually be able to take down the colossal creature. Even though the final loot distribution would be randomized, it was still better than walking away empty-handed. To prevent any complications from dragging on, Qin Chuan decided to step in and secure the loot for himself. A moment ago, he had used Shadow Leap to retreat several dozen meters, and now, taking advantage of his stealth state, he continued to reposition. Once he was 100 meters away from the boss, he ensured both a safe distance and a prime spot for dealing damage. A massive damage number floated up, instantly reducing the Tidebreaker Giant's health bar by nearly a quarter. This scene left the players struggling at the giant's feet, dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. How is this even scientifically possible? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Chayadeasin was equally shocked. In such a short time, Night Wanderer's damage output had skyrocketed to an absurd level. What worried him even more was whether the backup plan he had prepared could still deal with this increasingly formidable opponent. Guild leader, what should we do now? Asked the vice leader, Luo Cha Quangxue, his face clouded with worry. If they couldn't stop Night Wanderer in time, the boss loot would undoubtedly fall into his hands. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan didn't pause for a second. Following Shadow Daggers, he immediately unleashed Rain of Corrosion. 15 consecutive hits later, another terrifying 300,000 damage was dealt. Combined with the poison damage from Plague of Blood, the skill combo delivered a staggering total of 1.5 million damage, nearly a third of the Tidebreaker Giant's health. Such a ferocious assault instantly drew all of the Tidebreaker Giant's aggro. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Qin Chuan as it waved its hands and sent streams of water, attacks hurtling toward him, closing the distance with heavy strides. Just as Qin Chuan was about to activate Shadow Stealth, a cold voice rang out from nearby. Night Wanderer, you're dead. Thunder Chains. Luo Chayadeasin tore open a scroll in his hand, and crackling lightning chains instantly wrapped around Qin Chuan's legs. By this time, the Tidebreaker Giant had already charged forward over 30 meters and was on the verge of entering attack range. Night Wanderer, let's see where you run this time. Luo Chayadeasin sneered triumphantly. The golden tier spell scroll, Thunder Chains, immobilized its target for 20 seconds, more than enough time for anyone to be pulverized under the Tidebreaker Giant's attacks. Even with Shadow Prism, it could only block up to 5 attacks, far from lasting until the immobilization wore off. However, faced with this unexpected top-tier item, Qin Chuan appeared calm and composed. He waved at Luo Chayadeasin, then activated Shadow Leap, vanishing from his spot in an instant. Luo Chayadeasin froze in place, unable to accept that his meticulously prepared golden tier scroll had been countered so easily. But soon, a more terrifying thought crept in. If Night Wanderer had regained his mobility, wouldn't that make him the next target? Sure enough, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Before the words even fully landed, a hidden strike dealt a fixed damage of 12,800, instantly killing Luo Chayadeasin on the spot. Immediately after, the ricochet effect of a Shadow Dagger took out several stunned vice leaders from the Luo Cha guild, sending them all back to the respawn point. Rasha Yadeasin stood at the respawn point, staring blankly at the sky. Behind him, the teleportation light flared repeatedly as several vice presidents materialized one after another. You died too? One of them asked, staggering to steady himself, surprise evident in his voice. Should we head back to fight the boss? Another ventured cautiously. Rasha Yadeasin let out a cold laugh. Fight what? You all saw that insane damage output from Night Wanderer. 2 hits, and the boss lost a quarter of its health. By the time we get back, I'll all be over. But our brothers are still there. Someone murmured hesitantly, though even he could hear the lack of conviction in his voice. Rasha Yadeasin composed himself and spoke heavily. It's not that we're incompetent. It's just that Night Wanderer is too formidable. Even a golden grade scroll couldn't stop him. I have nothing more to say. Thinking back to his earlier confidence before the battle, he now felt nothing but bitter irony. As he racked his brain for a way to salvage the situation, the teleportation light began flashing rapidly. A large number of Rasha Hall members appeared at the respawn point in quick succession. Nearly all the elite fighters who had joined the battle had been sent back. What happened? Rasha Yadeasin demanded furiously. Boss, Longting Dynasty went too far. A member cried out, his voice choked with emotion. They lured a swarm of sea monsters to ambush us. The revelation sparked an uproar among the group. They weren't there to fight the boss at all, they just came to mess with us. My shield is gone. My silver grade chest armor got destroyed. Both my weapons are gone. How am I supposed to fight now? As the complaints came one after another, Rasha Yadeasin felt his temples throbbing. The losses were catastrophic. Dozens of high-level pieces of equipment from his elite members had been destroyed. A rough estimate put the damage at over 10 million. Initially, he had considered letting the matter slide, but now he couldn't hold back his fury any longer. Brothers, since Longting Dynasty has no sense of honor, we won't hold back either. Follow Muir, taking the fight back to them. With their leader's rallying cry, the group surged forward, marching angrily toward the coastline. However, they hadn't gone far before they ran straight into Longting Dynasty's main force. Longting Tianxia burst into laughter. Rasha Yudaizan, I was just about to head to the respawn point to find you, and here you are, walking right into my hands. Looks like you've chosen the path to hell over the road to heaven. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Go." The words had barely left his mouth when the members of the Longting dynasty charged forward like a pack of wolves. The equipment they had acquired after annihilating the Luocha Hall had significantly boosted their strength, and now was the perfect moment to strike while their enemies were down. Luocha Yudaesan clearly hadn't anticipated such cunning tactics from Longting Tian Qi, but retreat was no longer an option. With a furious roar, he bellowed, "Brothers, take them down," and led the charge into the fray. In an instant, chaos erupted as both sides clashed, the air filled with the sound of battle cries and clashing weapons. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's fight against the tidal giant was nearing its conclusion. Each of his strikes landed with pinpoint accuracy, dealing over 1,000,000 damage per hit. Even with the tidal giant's formidable health pool of over 4 million, it couldn't withstand Qin Chuan's relentless assault. This was despite Qin Chuan deliberately pacing himself, waiting for his Shadow Leap cooldown to ensure safety. If not for his cautious approach, his damage output could have been even more devastating, given the short cooldowns of Shadow Stealth and Shadow Throw. Before long, Qin Chuan delivered the final, fatal blow. The surrounding players, seeing that the loot had been secured by Night Wanderer, quickly lost interest. Some headed back to Lingang City to prepare for teleportation, while others, content with witnessing the spectacle, turned their attention to hunting nearby sea creatures for some casual leveling. The system notifications followed promptly. Ding! You have slain level 25 Dark Gold boss Tidal Giant Leto, gaining 125,000 experience points. Defeating an enemy 6 levels above you grants an additional 75,000 experience points. You have reached level 20. You gain 5 free attribute points. The Power of Shadows gathers, granting 5 additional free attribute points. Beast Blessing activated, granting 5 additional free attribute points. Hunting Moment activated, granting 1 evolution point. This boss battle propelled Qin Chuan from level 17 to level 20, far surpassing the second-ranked player, Richardson, who was only level 15. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel slightly more favorable toward the hand of the dead. If every main city had bosses like this, reaching level 30 or 40 would be just a matter of time. However, Lingang City's circumstances were different from Beryl City's. This particular boss seemed to have been discovered by chance rather than triggered by a quest. This made sense. At this stage, players were not only focused on leveling but also obsessed with hunting bosses. The Hand of the Dead's grand plan might not have fully unfolded yet, but players had already found a crack in the system. As Qin Chuan was about to check his loot, Jixing approached him with an apologetic expression. "Master, I admit I spoke a bit too boldly earlier. Even though I've improved, I'm still no match for you." Clearly, witnessing Night Wanderer deal 1.5 million damage in a single strike had made her realize the gap between them. Qin Chuan smiled and replied, "Don't be discouraged. Your class has great potential waiting to be unlocked." While browsing through his loot, he added, "I found something that suits you perfectly." Among the loot from the Dark Gold level boss, the Tidebreaker Giant Leto, one item stood out, a blueprint labeled Destroyer X1 design. Qin Chuan carefully examined the materials required: 10 power cores, 20 ingots of activated source steel, 100 units of Titan refined steel. These rare and valuable dark gold grade materials made him frown. While he was familiar with all of them, it was precisely because of this familiarity that he understood the immense cost involved in creating this mech. However, the blueprint's value went far beyond its immediate use. It served as the foundation for the entire Destroyer mech series. Only by mastering the construction of the X1 could one proceed to develop the X2 and X3 models. Obtaining this blueprint from just the second Dark Gold level boss was indeed unexpected for Qin Chuan. He recalled that in his previous life, the first X1 blueprint had only appeared after the 5th or 6th Dark Gold level boss and had ultimately fallen into Jixing's hands, marking the beginning of her career as a top-tier mechanic. After careful consideration, Qin Chuan decided to hand the blueprint over to Jixing. The moment she saw it, her eyes lit up like a child discovering a treasure. She grabbed Qin Chuan's arm eagerly. "Boss, quick, give it to me." Amused by her urgency, Qin Chuan chuckled. "I can give it to you, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Jixing asked impatiently. "As long as it's nothing outrageous, I agree." "It's simple," Qin Chuan said with a smile. "Once I establish my guild, you have to join, and you can't leave for 2 years. The condition caught Jixing off guard. She knew all too well the value of a dark gold grade blueprint. Its combat capabilities alone were enough to crush opponents of the same level and easily solo gold level bosses. Compared to that, committing to a guild for 2 years seemed like a steal. Jixing sized up Qin Chuan suspiciously and half-jokingly asked, "Big shot, are you being so nice to me because you're trying to hit on me?" She then muttered quietly to herself, "He did look pretty handsome in those pictures from the newbie village. Maybe I wouldn't mind saying yeah." "What are you thinking?" Qin Chuan exclaimed, half laughing, half exasperated. This is called value investment. With your talent, you'll earn back the cost in 6 months, and the remaining year and a half will be pure profit. Plus, the blueprint isn't entirely free. You'll need to help out other guild members, take the destroyer to handle tough situations, and make a name for us. Hearing his explanation, Ji Xing suddenly understood. Even so, the deal was still incredibly favorable for her. What intrigued her even more was the unwavering confidence this man seemed to have in her ability to build the destroyer. Ji Xing couldn't help but feel curious. Big boss, do you really have that much faith in me? Although she did think that both the Apocalypse game and the mechanic class suited her well, she wasn't entirely confident about how far she could go. Yet Yi Yushan's strong recognition of her, even going as far as offering a dark gold blueprint, gave her a sudden sense of being a gallant steed discovered by a discerning master. Wait a minute, why am I comparing myself to a horse? She shook her head at the thought. Before she knew it, Ji Xing absent-mindedly completed the trade and stashed the destroyer blueprint into her inventory. Only after the fact did she realize something was off. Big boss, I can't accept this. Qin Chuan simply waved his hand nonchalantly. You've taken my blueprint, so from now on, you're one of my people. Wait for my word when I start the guild. Ji Xing was utterly stunned, her brain momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Ignoring her confusion, Qin Chuan turned his attention to the loot. First up was the Tidal Heavy Armor, a dark gold grade piece of equipment. Its stats included 1000 defense, 3000 health, and 150 constitution, with level 25 and 300 strength requirements. Its special effects were fortified, which granted an additional 2000 defense, and steady, which provided immunity to knockback effects. It was a classic tank piece. While Qin Chuan could technically equip it with his stats, it might hinder his mobility. But when he saw the next item, he immediately dismissed the idea of equipping the heavy armor. It was the Deep Sea Crown, also dark gold grade. Its base stats included 1000 defense, 3000 health, and 150 agility, with level 25 and 300 agility requirements. Its special effects, Agile, added 150 agility, and Farsight increased vision range by 50. This piece seemed tailor-made for Qin Chuan. With his sniper god talent, as long as he could see the target, he could hit it. The vision boost from the Deep Sea Crown perfectly compensated for his shortcomings in specialized combat scenarios. Without hesitation, he equipped the Deep Sea Crown, and his agility stat skyrocketed from a 3-digit figure to an astounding 1086. Next came the third piece of loot, the Tidal Blade. This dark gold grade dagger surprised Qin Chuan. He couldn't fathom why the Tidal Giant would carry such a weapon. But its stats were undeniably impressive. 1800 attack, 150 agility, with special effects including Wavebreaker, a knockback effect, and Tide Step, a mobility skill. He promptly unequipped his previous bone-cutting twin blades and replaced them with the Tidal Blade and the Black Tide Poison Blade he had acquired earlier. This gear upgrade caused his attack stat to soar from 1134 to 3064, and his agility shot up by nearly 200 points. This equipment overhaul was nothing short of transformative, a definitive upgrade from a slingshot to a cannon. Equipped with 2 new weapons, Qin Chuan felt a deep sense of gratitude in his heart. He silently thanked the generosity of the Death Bone Crusher. If it hadn't dropped the Overlord's emblem that reduced the level requirement of equipment by 10 levels, the Tidebreaker Blade would have been nothing more than a decorative item for now. However, the thought that the Tidebreaker Blade had not undergone a death sacrifice to ascend to epic level left Qin Chuan with a tinge of regret. He understood the reason behind it. It was closely tied to the belief system of the Sea Tribe. Unlike the goblins, who lacked a clear faith, the Sea Tribe had always worshipped the Sea God. Even if they were to perform a sacrifice, it would be to beseech the Sea God for power. More importantly, even if a member of the Sea Tribe attempted a death sacrifice, the Death Messenger might not appear. After all, as a god-ear entity, encroaching on another deity's domain to steal business was a major taboo. Especially since the Sea God had not yet fallen, any potential conflict could lead to the Death Messenger losing face if defeated. Rather than taking such a risk, it was better to simply ignore the Sea Tribe. By contrast, goblins, lacking any faith, often sought power from the Death Messenger. Setting these thoughts aside, Qin Chuan continued to examine his loot. A dark gold skill book titled Roaring Water Dragon Blast appeared before him. This active skill allowed the user to gather water elements and bombard a target area, dealing magic damage equal to 200 of the caster's magic power plus 1000. It consumed 200 mana points and had a cooldown of 30 seconds. The skill also came with a pull trait, binding hit enemies in place for 5 seconds. When Qin Chuan saw the skill book, he was initially excited, but he quickly realized it might not suit him. While the Tidebreaker Giants appeared to be pure melee warriors with their imposing physiques, in reality, the entire race excelled as dual-discipline fighters, mastering both physical strength and water element magic. This unique combination gave them a distinct advantage in battle. Unfortunately, the skill book was restricted to water element mages, significantly reducing its market value. Currently, Qin Chuan had two skill books in his possession: a gold tier, Blood Tide, and the dark gold tier, Roaring Water Dragon Blast. The latter was completely useless to him due to its class restriction, while the former, though learnable by stacking his spirit attribute to meet the 300-point requirement, held little practical value. Blood Tide was an area effect skill, which clashed with his sniper god talent and assassin-style combat approach. Risking a blink into the center of enemy ranks just to cast the skill seemed pointless compared to the efficiency of throwing a shadow dagger from a safe distance. As he began recalling renowned water element mages from his previous life, Qin Chuan was already considering candidates for his Sunto-established guild. Ji Xing and Ying Luo were pretty much confirmed. Especially Ji Xing running off with his blueprint wouldn't be an easy feat. After some reflection, he remembered someone who fit the criteria, though based on the current timeline, that person likely hadn't entered the game yet. Placing the skill book into his Baron's ring, Qin Chuan turned his attention to the final piece of loot. Qin Chuan carefully examined the Tidebreaker Giant Bloodline gene in his hand. This dark gold grade item had some impressive effects. Upon use, it not only granted the Tidebreaker Giant Bloodline but also provided a 3 growth value and an additional 1 mental growth value bonus. However, the item description specifically warned that using it would permanently alter the character's physique. This Bloodline gene was clearly far superior to the Goblin Warrior gene he had obtained earlier. Both the base growth value and the extra mental attribute boost reflected the Tidebreaker Giant status as a high-level boss. Yet Qin Chuan wasn't in a hurry to use it. As an experienced player, he understood that even if a mid-tier bloodline gene like this was leveled to its maximum, it would only add a few hundred points to the 4 primary attributes, hardly a game-changing improvement. While pondering this, he noticed Ying Luo and Ji Xing nearby. The two stood side by side, Ying Luo's armor immaculate and gleaming brightly. Even though Ji Xing was a top-tier beauty in real life, standing next to Ying Luo, her looks were noticeably outshined. Looking this stunning, are you even giving us girls a chance to survive? Ji Xing joked, playfully pinching Ying Luo's cheek. I can't help how I look, Ying Luo shrugged in response. Ji Xing quickly regained her usual cheerful demeanor and said with a grin, all right, big shot. I'm off to gather materials. When you finish setting up the guild, make sure to call me. With that, she dashed off energetically. The sea monsters have retreated. Are you heading back to Beryl City? Ying Luo turned to Qin Chuan and asked. I need to head to Lingang City first and see if the Tidebreaker Giant's head can trigger any quests, Qin Chuan replied. Oh, by the way, my shop is opening tomorrow. If you're free, come by and show some support. Of course, if you're inviting, I'll definitely be there, Ying Luo agreed with a smile. The two set off together toward Lingang City. Midway, Qin Chuan received a message from Longting Tianxia. Ha ha ha, big shot. I've got great news for you. I just wrecked that Resetsu Ichijiri guy 7 or 8 times, lost everything, even his last shred of dignity. Although dragon soars across the world did not detail the battle scenes, Qin Chuan could vividly imagine a gruesome and brutal conflict as he read the war report. The Luocha Guild suffered heavy losses this time, with even their leader, Luocha Yudaizan, repeatedly losing his equipment, not to mention the other members. However, Qin Chuan wasn't worried. A faint smile appeared on his lips. As a large guild, Luocha Guild could replace the lost equipment with money. More importantly, their members' talents and skills remained intact. Such a setback was far from enough to bring them down. Thinking about tomorrow's guild token competition, Qin Chuan found himself looking forward to Luocha Yudaizan's performance. Boss, that sly smile of yours tells me someone's about to have a bad day. Ying Luo, standing nearby, keenly noticed the change in Qin Chuan's expression. Qin Chuan quickly suppressed his smile and replied seriously, don't say that. I'm a firm advocate for peace. Ying Luo shot him a clearly skeptical look. As the two joked, the outline of Lingang City appeared in the distance. At the city gates, fully armed guards were rigorously inspecting the identities of those entering. More soldiers were gathering along the coastline, evidently preparing for a potential invasion by the Sea Tribe. However, just as they were about to head out, shocking news arrived from the front lines. The Sea Tribe had been defeated, and even the formidable Tidebreaker Giant had been slain. The news left the Lord of Lingang City momentarily stunned. The Tidebreaker Giant was known for being invincible, capable of destroying city gates with just 2 strikes. To err on the side of caution, he ordered reinforcements to the defenses while dispatching scouts to verify the information. Soon, confirmation arrived. The headless corpse of the Tidebreaker Giant was indeed floating on the sea's surface. Relieved, the city lord began contemplating how to deal with the Hand of the Fallen when a soldier rushed in to report, My lord, someone has arrived carrying the Tidebreaker Giant's head and is asking if there's a reward. Quickly invite them in. The city lord rose immediately, leading Lingang City's nobles to the Great Hall with anticipation. They were eager to meet the hero who had defeated the Sea Tribe and perhaps recruit them. Guided by the guards, Qin Chuan walked into the hall with composure. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, He calmly cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, my lord. The lord of Lingang City responded warmly. No need for formalities. I've heard you brought the head of the Tidebreaker giant. Qin Chuan said nothing, instead reaching into his backpack and pulling out the massive head. He handed it to a waiting attendant nearby. The attendant gritted his teeth, his muscles taut as he hoisted the massive head of the Tidebreaker giant, nearly half his height, high above his head. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Even in death, the severed head retained its menacing aura, undiminished in its ferocity. The crowd's reactions varied widely. Several noblewomen trembled, their faces pale with fright. The heavily armored knights furrowed their brows, silently calculating how long they could last against such a fearsome creature. Yet, most eyes turned to Qin Chuan, filled with unrestrained curiosity and wonder. The Lord of Lingang gestured for the attendant to step back, then descended from the platform and approached Qin Chuan. Your strength is truly admirable, warrior. If you haven't settled anywhere yet, why not make Lingang City your home? Thank you for your generous offer, Lord. Qin Chuan replied with a respectful bow. However, I've already established a residence in Bailey City and plan to return shortly. The Lord appeared slightly disappointed, but did not press further. He understood well that wanderers like Qin Chuan were rarely inclined to stay in one place, constantly traveling between major cities. With this in mind, he decisively took out a token and handed it to Qin Chuan. This token represents Lingang City's eternal welcome to you. A system notification immediately chimed. You have obtained a Lingang City access token. During their conversation, the Lord inquired in detail about the battle. After hearing the account, he spoke with enthusiasm. You've done a great service for Lingang City. Such deeds deserve a worthy reward. Speak freely, what would you like? Qin Chuan pondered briefly. He was neither short on equipment nor skills, and nothing came to mind immediately. Suddenly, he remembered a particular treasure housed in Lingang City that would be of great use to him. My lord, I've heard that your treasury holds a mysterious black crystal of unknown origin. Would you be willing to part with it? This crystal was, in fact, the key to unsealing a subterranean cavern where a rare shadow dragon was imprisoned. Defeating the creature would grant him a highly adaptive dragon bloodline and shadow abilities perfectly aligned with his shadow assassin class. The Lord's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. The crystal had been in his possession for years, and he had never uncovered its purpose. For Qin Chuan to request it specifically suggested he might know its true significance. However, in front of the gathered crowd, the Lord could not retract his offer. Besides, a warrior capable of slaying a Tidebreaker giant was bound for greatness, and it seemed unwise to risk enmity over an obscure artifact. If the crystal indeed had value, this could even serve as the foundation for a favorable alliance. A mere crystal? That's nothing, the Lord responded heartily. If that's all I offer, people might call Lingang City stingy. Let me add 500 gold coins to the reward. How does that sound? Faced with such a generous offer, Qin Chuan readily accepted with a smile. You are most magnanimous, my lord. After receiving the crystal and an extra 500 gold coins, Qin Chuan bid a simple farewell and left the city lord's mansion. Outside the residence, he found Ying Luo waiting for him. He gave her brief instructions. I won't be returning to Bailey City for now. You can go ahead, and they parted ways. The previous boss fight had made him acutely aware of the power gap between himself and the Night Wanderer, solidifying his determination to work even harder. While it was still early, Qin Chuan opened the map to check the coordinates. The black crystal in his possession pointed toward an underground cavern located near Feiyun City, one of the main cities alongside Lingang City and Bailey City. Paying 2 gold coins for the teleportation fee, Qin Chuan stepped onto the teleportation array and headed to Feiyun City. Intent on finding the Shadow Dragon, he didn't linger in the city but headed straight toward the southern gate. Along the way, he encountered many players who had recently left the novice village. Some recognized him as the person who had advertised his shop across the server. However, not everyone chose to visit his shop. Some players felt that the competition in Bailey City, where the Night Wanderer resided, was too fierce and preferred to seek opportunities in other main cities. Before reaching the targeted underground cavern, a group of people clad in black cloaks blocked his path. On the corner of their cloaks was an emblem of a red, blood-dripping hand, a symbol of the Hand of the Fallen. Qin Chuan recognized it immediately. He had anticipated being hunted by the Hand of the Fallen, but hadn't expected to encounter them so soon in Feiyun City. Considering the teleportation arrays connecting the major cities, it wasn't entirely surprising. Is there something you need? Qin Chuan asked in a deep voice, trying to gauge their intentions. An elderly man stepped out from the group, removing his hood to reveal a weathered face. Outlander, have you heard of the Hand of the Fallen? An infamous secret organization, traitors bent on annihilating humanity, Qin Chuan replied bluntly. The old man's face twisted with anger. The outside world has twisted and slandered the name of our order. Outlander, you've been deceived. Seeing Qin Chuan remain unmoved, The old man quickly dropped his pretense of indignation, his tone turning icy. You've repeatedly sabotaged our plans. What is your purpose? Do I need a reason? Qin Chuan retorted, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Humph, it seems you're determined to oppose our order. The old man's expression turned ferocious as he waved his hand. Kill him. Before he finished speaking, a flying dagger whizzed through the air. The old man smirked with disdain. They had already investigated this outlander and knew he was an assassin skilled in ranged attacks. In preparation, they had brought along an ancestral protective heart mirror to guard against such strikes. In his mind, capturing this insignificant outlander would be effortless. Thud. The elder's health bar instantly emptied, and his body fell heavily to the ground. The shadowy throwing knives followed closely, like the scythe of death, claiming the lives of several others behind him. The toxic blood plague spread through the air, completing the final cleanup. Qin Chuan stood rooted in place, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. This group of Death's Hand members, who had been posturing as if they feared nothing, were wiped out by a single skill. It was as if they were here to put on a comedy act. In truth, the members of Death's Hand had come well prepared, especially the elder, who had specifically brought an item to reduce ranged damage. However, they made a fatal mistake. They hadn't anticipated that Qin Chuan's attack dealt true damage rather than ordinary physical damage. This critical miscalculation directly led to their downfall. The system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Ding! Your reputation with Death's Hand has decreased by 500 points. Current status: hostile. Qin Chuan ignored the message entirely. He quickly stepped forward to loot the spoils, but he soon gave up in disappointment. This group was pitifully poor, with all their belongings combined amounting to less than 10 gold coins. The only item of note was a heart-protecting mirror, but it was riddled with cracks and completely useless. Pathetic. So poor and still dreaming of ending the world? Serves them right to be wiped out by players. Qin Chuan spat on the ground and strode away. This kind of minor interlude was something he had long anticipated. As he continued onward, the surrounding environment began to change. The ground grew increasingly barren, with even wild grass becoming sparse. The soil shifted from yellowish-brown to black, not the natural black of fertile earth, but the result of corruption by shadow energy. This area's unique nature had been discovered by players in the previous timeline. After extensive exploration, a seal was found here. However, the means to break the seal lay far away in Lingyang City, where the key black crystal was eventually uncovered in the city lord's treasury. This design was typical of Apocalypse. The solution to a puzzle was always hidden in an unexpected and distant location. Before long, Qin Chuan arrived at a rocky expanse filled with jagged stones. A chilling wind howled, and faint whispers seemed to linger in the air, indistinct yet unnerving. But none of this fazed Qin Chuan. He moved back and forth among the rocks, occasionally shifting stones to adjust their positions. Unlocking this underground chamber was no simple task. In addition to the black crystal, the stones had to be arranged at specific coordinates. As each stone was placed, the blackness of the ground deepened, and a mist began to spread, as if heralding the arrival of death itself. When the final stone was set in place, a tremor shook the ground, accompanied by a deep, guttural roar. The shadow dragon sealed within was awakening. Don't rush. I'll take your wretched life soon enough, Qin Chuan muttered under his breath as he crushed the black crystal in his hand. The crystal's powder scattered onto the ground, and the patterns of a magic array emerged beneath the soil. The tremors intensified, and the roars grew more powerful. The shadow dragon sensed the loosening of its seal, feeling both exhilaration and confusion. Why was this unyielding seal suddenly breaking today? Who was the one meddling outside? But none of that mattered now. Regaining freedom was all that mattered. The shadow dragon was already envisioning its revenge. This time, upon returning to the world, it would raze several cities to the ground to teach humanity the price of their insolence. Arriving at the shadow dragon's underground lair was a spuro-themant decision for Qin Chuan. If not for the appearance of a dark gold-tier boss in Lingyang City, he wouldn't have thought about the mysterious black crystal stone stored in the city's treasury. As a shadow assassin, this shadow-infused location suited him perfectly. The ground suddenly trembled. The sealing magic array fully revealed itself, unleashing a surge of power that scattered the black soil, exposing a deep, dark passage below. As the glow of the seal dissipated, the entrance emitted the signature shimmer of a dungeon portal. You have discovered the shadow lair. Ancient evil resides beneath. Proceed with caution, the system notification announced. Ignoring the warning, Qin Chuan quickly stepped forward to select the difficulty level. A new message promptly appeared. You are the discoverer of this lair and possess the privilege to unlock the hidden difficulty. Note: this difficulty can only be attempted once. Exiting midway will count as forfeiting the challenge. This information made Qin Chuan's eyes light up. A one-time hidden difficulty guaranteed the drop of dragon blood factor and shadow power. Missing this opportunity meant that even grinding the highest nightmare difficulty in the future would rely on pure luck. Based on the mechanics of the Apocalypse game, only the hidden difficulty would feature the true, sentient Shadow Dragon. Other difficulties would at best offer replicas or worse, no Shadow Dragon at all. It was akin to the Crimson Crypt in the starter village, where, after Qin Chuan struck down the hidden boss, the Vampire Baron, players could only encounter the butler, Moros. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan selected the hidden difficulty, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. You have entered the Shadow Lair. Your Shadow Assassin class negates the effects of the Shadow Domain. These two notifications revealed critical information. The lair indeed harbored shadow power advantageous to him, though slightly inferior to his own mastery of shadow energy. This rendered the Shadow Dragon's domain ineffective against him. As the notifications ended, Qin Chuan's vision cleared. Moments ago, the oppressive darkness had been impenetrable, even with the enhanced sight granted by the deep-sea crown. This wasn't merely an issue of poor lighting but a deliberate effect of the Shadow Dragon's domain. However, before the overwhelming might of shadow energy, the domain's influence dissipated, restoring his clear vision. The vast cavern was eerily empty, devoid of any monsters, save for the heavy, rhythmic breathing echoing from its depths. Suddenly, a voice filled with temptation resounded. "Outsider, come to me, and I will bestow upon you endless riches." It was the voice of the Shadow Dragon. The system immediately presented a choice. You have triggered a decision task. Proceed with caution. Option 1. Release the Shadow Dragon. Reward: 5 gold coins and the special identity of Shadow Dragon Follower. Option 2. Slay the Shadow Dragon. Reward: 100 reputation in Feiyun City. Qin Chuan smirked to himself. This gold-obsessed dragon was offering a measly 5 coins as bait. Did it not realize that if he killed it, all its accumulated wealth would be his for the taking? Of course, slaying a dragon required strength, but Qin Chuan had full confidence in his abilities. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Stealth and began advancing deeper into the lair. Though the Shadow Dragon's command over shadow power was inferior to his own, it still possessed an acute awareness of changes in the surrounding energy. "Oh, a rogue?" Scarabs, the Shadow Dragon's voice carried a mocking tone. "In my presence, no stealth can succeed." Relying on his incredible speed and stealth, Qin Chuan quickly ventured deep into the heart of the cavern. The sight before him made him hold his Brea, the massive black dragon trapped within the rocky layers, with just its exposed torso measuring 6 or 7 meters long. Based on its proportions, the full length of the Shadow Dragon was likely around 14 or 15 meters. Dozens of chains, each as thick as a human thigh, extended from the surrounding rock walls, piercing deeply beneath the dragon's scales. The chains were covered with densely packed runes that, even after countless years, still emanated a palpable energy. Yet, despite such tight restraints, they could not fully suppress the Shadow Dragon's power. A swirling black mist enveloped its body, greedily devouring all light around it. Qin Chuan carefully observed the enormous dragon. Shadow Dragon, Scarabs. Level: Dark Gold. Health: 5,000,005,000,000. Attack: 15,000. Defense: 15,000. Abilities: Shadow Realm, Advanced Magic Resistance, Advanced Physical Immunity, Dragon's Might, Corrosive Breath, Shadow Puppets. Description: a colossal dragon wielding the power of shadows, capable of effortlessly annihilating a small kingdom. The Shadow Dragon sensed a prying gaze. Its vertical pupils swept across the space, searching, but it could not pinpoint Qin Chuan's location. This discovery sent a jolt of unease through the dragon. Either the intruder's stealth skills had reached an unfathomable level, or their mastery over shadow magic far surpassed its own. Either possibility was unsettling. After all, within its shadow realm, any outsider should have been completely exposed to its perception. "Impressive. No wonder you dared to approach me," the dragon said, feigning composure. "Outsider, you have earned Scarab's curiosity. Reveal yourself and state your desire." Qin Chuan smirked to himself, ignoring the dragon's bluff. He raised his hand and unleashed Shadow Corrosion Rain, while hurling a shadow dagger with pinpoint accuracy, revealing his form in the process. "Ah, there you are." The dragon's eyes gleamed with malice as it opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of black dragon breath. The corrosive fumes melted solid rock wherever they touched. A direct hit from such an attack would be catastrophic, even for someone with 100,000 health points. But Qin Chuan was prepared. With a quick shadow leap, he teleported to safety. Meanwhile, the Shadow Corrosion Rain and Shadow Dagger had already inflicted their damage. Initially, the dragon dismissed the seemingly feeble attacks, but as 15 damage indicators appeared in rapid succession totaling over 300,000 and Damagite was left stunned. Worse still, the Shadow Dagger's follow-up damage struck immediately after. Watching its health plummet at an alarming rate, The shadow dragon was overcome with confusion and dread. Who is this harbinger of destruction? This place is still too small. Standing in the confined space, Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Even with his sniper god skill upgraded to LV2, he could only achieve a 10-fold amplification at a 50-meter range, far from delivering million-level damage. If only he were in an open area of 100 or 200 meters, a single shadow flying blade would be enough to send the shadow dragon on its way. Still, it wasn't a big problem. 5 million health points was manageable. Just a few more flying blades would do the trick. Unlike Qin Chuan's composure, the shadow dragon, Scripps, was in utter disarray. It had originally thought the loosening of its seal was a good thing, naively assuming that some clueless individual had accidentally broken it. But reality hit it hard. This intruder wasn't here to save it. He had come specifically to take its life. Damn it. Didn't that white-beard mage say this seal was the culmination of his life's work, something no ordinary person could break? Scripps roared internally. Devious humans, how dare you deceive the pure and noble Scripps? After its initial outrage, the shadow dragon quickly assessed the situation. Adopting a fawning tone, it spoke. Stranger, you have already earned Scripps' friendship. If you help me break this seal, all my wealth will be yours. Is it possible? Qin Chuan's calm voice echoed, that if I kill you, the wealth will still be mine? The shadow dragon shook its head frantically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Scripps' treasures are hidden in it. Abruptly stopped mid-sentence, closing its mouth tightly. That secret was its last bargaining chip. If revealed, it would truly have no choice but to await death. Qin Chuan looked at the shadow dragon, who, despite being imprisoned for years, still retained its cunning nature. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Your treasure is in Blackrock Mountain, guarded by the Dark Iron Dwarves, isn't it? How do you know that? Scripps blurted out. Realizing its slip, it quickly tried to cover. You're talking nonsense. Scripps knows nothing about. Ignoring the dragon's feeble denials, Qin Chuan threw a shadow flying blade before activating stealth mode. The earlier conversation with the dragon was nothing more than a way to bide time for his skill cooldown. Seeing itself take yet another hit worth hundreds of thousands of damage, the shadow dragon panicked completely. It roared furiously but was helpless against the invisible Qin Chuan, forced to watch as its health steadily dwindled. Stranger, can we talk this out? Scripps lowered its stance, pleading. Let's lay everything on the table. I'm willing to serve you, no questions asked. Qin Chuan was about to finish off the annoying dragon when a sudden system prompt made him pause. You have triggered a decision quest. Please choose carefully. Option 1. Accept the Shadow Dragon Scripps allegiance. Reward. Special Mount Shadow Dragon Scripps. Option 2. Kill the Shadow Dragon Scripps. Reward. Reputation in Feiyun City 100. The system notification echoed. Qin Chuan gazed at the colossal figure of the Shadow Dragon, Scripps, in front of him, feeling quite surprised. This proud and majestic dragon had so decisively cast aside its dignity to actively request to become his mount. He couldn't help but feel tempted. Having such a magnificent dragon as a mount was indeed an enticing prospect. While slaying the shadow dragon could grant him dragon blood factors and shadow power, his assessment of these rewards had significantly diminished after the recent battle. The shadow power paled in comparison to the power of darkness, and the fight hadn't even been particularly challenging. As for the dragon blood factors, he could always seek out another dragon to acquire them. However, a dragon as perceptive and pragmatic as Scripps was a rarity. Even in his previous life, when Qin Chuan ranked among the world's top 10 masters, he had never obtained a dragon mount. Not just him, no one on Blue Star had ever achieved such a feat across the entire world of Apocalypse. Cases of taming dragons were extremely rare. Dragons were naturally proud creatures, and their unyielding spirit defined them. A dragon mount would not only fulfill his childhood dream of being a dragon rider, but also provide immense practical value. It could participate in battles, and with the shadow dragon's strength, a single breath of its dragon fire could annihilate most enemies. Even if not used in combat, stationing it at the guild base would make for exceptional defense. Seeing that Qin Chuan had ceased his attack, Scripps silently rejoiced at its gamble. Although becoming a mount was a blow to its pride, survival was paramount. Inwardly, it swore to itself. This was merely a temporary compromise. One day, it would reclaim its honor. Suppressing its excitement, the shadow dragon feigned flattery and said, "Master, possessing a dragon mount is the ultimate dream for so many humans." Qin Chuan deactivated his stealth and revealed himself. He wasn't concerned about the dragon launching a sneak attack. His shadow leap ability had already cooled down, and any treacherous move would result in the dragon paying the price. Scripps understood this well. Though the thought of ambushing him briefly crossed its mind, it abandoned the idea almost immediately. "Just call me Shadow," Qin Chuan said calmly. He thought having an alias was always a good idea. The shadow dragon shuddered at the name. Although it had never heard of this title before, the very weight of the word shadow stirred its blood with excitement. Tentatively, it probed, Master Shadow, do you perhaps possess? It trailed off mid-sentence. As a dragon, it knew better than to casually speak of divine powers, let alone speculate recklessly about them. Possess might be too strong a word. I've only just begun to grasp it, Qin Chuan replied candidly. The dragon drew in a sharp breath, and the temperature of the cavern seemed to rise. The long-lost power of shadow had re-emerged in the world, promising a future full of upheaval and wonder. As the first mount of Master Shadow, it was destined to be etched into history. As for reclaiming its honor, what a joke. Shadow power was inherently a part of the greater power of darkness, and Scripps was born to serve Master Shadow. Before coming here, Qin Chuan had originally planned to activate the Dragon Clan's bloodline factor to enhance his growth potential. Even though his attributes were already formidable, who would ever complain about having too much power? However, plans rarely keep up with changes, and the situation developed far beyond his expectations. In my past life, I never heard of anyone taming a shadow dragon as a mount, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Although he had learned of this underground cavern thanks to his past life memories, there was no mention of a shadow dragon willingly submitting back then. After careful consideration, Qin Chuan decided that sparing the shadow dragon's life might actually be a good choice. At the very least, it would make future travels much easier. With that thought in mind, he slowly asked, how can I release you? Hearing this, the shadow dragon, Scripps, trembled with excitement, causing the chains around it to clatter loudly. Finally, it suppressed its exhilaration and raised its head, gesturing toward the chains beside it. Master of Shadows, simply remove the runes on these chains, and my power will no longer be suppressed. Then I can break free. The method of removing the runes felt strangely familiar to Qin Chuan, as if he'd once seen a bald man remove a seal to release a monkey. He shook his head, dismissing the distracting thought, but he didn't act immediately. Seeing this, Scripps hurriedly added, Master of Shadows, you don't need to worry. These runes only affect dragons. Since you're human, they won't harm you. But Qin Chuan's hesitation stemmed from another concern. After a moment of contemplation, he said, before I release you, you must first swear an oath to the dragon god. Scripps looked surprised. A dragon god oath? That's a sacred vow of the Dragon Clan. As expected of the Master of Shadows, you even know about this. The dragon god oath was an incredibly binding pledge. If a dragon swore by the dragon god and then broke the vow, they would be forsaken by the dragon god, lose their dragon powers, and be branded as an oathbreaker, a mark that would make them a target for other dragons. Even with Scripps' immense strength, breaking such an oath would spell certain doom. This was Qin Chuan's insurance policy. He wasn't worried about the shadow dragon turning on him, it simply didn't have the ability to defeat him. What concerned him was the possibility of Scripps escaping after being freed. With the Dragon Clan's speed, it could vanish into the horizon in the blink of an eye. If Qin Chuan failed to acquire the Dragon Clan's bloodline factor and lost a potential mount in the process, it would be a significant loss. The Shadow Dragon seemed to sense Qin Chuan's concerns and immediately reassured him. Master of Shadows, you have my word, I will never betray you. I will swear the Dragon God oath right now. This decisiveness was in line with Scripps' character. Once a decision was made, it would not be easily changed. With a solemn expression, Scripps began the oath. By the Dragon God above, I, Scripps, pledge my eternal loyalty to the Master of Shadows. As the vow echoed through the cavern, an ancient will descended upon the space. Golden characters gathered in the air, forming a parchment scroll. Scripps exhaled a drop of dragon blood onto the scroll. Then, appearing slightly weakened, turned to Qin Chuan and said, Master of Shadows, please add your blood to complete the oath. Qin Chuan was familiar with this process. He took out a dagger and made a small cut on his fingertip. Guided by an unseen force, the blood that welled up slowly drifted toward the parchment. As Qin Chuan's blood dripped onto the parchment, it instantly transformed into a golden stream, flowing separately into both his body and the body of the shadow dragon, Scripps. The Apocalypse system immediately displayed a notification. You have completed the Dragon God's oath and gained Scripps' loyalty. This notification put Qin Chuan completely at ease. In this world, the Apocalypse system never lied. Every message it displayed was absolutely true. Scripps gazed at its own body, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in its eyes. From now on, it would be forever bound by the Dragon God's oath. However, its expression quickly brightened as it was now allied with the inheritor of the shadow power. Compared to the limited shadow abilities it possessed, the shadow power was like an endless ocean. By that measure, it felt like it had gained more than it had lost. Wait a moment. Let me check how to remove the talismans, Qin Chuan said as he approached the talismans. The shadow dragon quickly warned him, Master of Shadows, that old man said the talismans only target dragonkind, but there could still be a trap. If it doesn't work, don't force it. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. With 5 layers of Shadow Prism, Shadow Leap, and the scapegoat doll as a backup. A few talismans were hardly a threat. Even so, he stayed cautious, carefully examining the symbols on the talismans. He could barely make out words like dragonkind, shadow, suppression, and harmless. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan pinched the corner of one talisman and gave it a firm tug. The talisman floated lightly into the air before silently burning up. After confirming there were no abnormalities, Qin Chuan sped up, removing the other talismans. The shadow dragon watched the process intently, feeling the suppressive force on its body gradually weaken. Just as Qin Chuan was about to remove the final talisman, a semi-transparent figure suddenly appeared before him. That damned white-beard old man. The shadow dragon roared furiously, clearly recognizing the mage who had sealed it. Qin Chuan instantly shifted into combat mode. Anyone capable of sealing the shadow dragon had to be at least level 100. Even if it was just a projection, he couldn't afford to be careless. However, the figure merely spoke calmly. To whoever comes after, releasing the shadow dragon may bring about unimaginable calamity. Proceed with caution. I've already made the dragon god's oath with the shadow dragon. It will no longer pose a threat to the outside world. Qin Chuan replied earnestly. Regardless of whether his words had any effect, he was determined to remove the talismans. The figure slowly faded away. The shadow dragon let out a sigh of relief. Though it had appeared enraged earlier, it had been secretly uneasy. Thankfully, the projection had only issued a warning and hadn't left behind any additional traps. After confirming the area was secure, Qin Chuan removed the final talisman. The entire underground chamber began to tremble violently as an astonishing surge of energy erupted from within the shadow dragon. Master of Shadows, step back. I'm coming out, the shadow dragon shouted in a booming voice. Boom. The once peaceful ground suddenly erupted with a series of explosions. Amidst the flying debris, a massive shadow burst out from beneath the earth and unfolded its enormous body in midair. A nearby player, busy leveling up, was startled by the sudden commotion. As he looked up at the sky, his legs went weak. An enormous figure blocked out the sun, its crimson eyes gleaming with a suffocating aura of power. It was unmistakably a dragon. Holy crap, a dragon! The player instinctively stepped back a few paces, but then stopped. On second thought, this had to be a boss. However, as he took a closer look, cold sweat drenched his back. It was a level 30 dark gold boss. With his current strength, facing it would be pure suicide. Still, news of a dark gold boss appearing in the wild could fetch a hefty price. He immediately opened his friend list and spread the word. The news spread like wildfire through Feiyun City, and soon, hordes of players swarmed to the location via teleportation arrays, all eager to claim the glory of slaying the dragon. Meanwhile, Longting Tianxia received the news almost instantly. He ordered his team to stop leveling and prepare to head out. At the same time, he messaged Yi Yushan, "Boss, there's another dark gold boss. And it's a dragon this time." Moments later, Yi Yushan replied succinctly, "That's my new mount." What? Longting Tianxia was utterly bewildered. Around him, his teammates were already buzzing with excitement. The assassin was eager to bathe in dragon's blood. The archer was daydreaming about a romantic quest to rescue a princess, and even the healer, Xiaoxue, was seriously analyzing the potential benefits this could bring to their guild. Longting Tianxia let out a sigh. "Keep leveling, we're not going." When Xiaoxue pressed him for an explanation, he relayed Yi Yushan's message. The three teammates exchanged confused looks, resigning themselves to waiting until Yi Yushan's shop opened tomorrow to get answers. Meanwhile, back in the wilds near Feiyun City, the player who first spotted the shadow dragon was left utterly baffled. He had seen a figure suddenly appear on the dragon's back, and then the dragon had simply flown away. By the time the other players arrived, the area was completely empty, leaving him to endure accusations of crying wolf. In the skies above, the shadow dragon was filled with unease. In its excitement, it had caused the subterranean explosion, only to suddenly remember that the Shadow Lord was nearby. Its massive eyes darted around anxiously, terrified that something might have happened to the Shadow Lord. If so, it would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, the dragon god's oath didn't backfire, which reassured Qin Chuan that Lord Shadow was still alive. At this moment, the shadow dragon was glancing around, only to be scolded by Qin Chuan, who sat on its back with an annoyed tone. "You came out, fine, but did you really have to blow up the cavern? If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd be buried down there right now." Thinking about it made Qin Chuan's teeth ache. Shadow Dragon Scripts had clearly underestimated its own power. The moment the seal was lifted, the accumulated energy erupted instantly, shattering the rock layers that had suppressed it. Massive boulders flew everywhere, each one deadly. Thankfully, Qin Chuan had activated the Shadow Prism just in time, completely neutralizing the damage. He used the momentum to launch himself into the air, then executed a shadow jump to land steadily on the Shadow Dragon's back, escaping the cavern together. A system notification promptly chimed in. Ding! You have successfully tamed the Shadow Dragon. The Shadow Cavern will now be permanently closed. Ding. You have obtained a special mount. The Mount tab is now unlocked. You can summon or dismiss Shadow Dragon scripts through the Dragon God's Oath. This decision led to the Shadow Cavern, originally intended as a dungeon, disappearing entirely. While other players were unaware of this, if they ever found out that they had lost a prime spot for farming equipment, Qin Chuan could expect some warm greetings. Qin Chuan quickly set these thoughts aside and focused on riding the dragon. Unlike ordinary mounts, the Shadow Dragon had no saddle, and its scales were exceptionally smooth, requiring some skill to maintain balance. Thankfully, the Shadow Dragon was considerate, slowing its speed and using shadow energy to form a barrier around Qin Chuan, shielding him from the howling wind. Thoughtful of you, Qin Chuan said with approval. The Shadow Dragon seemed delighted by the praise and turned its head to respond. Your kind words honor me, Lord Shadow. It's simply my duty. Scripps knew its place well. Having chosen to serve Lord Shadow, it intended to do so wholeheartedly. Although its master's level wasn't particularly high at the moment, the sheer power displayed in the earlier battle was unforgettable. If not for the timely suggestion to become a mount, Scripps might not have survived. After flying for a while, the Shadow Dragon spoke up. Lord Shadow, where are we headed? Qin Chuan glanced at the map. Fly north for a bit. He planned to land outside Feiyun City and use the teleportation array to return to Bailey City. After all, tomorrow marked the opening of his shop, and there was no time to waste. During the flight, Scripps hesitated for a while before finally gathering the courage to say, Lord Shadow, I sense that your control over shadow power isn't fully refined yet. Noticing Qin Chuan's expression shift slightly, it quickly added, I don't mean to question your strength, but I wonder if there's anything I can assist you with. These words struck a chord with Qin Chuan. While the Shadow Dragon's shadow energy wasn't on the same level as his shadow power, it still held valuable insights. Learning a few techniques from it could prove to be a significant advantage. You're right. I only recently acquired shadow power and haven't had anyone to guide me, so there's much I don't understand, Qin Chuan admitted. Ah, I see, Scripps said, nodding in understanding before offering reassurance. There's no need to be discouraged, Lord Shadow. While shadow power has been dormant for many years and much of its legacy has been lost, with determination, one can always uncover traces of its secrets. You mentioned that shadow power has been dormant for many years. Do you know what happened during that time? Qin Chuan asked curiously. As a being with the memory inheritance of dragons, the Shadow Dragon might hold some hidden knowledge. Hearing Qin Chuan's question, a glimmer of pride flashed in Scripps' eyes. It spoke slowly, its tone carrying a hint of self-satisfaction. Lord of Shadows, you've asked the right person. The Shadow Dragon began to recount the history of shadow power in detail. On the continent of Apocalypse, shadow power was once widely practiced. However, due to some unknown event, it suddenly vanished, ceasing to respond to the prayers of its followers. From that moment on, this power gradually declined, eventually fading into near obscurity. While the exact timeline is unclear, it is believed to have occurred at least 10,000 years ago. Qin Chuan frowned in thought. 10,000 years was an unimaginably long time for any race, too long for even the immortal ones to survive, let alone the human race of Apocalypse. Such a vast expanse of time could witness the rise and fall of countless dynasties, which explained why information about shadow power was so scarce. He couldn't help but speculate that the disappearance of shadow power must have been tied to the actions of the gods. This realization brought Qin Chuan face-to-face with a harsh truth. Mastering shadow power would require exponentially more effort than any other profession. Ordinary players could simply find a class mentor to learn skills, but even if he sought out Edith, he doubted he would gain much guidance. The information Edith had provided about the underwater ruins was already a rare boon. Of course, Qin Chuan believed Edith likely held other valuable knowledge. Whether he could extract it would depend on his own abilities. Do you know where I might find ruins related to shadow power? Qin Chuan asked directly. The Shadow Dragon pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming excitedly, I remember now. Where? Qin Chuan pressed. The Darkmoon Mountains, the Shadow Dragon explained. There lies a burial ground, the final resting place for our Shadow Dragon kin. We possess shadow energy, which is a fragment of shadow power itself. The choice of this burial site must have significant meaning. It's highly likely that ruins related to shadow power exist in the Darkmoon Mountains. Qin Chuan calculated silently. The Darkmoon Mountains were far away, and the journey was fraught with high-level monsters above level 70. With his current strength, venturing there would be far too risky. It would be wiser to wait until he reached level 30, completed his second-class advancement, and upgraded his equipment. In the meantime, he could try probing Edith further. I'll keep that in mind, Qin Chuan said, glancing into the distance where the outline of Flying Cloud City was now visible. He instructed the Shadow Dragon to descend and, using the Dragon God Pact, returned it to the special mount space. He then entered the city and used the teleportation array to travel to Beryl City. Back in Beryl City, everything was as calm as ever. NPCs and players moved about the streets, with no sign of violence or unrest. Although he had been away for less than a day, the accelerated perception within the trial space made it feel like an eternity. Standing on the familiar streets, Qin Chuan found himself momentarily unsure of what to do next. After a brief hesitation, he decided to head to the black market. Qin Chuan decided to seek out Edith to see if there was any new information about the power of shadows. If there were no new leads, he planned to log off and rest, waiting for the shops to open tomorrow. Standing in front of the tavern, he paused and looked across at the arena. The reconstruction was astonishing within just 2 days. The site that had been reduced to rubble was already halfway rebuilt, with the towering main structure standing proudly. The magical power of the apocalypse seemed to give the builders an incredible edge, allowing for an almost miraculous speed of construction. Led by a servant, Qin Chuan ascended to the second floor. When Edith saw him, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. "I thought you'd end up dead in the ruins." Qin Chuan rolled his eyes and slumped unceremoniously onto the couch. "Almost, but as they say, blessings and misfortunes come hand in hand. I did manage to gain something out of it." Edith's gaze sharpened instantly. The regret of missing out on the shadow power churned within her, and for a fleeting moment, she even entertained the thought of killing Qin Chuan to seize the power. Qin Chuan noticed the brief flash of murderous intent but remained unfazed. He trusted Edith's rationality to prevail. Sure enough, Edith quickly composed herself. She knew full well that even if she killed Qin Chuan here, she wouldn't gain the shadow power and would only make an unnecessary enemy. "What was inside?" she asked, her tone betraying an undeniable curiosity. "It was an abandoned temple," Qin Chuan replied. "I encountered a mysterious figure inside." "There were still people alive in the ruins?" "Not exactly a person. That figure had unfathomable power and eventually just teleported away." "If it was a temple, that person was likely an apostle of the shadow power," Edith mused. "But if apostles still exist, why is there so little information about them?" Qin Chuan shrugged. "Beats me." After pondering for a while without any breakthroughs, they decided to drop the topic. Edith shifted the conversation. "What happened next?" Qin Chuan recounted honestly. "That figure sent me into some sort of strange trial space. I figured out how to overcome it and, after passing the trial, learned a new ability." He deliberately avoided specifying what the ability was, and Edith didn't press further. "I've given you such valuable intel," Edith said, propping her chin on her hand after a moment of thought. "How do you plan to thank me?" "Who's the target this time?" Qin Chuan asked with a smirk. "Viscount Horace," Edith replied slowly. "He'll be leaving Belry City in 2 days. Take care of him on the road." The name stirred something in Qin Chuan's mind. He remembered that when he had killed the bone crusher in the valley, one of the captives had mentioned his Viscount father. Could the goblin invasion be connected to Edith? Or perhaps even tied to the hand of the dead? Sensing Qin Chuan's suspicions, Edith explained, "Viscount Horace is ostensibly here as a guest in Belry City, but in reality, he's colluding with the Sisters of Pleasure to keep the city lord distracted with indulgence. This is detrimental to Belry City, and he must be eliminated as soon as possible." Qin Chuan suddenly understood. No wonder the city lord had looked so drained when Qin Chuan had received his reward at the city lord's mansion. It was clearly the handiwork of the Sisters of Pleasure. Still, it was surprising that Edith would actually care about Belry City's well-being. That was unexpected. The life or death of Viscount Harris was of no concern to Qin Chuan, but since Edith had specifically named him as her target, the job seemed worth taking. As for offending the Sisters of Pleasure, Qin Chuan was well aware that those people only cared about money and had no interest in who ruled Beryl City. Faced with this rare opportunity, Qin Chuan put on a troubled expression. Although Edith saw through his intention to bargain, she had no choice but to continue negotiating. "I know you're looking for more ruins," Edith said, locking eyes with Qin Chuan. "But the shadow force has been dormant for so long that most of the information about it has been lost. The clue I found to that ruin came from the city lord's treasurer. There's nothing more." Qin Chuan didn't believe a word of it. Narrowing his eyes, he replied, "Whether Viscount Harris is colluding with the Sisters of Pleasure still needs to be verified. We fight against evil, but we can't wrong an innocent man." After several rounds of verbal sparring, Qin Chuan remained firm. Finally, Edith relented. "If you eliminate Harris, I'll tell you about a location. But let me be clear, I haven't been there myself, and I can't guarantee it's related to the Shadow Force." "You're too kind, Lady Edith," Qin Chuan said, immediately switching to a cheerful tone. "I've had enough of Harris anyway. I guarantee he won't leave Beryl City alive." Edith cast a sidelong glance at the cunning outsider. Unlike those who blindly obeyed her, this man wouldn't lift a finger without a reward. Yet, she couldn't help but admire him, for competence was what mattered most. "I've received word," Edith said after a moment of thought, "that the hand of the dead in Beryl City seems to be plotting something. While dealing with Harris, try to interrogate him and see if you can find any evidence of his connection to the Hand of the Dead. At the mention of the Hand of the Dead, Qin Chuan's interest was immediately piqued. After all, his two rapid advancements had been thanks to those people. No problem. Fighting the Hand of the Dead is everyone's duty. By the time their conversation ended, it was already past 9 in the evening. Qin Chuan was about to go grind levels when he suddenly received a message from Snowy Blade Hero. Boss, the auction is tomorrow, and I'm a bit nervous. The nervousness was understandable. After countless attempts by major guilds to defeat bosses, they had discovered that the drop rate for guild tokens was absurdly low. If it weren't for the one Snowy Blade Hero had in his possession, they might have doubted the token's existence altogether. Despite farming wild bosses and dungeons repeatedly, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of a guild token, which had driven up the bids from all the major guilds. The swordsman known as Shuizhong Yijian said, "Boss, a guild just offered me 120 million. My hands and feet are shaking right now. How can something like this be worth so much?" Hearing this price, Qin Chuan's lips curved into a faint smile. In his memory, these numbers were far from astronomical. Once the fusion of Tian Qi and reality took place, in-game resurrection items would truly become priceless. At that point, the wealthy would spare no expense to preserve their lives. However, the high price offered by the guild also indicated that tomorrow's competition would be even fiercer. Qin Chuan quietly pondered whether Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan could withstand the pressure. His rebirth had indeed brought about some changes. For example, Luo Sha Dian being wiped out by the Longting dynasty on the eve of the guild token auction was something that had never happened in his previous life. "Has Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan contacted you recently?" Qin Chuan asked. "We just talked half an hour ago," Shuizhong Yijin replied. "He wants to acquire a guild token and even invited me to join Luo Shadian as the vice president. But I refused after all. They just suffered a major loss to the Longteng dynasty. Things don't look too good for them." If these words reached Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan's ears, he'd probably rage with fury. But to Qin Chuan, it was actually good news. It at least showed that Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan hadn't given up. Just then, a message arrived from Longteng Tian Qi. "Boss, the auction is tomorrow. Any instructions?" It was clear he was determined to cling to Yi Yushun's coattails. And who could blame him? Even an elite-level tide-breaking giant had been easily defeated. Such strength was unheard of in the early stages of the game. If Yi Yushun continued to grow, he might genuinely be able to one-shot elite bosses. The only regret Longteng Tianxia had was failing to recruit this powerhouse into his guild. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chuan replied, "I do have a suggestion. Tomorrow, start by auctioning the guild token, then move on to the equipment. Also, I'd like to borrow the priest from your team to host the equipment auction. I might need to step away briefly." "Absolutely no problem." Longteng Tianxia immediately promised with enthusiasm. "I'll have Xiao Shui prepare right away." Afterward, Qin Chuan also informed Shuizhong Yijian of the auction sequence. Naturally, the latter agreed wholeheartedly. This arrangement benefited all parties. The guilds could bid without distractions, and Qin Chuan's equipment would fetch a better price. By his calculations, he could increase his profits by at least 30. Beyond the auction, Qin Chuan also planned to propose bartering during the event. If he could trade for a gold-tier ranged skill book, that would be ideal. As for elite-tier items, he wasn't too optimistic. After all, only 2 elite bosses had been killed since the game launched, and their loot was in his possession. There could have been a third Long, but that one had wisely chosen to surrender. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Chuan suddenly had an idea. Should he summon Long and take it down? Perhaps it might drop the skill book he needed. Meanwhile, in the special mount space, the Shadow Dragon script sneezed unexpectedly. Someone must be thinking about the great scripts. Who could it be? It must be the Shadow Lord. To be in the thoughts of the Shadow Lord, how fortunate I am. To ensure tomorrow's auction would be an exciting event, Qin Chuan personally reached out to the leaders of various well-known guilds. Though even without his initiative, these guild leaders had already planned their trips to Bailey City. They shared a common goal with Luo Sha Yi Dao Xanth Guild token. While they had also attempted to organize teams to farm bosses in hopes of acquiring the token, the exceedingly low drop rate left them empty-handed. Once Qin Chuan explained his purpose, the guild leaders assured him of their attendance. He then showcased the attributes of several items that would be up for auction, immediately igniting the enthusiasm of those who initially intended to attend just to observe. Although they were aware they might not be able to compete with the wealthier, larger guilds, the high-quality items made many reconsider their budgets. In their eyes, enhancing their gear could potentially empower them to acquire the guild token on their own in the future. As word spread among the player community, even guild leaders who had not planned to attend began to change their minds. Someone compiled a list of the items revealed by Night Wanderer: 2 dark gold items, 2 gold items, several silver items, and a rare gold tier skill book. When this list was posted on the forums, it caused an immediate sensation. The news about the 2 bloodline essences, in particular, excited players. These extraordinary items, capable of enhancing character growth, gave ordinary players hope of catching up to those with hidden classes. Even Luo Sha Yi Daozhan, who had long been at odds with Night Wanderer, found himself tempted. He discreetly reached out through a familiar guild leader to inquire if he could participate in the auction. Qin Chuan's response was straightforward and clear. Anyone genuinely interested in bidding, regardless of being friend or foe, was welcome, but they would need to verify their financial capacity beforehand. This answer brought relief to Luo Sha Yi Daozhan, though it also left him feeling slightly ashamed. He even considered apologizing to Qin Chuan but ultimately decided to wait until after the auction. As the next day's sunlight bathed Bailey City, a large crowd of players had already gathered. In small groups, they exchanged greetings, with every conversation revolving around the first-ever player-hosted auction organized by Night Wanderer. Everyone eagerly anticipated not only the guild token but also the chance to bid on those coveted, top-tier items. It was bound to be a lively scene. Violet Street was packed with people, with hundreds of players bustling about, and the crowd was still growing. Prominent guilds like Longting Dynasty, Luocha Hall, Hall of Fame, Xingqian, and Aoshi were everywhere, with their leaders gathering in small groups, subtly probing each other's plans, trying to figure out how much funding their rivals had prepared to bid for the guild token. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. The leader of Longting is here. The players instinctively parted, forming a path. They swarmed forward, bombarding him with questions. Is it true you gathered 3 billion overnight? What happened in the battle with Luocha Hall in Lingyang City? Are you and Night Wanderer friends in real life? Longting Tian Qi maintained a composed demeanor, clearly used to being the center of attention. Internally, he felt a surge of satisfaction after all. Wasn't the point of playing games to gain fame and show off? Clearing his throat, he spoke with determination. I can't disclose the details, but as for this guild token, he'll stop at nothing to get it. In truth, he had already received a hint from Qin Chuan and had no intention of spending a fortune on the token. But appearances mattered, and projecting confidence was key. As expected, his bold statement caused an uproar among the crowd. The other guild leaders exchanged uneasy glances, their emotions mixed. When it came to wealth, it was hard to compete with a top-tier second-generation tycoon thriving in the gaming industry. Just then, a group of over a dozen players pushed through the crowd and approached. At the forefront, Luocha Yadaizan sneered. The Longting dynasty wants the guild token? Did you ask Luocha Hall for permission? Longting Tianxia remained calm, casually removing the shield from his back and smiling faintly. Yidao, how's your gear coming along? This golden grade shield is working out great for me. Luocha Yidiozan's face turned livid with rage that shield had originally been his. The surrounding players, sensing the tension, eagerly activated their game recording tools, ready to capture the unfolding drama. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a figure suddenly stepped between the two. Come on, it's a great day. Why resort to fighting? Let's make peace and prosper. It was Qin Chuan. Longting Tianxia's eyes lit up. Night Wanderer, the legend himself. Although Luocha Yadaizan looked displeased, he reluctantly clasped his hands in a gesture of acknowledgement. Qin Chuan paid no mind to his attitude. He knew that as long as Luocha Yadaizan was here to attend the auction, half the battle was already won. While the crowd murmured in disappointment at the lack of a showdown, a squad of dozens of Beryl City guards suddenly came running from afar, surrounding the shop. Luocha Yadaizan burst into laughter. Night Wanderer, did you offend Beryl City? How is it that your shop is getting shut down right after opening? Who said anything about shutting it down? A slightly displeased voice rang out. Lei Huao, clad in armor, stepped out from among the guards, walking up to Qin Chuan with a smile. Warrior, I hope I'm not too late. Whoa, it's Commander Lei Huao. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. As the true overseer of the military forces in Bailey City, Lei Huao's unexpected appearance caused an immediate stir. Players began chattering among themselves, some amazed at Night Wanderer's extensive connections, while others voiced their dissatisfaction over what they saw as collusion between officials and merchants. Even Night Wanderer, that upright-looking guy, is pulling strings behind the scenes. One player grumbled indignantly, before adding, ugh, I'm so jealous now. So disappointed. What intrigued the players even more was Lei Huao referring to Night Wanderer as a warrior. Clearly, there was a deeper story behind this. But before anyone could speculate further, Lei Huao strode purposefully toward the group of players. Today marks the grand opening of Warrior Night Wanderer's shop, Lei Huao announced in a commanding voice. On behalf of the city lord, I am here to offer my congratulations. His words were like a bombshell. Not only did Night Wanderer know the commander, but he also had ties to the city lord. After several days of gameplay, players were well aware of how critical NPC favorability was, and earning the support of such high-ranking NPCs was nothing short of extraordinary. Qin Chuan exchanged a knowing glance with Longting Tianxia before introducing him to Lei Huao. Commander Lei, this is a friend of mine who wishes to expand his ventures in Bailey City. I hope you can look after him in the future. Longting Tianxia immediately caught on and bowed respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, Commander Lei. Lei Huayo smiled warmly. Any friend of the warrior is a friend of mine. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to come to me. As he spoke, he handed Longting Tianxia a token. Even as the leader of a guild, Longting Tianxia's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the token. With this in hand, his future development in Bailey City was bound to be smooth sailing. Standing nearby, Luocha Yudaesin watched with envy, silently regretting his missed opportunity for an introduction. Determined, he resolved to earn Lei Huao's recognition through his own strength in the future. After leading Lei Huao into the shop, Qin Chuan quickly returned outside to make an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. If you'd like to participate, come to me for asset verification. Although this auction required a significant amount of gold, the major guilds trusted Night Wanderer's reputation completely. After all, it was no secret that he had turned down numerous guilds offering millions in annual salaries to recruit him. During the verification process, Shuezhong Yijiangxia arrived on the scene. The presence of this figure immediately energized the guild leaders, who had been patiently waiting. At last, the main event was about to commence. Shuezhong Yijiangxia's expression mirrored their anticipation. Today's the day to see if we can strike it rich. You go in first and find a seat, Qin Chuan said to Shuezhong Yijiangxia. The latter nodded in agreement and pushed the door open to enter the shop. Shortly after, Ying Luo and Ji Xing arrived, greeting Qin Chuan. These two were Qin Chuan's pre-selected candidates for the guild. Besides inviting them to join the fun, he also wanted to help them collect some profession-related items. Qin Chuan had a plan in mind. Instead of directly selling the equipment he couldn't use, he figured it would be more practical to barter for items or rare tools he could actually use. However, since it was only the third day after the server launch and the player's exploration area was still limited, valuable items were hard to come by. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. One by one, players completed the verification process and entered the shop. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly ordinary storefront turned out to be exceptionally spacious inside. Even with dozens of players gathered, there was still plenty of room. Many couldn't help but feel envious after all. This was the prime location of Violet Street in Bailey City, and a shop of this size must be worth a fortune. Where on earth did Night Wanderer get this place from? Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan muttered jealously. He then sidled up to Lei Huao with a flattering smile. Instructor Lei, you know, I have some connections with Night Wanderer. Oh. Lei Huao raised an eyebrow with interest, but Longtang Tianxia immediately exposed him, saying, connections? More like you've been causing trouble for Night Wanderer. Hearing this, Lei Huao snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan. Nobody would think you're mute if you just kept quiet. Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan snapped, humiliated. Longtang Tianxia burst out laughing. What are you gonna do about it? Bite me? If they weren't in the main city and Lei Huao weren't present, Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan would have surely challenged him to a fight. Qin Chuan stood in the center of the hall, smiling broadly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Once the small talk subsided, he got straight to the point. Today's guild token is in Shuezhong Yijiangxia's hands. Let the bidding begin. Starry Guild offers 50 million. Yu Defeng was the first to bid. While this amount might be enough to dominate in the outside world, in the world of Tian Qi, it was merely an appetizer. Two other guilds quickly followed, raising the bid by 5 million each time, pushing the price up to 60 million. Everyone knew this wasn't the end. The real heavyweights, Longting Dynasty and Luo Sha Hall, had yet to make their moves. Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan turned to his rival. Guild leader Longting, go ahead and bid. As long as the price is high enough, the guild token is yours. Yi Dao, you're so generous. Longting Tianxia chuckled before his expression turned serious. The Longteng Dynasty bids 150 million. As Longting Tianxia spoke, his words immediately intimidated the leaders of the smaller guilds present. They had initially estimated that a price under 1 billion could still be reluctantly managed. After all, with the immense popularity of the game Apocalypse, being the first to establish a guild was bound to attract attention from across the internet. However, when Longting Tianxia directly called out a price of 1.5 billion, the faces of these guild leaders darkened in unison. They could only sigh internally. Having money really means you can do whatever you want. Damn, I'm so jealous. Standing to the side, Shuezhong Yijiangxia was still counting the number of zeros in the price on his fingers when Luo Sha Yudaesin decisively raised the bid to 1.6 billion without hesitation. Longting Tianxia turned to look at Luo Sha Yudaesin, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Yi Dao, don't empty your coffers over a guild token. Do you really have what it takes to compete with me, Longting Tianxia? These words were like pouring fuel on the fire. Luo Sha Yudaesin's face turned livid as he retorted with a stiff neck. Strength isn't something you talk about if you've got the guts. Keep raising the price. Reverse psychology? Well, I'll gladly play along. Longting Tianxia sneered disdainfully. 2 billion. The room was instantly filled with the sound of collective gasps. Such an astronomical price left everyone present utterly shocked. At that moment, Luo Xiaodaosin keenly noticed that Longting Tianxi's chief strategist and financial advisor, Xiao Xue, was urgently whispering something in his ear. This scene made Luo Xiaodaosin inwardly delighted. It seemed Longting Tianxia was acting on impulse and had exceeded his budget. However, even for Luo Xiaodaosin, the 2 billion price was a heavy burden. He quickly opened his friend list and messaged his company's finance department, requesting an additional 500 million in reserve funds. What's wrong, Yidao? Afraid to continue? Longting Tianxia taunted from the side. But Luo Xiaodaosin responded with a confident grin. I'm just waiting for others to bid so I can seal the deal in one go. With that, he directly raised the bid to 2.1 billion. At this price level, the other guild leaders decisively chose to withdraw. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but they were unwilling to compromise their guild's future development. The auction was being live-streamed in real time on the forums, and news of it quickly spread across the entire internet. When ordinary players saw the headline, Guild Token Auction for 2.1 billion, they flooded the livestream thread with comments like, WTF, to express their shock. To them, it was as if they were watching an entirely different game. Some players were still stuck in the novice village, racking their brains just to save 50 copper coins on a single health potion. Meanwhile, an astonishing high-stakes auction was unfolding within the game. Inside the shop, players sat in a circle, their eyes fixed on the precious guild token at the center. I once got a black iron item drop and sold it for a few thousand, thought I hit the jackpot, one player remarked with a sigh. Never imagined these pros would be bidding in the billions. The incredible luck of Snowblade Swordsman left everyone envious. Even top-tier players like Night Wanderer, who had slain countless bosses including Dark Gold level ones, had never managed to obtain a guild token. Yet, the very first token had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of Snowblade Swordsman. Just when everyone assumed the bidding war would come down to Dragon Swords the World and Rakshasa Blade, the guild leader of Starry Sky, Melancholy Wind, suddenly stood up. 2 billion, 200 million, he declared. This unexpected move stunned the crowd. After all, while Starry Sky was a top-tier guild, it had never been known for its wealth. As someone started to warn him against reckless bidding, 3 other guild leaders stood up beside Melancholy Wind, announcing that 4 guilds would be joining forces for the bid. Rakshasa Blade's expression darkened, while Dragon Swords the World remained composed, having already received a subtle hint from Qin Chuan. With confidence, he raised the bid, 2 billion, 400 million. The price soared higher and higher. By the time it reached 2 billion, 700 million, Rakshasa Blade was clearly at his limit. To everyone's surprise, Dragon Swords the World, who had appeared so self-assured, suddenly shrugged and said, "You win. I'm out." The auction hall fell into complete silence. No one had expected this fierce battle between titans to end in such an anticlimactic way. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.